Chapter 1. Pangu, Rise and Feast. Gazing at the azure lotus before him, Meng Hong finally resigned himself to his fate. He had undoubtedly traversed realms, for this place was certainly not his home. My household does not cultivate azure lotuses. Yet, the surrounding darkness was suffocating. Where on earth had he ended up? Ding! The labor system is at your service. Ah, here it comes. The benefits of being a transmigrator were finally within his grasp, and with that delightful chime, Meng Hong's spirits soared. However, after laboring for half a lifetime, now that there's a system, you still want me to work? Begone. Master, the labor system means others will work for you, not the other way around. So I won't have to toil myself? From now on, I will also be a damn boss, right? Sounds splendid. Ding. Newbie task triggered. Find a laborer. Task reward. Random chaos treasure 1 and 1 lottery chance 1. Task time limit. 1 minute after confirmation. Chaos treasure. Meng Hong, an avid reader of ancient myths, was immediately captivated by those 4 words. You can actually procure a chaos treasure? Don't tease me. Ding. Do you confirm the start of the task? Wait. Hold on. Meng Hong hastily interrupted. It's pitch black here. You must tell me where I am first. Otherwise, how can I find someone to work for me? Chaos, before the creation of heaven and earth. What? Meng Hong exclaimed. If it weren't for the fact that this system was incorporeal, he would have surely throttled the entity. In the primordial chaos before the creation of heaven and earth, how was he to find a living being to work for him? Wasn't this simply self-sabotage? At that moment, Meng Hong paused, slowly turning his gaze toward the azure lotus. If this was within the chaos, then this azure lotus must be the chaos azure lotus. Meng Hong couldn't help but swallow hard, practically itching to leap forward and taste it. Not to mention achieving immortality. Even becoming a saint on the spot was not out of the question. 10 seconds remained before automatic task abandonment. Would you like to abandon? Of course not. Meng Hong quickly replied. The task reward was right in front of him. How could he possibly give up? As for finding a laborer, he already had a scheme in mind. According to legend, Pangu was born from the chaos azure lotus. As long as he could coax him out of the lotus ahead of time, he would have a target. However, persuading him to work for himself would undoubtedly require some effort. With a thought, Meng Hong immediately took action. He grasped the top of the lotus with both hands and directly plucked off a petal. After tucking the petal into his pocket, Meng Hong leaned forward and shouted into the azure lotus. Hey, little Pangu, wake up and feast. As he shouted these words, his heart raced. But then he thought, since he had gained sentience even before Pangu, surely that made him his elder brother, right? As an elder brother, surely the younger one wouldn't dare to throw a tantrum at him? The interior of the azure lotus was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything, and no one responded to him. Meng Hong gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, plucked off the remaining 4 lotus petals. Inside the azure lotus, a dense purple aura was swirling, seemingly enveloping something. It was the chaos purple chi. Meng Hong immediately leaned closer to the azure lotus and inhaled vigorously towards the purple aura. Oh my, it smells divine. Yet, no matter how he tried to inhale, only a wisp of the purple aura wafted into his nostrils, while the rest remained immobile atop the azure lotus. In an instant, the purple aura dissipated, revealing a humanoid figure that bore a striking resemblance to Meng Hong, seated atop the azure lotus. His eyes were tightly shut, an axe resting upon his knees, seemingly lost in thought. Meng Hong called out again, little Pangu. Pangu furrowed his brow but still did not open his eyes, only weakly complaining. Dad, why are you calling me? Isn't it still not time yet? Meng Hong, what did you just call me? Dad, Pangu replied with conviction. Everything has its origins. The source of my birth is you. If you are not my father, then who is? Goodness, I wanted to consider you a brother, and yet you directly acknowledge me as your father? In his previous life, Meng Hong had died a recluse. He had no wife, not even a girlfriend. Goodness, he just transmigrated and already gained a son. And not just any son, this son is Pangu. Meng Hong's mind reeled, and he instinctively asked, if I'm your father, then who is your mother? Are you foolish? Pangu patted the azure lotus beneath him. Isn't this my mother? Meng Hong was momentarily speechless, wanting to refute, but finding no words. Forget it, as long as the child is happy. After all, can a parent truly be bothered by such trivialities? Ding! 1 minute until the task deadline. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, and Meng Hong suddenly recalled the matter at hand. Little Pangu, Meng Hong called out with a smile. Don't you feel that this world is a tad too cramped? Why don't you take an axe and see? Perhaps there will be a delightful surprise? Oh, my dear father, didn't I just say it's not time yet? Pangu remained seated atop the azure lotus, yet his body began to grow larger. It seemed he was aware that he would eventually split the heavens, merely awaiting the right moment. While Pangu could wait, Meng Hong could not. He narrowed his eyes and shouted at Pangu, "Are you ignoring your father's words?" The moment those words left his mouth, Meng Hong felt as though he had placed his head on the line. To speak to Pangu in such a manner, he feared that the axe would be raised against him first. Yet, as the saying goes, a horse cannot thrive without night grass, and a person cannot prosper without unexpected wealth. In his past life, he had lived in a state of helplessness. In this life, he must be bolder. Pangu suddenly opened his eyes, one dark and one bright, glaring at Meng Hong, a hint of anger flickering in his gaze. Meng Hong stood his ground, meeting his gaze. After all, you acknowledged me as your father. Can you really argue against me? Pangu clenched his right hand, raising the axe of creation. Say that again. I will. Meng Hong placed his hands on his hips and lightly tapped Pangu's head. As your father, I command you to take an axe and strike. What's the matter? Do you have objections? You. Pangu bellowed. What of you? Meng Hong, feeling emboldened, gave Pangu's head another tap. Will you strike or not? Very well, I shall. Pangu rubbed his head, then forced out a smile, his demeanor becoming quite obsequious. Father, if you had said so earlier, why bother with such formality? Come, you tell me where to strike, and I shall do it. Just give me a couple more pats on the head. Meng Hong was taken aback, glancing at his palm and Pangu's head. He seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 2. How Pangu was revived. It appears Pangu has a penchant for masochism. No wonder he later split himself into pieces, as he seems to have self-destructive tendencies. Having realized this trait, Meng Hong unhesitatingly gave Pangu's head a few more taps. Consider an advance on his wages, as long as he could assist him in completing the task. He was willing to do anything. Thank you, father. Pangu cheerfully responded, immediately bouncing down from the azure lotus. He clasped the axe of creation, grinning at Meng Hong. Father, just tell me how to strike. Ding. Newbie task completed. Labor recruitment successful. Labor detected as Pangu, please issue the first task. Note, the difficulty of the task will determine the richness of the rewards. What other tasks could Pangu possibly undertake? Naturally, it was the monumental task of creating heaven and earth. Meng Hong pointed to the top of his head and then to the ground. I want the pure yang qi to gather above, and the turbid yin qi to settle below. The upper realm shall be heaven, the lower realm shall be earth. For every 10 feet you grow, the heaven shall rise 10 feet, and the earth shall sink 10 feet. Can you accomplish this? I cannot. Pangu firmly rejected, then relented. Unless what? Unless father pats me on the head 2 more times. At this moment, Pangu was like a child, even negotiating. But it mattered not. Meng Hong wouldn't mind giving out such wages. Meng Hong raised his hand and patted Pangu's head 9 times. As long as you behave, your father would not only buy you a street, but even allow you to create this universe. As his words fell, Pangu understood Meng Hong's intent and raised the axe of creation to strike before him. The originally chaotic and dark space suddenly split open. Pangu, quick-witted, immediately leaped into the rift. He raised the axe high above his head, pushing against the rift with both hands, his feet planted firmly below it. Father, I did it. Go for it, labor. Meng Hong shouted encouragement. As long as you complete the task your father gives you, you will surely find immense happiness. I'm already feeling very happy, father. Pangu's body began to stretch wildly, the pain from his growing limbs stimulating his nerves, filling him with exhilaration. Phew! Meng Hong let out a sigh of relief. According to legend, Pangu's growth spurt could last for thousands of years. This was a long wait, so let Pangu grow for a while longer. It is now time to behold the rewards that await upon the completion of the task. Ding! The rewards for novice tasks have been fully distributed. Please claim them promptly. With a mere thought, Meng Hong summoned a pearl into his hand. If his guess was correct, this should indeed be the Chaos Pearl, one of the 4 great treasures of chaos. He held the Chaos Pearl before his eyes, noticing that it was adorned with a budding blue lotus, reminiscent of the chaos prior to his traversing into this realm. As for the lottery, the moment Meng Hong contemplated these 2 words, a spinning wheel materialized before him. The wheel displayed 12 options, with the highest probability labeled as a wisp of Hongmeng purple chi, while the lowest bore the 2 words, revival. What use could this revival possibly serve? I am a father of Pangu. Who in the primordial world would dare to covet my essence? Wait a moment. After Pangu, would I not perish? Who would shield me then? Surely I cannot resort to calling upon the land's elder every time I encounter a problem, like some Yedobeber monkey? As thoughts of Pangu crossed his mind, Meng Hong instinctively raised his gaze forward. Now, Pangu had grown to an impressive height of several tens of thousands of zhang. He had truly transformed into a giant. But hold on, how could he have grown so tall in such a brief span of time? Could it be that the flow of time within this chaos is skewed? Just as Meng Hong pondered, Pangu grew another 100 zhang taller. As the saying goes, a day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. It is entirely reasonable for time to flow more swiftly in chaos. It seems that before long, this sun, acquired without effort, would be the one to cleave me asunder. With this thought, Meng Hong's gaze inadvertently fell upon the reward with the lowest probability on the lottery wheel. Ding! Master, would you like to commence the lottery? Wait a moment. Meng Hong raised an eyebrow, questioning the system. What did you just call me? Master, then you're working for me. Am I correct? Of course, but what do you mean by but? Meng Hong frowned, summoning the imposing aura he had previously wielded against Pangu. Now, I demand a figure. You will immediately adjust the odds of landing on revival to 100%. Is that agreeable? It is not a matter of Meng Hong lacking confidence, rather. He had simply experienced far too much misfortune in his previous life. To him, a probability less than 100% felt akin to a betrayal of trust. The system momentarily faltered under his shout, nearly failing to respond. In that brief time, Pangu had grown another 10,000 zhang. Seeing this, Meng Hong bellowed once more. Hurry up. Stop dawdling like a timid maiden. Probability has been reset. Please proceed to draw your reward. Father. Pangu's voice suddenly resonated from above, prompting Meng Hong to instinctively look up. The heavens and earth had already been unfurled, and Pangu had transformed into a colossal figure of 1,000,000 zhang. He instinctively inquired, My son, what troubles you? I feel as though I can hardly hold on any longer. As Pangu spoke, the axe in his hand began to disintegrate. It would not be long before he too would metamorphose into the land, his eyes into the sun and moon, and flesh into the 12 ancestral witches, thus completing this expanse of heaven and earth. Yet, that single utterance of father struck a tender chord within Meng Hong's heart. Hold on, my son. Father shall come to your aid. Meng Hong cried out, immediately directing his gaze toward the spinning wheel in his hand. At this moment, all 12 options on the wheel had transformed into revival. As long as he spun, there would be no unforeseen mishaps. Commence the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have drawn a 100% probability of revival. This skill can only be used once. Please use it judiciously. As the system's voice faded, Meng Hong felt a tremendous sound erupting from above. The axe of creation shattered. A colossal axe, now perfectly matched to Pangu's form, had fractured into 4 segments. These transformed into 4 innate treasures: the Taiji diagram, the Qiankuan cauldron, the Pangu banner, and the Zhuxian sword. This time, Meng Hong did not hastily gather the treasures for himself. Instead, he tilted his head back and fervently commanded the system, Revive Pangu. Quickly bring him back. Ding. The target has yet to perish. Please try again later. After a brief moment, the truly formidable Pangu reached forth and grasped the Pangu banner. Shaking it with a flourish, the boundless chaos immediately dissipated, and from that point onward, chaos no longer existed in the world. He then unfurled the Taiji diagram, gently tapping it in all directions. Instantly, thunder, fire, wind, and water manifested throughout the cosmos. As the Qian cauldron fell into his hands, Pangu merely sighed, letting a droplet of his essence splatter upon the cauldron. Thus, the distinctions between clarity and turbidity were established. Once he had completed these tasks, Pangu turned his gaze toward Meng Hong, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. "Father, take care, I must depart." "Depart? I shall not allow you to die, not even if Jesus himself attempts to take you." "I mean it." Meng Hong fixed his gaze upon Pangu's transformation. A smile graced Pangu's face as his colossal form tilted backward, rapidly transforming. As the last vestige of his breath faded, Meng Hong immediately commanded the system, "Revive Pangu." Ding! Skill activated. Pangu has been successfully revived. Chapter 3. The Path to Enlightenment. Upon hearing the system's voice, Meng Hong's anxious heart finally found solace. As long as he could resurrect his son, he cared not for the celestial transformations or the bodily manifestations of continents and mountains. After all, in this primordial realm, it was merely the two of them. Whether these phenomena existed or not, it made no difference. Yet, as Meng Hong raised his head, prepared to witness his son rise from the ground, he found himself frozen in place. Pangu began to disintegrate. One of his eyes had ascended to the heavens, becoming the very first sun in existence. Another eye began to drift upwards, preparing to transform into the moon. As for the colossal figure, it started to solidify, with the veins within its body becoming rivers. "My child." Meng Hong was unaware of the source of his emotions, which suddenly erupted within him. In his consciousness, it felt as though he had just exchanged glances with Pangu less than a day ago. Yet this bond resembled that of a genuine father and son. It was as if that single day encapsulated eternity. When Pangu first called him father, this relationship was indelibly etched into their very blood. "System." Meng Hong gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence. "Did you not state that the skill had already taken effect? Where's my little Pangu?" "Father, were you shouting?" Pangu's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Good heavens! As the saying goes, fear can frighten one to death. Meng Hong was already enveloped in sorrow and anger. Being startled by Pangu nearly drove him to madness. He turned to see the small boy, previously seated upon the azure lotus, reappearing before him. Just like before, the boy bore a striking resemblance to him, reaching only up to his chest. Should anyone dare to claim they were not father and son, Meng Hong would surely urge little Pangu to wield the heavenly axe and cleave that person's skull open. Little Pangu? Meng Hong still hesitated to believe it, pinching the boy's face with both hands. He then pointed towards the evolving body of Pangu. "Are you truly little Pangu? What then is that thing ahead?" "Just a discarded physical form." Pangu waved his hand dismissively. "Father, whom were you just speaking to? Is it not true that we are the only two beings in this vast universe?" Meng Hong could not possibly reveal that he had traversed from billions of years in the future, accompanied by a system. However, he possessed his own clever methods to handle the inquisitive child. "You are still young. You will understand when you grow up," he said, gently patting Pangu's head. After receiving the reward, Pangu naturally forgot about the earlier incident. Ding! Task completed. Completion rate, 100. Reward, sanctified flesh. Please select the recipient of the reward. Meng Hong, Pangu. Meng Hong gazed at the final option, falling into deep contemplation. In this primordial realm, achieving sanctification of the flesh was paramount. Yet, only Pangu had attained this path. Even the subsequent 12 ancestors of sorcery could only achieve a semblance of sanctification. Now, with the opportunity for fleshly sanctification laid before him, Meng Hong could not afford to let it slip away easily. Thus, he posed a question to the system. "System, you are working for me, correct? Do not play coy. I will state a number." Before Meng Hong could finish his sentence, the system's voice resonated. "Reward, sanctified flesh 2. Please select the recipient of the reward. Meng Hong, Pangu." "Heh." Meng Hong chuckled twice, unconsciously placing his hand upon Pangu's head. Little Pangu, you have done splendidly in your tasks. Shall I bestow upon you a bonus? Yes. Although Pangu was unaware of the nature of this bonus, the fact that it came from his father made it irresistible. Excellent, Meng Hong replied, inwardly admonishing the system. What are you waiting for? Do you not comprehend the situation? Can I alone achieve sanctification twice in corporeal form? Reward and process, please hold on. The system's voice echoed in his ears just as two beams of golden light descended from above, landing upon the heads of Meng Hong and Pangu. An inexhaustible surge of power radiated from Meng Hong, as if a single punch could shatter the very heavens and earth. Suddenly, Meng Hong heard a sound nearby. Turning his head, he saw the chaotic azure Lotus releasing 4 lotus seeds. He reached out to grasp them, but his mind was instantly engulfed in a void. The power he had just acquired vanished abruptly, as if his very essence had been siphoned away, leaving him gasping for breath. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a 100% integration with this system, triggering ultimate mission, the eternity of the Tao. Mission description: time and space are in disarray. The heavenly Tao is rebooting, and countless beings possessing memories of their past lives are reincarnating in this existence. They harbor resentment and intend to disrupt the normal functioning of the heavenly Tao, seeking to defy fate and alter their destinies. Mission objective: maintain the normal operation of the heavenly Tao and eradicate all entities intent on defying fate. Task deadline: none task reward. All living beings task failure. The collapse of heaven and earth. Everything returns to void. Meng Hong listened to the series of phrases etched in his mind, and a singular thought consumed him. He had been deceived. The system's prior display of weakness was merely a ruse to ensnare him. Once he chose to attain sainthood through corporeal means, he would be relegated to the role of a mere labor for the system, tasked with maintaining the normal functioning of the heavenly Tao. No, if he was not mistaken, the system was, in fact, the heavenly Tao itself. Before Pangu separated heaven and earth, it was incapable of such feats and could only cling to him. Lured by enticing promises, only after he achieved sainthood through its power did its true predatory nature reveal itself. Meng Hong was not one to resign himself to fate, nor was he easily intimidated. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to declare, "What if I refuse? Boss, I am but a mere laborer. Please do not direct your wrath towards me." Hearing the system plead in his ear left Meng Hong bewildered. Just moments ago it had threatened him, and now it was adopting the guise of a laborer. A laborer, indeed. Then return my cultivation at once. As soon as the words left his lips, the essence of a sage returned to Meng Hong, and the system's voice echoed in his ears. Truth be told, I am reluctant. There is a superior who compels me to act thus. Furthermore, I can only strip this once before you gain control of your powers. Who? That little wretch of the heavenly Tao, is it? Even without the system's revelation, Meng Hong knew precisely to whom it referred. Just the heavenly Tao. Pangu is now my son. Does it dare to threaten me while seeking my assistance? Where is he? Let grandfather teach him how to be a person, no, to be a deity. The celestial Tao has yet to be born. It is only after you advance the course of history that you may encounter him at some point in the future. No sooner had the words been spoken than the system chimed again, announcing a new task. Ding! The task of eternal Tao, has been activated. Ensure the normal birth of the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin. Task rewards, distributed based on task completion. Understood. Meng Hong silently acknowledged this in his heart, then turned his gaze to the chaotic blue lotus. At this moment, not even the lotus seeds remained, let alone the lotus flowers, stems, or roots. This debt shall temporarily rest upon the celestial Tao. Just then, the first dragon roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Is there a mother dragon? How lonely it is. Could a mother dragon please come? I'm waiting online. It's rather urgent. Chapter 4. The ancestral dragon recognizes. Qin legends say that dragons are inherently lustful. Meng Hong previously did not perceive this as particularly lewd. After all, what was wrong with having a preference for various species? However, in hindsight, It does seem rather akin to shooting arrows at the graveyard, just moments after birth. He is already preoccupied with finding a mother dragon. If he were to reach adulthood, would he not wreak havoc across the entire primordial realm? Wouldn't that be a tremendous blessing? If only he could entice this ancestral dragon to serve under him. He would subsequently have an endless stream of dragon offspring working for him. Ah, how delightful indeed. Father, what is that noise over there? Meng Hong revealed a faint smile, unconsciously patting Pangu's head twice. Good child, that is our first laborer. Laborer? What is that? Pangu did not comprehend the term. A laborer is not an object. They are our invaluable treasure, Meng Hong asserted with righteous fervor, before taking Pangu's small hand and soaring towards the direction of longing. The passage of time in this chaotic wilderness was utterly elusive, and he dared not tarry, focusing solely on their journey. The universe was vast, yet beneath their feet, it felt diminutive. In merely a few breaths, the duo arrived above an infinite expanse of ocean. The sound of longing emanated from this very place. Yet the figure of the ancestral dragon eluded their sight. Just as Meng Hong pondered this mystery, another dragon's roar resonated below. Hey, those peculiar-looking fellows above. What are you up to? Ancestral dragon? He lowered his gaze and searched meticulously once more, but still failed to spot the dragon cub. Where are you? Don't you know to come out and pay respects to your ancestor? Who is your ancestor? The voice of the ancestral dragon resounded again. I was born of heaven and nurtured by the earth. How could I have an ancestor? Do you think you are the primordial Pangu? Even if you are Pangu, I could still sweat you down with my tail. Father, I found it. Pangu interjected from the side. Where? Meng Hong declared as he rolled up his sleeves. Dare to look down upon us? Today, I shall prepare a renowned dish of Chinese cuisine for you. Vinegar-soaked dragon tendon. Right below. I shall fetch it from my father. With a gesture, Pangu pointed, and instantaneously, a towering stone pillar erupted from the sea, presenting a dark, unappetizing creature before the two. Meng Hong focused intently, momentarily taken aback. Could this grotesque entity truly be the ancestral dragon? There lay a black loach atop the stone pillar, writhing incessantly, and as it opened its mouth, it unleashed a torrent of complaints. Who on earth are you two? Could you not employ a modicum of intelligence? Do you not realize that I am still growing? How can I develop away from the water? In this realm, there existed but one elongated living being, apart from the ancestral dragon. He could think of no other identity for this loach. I am Pangu, he stated forthrightly, revealing his identity. I have heard that you wish to bring about my demise. You are Pangu? The loach retorted, then propping itself upright. It laughed at Pangu. Huh. If you are Pangu, then I must be Pangu's father. Have you seen the sun hanging above? That is Pangu's eyeball. If you truly are Pangu, then go ahead and try to take it down. Pangu, being an earnest soul with a slight inclination towards masochism, had little flaw aside from that. Upon hearing the ancestral dragon's words, he raised his hands, clasping them together in the air, and effortlessly plucked the sun from the heavens. The once colossal sun, in his fingers, resembled a mere glass bead, which he directly presented before the ancestral dragon. Behold, the sun you desired. The ancestral dragon stood in utter astonishment, gazing blankly ahead, rendered speechless. The temperature, the luster, what else could it be but the sun? Could it be that this individual before him was indeed Pangu? Wasn't he supposed to be deceased? How could he still be so lively, limbs intact? Have you finished observing? Once done, I shall cast it back up, Pangu retorted, then raised his hand and tossed the sun back into the sky. So, do you now believe I am Pangu? The mudfish immediately dove downward, exclaiming, I apologize. I was in the wrong, I confess. Great Pangu, what business do you have with me? Huh, Meng Hong scoffed from his side. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Why the sudden submission? Hearing Meng Hong's words, the mudfish lifted its head again. My acknowledgement of wrongdoing to the great Pangu has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are? Pangu turned to Meng Hong and said, Father, I crave stir-fried dragon tendons. The mudfish gasped in shock. Oh dear grandfather, the child is still young. The dragon tendons are insufficient for both of you. Would you not wait until the child matures? Meng Hong would never truly extract the essence of the ancestral dragon for mere amusement. He must ensure its vigorous growth in order to fulfill the system's tasks. Just as the thought of the system crossed his mind, a notification echoed in his ears. Ding! The ancestral dragon has been detected, triggering the task. No regrets in dragon's life. Task description. The world's first dragon has been born. To earn its genuine loyalty and service. Mere force will not suffice. You must have it sincerely assist you in a matter, then fulfill its wish, treating that wish as its reward. Task reward. Laborer Clan Contract 1 can sign a work agreement with a race. Clearing his throat after grasping the task. Meng Hong gazed down upon the ancestral dragon from a position of authority. Preserving your essence is quite simple, indeed. Grandfather, you say? The dragon exclaimed. Who are you calling grandfather? Pangu, in a fit of anger, seized the dragon's form. I have no offspring as elongated as you. Father, what do you mean by that? Despite being grasped, the ancestral dragon remained obstinate. Though I may not resemble you, nor share your bloodline, it does not diminish the fact that I am your true progeny. Enough, little Pangu, release him for now. Meng Hong interjected, and Pangu complied without hesitation. Thank you, grandfather. The ancestral dragon obediently bounded before Meng Hong. Please, grandfather, continue. I gather from your earlier words that you desire a female dragon? Meng Hong. The ancestral dragon's face lit up with joy, its eyes widening in anticipation. Yes, indeed. Grandfather, do you possess a solution? You were born of the essence of heaven and earth, and the 5 elements are determined by the celestial sphere. Do you believe I have a way? Meng Hong retorted, then shifted the conversation. Thus, the matter concerning Mother Dragon is quite simple. However, what must be done first? The ancestor dragon straightened up. Grandfather, at your command, I would even extract my own dragon tendons. There is no need for such extremes. It is merely a simple task. Meng Hong gazed into the ancestor dragon's eyes and slowly articulated. I require you to defy the heavens within the bounds of survival. Ding! Ancestor, what are you implying? Meng Hong scoffed, silently questioning the system. You frightened me once. Are you not permitting me to intimidate the heavenly path in return? Chapter 5. The sudden appearance of the Yuan Phoenix. Please, my lord, this course of action does not bode well for you. What adverse effects could arise? Meng Hong countered. As I previously stated, let him defy the heavens without the risk of obliteration. The premise is survival. Every action of the beings in this realm is governed by the heavenly path, as long as they do not cross the threshold. Their defiance can be seen as compliance with divine will. You cannot extinguish their existence. Wail, wail, wail. Do not whimper. Such lamentations are futile. Meng Hong shot back at the system, then gritted his teeth and proclaimed, I have traversed realms with great difficulty. Now that I have, no one shall hinder my enjoyment. Not even the heavenly path. The system fell silent, seemingly apprehensive of provoking Meng Hong's ire. In truth, if it wished for me to refrain from causing disruption, it merely needed to have the heavenly Tao kneel before me and admit its errors. Meng Hong casually remarked before turning to Ancestor Dragon. Azu, do you concur with my recent proposal? It is but a simple matter. Little did he anticipate that this offhand condition would be etched into the system's memory. In the days to come, not only the heavenly Tao, but all beings beneath the heavens would bow their heads before him. Define the heavens? Ancestor Dragon tilted his head and inquired, Grandfather, what is this heaven? It appeared that the beings of the primordial world had yet to grasp the concept of heaven. How fortuitous for me to exploit this. Meng Hong displayed a benevolent smile. You are aware of the creation of heaven and earth, yes? Indeed, came the reply. That which is to be split is heaven. Now, would you say is defiance or not? Ancestor Dragon straightened his tilted head and declared emphatically, Defiance. That thing is clearly no good. If grandfather bids me to defy, then I shall. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, master, on acquiring your second subordinate and unlocking the management interface. Meng Hong felt a sudden illumination as a translucent purple interface materialized before him. Laborer, Pangu, Zulong working hours, undetermined salary. Pangu, head pat, already dispersed. Zulong, a female dragon, pending, job responsibilities. Pangu, creating the universe, completed. Zulong, defying the heavens, Incomplete. Very well. Meng Hong responded, then turned to Pangu beside him. Little Pangu. Quickly arrange a female dragon for Azu. Yes, father. Pangu casually gestured in the seawater, and a new life emerged forthwith. Zulong, overjoyed, could hardly contain himself, yearning to leap upon Meng Hong's face and express his gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. After this, he prepared to dive into the sea, eager to find a soul mate with whom to share tender moments. Wait a moment. Meng Hong called out to him. They still needed to formalize the clan work agreement. How could he leave like this? However, although the work agreement had been established and the salary issued in advance, the system's notification sound had yet to resonate. It seemed there was an issue with the system. He understood that this fellow was displeased, who would willingly watch as their investment of time, effort, and resources supported laborers, only to aid others in undermining themselves? Ahem, where's the work agreement? Do you expect me to ask you for it personally? As soon as Meng Hong uttered these words, the system promptly provided him with a notification. Acquired clan work agreement. One no sooner had the notification finished than a light golden scroll materialized in his hand. Meng Hong smiled broadly, gazing at Zulong before him. Azu, do you wish to secure a steadfast future for your lineage? A steadfast future? The ancestor dragon tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean, grandfather? Sign it. Meng Hong slammed the scroll onto the stone pillar. As long as you affix your signature to this scroll, henceforth all dragons shall become my laborers. I promise. Once you sign this scroll, every dragon will enjoy a lifespan of 10,000 years, born as celestial beings, commanding all scales and armor across the realm. This shall be your remuneration. Do you consent? The ancestor dragon, filled with excitement, raised his neck. I am willing. Clang! At that moment, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed from the west. The three, 2 men and 1 dragon, instinctively turned toward the sound, only to see a flash of crimson flames racing toward them. A phoenix, the first phoenix of heaven and earth, the primordial phoenix standing alongside the ancestor dragon. Meng Hong recognized its identity, but could not help but furrow his brows. Why had this ancestor dragon remained so inept while this primordial phoenix had grown to such heights? Could she be the ancient being spoken of by the system, one who had awakened her past memories? The primordial phoenix surged forth, flapping her wings, and hovered above the stone pillar. Ancestor dragon, you cannot agree to his proposal. Who are you? The ancestor dragon retorted, lifting his head. Do not presume that just because you have sprouted wings, you are remarkable. You are merely a great, fiery moth. What gives you the right to interfere with my decision? The primordial phoenix rolled her eyes, as if accustomed to the foul tongue of this inept dragon. I'm doing this for your own good. Should you sign this contract, all your descendants will perish as a consequence of your decision. Upon hearing this, Meng Hong became increasingly certain of Yuan Feng's identity. Ding! An entity disrupting the operation of the heavenly path has been detected. Target: Yuan Feng, cultivation level, 9 heavens profound immortal. Task initiated: subdue Yuan Feng. Comply with the operation of the heavenly path. Task reward: 1 lottery chance. Failure penalty: random disappearance of 1 worker. A series of notifications echoed in Meng Hong's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. If not for the final penalty, he would have allowed Yuan Feng to continue unabated. No, it cannot be allowed. Even without the penalty, Yuan Feng must be stopped to let the calamity of the dragon and phoenix unfold. Otherwise, when the heavens and earth collapse, it will not only be his own demise. Yet, a Yuan Feng awakened with memories would likely not yield merely to force. Suddenly, an extraordinary idea illuminated Meng Hong's mind. After all, he was the boss. If he could persuade Yuan Feng to work for him, and then provide her with the very thing she desires most, it would be a success. As for what Yuan Feng yearned for, Meng Hong had a vague notion. Was it not to prevent the calamity of the dragon and phoenix? Thus, he could use this as bait, first luring her under his command. Consequently, Meng Hong stepped between the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng, smiling gently at Yuan. Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Feng interjected. Who are you? Logically, there should not be any humans in this era. Where did you two emerge from? Leave us be. I have but one question for you. Meng Hong declared with a confident smile. Do you wish to cleverly evade the calamity of the dragon and phoenix? At the mention of the calamity, Yuan Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. You two have traversed back in time? Meng Hong chuckled, adjusting his robe. I am Meng Hong, the consort of the chaotic azure lotus, the progenitor of Pangu, a witness to the creation of the universe, and the grandfather of the ancestral dragon. A man on a mission to conclude the celestial path. Stop! Yuan Feng was not easily deceived like the ancestral dragon. He furrowed his brow at Meng Hong. What exactly are you trying to convey? Defying fate is my specialty, Meng Hong proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, locking eyes with Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng, submit to me, and I shall lead you to defy the heavens and ascend. Preposterous. Yuan Feng flapped his wings indignantly. If I wish to soar. Do I need your assistance? Meng Hong retorted. That is not the soar I meant. Chapter 6. Be my hound. Regardless of your flying, Yuan Feng muttered, extending his claws to grasp the ancestral dragon, intending to depart. However, to the already sanctified Pangu and Meng Hong, his movements resembled a Parkinson's patient struggling to play mahjong, trembling with every advance. Before Yuanfeng's claws could reach the ancestral dragon, Meng Hong swiftly grasped the base of his wings, lifting him effortlessly. Little Pangu, since we didn't get to savor the vinegar-simmered dragon tendons, how about I prepare some cola phoenix wings for you? That sounds great, father. However, Pangu tilted his head, his large eyes filled with innocent curiosity. What is cola? This detail was inconsequential. Meng Hong glanced down at Yuan Feng, his eyes narrowing slightly. As long as this fellow cannot take flight, that will suffice. Saint. It was only then that Yuan Feng recognized Meng Hong's status, his crimson feathers shedding like autumn leaves. This was sheer terror. Indeed, a saint, particularly one who substantiates his doctrine through strength. Disdainfully, Meng Hong tossed Yuan Feng to Pangu. Besides, both of us are saints. Why not engage that peanut-sized brain of yours and ponder who else might be a saint in this era? Pangu caught Yuan Feng in one hand, his fingers incessantly probing the phoenix's wings, seemingly contemplating how to prepare cola chicken wings. As for Yuan Feng, he was rendered speechless. Even the ancestral dragon, known for his simplicity, understood that in this world, only Pangu had attained sainthood. How could Yuan Feng be oblivious to this? Was he destined to be transformed into cola phoenix wings so soon after his reincarnation? No. Even if he had to endure humiliation, he must first safeguard his own life. Before Yuan Feng could utter a plea for mercy, Meng Hong had already approached the ancestor dragon. A mere Yuan Feng held no significance in his eyes. What mattered now was to finalize the clan contract. Ah, ancestor, Meng Hong said, offering a benevolent smile. He intended to pat the dragon's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement, but his hand halted midway. The ancestor dragon resembled a slippery eel. Not only was there no shoulder to touch, but it lacked even a single horn. Thus, Meng Hong resorted to gently stroking the dragon's back instead. Pay no heed to the babblings of this lowly creature. Follow your heart, for there is a female dragon awaiting you below. The sooner you make a decision, the sooner you may descend and revel. I understand, grandfather. Very well, I shall ask you once more. Following the instructions, Meng Hong placed the clan work agreement before the ancestor dragon. Do you consent to have your dragon offspring serve me for eternity? I do. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire clan work agreement transformed into a flurry of golden light, merging with the bodies of both the ancestor dragon and Meng Hong. Ding! Clan work agreement successfully executed. The labor group interface has been activated. Labor group, Dragon Clan signatory, Ancestor Dragon current laborers, 2 working hours, not set wage standards, not set upon seeing the system notification. A satisfied smile finally graced Meng Hong's face. The first labor group had been secured. Now the focus shifts to how to deal with the Yuan Feng. Meng Hong turned his gaze towards the Yuan Feng in Pangu's hands. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the voice of the ancestral dragon resounding from behind. Grandfather, what is that thing up there? What thing? Meng Hong retorted, lifting his eyes to the sky. There, amidst the clear azure expanse, coiled a thunder dragon. Its immense body stretched for thousands of feet, swirling between heaven and earth, as if in search of something. The primordial thunder dragon catastrophe, Yuan Feng exclaimed, appearing to recognize this ominous phenomenon. It's over. This thing has traversed through time as well. This is a calamity that even saints cannot withstand. If it comes seeking me, I shall be doomed. The primordial thunder dragon catastrophe? Meng Hong echoed, sensing an unsettling discord. Is this calamity under the control of the heavenly Tao? Of course. Yuan Feng promptly replied, then earnestly implored Meng Hong, Great One, regardless of who you are, if you can shield me from this catastrophe, I, Yuan Feng, am willing to be your humble servant. Spare me. Meng Hong quickly countered, if you serve me, must I then provide you with fodder? If you wish to serve, be my loyal hound. When I command you to go east, you shall not venture west. Woof, woof, woof. Yuan Feng, without any sense of restraint, let out 3 barks. Utterly unaware that if the first dog of the heavens were to hear this, it might sue him for trademark infringement. Meng Hong smiled with satisfaction. Yet he did not believe that this thunder tribulation was meant for Yuan Feng. Despite Yuan Feng's return from another realm, the heavenly Tao still required him to fulfill the dragon and phoenix calamity. It could not simply erase him from existence. The only conceivable possibility was that it sought the ancestral dragon, though the ancestral dragon must also face the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. He was no longer the sole dragon in existence. Beneath the seas, there resided another dragon, a female one, recently enlightened by Pangu. Should the heavenly Tao wish to nurture her, she too could ascend to become the ancestral dragon. Thus, this rebellious dragon could be discarded without a second thought. However, since they were all gathered, it mattered little whom the thunder tribulation was targeting. What was crucial was to withstand it and subsequently tame Yuan Feng. Upon coming to this realization, Meng Hong turned to Pangu. Little Pangu, dissipate that thunder tribulation above. I assure you it will be quite exhilarating. For Pangu, encountering a thunder tribulation was hardly a test. It felt more like a vacation. Who, aside from a masochist, could truly appreciate the thrill of electric shocks? Goodness. Pangu understood that Meng Hong would not deceive him. Casually tossing Yuan Feng aside, he soared into the sky, preparing to confront the impending tribulation head-on. As for Meng Hong, he grasped the ancestral dragon, pointing at the thunder dragon above. Do you see the dragon up there? Transform into something like that. Just look at your current appearance. It's utterly hideous. The ancestral dragon, bewildered, responded, But grandfather, I cannot transform. How is that even possible? Meng Hong turned to Yuan Feng and inquired, Yuan Feng, when you encountered him in your previous life, was he merely an eel? Wong, wong, wong. Yuan Feng shook her head, but the sound that escaped her lips resembled that of a barking dog. What nonsense! Wong. Meng Hong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Speak properly. Stop barking like a dog. Yes, master. Yuan Feng adopted an exceedingly submissive demeanor, conceding to the role of a dog. In my past life, the ancestral dragon was not an eel. It bore a resemblance to the chaos thunder dragon that descends from the sky. To be precise, the heavenly Tao fashioned the chaos thunder dragon based on the appearance of the ancestral dragon. Before Meng Hong could complete his thought, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! A glitch has been detected. Please assist in rectifying it. Glitch name, ancestral dragon appearance. Repair reward, Heavenly Tao Authority 1. Heavenly Tao Authority? A smirk played upon Meng Hong's lips as he gazed upward at Pangu in the sky. Little Pangu, do not scatter the thunder dragon. Capture it as a template. Let us craft a form for our ancestor. Of course, father, Pangu replied, then descended swiftly, hands gripping the dragon's horns. As he dove towards the trio, a man, a dragon, and a phoenix. Chapter 7. Pangu is injured. No, this cannot be. Yuan Feng exclaimed in alarm. If the thunder calamity descends, I will be finished. Master, you only seek a template. I can transform. I can change. You should have mentioned that sooner. Meng Hong grumbled once more, raising his gaze toward the heavens. Little Pangu, disperse that thing. We have no need for it. Oh, Pangu responded in the sky, raising his hand and delivering a punch directly to the head of the thunder dragon. In an instant, the thunder dragon dissipated, transforming into a cascade of lightning that surged towards Pangu. With a thud, The lightning surged into his being, and Pangu, who had just attained sanctity, coughed up a mouthful of blood, swaying as he began to plummet. "Little Pangu," Meng Hong exclaimed in alarm. He could not afford to tend to the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix at this moment. He immediately soared into the air, cradling Pangu in his embrace. "Little Pangu, are you all right?" Pangu's complexion was ashen, his eyes tightly shut, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "What is good about this?" Meng Hong is anxiety escalated. The child could barely articulate his words. What if he were to perish? He had no means for a second resurrection. While Meng Hong fretted at the side, Pangu, however, wore a blissful grin. So exhilarating. Meng Hong, taken aback, thought to himself, I was mistaken from the very beginning. Pangu had demonstrated the power of his path to sanctity through his physical form. How could such a mere lightning tribulation possibly harm him? He had intentionally lowered his defenses, allowing the tribulation to strike him directly, thus indulging in an infinite ecstasy. While he reveled in this, it left Meng Hong thoroughly alarmed. Upon hearing the words so exhilarating, Meng Hong swiftly retrieved a green lotus leaf from his pocket and, without hesitation, struck Pangu's rear end. Smack! "You unfortunate child. Do you not realize how this worries me?" No. Pangu let out a cry, causing Meng Hong to momentarily believe he had struck too hard, his hand hesitating slightly. After all, both of them had achieved the pinnacle of physical sanctity, and it was uncertain who truly held the upper hand. Just as Meng Hong prepared to shift from a lesson of force to one of words, Pangu continued, "Do not stop." Meng Hong rolled his eyes, a surge of resentment welling in his throat, nearly choking him. Was this impetuous child, with his masochistic tendencies, truly invincible? To thwart Pangu's antics, he tucked the lotus leaf into his pocket and, grasping the nape of Pangu's neck, declared, "I have serious matters to attend to this time, so I shall spare you. But beware, should you transgress again, I might." Meng Hong instinctively wanted to say beat you, but quickly corrected himself, saying, "Beware that I may refrain from striking you for a millennium. Let us see who else would dare to lay a hand upon you." He jested, for to breach the defenses of one who has attained physical sanctity would require at least an equal in sanctity. Yet, throughout the vastness of the primordial chaos, only the two of them had achieved such a state. As for Hongjun and others, they were merely those who had severed their 3 corpses and attained merit. To penetrate Pangu's defenses would necessitate the use of a primordial treasure. Upon hearing this, Pangu felt the pinch of his vulnerability and lowered his head in contrition. "Father, I was wrong." Recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them makes one a good child, Meng Hong replied, casually drawing out the lotus leaf and giving Pangu another swat. "Come, let us descend." The once calm Yuan Feng was now utterly stunned. He understood the existence of Pangu, yet remained oblivious to the identity of Meng Hong. Witnessing Meng Hong wielding the lotus leaf of the Chaos Green Lotus to strike Pangu, his worldview shattered into disarray. Why is it that, despite everyone being reincarnated and cultivating anew, you possess such audacity? Yuan Feng couldn't help but ponder the origins of Meng Hong. Among the most renowned in the primordial chaos were Hongjun and Luohou. As the Dao ancestor, Hongjun would never dare show such disrespect to Pangu, nor could he defy the heavens. Thus, the only plausible identity for Meng Hong would be the demon ancestor, Luohou. With this thought, Yuanfeng's murderous intent began to rise. It was the demon ancestor who instigated the rift between the Feng and Long clans, leading to the calamity of the Dragon Feng War. Now, having reincarnated and become Pangu's own father, what fate awaits the Dragon and Feng clans? At that moment, Meng Hong and Pangu had returned to their previous location. Noticing Yuan Feng lost in thought, Meng Hong playfully patted him on the shoulder. "What are you pondering?" "Master," Yuan Feng was startled, the murderous aura he had just gathered dissipating instantly. His voice becoming exceedingly gentle. "I was just contemplating, is your true identity Luohou?" He finally mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. If this man were indeed the reincarnation of Luohou, he would, like the ancestral dragon, immediately vow to defy the heavens. "Luohou," Meng Hong retorted with a scoff. A cold smile gracing his lips, he asked nothing but a mere plaything. "I could send him flying with a single kick." "How fortunate that is! How fortunate indeed. Yuan Feng let out a sigh of relief. By the way, Xiao Yuan, Meng Hong's eyes narrowed. You are subservient to me, are you not? Since Yuan Feng swore allegiance, he had not received a single notification from a system. If it were not a malfunction, it must mean that Yuan Feng had not truly pledged his loyalty. Feeling the weight of the sage's pressure descend upon him, Yuan Feng hesitated for a moment. Yes, indeed. Is that so? Meng Hong, a thought suddenly emerging in his mind. If that is the case, then you shall take another oath, an oath of heaven and earth, one sealed with your essence blood. Very well. Yuan Feng realized his deception had been uncovered, but since Meng Hong was not Luo Hu, swearing an oath would pose no harm. A drop of Yuan Feng's essence blood was squeezed from his crown, causing the surrounding temperature to surge nearly 10,000 degrees. Yet, such a temperature was trivial to them. Yuan Feng presented his essence blood before Meng Hong. I, Yuan Feng, swear by my life as essence blood. In this life and the next, I shall remain loyal solely to the being before me. This oath is witnessed by heaven and earth. Should I breach it, may heaven punish me and the earth obliterate me. Meng Hong reached out, and the essence blood seamlessly merged into his being. An inexplicable connection tethered the two. As if with a mere thought, Yuan Feng could be reduced to ashes, no matter his location. Ding! Just as Yuan Feng's essence blood integrated within him, Meng Hong received a notification from the system. Congratulations, Master, for completing the task of subduing Yuan Feng. Rewards are being processed. Please hold on. There was no rush to claim the reward. The priority was to transform this slippery eel into a dragon. Meng Hong revealed a smile and turned to Yuan Feng, saying, Since you have submitted to me, you are now my worker. As your employer, I hereby assign you your first task. Your commands, my lord. Yuan Feng bowed her head, affirming, I shall not shirk my duties. Beautify the ancestral dragon. No sooner had Meng Hong spoken than the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Task assigned. Beautify the ancestral dragon. Reward. 2 Hongjun Li. Worker. Yuan Feng. Hongjun Li. The legendary primordial first spiritual root, blooming once every 30,000 years, yielding fruit every 30,000 years, and maturing every 30,000 years, each harvest producing 30 fruits, each of which could augment one's magical prowess by 1 unit. Such treasures. Meng Hong gazed at Yuan Feng, who was transforming before him, contemplating a matter. Surely, having a servant work for him meant he need not pay wages, right? Hence, those 2 Hongjun Li would be graciously accepted. Wait, hold on. Why only 2? This system is rather thoughtless. Chapter 8. The wandering clouds of the multiverse. Meng Hong's mind stirred as he inwardly questioned the system. System, are you lacking in understanding? Upon uttering these words, the system remained silent. Given its previous demeanor, it ought to be groveling before him, certainly not ignoring him. System? Meng Hong reiterated, and this time, the system responded. Ding! A lottery opportunity has been credited. Would you like to activate the lottery wheel? Meng Hong frowned. Something was amiss. The system must be malfunctioning. Indeed, it was just the recent thunder calamity. Earlier, Yuan Feng mentioned that this Hunyuan Thunder Dragon calamity is under the control of the Heavenly Tao. Since the Thunder Dragon calamity was disrupted by Pangu, it stands to reason that the Heavenly Tao should be somewhat affected. Could this impact manifest in the system? It is quite plausible. Master, at this moment, Yuan Feng had transformed into the form of a Thunder Dragon, coiling majestically in the sky with a towering physique. This should suffice. What do you think? Perfect. Meng Hong, disinterested in trivial matters, responded casually and turned to Pangu. Little Pan, devise a method to help our ancestor transform into Yuan Feng's current appearance. I shall enter seclusion for a brief period. Of course, father, rest assured. Ding! Task assigned. Assist the ancestor dragon in beautification. Reward. 1 Hongjun Li. Worker. Pangu. Meng Hong's eyes brightened, suddenly discovering a new method for exploiting opportunities. He immediately turned to the ancestor dragon. Ancestor, you must learn diligently. This counts as a job. Yes, grandfather. Ding! Task assigned. Beautify oneself. Reward. Generate 9 excellent sperm. Worker. Ancestor Dragon. Meng Hong. Meng Hong's eyes widened in astonishment at the prompt that appeared before him. Perhaps I now understand why the 9 sons of the dragon each possess different traits. It appears that this reward cannot be retained for oneself. It is better to return it to the worker. Alas, what a truly considerate grandfather, even thinking of his great-grandson. In a word, splendid. Meng Hong arranged his work and then sat cross-legged to one side, indifferent to the antics of Yuan Feng and Pangu as they tormented the ancestor dragon. He focused instead on opening the lottery wheel, without the aid of a system to cheat. He was curious whether he should draw now or wait until the system was restored. Upon opening the lottery wheel, the familiar sight materialized before him. Once again, there were 12 rewards. The highest probability prize had shifted from homing purple to random innate spiritual treasure 1, while the lowest probability shifted from revival to mount. Primordial Qilin. The Primordial Qilin, a creature that could rival the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng in the world. Why would it appear on the lottery wheel? Meng Hong gazed at the lottery wheel, lost in thought. Given his luck in his previous life, a draw now would likely yield the random innate spiritual treasure 1. If he waited for the system to restore, it was uncertain how long that would take. He distinctly remembered that one of his tasks was to ensure the proper birth of the ancestor dragon, Yuan Feng, and the primordial Qilin. If the calamity of dragons and phoenixes had already occurred and the primordial Qilin had yet to be born, it would contradict the progression of history. At that point, everything would have to restart. He was uncertain if he would still exist. Meng Hong dared not gamble, yet he felt at a loss. He reluctantly opened his eyes to look at Yuan Feng, the other traveler besides himself. Little Yuan, may I ask you something? Master, please go ahead. Meng Hong got straight to the point. Do you know how the primordial Qilin is born? As the Qilin pondered, it instinctively flicked its dragon tail. It is indeed the second auspicious being between heaven and earth, second only to the auspicious clouds of Hongjun. I have only heard that it was born in the most auspicious place within the cosmos, amidst those celestial clouds. Alas, had it taken the auspicious clouds with it at the time of its birth, the outcome of the dragon and phoenix calamity might have been rewritten. The auspicious clouds, in essence, represent a fragment of Pangu's primordial spirit unleashed during the creation of the universe. Those who wield it can dispel malevolence and avert disaster. It is not an exaggeration to call it the foremost auspicious being. Legends tell of countless powerful beings pursuing the celestial clouds, which ultimately fell into the hands of Hongjun. It was precisely because of these auspicious clouds that Hongjun acquired the Chaos Jade Butterfly, becoming the first sage of the heavenly Tao. Yet now, as the celestial clouds have yet to manifest, how am I to seek the primal Qilin? Wait. Meng Hong turned to gaze at Pangu, who was subduing the ancestor dragon, and suddenly recalled something. The celestial clouds are, in essence, merely a breath of Pangu. The living embodiment of Pangu is right beside me. Why am I searching aimlessly? Thus, he hurriedly waved at Pangu. Little Pangu, hold on a moment. Please come over here. I'm coming. Pangu released the ancestor dragon and approached Meng Hong with measured steps. Father, what do you need from me? Do you still possess the primordial spirit? Of course. Everything I expel is nothing but the primordial spirit, is it not? As Pangu uttered 4 words, Yuanfeng's eyes widened in astonishment, expelling all the air from his abdomen and inhaling the surrounding atmosphere into his belly. He nearly burst his own eyeballs. Pangu continued, however, the magnificent righteous energy, once it departs from my body for even a moment, transforms into mere ordinary air. With a puff, upon hearing this, Yuan Feng expelled a breath, nearly suffocating himself. Serves him right. Meng Hong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, you truly entered bare, treating yourself as an outsider. Yuan Feng, you must remember one thing. What I give you is yours. And what I do not give you. Meng Hong placed a foot on Yuanfeng's dragon head. Do not even think about it. Master, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Yuan Feng lowered his head in compliance. Next time? Do you dare to envision a next time? Meng Hong scolded with hands on his hips. This time, I merely deducted your salary. Next time, I shall turn you into fried chicken. Salary? Yuan Feng tilted his head, his attention diverted from the prospect of fried chicken. And master, I still have a salary? Meng Hong had no intention of compensating Yuan Feng, so he casually produced a leaf of chaotic blue lotus. Do you see this? Originally, I intended to give you one, but now slap. It vanished. That chaotic blue lotus leaf is a primordial treasure. Yuanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had missed. As Meng Hong bantered with Yuan Feng, a brilliant scheme began to form in his mind. Since the first auspicious sign equals the celebration clouds of the heavens, the righteous aura, and the breath of Pangu, then as long as I keep Pangu by my side, exhaling continuously, it would be akin to carrying the celebration clouds of the heavens with me. At that point, even without the system's assistance in cheating during the lottery, wouldn't the primordial Qilin be effortlessly within reach? Chapter 9. The primordial Qilin within grasp. Meng Hong resolved to take action, opening the lottery wheel and positioning himself beside Pangu. His hands cupped before him. Little Pangu, could you please work a bit and exhale a few breaths into my hands? I shall reward you for your efforts. Certainly, father. Pangu replied, and began to exhale into Meng Hong's hands. Ding. Task issued. Generate temporary righteous aura. Reward. Random innate spiritual treasure X1. Worker. Pangu. Meng Hong merely glanced at the system's prompt, and with a thought, he summoned the lottery wheel. Shall we proceed with the lottery? Yes. Without hesitation, Meng Hong thought to himself, if he could not alter his unfortunate fate even when enveloped in righteous aura, then perhaps he ought to forego the primordial Qilin. Ding! Congratulations. Master, you have obtained the primordial Qilin with a winning probability of 0.0001. Would you like to claim your reward now? Absolutely. I am indeed the chosen one. No. Meng Hong did not wish for Yuan Feng to perceive any anomalies. Thus he refrained from summoning the primordial Qilin immediately. He turned his satisfied gaze towards Pangu. Little Pangu, that will suffice. Very well, father. Pangu responded obediently, waiting silently for his wages, as the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Task completed. You have randomly obtained a primordial treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. Huh. Meng Hong was momentarily taken aback. How could the Qian Kuan Ding be here? Previously, when Pangu separated heaven and earth, the heavenly axe split into 4, one of which was this Qian Kuan Ding. Logically, this artifact should have fallen to the Hongjun continent alongside its 3 brethren. Initially, Meng Hong had planned to conclude this matter and embark on a treasure hunt throughout the vast expanse of Hongjun, but unexpectedly, the Qian Kuan Ding had been delivered right into his hands. Father? Pangu, noticing that the long-awaited hand had yet to descend, couldn't help but inquire, what about my wages? Oh, nearly forgot. Meng Hong, of course, did not retrieve the Qian Kuan Ding from the system. Instead, he lightly patted Pangu's head twice, treating it as a form of payment. As for the Qian Kuan Ding, such a perilous object was far too dangerous for a child to handle. Naturally, it was meant to be safeguarded by an adult. With his wages received, Pangu beamed with delight, and then turned to assist the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix with their tasks. As for how he assisted, Meng Hong was not inclined to concern himself with that, for he had stumbled upon something even more alarming. While distributing wages to Pangu, he glanced down at the ocean below. This glance was enough to startle him. In the ocean, primordial beings were already beginning to emerge. Meng Hong understood, and thus the system became aware as well. Ding! A vulnerability has been detected. Please assist in its rectification. Vulnerability name, excessive primal beings. Vulnerability description. Due to the clash between Pangu and the heavenly tribulation, countless primal beings were birthed from the spillage of blood. These beings obstruct the natural order of the heavenly Tao. Please assist in their eradication. Repair reward. Authority of the heavenly Tao. 2. So that is it. With the system's prompt, Meng Hong comprehended the reason for the overwhelming emergence of these primal beings. In the vast expanse of Hongjun, only Meng Hong and Pangu were considered chaotic beings, while the likes of the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix were classified as primal beings. Those born after the merging of Hongjun with the heavenly Tao were termed as postnatal beings. Originally, the number of primal beings was exceedingly rare, but the influence of Pangu's blood significantly augmented their quantity. Should these pseudo-primal beings seize the fortunes of the true primal beings, chaos would surely ensue throughout Hongyuan. It is no wonder the system would directly grant 2 units of heavenly Dao authority. Ding! Tasks concerning Pangu, the ancestral dragon, and the primordial phoenix have been completed. Rewards are being distributed. The vulnerability ancestral dragon's appearance has been rectified. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring 1 unit of heavenly Dao authority. As the task notification echoed, Meng Hong regained his focus and lifted his gaze. At that moment, the primordial phoenix had reverted to her original form, while the ancestral dragon had transformed into a true dragon. Father, Pangu interrupted Meng Hong's thoughts. Our task is complete. Indeed, well done. Meng Hong raised his hand and gently patted Pangu's head twice, then turned to the ancestral dragon and inquired, "How does this new body feel?" The ancestral dragon grinned widely, replying, "It feels utterly natural. It seems I was destined to take this form." This was indeed a candid truth. Had he not assumed such a shape, one might question whether the female dragon crafted by Pangu had been unfaithful. As long as you feel accustomed, that's what matters, Meng Hong remarked casually. Yet his mind was preoccupied with a plethora of newly emerged primordial beings. Just moments ago, Pangu had expelled a mouthful of blood, giving rise to an indeterminate number of primordial entities in various locations, rendering them exceedingly difficult to discern. After all, they were all primordial beings starting from the same origin, with comparable cultivation levels. Who could possibly ascertain the lineage of each? Meng Hong pondered, furrowing his brow. Surely, it could not be the responsibility of a leader to hunt down these primordial beings. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Hongjun 3, Excellent Essence 9 have been received. Please check. Hongjun. Consuming just 1 would enhance 1's magical prowess by a unit, while it bore no benefit for himself or Pangu. It would serve as a tremendous boon for the yet-to-be enlightened ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng. With that thought, Meng Hong promptly extracted a piece of Hongjun. Before he could utter a word, Yuan Feng exclaimed in astonishment, Hongjun, how did you come by this? You truly are meddling like a hen hatching ducklings. Meng Hong harbored little affection for the fellow who willingly cast aside his dignity, viewing him merely as a laborer. As for the Hongjun, it was only natural to first cater to his own kin. The matter of Yuan Feng could be addressed later. Zhu, Meng Hong called out to Zulong. Would you care to assist your grandfather once more? Speak, Grandpa, and I shall not hesitate. Good, consume this. Meng Hong hurled the Hongjun directly towards Zulong, who, under the envious gaze of Yuan Feng, swallowed it whole. Instantly, Zulong's aura surged dramatically, ascending from the profound immortal realm to the golden immortal realm, transcending the 9 heavens' profound immortal stage. He was but a step away from attaining the great Luo golden immortal Dao. Sensing his elevation in status, Zulong realized he had struck a fortuitous deal and promptly bowed in gratitude to Meng Hong. Thank you, Grandpa. Yuan Feng watched with eyes full of envy. Having reincarnated to cultivate anew, he was already progressing more swiftly than Zulong. Had he consumed the Hongjun, he might have directly achieved the great Luo golden immortal Dao. Alas, not only would he be willing to bark like a dog, but he would also gladly bow and call Zulong grandfather if given the opportunity. Yuan Feng, Meng Hong called out to the dogged one, then produced another Hongjun. Do you desire this? What is it, Grandpa? Yuan Feng, unable to contain his eagerness, blurted out his thoughts. Meng Hong frowned in distaste, retracting the Hongjun. Do not speak foolishly. I have no such dog-like grandson. Yuan Feng. Just as the Hongjun was within reach, it vanished. Chapter 10. The worker's subsystem goes live. Meng Hong retrieved the Hongjun, but did not outright refuse Yuan Feng. He merely kept him in suspense. He then turned to Zulong. Zhu, you have now attained the golden immortal realm, surpassing most innate beings. Therefore, I have a more significant task for you. Upon completion, your grandfather shall reward you. Indeed, this reward has already been earmarked, the 9 exquisite essences. I shall distribute the payment in increments of 2. I truly possess the aptitude of a master. What's the task, Grandfather? Zulong raised his head, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior embarking on an irreversible journey. As long as Azu can accomplish it, I shall ensure it is done well. Whether or not I receive payment is of little consequence. My heavens, where can one find such a remarkable employee? Meng Hong nodded appreciatively. In that case, you shall first eradicate the innate beings in the sea. Remember, you may only slay those born from the blood that your father expelled. Zulong hesitated. Grandfather, how am I to discern which are the beings formed from my father's blood? Just as Meng Hong was about to respond, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Task issued. Exterminate the innate beings that disrupt the heavenly path. Reward. A strand of Hongmeng purple chi. Worker. Zulong. Detection indicates that the worker cannot independently complete the task. Shall a worker subsystem be provided? Can a subsystem be distributed? Meng Hong was momentarily taken aback, refraining from directly installing the system for the ancestor dragon. After all, the system was synonymous with invincibility and cheating. One was ample. It was not something to be distributed casually. What exactly was this subsystem? To assist the master in better managing the workers, the subsystem would remotely monitor all their activities. This encompassed, but was not limited to, clocking in and out, remotely distributing rewards, issuing tasks, facilitating group chats, and aiding in task completion. Should the master expel a worker from the group, the subsystem would self-destruct on the spot and confiscate all their wages. What a heartless contraption. Yet, I find it utterly delightful. Meng Hong wholeheartedly trusted the system, for the current iteration was merely a system devoid of that obnoxious self-awareness, incapable of deceit. Given that it promised benefits without harm, Meng Hong promptly agreed to install one for the ancestor dragon. Azu, utilize this to seek what you desire, he instructed, to maintain an air of mystery. Meng Hong deliberately smeared something on the dragon's horn, as if imparting a precious gift. Ding! A voice resonated within the ancestor dragon's mind. Worker subsystem at your service. Shoo! Before the ancestor dragon could finish, Meng Hong placed a finger to his lips. Do not disclose this to anyone. This statement was deliberately aimed at Yuan Feng, as he wished to pique her curiosity, ideally to an exasperating degree. Only then could he ensure her unwavering commitment to his cause. After all, there are far too many innate beings birthed from the blood of Pangu, and relying solely on the ancestral dragon would surely prove insufficient for extermination. Hence, it is evident that the must lend a hand. All right, Grandpa. The ancestral dragon nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, as if he were already contemplating the features of the worker subsystem. Ding! The worker subsystem has been activated, ancestral dragon. Should the work hours and team structure be established? Yes. Meng Hong responded affirmatively, then, with a twinge of benevolence, set the working hours to an exhaustive 724, famously known as the 007 work schedule. After all, innate beings do not require slumber, and Azu must be eager to assist Grandpa in completing his tasks promptly, right? A worker must embody the spirit of diligence. If you do not labor quietly, how can you astonish everyone? Keep it up, Azu. Upon the completion of your tasks, I shall ensure that all 9 of your sons are well arranged. Ah, why does that phrase seem somewhat amiss? Regardless, let us set that aside. As for the work group, Meng Hong aptly named it the 007 team. Henceforth, all members joining this group shall adhere to the 007 work schedule. Wishing to clock out? You must first contend with my sons. Meng Hong beamed with satisfaction, then gently patted the ancestral dragon's horn. Good grandson, off you go to work. Remember, do not forget to clock in. Understood, Grandpa, the ancestral dragon replied, promptly plunging into the sea, while Meng Hong was greeted by the familiar sound of the system notification. Ding! Ancestral dragon has clocked in. Total clock-ins. 1. Clock-in reward. A century of cultivation. Should the clock-in reward be dispensed? No. What further rewards are necessary for clocking in? Having received their salary, is not the act of clocking in a matter of course? As for the century of cultivation, it is naturally reserved for the purpose of disbursing salaries to others. Meng Hong observed the ancestral dragon wreaking havoc in the sea, then turned to Yuan Feng. Little Yuan, I shall grant you another opportunity. Will you seize it? I shall. Yuan Feng, envious of the peerless ancestral dragon who had achieved the golden immortal status, felt a pang of longing, with Meng Hong offering him yet another chance. Should he fail to grasp it this time, he would no longer be known as Yuan Feng, but rather Yuan Fool. Thus, Meng Hong declared, I shall indeed provide you with another chance. He gestured towards the heavens. This innate being born in the skies shall be entrusted to you. Along with this, the yellow zhongli reappeared in Meng Hong's hand, which he then tossed to Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng's eyes widened as he craned his neck forward and swallowed the yellow zhongli whole. In an instant, his aura surged tremendously, propelling him to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet he was merely at the initial stage of great Luo, still distant from the pinnacle of his previous life as cultivation. This was a decision Meng Hong had pondered for quite some time. Concerned that Yuan Feng might fall prey to other innate beings along the way, he prudently bestowed the yellow zhongli upon him. After all, it was earned by him, and he could always reclaim it later. Ding. Task issued. Eliminate the innate beings that disrupt the heavenly path. Salary reward. A wisp of primordial purple energy. Worker. Yuan Feng. Goodness. Exchanging the yellow zhongli for primordial purple energy is a tremendous profit. Master. Yuan Feng gazed at Meng Hong with tearful eyes, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Master. I shall not disappoint you. Come here for a moment. I shall bestow upon you an additional buff. Meng Hong also wished to provide him with a subsystem fit for a diligent worker. Without delving into other matters, as long as Yuan Feng diligently clocks in each day, he could still earn back the Huang Zhongli. Once the subsystem was fully activated, Yuan Feng began to soar through the skies, relentlessly hunting down those innate beings that ought not to have existed. As for Meng Hong, he pulled Pangu to the ground, preparing to find a secluded spot to summon the primordial Qilin. However, as soon as they landed, he beheld two children grappling with one another. One child was tugging at the hair of another, exclaiming, Hongjun, today I shall surely kill you. Who are you? Shouted the child being pulled by the hair. I don't even know you, okay? Remember this. The one who will kill you is called Luo Hu. Ding. The system's voice echoed once more, but this time, Meng Hong could not be bothered to listen. He simply stated, no need for the ding. You wish to convey that Luo Hu is an awakened one, correct? Chapter 11. Luo Hu and Hongjun. The system, having lost its sentience, could not comprehend Meng Hong's words, yet it proceeded to convey its intended message. Biological entity detected, interfering with the operation of the heavenly Tao. Target, Luo Hu, cultivation level, initial stage of golden immortal. Mission triggered. Ensure Luo Hu's submission and adherence to the operation of the heavenly Tao. Task reward, 1 lottery chance. Failure penalty, a random worker disappears. The demon ancestor truly lives up to his title. It has only been a short while since his reincarnation, yet he has already reached the initial realm of the golden immortal. However, in comparison to my extraordinary prowess, he still appears rather feeble. Ahem. Meng Hong sauntered over to the two individuals and cleared his throat, stating, if you wish to avoid death, I suggest you leave. Luo Hu's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. He had no intention of allowing Meng Hong to finish his statement and abruptly retorted. After all, having once been the most formidable being beneath the saints, Luo Hu possessed the audacity to look down upon all. Alas, this arrogance did not extend to Meng Hong and Pangu. Upon witnessing the insult directed at his father, Pangu swiftly approached the two impudent youths, effortlessly lifting Luo Hu and executing a powerful body slam. With a resounding thud, the legendary demon ancestor was thrown to the ground, landing in A-Tai shape. Dear Luo Hu, Meng Hong said with a benevolent smile as he approached Luo Hu, who lay on the ground, gazing down at him. What was it you just said? I seem to have missed it. Saint. Luo Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he lay there, too terrified to rise. How can there be saints now? Who are you? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. In a moment of intermittent whimsicality, Meng Hong recited a line deeply etched in his mind. We are. Regrettably, this reference evoked no response from those around him, including Pangu. Then, Luo Hu astutely interjected. Who is it? The lack of engagement left Meng Hong somewhat exasperated, rolling his eyes in response. What does it matter who I am? All I need to know is that you're Luo Hu. Stifled by his retort, Luo Hu, the demon ancestor, would never submit easily. Since Meng Hong remained reticent, he resorted to divination. The young man speaking before him appeared to hold a higher status. So he decided to postpone his calculations regarding him and instead focused on the one who had fallen before him. Perhaps this individual had also traversed through realms. Could he be one of the 3 pure ones? Aside from those 3, he could think of no one else who could achieve sanctity so swiftly. With a flicker of thought, fragments of information regarding Pangu surged into Luo Hu's mind. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning illuminating his consciousness, Luo Hu gazed at Pangu, his eyes widening in disbelief. This cannot be true. That individual, wasn't he supposed to have perished in his quest? How could he possibly be here? Meng Hong raised an eyebrow, surmising from Luo Hu's expression that he had likely deduced something. It seems you must have recognized Xiao Pan's identity. Dad, what are you talking about? Pangu furrowed his brow in response. I never revealed my identity. How could he know? Daddy. Rahu raised his trembling hand, attempting to point at Meng Hong, yet hesitated. You. Who exactly are you? I warn you not to shout recklessly. Meng Hong retorted with a cold smirk. You are unworthy to aspire to be my son. The mention of son led Meng Hong to reminisce about the matter of Hongjun and the way of heaven. He then turned to Hongjun, placing his hand gently upon the young one's head. Little Hong, I offer you an opportunity. Would you like to acknowledge me as your father? If Hongjun embodies the way of heaven, then is it not true that his father would be the progenitor of the way? How delightful to ponder. Acknowledge you as my father? Hongjun looked up at Meng Hong with earnestness. But I have no parents. At this tender age, Hongjun had only recently awakened his intellect, remaining an innocent child, utterly oblivious to the world. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Meng Hong and Pangu, he would likely have been brutally vanquished by Rahu. Precisely because he lacks parents, he ought to have one. Meng Hong coaxed gently, squatting before Hongjun. My dear, if you acknowledge me as your father, I shall enable you to become the very first sage in the world. After all, Hongjun indeed is the first sage of the way, and he harbored no fears of failing to fulfill this promise. As for himself and Pangu, they had achieved sagehood before the dawn of creation. Thus they could not be counted as the first sages of the world. Really? Hongjun, as a primordial being, possessed innate knowledge of what the sage realm represented. Of course, it is true. Meng Hong pointed at Pangu. Do you see him? My son. He attained sagehood amidst the chaos. Should you acknowledge me as your father, I too can elevate you to sanctity. The voice uttering this proclamation was not that of Hongjun, but rather that of Lu, who had just risen from the ground. Without awaiting Meng Hong's consent, he immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, Father, I humbly bow to you 9 times. Thud, thud. After only 2 bows, Meng Hong grasped him by the arm and inquired, Who permitted you to recognize me as your father? Suspended in midair, Luohu flailed his limbs as if in a fit of petulance. Whether you acknowledge me or not, I shall still claim the title of son. What of it? You? Not worthy. Meng Hong's desire to claim his son stemmed primarily from a wish to gain an advantage in the way of heaven. Yet not just anyone could be deemed his offspring. Not even the demon ancestor Luo Hu was exempt from this stipulation. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed Luo Hu into the hands of Pangu, instructing little Pangu, ensure he is well guarded. Very well. Meng Hong then turned his attention back to Hongjun, a benevolent smile gracing his features. Little Hong, have you come to a decision? Indeed, Hongjun replied, casting a puzzled glance at Luo Hu before shifting his gaze back to Meng Hong. You two are, in truth, in cahoots, are you not? Are you attempting to deceive me into acknowledging you as my father? Not a chance. As soon as the words left his mouth, the unfortunate child dashed off towards the east. Just as Meng Hong was about to give chase, he heard Luo Hu's voice resound behind him. It is futile. Hongjun possesses immense fortune. Should he wish to elude you, there is no means by which you could ever locate him. It seems you possess quite an understanding of him. Meng Hong, emboldened by confidence, did not rush to seek out Hongjun. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Luo Hu and inquired, "How did you manage to locate him?" With a grin, Luo Hu replied, "Father, if you allow me to knock my remaining 7 heads, I shall reveal it to you." Not a chance. Meng Hong resolutely refused to be intimidated. Xiao Pan, hold him firmly. Ensure that not even his knees touch the ground. Understood. A notification chimed. Task initiated. Secure Luo Hu. Reward. Luo Hu's weakness 1. Worker. Pangu. Meng Hong furrowed his brow, contemplating the nature of this reward. This marked the first instance in which the system offered a non-tangible incentive. Was it perhaps a subtle indication of concern regarding his ability to subdue Luo Hu? He hoped not. Upon hearing this, Luo Hu became flustered, his hands scratching at his chest in agitation. "Father, esteemed one, even if you refuse to let me acknowledge you as my father, please allow me to complete the ritual of knocking my remaining 7 heads. I have already stated that there are 9 heads. It is imperative to fulfill this. Otherwise, I will be utterly uncomfortable." Meng Hong, observing Luo Hu's distress, began to suspect the nature of his affliction. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. Undoubtedly, it is a severe case. Chapter 12. The Persecution of Luo Hu. Though Meng Hong felt a strong conviction, he deemed it necessary to seek confirmation. "Very well. I shall pose a question to you. If you respond earnestly, I shall permit you to complete your ritual. Please proceed. To drive a perfectionist to the brink, only 2 steps are required. Do you know what they are?" Luo Hu shook his head. "I do not know. Let alone the steps. He is entirely oblivious to what a perfectionist is." Meng Hong raised 2 fingers. "The first step is to speak only halfway. The second step is to let the voice abruptly cease." Meng Hong quietly observed Luo Hu's reaction. Luo Hu was momentarily taken aback, and soon a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. Yet he still awaited Meng Hong to continue speaking. His hands began to claw at his chest. "What is it? What is it?" "Well, the proof is conclusive. He is indeed in the terminal stage of perfectionism. Time to tidy up and prepare for burial." Meng Hong raised an eyebrow, having discovered the most effective method to deal with Luo Hu. "Do you want to know?" "I do. Tell me quickly. If you wish to know, how about assisting me with a task?" "A task?" "Precisely." Meng Hong stated with an air of certainty. "You see, you are neither capable of defeating us nor escaping our grasp. Lacking ability in the items I desire. Under such circumstances, if you wish to acquire something, is there any alternative to assisting me?" It seems to be a reasonable argument. But what else could there be? Upon seeing Luo Hu relent, Meng Hong seized the opportunity. "Did you not wish to recognize me as your father?" Luo Hu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Have you agreed to my request?" "Certainly not. The son of Meng Hong is not someone just anyone can become. As I have stated, aspiring to be my son is a matter of lacking the requisite qualifications. However, I can reluctantly accept you as a disciple." Luo Hu's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with fervor, "Master, I humbly bow to you 7 times. Though the declaration was loud, it elicited no sound, as he was still grasped in Pangu's hand, unable to move an inch. "Little Pangu, please set him down," Meng Hong commanded, having waited in vain for the completion notification of his task. As soon as Pangu released his grip, the system's notification promptly resonated. Ding. Task completed. Rewards being distributed. Before the rewards could materialize, Luo Hu hastily completed his 7 prostrations. In his previous life, he had succumbed to Hongjun, primarily due to unfavorable fate and his inability to attain sanctity. In this life, armed with the support of 2 saints, was he to fear such a minor figure? "Master." My dear disciple." Meng Hong instinctively placed his hand upon Luo Hu's head. "As your master, I shall assign you your first task, or rather, your training regimen." "Please enlighten me, master. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Follow the trajectory of your past life meticulously. Not a single deviation is permitted." "Luo Hu, what is that expression you bear? Are you disregarding your master's words?" "And no, I wouldn't dare." Rahu buried his head, and not only was he reluctant at this moment, but even at the height of his powers, he would never dare to defy a sage. "Humph." Meng Hong let out a cold snort. "Are you willing then?" "I am willing, master." Ding. Task issued. Follow the trajectory. Reward. one source of innate demonic energy. Worker, Rahu. The work task was triggered, indicating that Rahu had genuinely accepted it. However, since the time of his apprenticeship, I had not received any indication of his submission, suggesting he still harbored ulterior motives. Meng Hong narrowed his eyes as he regarded Rahu before him. Since you are unwilling to submit to me, I shall have no choice but to take coercive measures. Since you are willing, tell me, according to the previous life, where should you be now? On Mount Shumi, Rahu blurted out, sounding truthful. I should be cultivating on Mount Shumi. I want to emerge until I reach the golden immortal realm. Mount Shumi, is it? Meng Hong replied, lifting his gaze to Pangu. Little Pangu, take him to Mount Shumi. I will find you both later. The primordial Qilin had yet to be born, and Hongjun had fled, leaving him with no intention of accompanying Rahu to Mount Shumi for seclusion. Father, are you going to separate from me? Pangu didn't respond directly, but gazed at him with some reluctance. Little Pangu, be good. Meng Hong casually retrieved a green lotus leaf from his pocket and placed it directly into Pangu's hand. Let your mother accompany you for now. I have some pressing matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly. Mother? Luo Hu tilted his head in confusion at the green lotus leaf. Isn't this the chaos lotus? How could it be? Before he could finish his thought, Luo Hu suddenly realized and looked up at Meng Hong. I understand. I never expected you, master, to spare even the lotus flowers. Meng Hong raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether he ought to establish some boundaries. Observing Luo Hu's impudent expression, he swiftly brought his hand down in a resounding slap, intending to impart a lesson in paternal love. The sound of the slap echoed, but Meng Hong failed to notice the tears in Luo Hu's eyes. Instead, he caught sight of Pangu's face beaming with delight. Little Pangu, why are you shielding him? Meng Hong inquired. Upon hearing this, Pangu grew anxious. Father, were you just about to offer him a salary? That cannot be allowed. Meng Hong nearly choked on his breath, but, recognizing the consequences of his own actions, he gritted his teeth and conceded, Fine, I shall not grant him a salary. However, if you do not heed my words, you shall receive no pay as well. Pangu paused for a moment, then nodded, securely tucking the green lotus leaf away. Then I shall obey, father, and head to Mount Shumi immediately. Father, you must come find me swiftly. Now you are behaving well. Meng Hong patted his head twice. Remember, you must never let him out of your sight. If he proves disobedient, then you shall grant him his wages. All right, father. Ding. Job posted. Supervision of Rohu. Reward. The privilege to eavesdrop on Rohu's innermost thoughts. Worker, Pangu. The ability to eavesdrop on thoughts? What a marvelous treasure. With this, he need not fear Rohu speaking ill of him behind his back. However, this task is exceedingly time-consuming by the time Pangu completes his duties. What purpose would he have for this eavesdropping privilege? Oh, wait. Suddenly, Meng Hong conceived a bold idea. Pangu. Meng Hong smiled at Pangu. I've considered it. Once your task is complete, you shall supervise him here. Pangu's face lit up with astonishment. Really? Does that mean I can accompany you? Ding. Task accomplished. Rewards being dispensed. Well, this is quite unexpected. Indeed, a system devoid of sentience is far more endearing. Meng Hong forcefully concealed his delight and then patted Pangu's head. Silly child. Your father was merely jesting with you. A worker must embody the spirit of labor. Once a task is assigned, how can one abandon it midway? Pangu. Chapter 13. The Canine Creature, the Beginning Qilin. After Pangu and Rohu departed, Meng Hong confirmed that no other beings were present before he opened the system interface. There, the Mount, the Beginning Qilin, lay nestled within his reward list, while Rohu's weaknesses and the eavesdropping privilege were in the process of being generated. Claim the Beginning Qilin. Meng Hong uttered 5 words, and the system immediately responded by placing a resplendent golden egg into his hands. An egg? Why would it be an egg? Does the system seek to compensate for my lack of knowledge regarding ancient lore, informing me that the Qilin is an oviparous creature? Reward distribution completed. Please check. Completed my foot. Meng Hong bellowed, clutching the egg. What am I to do with this egg? Am I to hatch it under my backside? Reward distribution completed. Please check. Check your banana peel. Where is the primordial Qilin I was promised? Is your primordial Qilin birthed from an egg? Then who laid this egg? Was it you, system? Meng Hong teetered on the brink of fury. He had dismissed everyone for two reasons: to claim the primordial Qilin and to utilize it in locating Hongjun. Yet to his dismay, the primordial Qilin turned out to be merely an egg. How am I to search for Hongjun now? Shall I tuck the egg beneath me and hop along? Enough. Suddenly, Meng Hong wished to retract his earlier praises of the system. This unthinking mechanism was utterly inept. After venting his frustration at the system, Meng Hong faced reality. He gazed at the Qilin egg in his hands, lost in contemplation. Should he make scrambled eggs or a fried egg? Crack! Just as this thought crossed his mind, a crack appeared on the surface of the egg. Something is stirring. Meng Hong was taken aback. It seemed he might soon be enjoying a small Qilin stew with mushrooms. Before he could extricate himself from the culinary circle, the primordial Qilin poked its head out of the eggshell and began to gnaw at it. For most oviparous creatures with robust dentition, the eggshell is an absolute delicacy. A single bite sharpens the mind, 2 bites instill boundless energy, and 3 bites. Oh, how could you finish it in just 2 bites? Meng Hong gazed at the palm-sized, primordial Qilin, lost in contemplation. This little creature, though seemingly small, could devour half an eggshell in one swift motion. It bore little resemblance to a Qilin and was rather reminiscent of the legendary Taotai. Wait a moment. The Taotai is one of the 9 offspring of the ancestral dragon. This raises a question. Those 9 splendid progeny were bestowed by the system, as was the primordial Qilin. If the primordial Qilin bears a striking resemblance to the Taotai, then Meng Hong dimly envisioned a vast expanse of verdant grassland atop the ancestral dragon's head. "Daddy!" A sweet, youthful voice rang out, and Meng Hong lowered his head to find the primordial Qilin gazing at him eagerly. "My goodness, while others conquer the primordial world through combat, my path seems to hinge on acknowledging my offspring." Meng Hong was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the primordial Qilin leap to the ground. Oh no! The paternal instinct surged within him. He extended his hands forward, attempting to catch the primordial Qilin. Yet, he was a moment too late, unable to grasp it, and could only watch as it bounded to the ground. The primordial Qilin stood on its 4 limbs, awkwardly kicking a couple of times, joyfully calling out to Meng Hong, "Daddy! Milk!" crying out for nourishment. "You truly are like a spectator at a monkey show, speaking without restraint," Meng Hong remarked, half squatting to present the last yellow fruit to the primordial Qilin. "Here, do you fancy this?" Just as he had offered 3 yellow fruits to the ancestor dragon and phoenix. There was no reason not to extend the same courtesy to the primordial Qilin, right? After all, this fruit held little value for Meng Hong. It was far more practical to cultivate a few labors instead. The primordial Qilin leaned forward, sniffing inquisitively, seemingly detecting something delightful, and without hesitation, it swallowed the yellow fruit whole. How small was this yellow fruit? Though it was the foremost innate spiritual root, it was merely an apricot in size, dwarfed by the primordial Qilin's massive maw. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hong could do nothing but watch as both his hand and the apricot were consumed. "Release it. Please let go." Having attained a physical sanctity, Meng Hong was not concerned for his own safety, but rather worried about the Qilin's dental integrity. The primordial Qilin chewed a couple of times, sensing something awry, and finally loosened its grip, allowing Meng Hong to withdraw his hand. Fortunately, with his physical sanctity, as soon as Meng Hong extracted his hand, the viscous residue that had clung to it fell away harmlessly, leaving him unscathed. The moment the yellow fruit entered its belly, the primordial Qilin's body began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, what was once the size of a small dog transformed into a colossal beast towering thousands of feet high. It seemed to affirm the exceptional ecology of the primordial wilderness, where the beings of this realm began their existence at heights surpassing thousands of feet. It feels as if the absence of an imposing stature has rendered the situation utterly bizarre, placing immense pressure on Meng Hong. "Father!" A thunderous voice reverberated, and had he not comprehended the words of the primordial Qilin, he might have believed this creature intended to devour him. Suddenly, a colossal Qilin head descended from above, gazing at him with an endearing expression. "Dad, I want more." Meng Hong, tilting his head back, found it quite exhausting and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Shrink down and speak. Understood. Task. Shrink and converse. Reward. 1 unit of specialized milk powder for the Primordial Qilin. Worker. Primordial Qilin. Meng Hong? Specialized milk powder? Am I truly being regarded as a caretaker? Just as Meng Hong pondered this, the Primordial Qilin had already diminished to the size of an ordinary steed. Aligning perfectly with Meng Hong's chest, it gazed up at him, drool glistening at the corners of its mouth, as if anticipating something. Ding! Task completed, rewards being distributed. This time, there was no need for Meng Hong to personally claim the reward, for a bottle of pre-mixed milk powder had materialized in his hand. Upon sighting it, the Qilin's eyes, resembling 2 gleaming bells, lit up. Father, milk! No sooner had the words left its mouth than Meng Hong observed that enormous maw lunging toward him. He swiftly tossed the milk bottle into the Qilin's mouth and dodged to the side. With a sigh of relief, Meng Hong patted his chest. What is the sensation of feeding a tiger at such close range? Nevertheless, one must wonder, can this glutton truly serve as a mount? What if I encounter a bone on the way and it send me flying? The Qilin was entirely oblivious to Meng Hong's comparison of it to a canine creature, instead reveling in the joy brought by the milk powder. Never mind. For the sake of preserving my dignity, I shall seek another steed. No sooner had Meng Hong's words left his lips than the system's notification chime rang out once more. Task completed, rewards being issued. What task has been accomplished now? Meng Hong opened the system's list and discovered that the section for worker Yuan Feng was marked with the words task completed. Yuan Feng. Just as if a pillow had appeared when drowsiness struck. How fortuitous. Meng Hong opened the chat interface of the associated subsystem and typed the first message in a 007 workgroup. Little Yuan, come quickly. I have a marvelous treasure to show you. Chapter 14. The celestial celebration unveiled at this moment. Yuan Feng had just vanquished the last of the primordial beings that defied the heavenly order. Before he could catch his breath, a prompt appeared before him, displaying a message sent by Meng Hong. Yuan Feng scoffed at it. A marvelous treasure. I bet it's just another task for me to undertake. As soon as he uttered these words, the voice of a certain boss reached him through the notification box. Meng Hong let out a soft snort, muttering to himself. This fellow dares to speak ill of the boss behind his back. It seems the exploitation hasn't been stringent enough. As soon as he contemplated this, another message popped up in his prompt box. Yuan Feng, I have arrived, master. Little Yuan is on the way. What a surprise. He did not expect this individual to be so duplicitous. Even without witnessing Yuanfeng's expression, Meng Hong could envision the insincerity behind those words. It appeared that the grand oath sworn with his essence was insufficient to ensure true loyalty. Further machinations were necessary. Master, Yuanfeng's voice resonated in the air, and the worker subsystem was capable of marking the location of the main system, which Meng Hong could control at will. Whenever he sought Yuan Feng, the switch would automatically activate. With a resounding cry of the phoenix echoing through the heavens and the earth, Meng Hong glanced up to see Yuan Feng landing gracefully, his demeanor exceedingly obsequious. My master, what commands do you have for me? A smirk tugged at the corners of Meng Hong's lips as he recalled Yuanfeng's earlier duplicity. He felt no qualms about treating him as a steed. He approached Yuan Feng directly, placing one foot upon his wing. I have heard that you can fly quite swiftly. Accompany me to a certain place. Certainly, master. Yuan Feng bowed his head, intentionally lowering the height of his wings to allow Meng Hong to ascend upon his plumage. Meng Hong, unhurried, greeted the primordial Qilin. Little, the words lingered on his lips as he abruptly halted. Given that both Yuan Feng and the ancestral dragon were nicknamed according to the first character of their names, wouldn't it follow that the primordial Qilin would be called Little Sure? That name was rather unappetizing. Meng Hong shifted his tone and called out, Yuan Feng, your second master, come forth. Qilin responded with confusion. Yuan Feng replied, Master, master. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Yuan Feng's face. What did you just say? All right, I need to discuss something with you. As Meng Hong spoke, he placed a hand on Yuan Feng's wing root. Qilin has just been born, and I would like you to be his caretaker. Your primary responsibilities will include attending to his needs and, when necessary, assisting him in fulfilling his duties. Do you have any objections? How could there be any objections? With your saintly hand resting on another's wing root. If there were to be any dissent, one might as well be turned into roasted chicken wings. No, roasted phoenix wings. Yuan Feng chuckled awkwardly and slowly shook his head. No objections. As long as you are happy, my master. Ding. Job posted. Care for Qilin. Salary reward, 2 Qilin eggs. Worker, Yuan Feng. So, it turns out that the Qilin clan is indeed a creation of the system, with even the Qilin eggs neatly provided. Meng Hong silently criticized this in his mind, then withdrew his hand from Yuan Feng's wing root and placed it gently upon his head. Yuan Feng, I'm also helping you build a harmonious and friendly relationship with your future colleague. Are you touched? Dare to refuse? Yuan Feng instinctively uttered 3 words, only to realize something was amiss. No, I am deeply moved, truly moved. That is all that matters. Meng Hong successfully persecuted Yuan Feng in his daily routine and beckoned to the beginning Qilin, signaling it to ascend as well. The second master, who had just called it Yuan Feng, seemed oblivious to the command, remaining stationary without a hint of movement. Yet, upon seeing Meng Hong's gesture, it sprang onto Yuan Feng's back with remarkable vigor. The force was akin to a diamond descending from a skyscraper, nearly overwhelming him on the spot. Fortunately, Yuan Feng had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage and managed to endure the impact. Master, where are we headed now? Let your second master tell you. Meng Hong gently caressed the soft fur atop the beginning Qilin's head. Good boy, I am currently in search of someone named Hongjun. Could you assist your father in locating him? Luo Hu had mentioned that Hongjun was a person of profound fortune, should he wish to elude detection. Few beings in the world would be capable of finding him. However, Meng Hong firmly believed that among the beings incapable of locating Hongjun, the beginning Qilin would certainly not be included. Hongjun, the beginning Qilin murmured, immediately raising its head to gaze eastward, its nostrils twitching slightly. Over there, in that moment, Meng Hong's gaze remained fixed on the beginning Qilin, as if seeking some form of evidence. Dad? The beginning Qilin turned to meet his gaze. Why are you looking at me? Upon hearing this term of endearment, Meng Hong swiftly quelled his previous thoughts. It was a jest, being called father by a dog versus being called father by the beginning Qilin. The latter was obviously the more favorable scenario. Thus, the beginning Qilin must indeed be a true Qilin. I stand by my assertion. Even Pangu would not find it challenging. No witties. Meng Hong shook his head gently and lightly tapped Yuan Feng's back, instructing, follow your second master's guidance and seek out Hongjun. Understood, master, Yuan Feng replied humbly, bearing the weight of his 2 masters as he soared towards the east. Task assigned. Locate Hongjun reward. Clue to the remnants of the chaotic green lotus 1 worker. Yuan Feng, the mention of the chaotic green lotus made Meng Hong's eyes widen in astonishment. Regardless of which fragment it was, it represented an extraordinary treasure. Even a mere clue was astonishing enough. This system was remarkably generous. Could it be that he truly could not find Hongjun? Meng Hong shook his head. If he could not find him, even with the primordial Qilin by his side, then, wait, there seemed to be a place that Hongjun would undoubtedly visit. If he couldn't find him, waiting there might prove an effective strategy. That place was the site of the celestial celebration clouds. Although Pangu had been resurrected, the righteous essence that once filled his original body had also returned to the world. Thus, the celestial celebration clouds, born from that righteous essence, would surely continue to manifest. Following this line of thought, as long as he found the celestial celebration clouds, it would be tantamount to locating Hongjun. Perfectly, he was also eager to witness the original beings of the primordial world. Perhaps, in the process of capturing Hongjun, he might also conveniently seize a few workers along the way. He had found it. As the voice of the divine Qilin resonated, Meng Hong was abruptly brought back to reality. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a multitude of beings congregated below, seemingly in pursuit of something. It was the celestial celebration cloud. The voice of the Yuan Feng echoed, and before Meng Hong could issue a command, the speed of flight surged dramatically. With his peak golden immortal cultivation, He swiftly positioned himself before the celestial celebration cloud, yearning to peck at it with his beak. Observing that the creature was on the verge of seizing it, Meng Hong stepped forward, grasping its beak with one hand while cradling the celestial celebration cloud in the other. Wait a moment. Chapter 15. Daoist Yang Mei. Upon grasping the celestial celebration cloud, apart from the dazzling brilliance of its treasures momentarily blinding him, Meng Hong felt no particular sensation. However, the celestial celebration cloud presented an exquisite appearance, adorned with golden lamps, golden lotuses, shimmering jewels, and cascading pearls descending from the clouds. Instinctively, Meng Hong attempted to capture a golden lotus for examination, only to discover that as soon as he touched it, it melded into his very being. His sage-level cultivation experienced a barely perceptible enhancement, and the system chimed with a notification. Ding! Under the influence of the celestial celebration cloud, golden lotus, the host's fortune is permanently increased by 1. Goodness! No wonder that rascal Hongjun had such extraordinary luck in his previous life. It turns out the celestial celebration cloud bestows a permanently cumulative buff. It could easily create a man-made child of destiny. With a thought, Meng Hong deftly compressed the celestial celebration cloud into a compact form and tucked it into his chest. This artifact felt as though it had been custom-made for him. Finally, he could alter the ancestral fortunes that lay dormant beneath the African continent. As the celestial celebration cloud enveloped him, golden lanterns and golden lotuses surged wildly into his bosom, and the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Under the influence of the celestial celebration cloud, the master's fortune continues to rise. Due to excessive values, further notifications will cease. Meng Hong revealed a smile reminiscent of an illegal immigrant to Europe, turning to face the primordial beings that were gradually catching up. Once he captured the celestial celebration cloud, Yuan Feng came to a halt, and the time that had passed was sufficient for the primordial beings trailing behind to catch up. Among them, the first to arrive was not Hongjun, but rather a Daoist with pale eyebrows cascading down to his shoulders. Upon seeing Meng Hong standing atop Yuan Feng, accompanied by the initial Qilin, the man dared not make any sudden movements. Instead, he stood 10 feet away, respectfully bowing. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist? Meng Hong turned, a smile gracing his lips. Such a title sounds rather novel. How could it not be novel? The first creature he encountered addressed him as father, the second as grandfather, and the third as master. After much difficulty with 2 little cubs, one refusing to acknowledge him as father and the other insisting on doing so, now encountering one who referred to him as fellow Daoist made Meng Hong feel considerably younger. As the saying goes, one should not hesitate to greet a smiling person. Meng Hong, not in haste to make him a subordinate, mirrored the man's gesture and returned the greeting. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Just as Meng Hong completed his salutation, numerous primordial beings also arrived in pursuit. In this primordial expanse, humanoid beings are scarce. Apart from that fellow, most are of beastly form. The absence of the young one, Hongjun, causes Meng Hong to furrow his brow, suspecting that the lad has seen him and slipped away midway. It is not just him who frowns. Those innate beings who were originally pursuing the celestial auspicious clouds also knit their brows, raising their voices in inquiry. Where are the celestial auspicious clouds? Did you scoundrel, seize the celestial auspicious clouds? It is he indeed. I can scent the essence of the celestial auspicious clouds upon him. Most of these clamorous beings possess merely the cultivation of the 9 heavens Xian, still distant from the golden immortal realm, unable to fathom even the origins of Yuan Feng and Qilin, let alone Meng Hong's identity. In contrast, Meng Hong, with a mere glance at the multitude, discerned their backgrounds, even calculating their fates with relative accuracy. Apart from that fellow, these beings are largely the remnants of those who perished in the struggle for the celestial auspicious clouds. Mere passers-by in the primordial world. Naturally, Meng Hong held no interest in them, not even the faintest curiosity of a laborer seeking harvest. However, the identity of that fellow piqued his intrigue. Yang Mei Daoist. It is said that he is transformed from the first hollow willow, born from the heart of the void. nourished by the essence of the chaotic azure lotus, and subsequently became one of the lotus seeds of the chaotic azure lotus, transforming into the 12th grade pure white lotus. A remnant of the one that eluded the heavenly path. Meng Hong's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to speak, an oblivious beast lunged toward him. Not only did he witness the event, but the fellow golden immortals, Yuan Feng and Qilin, also beheld it. This represented a splendid opportunity to showcase their prowess. And Yuan Feng, naturally, would not let it slip by. With a fierce glare, the overwhelming pressure characteristic of the pinnacle of golden immortals surged forth. The beast that had just lunged forward was instantly reduced to a pool of blood, with no chance to resist whatsoever. As for the other beings, with the exception of Daoist Yang Mei, all retreated a step, while Daoist Yang Mei bowed deeply to Meng Hong. As Meng Hong uttered a single word, Yang Mei Daoist vanished in an instant, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke in the vastness of the world, unwilling to linger a moment longer in his presence. Another one fled. The legendary Qua, Fu chasing the sun, must have been nurtured by your group of primordial beings, for they are indeed fleet of foot. Once Daoist Yang Mei disappeared, the system's notification sound arrived belatedly. Ding! Biological entity detected interfering with the operation of the heavenly Tao. Target Daoist Yang Mei. Cultivation level. Initial stage of golden immortal. Task triggered. Subjugate Daoist Yang Mei. Ensure adherence to the operation of the heavenly Tao. Task reward. 1 lottery chance. Failure penalty. Random disappearance of a worker. Indeed, this Daoist Yang Mei has also traversed through time. No wonder he sought to seize the auspicious clouds of the myriad realms here. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Master, Yuan Feng seemed not yet satiated with bloodshed, gazing at the beings before him, inquiring, "What shall we do with these innate beings? Kill them later." Meng Hong was just about to eliminate these offenders, but suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. In his previous life, he lacked the means to purchase a home. Having traversed to the primordial era, should he not secure himself a luxurious residence? It is incorrect. It should be called cavernous abode. If one wishes to create such a sanctuary, it is evident that skilled laborers are required. After all, such tasks cannot be undertaken single-handedly, can they? To employ beings like the ancestral dragon or the primordial phoenix as laborers would seem a considerable waste. It would be far more prudent to offer them an opportunity instead. Meng Hong stepped onto the back of the primordial phoenix, advancing forward while casting a condescending gaze upon the myriad of innate beings before him. "Do you wish to perish?" All the beings hastily shook their heads, possessing infinite lifespans, who would desire death. "Then I shall present you with an opportunity." Meng Hong revealed a benevolent and sincere smile. "Work for me, and I shall compensate you." Upon hearing this, the innate beings exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the concept of wages. Meng Hong discerned their confusion and promptly summoned the system interface to ascertain what resources he could offer. 4 chaos green lotus leaves, 1 Qian Kuan cauldron, 1 primordial purple qi, 9 excellent sperm, and 2 centuries of cultivation. The first 4 were too precious to part with, and the latter seemed too meager. Meng Hong also hesitated to present the celestial celebration cloud nestled within his embrace. Thus, he decided to strike the air beside him with a clenched fist. Instantly, the heavens shifted and the void shattered. A sage. This singular term echoed within the minds of the innate beings. Meng Hong smiled once more. "The compensation I speak of is, in fact, your very lives." Chapter 16. Mount Buzhou. Nearly 100 innate beings voluntarily signed the employment agreement and received the labor subsystem. With a grand gesture, Meng Hong swiftly incorporated them into the 007 Task Force No. 2 and dispatched them to the sea where Ancestor Long resided, instructing them to assist Azu in completing his mission. As for the construction of the cave dwelling, that would have to await Meng Hong's selection of an appropriate location. Once all of this was accomplished, Meng Hong turned his attention to Hongjun, although this fellow was even more elusive than Ancestor Long himself. With the celestial auspices firmly in my grasp, could I not capture him? When I seize that rascal, he will surely understand the magnitude of paternal love. Hidden not far away, Hongjun shuddered, seemingly sensing something amiss. He had merely come over to make a brief appearance. Yet here he was confronted by this figure once again. This tremor caused the tip of the primordial Qilin's nose to twitch twice. Father, the person you seek is over there. As the primordial Qilin lifted its hoof, Meng Hong immediately extended his consciousness toward the direction it indicated. In an instant, he pinpointed Hongjun's location. Learning from his previous experience, Meng Hong swiftly unleashed his pressure, locking onto Hongjun's position. Unless he attained sainthood on the spot, he could forget about moving even a fraction. Run. Go on, run. Meng Hong giving a couple of light taps on the back of the Yuan Feng, who understood the cue and soared toward Hongjun's hiding place. Ding. Mission accomplished, rewards being distributed. Aware of his exposure, Hongjun decided to cease hiding and called out to Meng Hong. Senior, what exactly do you want? I have already stated it. Meng Hong found himself before Hongjun, gracefully settling into a cross-legged position atop Yuan Feng, and offered a benevolent smile. Little Hong, I am your father. Preposterous. You're not. Hongjun retorted with a mild expletive, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Hong. I just encountered a Taoist who claimed that we are both born of heaven and nurtured by it, without any parents. A Taoist? Meng Hong raised an eyebrow, surmising that the one Hongjun spoke of must be Yangmei. What else did he say? The Taoist Yangmei, a traverser awakened to his past life memories, could not have merely mentioned the notion of being born of heaven and earth upon meeting Hongjun. He likely divulged additional insights. To prevent the collapse of the heavenly Tao, it was imperative to grasp the full scope of this matter. Why should I tell you? Hongjun turned away, resembling a petulant young wife. A spirited one. I like this. Meng Hong complimented, effortlessly lifting him onto Yuanfeng. The rewards just issued had already materialized, and since he had caught Hongjun, it was merely a matter of time before he would yield. What was of greater significance now was the quest to locate the remnants of the Chaos Green Lotus. The reward list clearly inscribed a line that stimulated Meng Hong's visual senses. Chaos Green Lotus seeds atop Mount Buzhou. Indeed, how could I have forgotten such crucial information? Now, with all 4 seeds of the Chaos Green Lotus congregated at Mount Buzhou, once they emerge into the world, every being above the Xian immortal realm in the vast wilderness will inevitably sense their presence. At the opportune moment, the entire realm of the primordial chaos would converge upon Mount Buzhou to vie for those 4 precious lotus seeds. Such a plethora of exceptional laborers. The mere thought of it is utterly delightful. No, it could very well be more than that. Perhaps there are even some awakened beings who have traversed back through time, and they might have already scoured Mount Buzhou. We must hasten there. The more Meng Hong contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He immediately rose to his feet and pointed towards the heart of the primordial chaos. Onward to Mount Buzhou. Clang! The Yuan Feng raised its neck and let out a cry before soaring towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou? Upon hearing this, Hongjun hastily shook his head in alarm. No, I shall not go to Mount Buzhou. That sage warned me. The mountain is teeming with monsters. We shall perish. Meng Hong, intrigued, crouched before Hongjun with a friendly smile. If you do not believe that I am your father, why do you still trust his words? Because everything he foretold has come to pass. Hongjun replied matter-of-factly. The moment he saw me, he knew my name was Hongjun, warned me that someone named Luo who intended to kill me, and even stated that I had been fleeing here. Stop. Meng Hong interrupted, disappointment flickering in his eyes. This was not disappointment in Hongjun, but rather in himself. How had he not thought of impersonating a mystic to deceive Hongjun? It was truly galling to have been outmaneuvered by the Taoist Yang Mei. This tactic must be remembered for future use, to swindle a Bu and recruit other laborers. However, Yang Mei's discouragement of Hongjun from going to Mount Buzhou only confirmed that his true objective lay within its confines. Even if it is not the 4 chaotic blue lotus seeds, it must be something else. He simply did not want Hongjun to compete with him. Thus, he shall not blame this Holy One for uprooting the hollow willow. Master, we have arrived. With the speed of the Yuan Feng, Mount Buzhou was reached in the blink of an eye. A peak that pierced the heavens stood majestically between the realms, adorned with countless treasures of light, and innumerable innate spiritual treasures scattered across its slopes. With a mere grasp, one could seize a chance to transcend. Presently, many beings resided upon Mount Buzhou, yet most of them were born from the mountain itself, with only a scant few daring to ascend its heights. Speaking of ascent, it is imperative to note that not just any creature can scale Mount Buzhou. This mountain is, after all, the transformed spine of Pangu, imbued with his essence, emanating a quasi-saintly pressure that only the 9 heavens profound immortals may approach. Only the golden immortals may reach its summit. None but the great Luo golden immortals may soar in its skies. At present, within the vast wilderness, aside from Meng Hong and his eldest son, there exists no being of a higher rank than the great Luo golden immortal. Even the ancestral dragon Yuan Feng, who consumed the Hongjun Li, remains just shy of that esteemed level. Hence, should any creature aspire to reach the pinnacle of Mount Buzhou, they must do so by climbing. The mere thought of this climb sparked a rather immature idea in Meng Hong's mind. Mount Buzhou, indeed, is the spine of Pangu, and Pangu is, after all, his own progeny. Thus, rounding up the implications, Mount Buzhou should rightfully belong to him. Meng Hong was not one to bar these beings from entering Mount Buzhou. However, if they wish to explore, surely they ought to pay some form of admission. No? With this thought, he acted swiftly. In an instant, Meng Hong flashed from the back of Yuan Feng to the summit of Mount Buzhou. He immediately noticed 4 unripe lotus seeds adorning the surface, and casually plucked a green lotus leaf, gently gliding it over the 4 seeds. Influenced by the chaotic aura of the azure lotus, the essence of these seeds suddenly erupted. Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial continent, all beings above the level of Xianxian sensed the fragrance of the lotus seeds and concurrently made their way toward Mount Buzhou. Meng Hong nodded in satisfaction, pocketing the 4 seeds, then lifted his foot to stamp down. Instantly, the entire Mount Buzhou trembled. He sent all the beings that had been on the mountain crashing down, then bellowed, "Attention, attention! Travelers wishing to visit Mount Buzhou, beware. The entrance fee is a century of one's life. Those who wish to ascend the mountain, come to the foot of the mountain to register." Chapter 17, Luya. Yuan Shi, Hongjun, Ming, hundreds of beings gathered at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Fortunately, most of them were innate beings. Even if they fell from the mountain, they sustained only minor injuries without any life-threatening risks. Before Meng Hong's voice could descend from the summit, they began to argue. What happened? How'd I end up at the foot of the mountain? I was just about to obtain a treasure. An earthquake. It must be an earthquake. But what kind of earthquake could shake Mount Buzhou? What on earth is going on? Clang! A resonant cry of the phoenix echoed through the air as Yuan Feng, suspended in the sky, was the first to perceive Meng Hong's voice. With a mere thought, he summoned Hongjun and the primordial Qilin, descending to the foot of the mountain to restore order. After all, if the ancestral dragon had workers at his command, how could he possibly be inferior? Silence! Yuan Feng's voice thundered, his celestial authority sweeping over all beings. The primordial beings gazed upon Yuan Feng. Some, born on Mount Buzhou, were unaware of his identity. Yet those with memories of their past lives recognized him instantly. Yuan Feng, the primordial Qilin, and Hongjun. How could these 3 have converged? Was a recent tremor of Mount Buzhou caused by their presence? No, that seemed implausible. They were but golden immortals. They could neither shake Mount Buzhou nor soar to its heights. At that moment, Meng Hong's voice finally resonated from the summit of Mount Buzhou. The mountain's elevation was indeed formidable. It took a full minute for Meng Hong's proclamation, uttered with the authority of a sage, to reach the base. It is known that when a sage speaks, the resonance with the cosmos is profound, and the speed of his voice transcends ordinary sound by 10,000 times. Even so, it took a whole minute to reach the surface, underscoring the mountain's towering height. The primordial beings listened intently to Meng Hong's words as he descended from the summit, preparing to personally oversee the ticket sales. This could be likened to a corporate interview, for he would soon categorize these exceptional talents and assign them to their respective roles. What is the standard for categorization? Naturally, those who are deemed less aesthetically pleasing shall be tasked with the construction of dwellings, while those of more pleasing visage shall serve me with tea and refreshments within these abodes. What? There are no dwellings yet? The moment Meng Hong laid eyes upon the majestic Mount Buzhou, he recognized his destined abode. What could be more befitting of his stature than the tallest mountain in the world? As for the subsequent arrival of a muscle-brained individual attempting to confront the mountain, that is a tale for another time. I am quite eager to see how he dares to approach, with both his grandfather and father residing here. Upon Meng Hong's arrival before the myriad of primordial beings, the system promptly illuminated with a notification. Ding! Biological interference with the operation of the heavenly Tao detected. Targets: Luya, Yuan Shi, Hongjun, Ming He, cultivation level, 9 heavens profound immortal. Mission Trigred, subjugat Luya, Yuan Shi, Hongjun, and Ming He to comply with the operations of the heavenly Tao. Mission rewards: 4 lottery chances. Failure penalty: random disappearance of 4 laborers. Good gracious! 3 time travelers have arrived at once. Demons, humans, and monsters are all present, and an additional cloud to boot. Meng Hong cast a glance downward, and before he could utter a word, a creature with a mouth full of fangs sprang forth. Who are you? As these bold words escaped, Yuan Feng was about to take action, but was halted by Meng Hong's raised hand. Now is not the time for indiscriminate killing. To slay one would be to squander a valuable labor resource. For the harmonious development of the Hongwang, Meng Hong must put an end to such wasteful acts. It is no jest to establish a dwelling upon Mount Buzhou. A shortage of labor would delay the endeavor for ages. What is this? The creature with a mouth full of fangs retorted. Lost your voice, have you? Do not presume that your ability to shake us will instill fear in me. This Mount Buzhou is transformed from the very essence of the Pangu deity, imbued with his will, and I refuse to believe that you dare to act so brazenly. Yuan Feng rolled her eyes and casually replied, If you truly understood who he is, I doubt you would speak so boldly. Ah, little Yuan, do not stifle others' enthusiasm. Meng Hong, seated cross-legged upon Yuan Feng's back, casually erected a barrier to prevent those scheming to evade their fare from slipping away. What this individual states is indeed correct. Mount Buzhou is a manifestation of Pangu's spine. I trust there are no objections? Few beings of innate intelligence exist who are as dim-witted as that fang creature, for no one else among them dared to respond. They all understood that an entity capable of shaking Mount Buzhou could easily annihilate them with but a mere flick of a finger. Only that creature, hands on hips and head held high, declared indeed. So if you know what is good for you, you ought to swiftly vacate the premises. Lest you provoke the displeasure of the venerable Pangu, you shall await your demise beneath the stones of Mount Buzhou. Ahem, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself to all of you. Meng Hong cleared his throat a couple of times, then produced the celestial celebration cloud from his robe, placing it atop his head to create an imposing aura. I am Meng Hong, the very progeny of Pangu, the grandfather of the ancestor dragon, the master of Yuan Feng, the father of the primordial Qilin, and the mentor of Luo Hu. I am also the future employer of all present here in the coming century. If any of you have an opinion, then, Meng Hong declared, an aura of sanctity emanating from him, compelling all living beings around him to bow their heads in submission. Hold it in. The creature with a mouth full of fangs attempted to speak, but as it opened its mouth, it felt a sudden constriction in its breath, and a mouthful of blood was violently expelled. 2. A saint. On this day, these primordial beings encountered the essence of a saint for the first time, and from that moment, a profound fear was etched into the recesses of their minds. Enough of the trivialities. As Meng Hong noticed more primordial beings approaching, he swiftly retracted his oppressive aura and casually extracted a rock from the mountainside of Buzhou. With a mere thought, the rock transformed into a stone table, which he placed atop Yuan Feng. Several tickets were laid upon the surface of the stone table, each distinctly inscribed with the words, Healthy work every day. I work for Boss 007. Each ticket denoted a term of 100 years, accompanied by a signature line in the lower left corner. This item was a product of the system. Once a worker signed their name upon it, It would be as if the heavenly Tao itself bore witness, binding them to serve Meng Hong for a century. Ahem. Meng Hong's gaze fell upon the fanged creature at the forefront, and with a casual gesture, he presented the ticket before him. Young man, I see you possess quite the spirit of debate. Sign this contract and join me at my construction site. Construction site? The tusked creature was taken aback, clearly perplexed by the meaning of this construction site. However, upon hearing the term, someone's heart skipped a beat. She swiftly emerged from the crowd, fixing her gaze on Meng Hong's face and uttering 6 words. Workers unite, the spirit of labor. Everyone present turned to look at the girl in red, while Meng Hong was left utterly bewildered. He had only spoken this phrase to the Pangu ancestor dragon Yuan Feng. How could this young girl know it? Could it be that she had traversed time from the modern era? Chapter 18. The girl in red clouds. Upon seeing this girl, Meng Hong's heart began to race uncontrollably, akin to a small dinosaur roaring and galloping within his chest. Huh? You ask why it's not a fawn? Could a mere fawn rattle the chest of a sage? Even this little dinosaur could nearly bash its way out, causing his heart to quiver. Meng Hong gazed into the girl's crystalline eyes and instinctively completed his thought. Only through labor can one rise above others. Before he could finish, the girl kicked aside the tusked creature before her and dashed toward Meng Hong, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. Fellow townsfolk. I can't believe I would find a fellow townsfolk here. At this proclamation, Meng Hong felt a surge of excitement. How wonderful. At last, there was someone who could grasp his humor. If the system still possessed sentience, it would surely spit out a mouthful of oil and scold him for being a steel-headed man. Fellow townsfolk, come up here. Meng Hong's heart soared with joy as he hurriedly rose from Yuan Feng's back, extending his hand toward the girl. Come, let us talk after you join me. All right. The young maiden stepped forward, placing her hand into Meng Hong's palm, allowing him to draw her onto Yuan Feng's back. Whether it was due to shyness or some other reason, a faint blush adorned the maiden's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Meng Hong's eyes. Meng Hong, meanwhile, was oblivious to the innate being surrounding them, his focus solely on the maiden. My fellow townsfolk, I have yet to inquire about your name. Hongjun, correct? Hongjun? What a lovely name, he exclaimed instinctively, only to find himself frozen in place like a stone. Did she just say her name was Hongjun? Now she's also called Hongjun. Could it be that she has reincarnated as the venerable Hongjun? Yet, I recall that the Hongjun ancestor was male. No, Hongjun is the very first cloud in the world. Clouds bear no gender. If one wishes to perceive it as female, then it is female. If as male, then it is male. It seemed that Yu Hongjun sensed Meng Hong's thoughts, for she spoke up. Indeed, I am the Hongjun of the venerable Hongjun ancestor. Then, when did you? Before Meng Hong could finish his question, a voice echoed from afar. I dare ask, who are you, fellow traveler? Why do you impersonate the father of Pangu? The title of Pangu's father? There are no more than 15 beings in the entirety of Hong Huang who dare to use such a name. Given that the 12 ancestors of sorcery should still be buried underground and Yuan Shi is concealed here, it stands to reason that the speaker must be one of the remaining 2 from the 3 pure ones. Meng Hong glanced at Yu Hongjun, shielding her behind him. We shall discuss our matters later. First, allow me to collect the entrance fee. Ye Hongjun obediently nodded and stood behind Meng Hong. On the back of the Yuanfeng, there were still the primordial Qilin and Hongjun. Upon catching sight of the primordial Qilin, her heart raced with youthful exuberance. How adorable! She gazed up at Meng Hong's silhouette, contemplating whether she could ask to hold the primordial Qilin, but just as she was about to speak, she noticed 2 young Taoist figures approaching on the wind, halting directly in front of Meng Hong. She recognized them. One was the Taiji Taoist, the other the Shangqing Lingbao Taoist. Meng Hong casually adjusted the heavenly celebratory clouds atop his head and sat cross-legged once more, nonchalantly inquiring. Who spoke just now? It was I Laozi. As Taiji began to speak, a wave of unruly, primordial energy surged forth. Bold rascal. Do you comprehend the transgression of impersonating the title of the Pangu Father God? Meng Hong rolled his eyes. Do you not realize that addressing me as lousy in front of Grandpa could lead to your father giving you a sound thrashing? And yet you dare to impersonate. Taiji uttered 4 words and rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront Meng Hong, but Shanqing intervened. Third brother, do not act rashly. Second brother, Taiji couldn't help but frown, pointing an accusatory finger at Meng Hong's nose. He has insulted the Father God. Are you not incensed? Did you not notice that elder brother is still standing below? Shanqing gestured towards the direction of the Yuqing primordial beginning Taoist. Look, elder brother is not anxious. Why are you? If there is to be a confrontation, should it not be elder brother who acts first? Taiji then realized this, casting his gaze towards the direction of Yuqing. Elder brother, please speak. Speak. What can I possibly say? Yuqing rolled his eyes and, with great reluctance, floated out from among the myriad of primordial beings. He adjusted his Taoist robe and knelt directly before Meng Hong. Grandson Yuqing, accompanied by my 2 younger brothers, pays his respects to grandfather. As these words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Most of the primordial beings were well aware of the lineage of the 3 pure ones, and witnessing Yuqing kneeling before Meng Hong left them utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Shanqing and Taishang stared wide-eyed, wishing they could pry their eyes from their sockets to scrutinize Yuqing closely, attempting to discern whether he was indeed genuine or an impostor. Yet, as fellow members of the 3 pure ones, who could possibly impersonate Yuqing in their presence? Indeed, the eldest is more sensible. Meng Hong nodded with satisfaction and surveyed Shanqing and Taishang. Do you comprehend where your mistakes lie? Shanqing, bowing deeply behind Yuqing, immediately proclaimed, Grandfather, it was my error. I failed to recognize your esteemed identity. Grandfather. Taishang followed suit, bowing as well, and with a smile addressed Meng Hong. How can you say such a thing? If I were not at fault, would you still scold me? Unable to contain herself, Hongjun burst into laughter behind Meng Hong. Coughing lightly to ease the awkwardness, Meng Hong remarked, Well, since you acknowledge your mistakes, let us proceed to sign this contract. Taishang, uncertain of the contract's nature, recognized he had erred and understood that to please grandfather, he must acquiesce to his wishes. He approached the stone table and picked up a contract, signing it with his true name without even glancing at it, and swore an oath with a drop of his essence blood. Soon, the name Taishang appeared in his worker interface, accompanied by a notation of 100 years. Subsequently, Taishang turned to Meng Hong with a flattering demeanor. Grandfather, I sense 4 chaotic blue lotus seeds atop the unending mountain. Would you like to ascend and collect them? What a splendid inquiry. It provided the perfect opportunity to cast my bait. However, those seeds had already found their way into my possession. The aura of the blue lotus on the mountain was merely a fabrication of my own making. Meng Hong closed his eyes and gently shook his head. The blue lotus seeds are innate treasures, meant for the virtuous. I have no desire to retrieve them. I shall simply remain at the mountain's base, selecting those fated to receive them. Taishang, your grandson is here. Meng Hong plucked a golden lotus from beneath the celestial clouds above and placed it atop Taishang's head. You are indeed one of the fated. Ascend the mountain first. Thank you, grandfather. Taishang expressed his gratitude with another bow, then made his way to the mountain's foot, crossing the barrier to ascend towards the peak of the unending mountain. This action ignited the enthusiasm of these primordial beings. Observing Taishang's ascent, the tusked beast promptly signed the contract in its possession and then lunged fervently before Meng Hong, exclaiming, A mere 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye. If I can ascend and seize the blue lotus seeds, it is an opportunity of a lifetime. Saint Master, I too have signed. However, Meng Hong merely shook his head and casually tore the contract, stating, You should not have signed this contract at this moment. As he spoke, he handed a new contract to the fanged creature. Take this 200-year agreement. Once signed, you shall ascend. The fanged creature responded with confusion. Chapter 19. 3,000 years of Yuqing, 10,000 years of Jian. 200 years must still be signed. The fanged creature once again affixed its signature, and Meng Hong placed it upon a mountain. Yuqing, in a state of urgency, tugged at the sleeve of his companion, Shanqing, and smiled affectionately. Grandfather, what about us? Meng Hong glanced at the two and casually produced a 300-year contract. Shanqing, this 300-year agreement is yours. Sign it, and you shall ascend. Yes, grandfather. Shattering replied, taking the contract, while Yuqing grew increasingly anxious. 100, 200, 300. That totals 400 years. Grandfather. Yuqing nearly pressed his face against Meng Hong's. Surely, you cannot expect me to toil for 400 years? Are you unwilling? Meng Hong lifting the 400-year contract with a flourish. A 400-year agreement. Those who wish to ascend may come and take it. I will. A figure clad in black robes, bearing 2 swords, swiftly advanced and snatched the contract from Yuqing's grasp. With lightning speed, he inscribed his name upon the document, followed by a drop of his essence. Hey, you! Yuqing began to protest, but the black-clad figure had already ascended Mount Buzhou, completely ignoring his attempts to speak. Ding! Meng Hong was pondering the identity of this individual when the system's notification chimed in. Successfully subdued the River of Oblivion, lottery chance 1. The River of Oblivion? As Meng Hong gazed at the contract in his hand, he immediately felt a pang of regret. This River of Oblivion was the master of the 12th grade infernal fire-red Lotus. No matter the cost, he would ascend the mountain. Yet, he had only managed to secure a 400-year labor contract. It felt as though he had lost a fortune. Nevertheless, the 4 Lotus seeds were not on the mountain, so he could always exploit him further later on. Now, it was time to draft a 500-year labor contract. Just as Meng Hong extracted the contract, Yuqing raised his hand. Before he could even utter a word, Meng Hong swiftly covered his mouth. I know you don't want to. There's no need to speak. My dear, Yuqing wished to sign a 500-year contract? Absolutely not. Having just released the River of Oblivion with only a 400-year agreement, Meng Hong felt he was on the verge of a tremendous loss. Finally encountering a sensible and astute Yuqing, how could he inflict harm upon him? If he didn't offer Yuqing a 50,000-year contract, Meng Hong would feel he had wronged Pangu, the progenitor of the 3 pure ones. With this thought, Meng Hong summoned his sage powers, immobilizing Yuqing in place. Not only could he not sign the contract, but even speaking was beyond his reach. Meng Hong then placed the 500-year contract prominently on the stone table. 500-year contract. Who wishes to sign? I do. I do. Don't push. I reside above. Let me go first. The innate beings comprehended that only by signing a labor contract could they ascend the untraversable mountain. The longer the contract lasted, the more beneficial it was to sign early. Consequently, the foot of the mountain erupted with fervor as all the innate beings clamored to contract with Meng Hong. Among them stood one individual, closest to Meng Hong, shedding tears as he observed the duration of the labor contract gradually extend from 500 years to 3,000. Once all the innate beings with cultivation above the Xianxian level had ascended, the next contract had already reached an astonishing 3,100 years. Only then did Meng Hong place the final contract before Yuqing, gently patting his shoulder while deftly lifting the restrictions placed upon him. See, grandfather treats you well, doesn't he? Intentionally reserving the longest one for you. With tears of gratitude, Yuqing replied, Thank you, grandfather. No sooner had he uttered these words than he began to sign the 3,100-year labor contract. What other choice did he have? Could he possibly forego ascending the untraversable mountain? Most of his treasures from his previous life had originated from there. Failing to ascend would mean losing far more than merely 3,000 years. Just as Yuqing completed the contract, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Fellow cultivator in front. Please wait. The guide? Only now did he arrive? Yuqing mumbled under his breath, then promptly tucked away the contract and smiled at Meng Hong. Grandfather, the guide has come. He must also be ascending the mountain. Shall we consider adjusting the contract duration, perhaps to 5 or 8,000 years? Is that even a sensible suggestion? Meng Hong interrupted him, thumping his chest. We conduct our business with integrity. The next contract will be for the exact number of years it stipulates. Indeed, grandfather is correct. Yuqing quickly smiled apologetically. Your understanding is profound. It is I who have been foolish. Just remember to learn well from grandfather in the future. You may ascend the mountain now. Yes, Yuqing replied, just as he arrived before the barrier leading up the mountain. Before he could step through, he heard Meng Hong's voice resonating behind him. You wish to ascend, do you? First, you must sign a labor contract. Everyone else has done so. Are you willing? Yuqing involuntarily slowed his pace, curious to see what his grandfather intended. A labor contract? Jian tilted his head, his hands pressed together. Master, do you intend to beg for alms from the monk, or are you attempting to seize it by force? Well, you are not entirely incorrect in your assertion. Meng Hong slammed the labor contract onto the stone table, his sage-like prowess unmistakable. 10,000 years. Will you comply or not? Upon hearing this, Yu Qing immediately turned and ascended the mountain, fearing that Meng Hong might change his mind and reduce the contract to 9,900 years. He might not be human, but Meng Hong was indeed a dog. In truth, the contract Meng Hong had originally prepared for Jian was merely for 3,200 years, but to his surprise, as soon as Jian stood before him, a system prompt echoed, detecting a being that interfered with the operation of the heavenly path. Objective: to guide and subdue, cultivation, pinnacle of 9 heavens profound immortal. Task trigger: to compel the guide to submit and adhere to the operation of the heavenly Tao. Task reward: 1 lottery opportunity. Failure penalty: the random disappearance of a laborer. Originally, it was merely a reincarnation awakening. Meng Hong intended to grant him 5,000 years, yet he unexpectedly dared to mock him. If he did not provide the guide with a 10,000-year package, Meng Hong would feel he had suffered a loss. Signing with me should be a matter of course. Under Meng Hong's imposing presence, the guide found himself at a loss for words and had no choice but to obediently sign the contract. Yes, now that is more like it. Meng Hong carefully stored the contract and casually gestured behind him. Go on, ascend the mountain. Whatever treasures you discover will depend entirely upon your own fortune. Indeed, thank you, Senior. The guide clasped his hands together and bowed. In that moment of suppression, he had vaguely discerned Meng Hong's formidable background. Addressing him as Senior posed no disadvantage to him. Once the guide ascended the mountain, Meng Hong turned to Yi Hongyun. Friend Hongyun, let us also make our ascent. Yi Hongyun was taken aback, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Do I also need to sign a contract? Of course not. You are my fellow townsfolk. Meng Hong grinned widely, then lifted Hongjun from Yuanfeng's back. However, shouldn't you express something, young lad? Express what? Hongjun tilted his head, speaking in a childish tone. I simply won't go up the mountain, so why should I sign a contract with you? Humph, that is not for you to decide. Meng Hong, accompanied by 2 beasts and 2 individuals, ascended to the summit of Mount Buzhou. He retrieved 4 lotus seeds from his pocket and placed them before him, preparing to entice the fish. Chapter 20. Hongjun recognizes his father. How can you be like this? Hongjun exclaimed upon finding himself atop Mount Buzhou, immediately resorting to obstinacy. I have stated repeatedly that I shall not ascend, yet you persist in your refusal to listen and insist on dragging me up here. What is the meaning of this? Meng Hong was taken aback, bewildered by the youth's perplexity. After all, he had merely brought him to the mountain's peak without coercing him to imprint his hand or sign a contract. Why then was he acting so irrationally? Yuan Feng, noticing Meng Hong's confusion, chuckled from the side. Master, this is simply how Hongjun is. He cannot stand benefiting from others. If he does, he feels an overwhelming compulsion to repay it 1,000-fold. Is there truly such a phenomenon? Meng Hong, realizing that the entirety of the primordial world was populated by such peculiar beings. First, there was the masochistic Pangu, followed by the troubled Zulong, then the obsessive Luo, and now the discomfort Hongjun, who felt ill at ease when he gained an advantage. If one were to include the vagabond Taishang, they could form a rather formidable ensemble. No elderly lady would dare challenge them in a dance-off. Where's the contract? Hongjun scratched his head, ultimately deciding to embrace the situation. He extended his hand towards Meng Hong. Bring forth the contract. I shall sign it as well, and thus we shall be even. That simply cannot be. Meng Hong finally discovered a method to treat Hongjun, opting for a decisive approach. Little Hong, he began, those who sign contracts, do they not have to ascend the mountain on their own? Indeed, Hongyun replied, furrowing his brow as he grasped the implication. I am aware that you facilitated my ascent. He added, if it comes to that, you may as well extend my years. Ah, that won't do. Meng Hong shook his head, gesturing toward Yuan Feng and Qilin. Look at them. One is my steed, and the other calls me father. Do you comprehend the significance? Only those who are intimately related to me can be brought up the mountain. Do you understand? Before Hongjun could respond, Yi Hongyun's face flushed once more. She covered her face with her hands, revealing only her eyes as she gazed at Meng Hong, too timid to utter a word. Intimately related? Hongyun pointed at Yi Hongyun. And what of her? What connection do you share? Connection? We have yet to establish anything overly intimate. Meng Hong, not wishing to take advantage of the young lady, nevertheless had his ways of teasing Hongjun. But little Hong, I believe you've overlooked that she and I are fellow townsfolk. Hongjun was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Very well. What do you propose we do? Quite simple, Meng Hong remarked with a knowing glance at Hongjun. I have long claimed to be your long-lost father. All it requires is for you to address me as such, and we become kin, do we not? Do not even think about it, Hongjun firmly declared, refusing to relent as he strode towards the edge of Mount Buzhou, asserting, I, Hongjun, shall never utter the word father even if I leap from here. Meng Hong furrowed his brow, reflecting on whether he had perhaps been overly harsh, contemplating whether it might be better to take Hongjun as his disciple. After all, being the master of the Tao is akin to being a father. Once a teacher, always a father. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Hongjun, having gazed at the precipice of Mount Buzhou, returned, his knees buckling as he knelt upon the ground. Lifting his youthful visage, he gazed at Meng Hong with eyes full of innocence, proclaiming, Father above, allow me to bow before you. With a resounding thud, his forehead met the earth, causing a tremor that echoed lightly, as though the heavens themselves were responding to Hongjun's gesture. Huh? Meng Hong was taken aback, watching Hongjun with perplexity. Weren't you about to leap from here? Hongjun raised his head, his eyes shimmering with tears. It is simply too high. Well then, yet another one who has come to appreciate the truth. I am fond of this. Meng Hong's heart soared with joy at Hongjun's acceptance of him as a father, and he casually removed the celestial celebratory cloud from atop his head, saying, My dear child, I possess little to offer you, but please accept this celestial celebratory cloud. Thank you, Father. Hongjun gratefully received the celestial celebratory cloud, feeling as though it intrinsically belonged to him, sensing a profound connection. The moment the celestial celebratory cloud graced his possession, his realm surged from the ninth heaven profound immortal to the initial golden immortal level. Meng Hong nodded with satisfaction and casually assigned him a task. Xiao Hong, now that you have attained the golden immortal status, you ought to assist your old father in some matters, don't you think? Of course, Father. Hongjun, enjoying the sweet taste of approval, found himself calling his father with remarkable ease. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not hesitate. Very well. Meng Hong raised a hand and pointed towards the eastern pathway leading to Mount Buzhou. You shall guard that area, regardless of who approaches. Insist that they surrender half of the treasures they collect from the mountain. As a good-natured individual, Hongjun hesitated upon hearing such an excessive demand. Father, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Unreasonable. Meng Hong furrowed his brow in retort. You must remember, Mount Buzhou is formed from the spine of your elder brother Pangu. All the treasures upon it belong to our family. I am merely requesting that you take half from their hands. What is unreasonable about that? Indeed, what the master says is correct. Yuan Feng interjected from aside. Hongjun, if you are unwilling, let me take the watch. You can guard the western side under the same conditions as Hongjun. Yes, master. Yuan Feng's spirits lifted instantly, and then he inquired, but master, isn't 50% a bit too little? How about 80%? Bang! Meng Hong struck Yuan Feng's head lightly. Are you a pea-brain? How is it that this knock hasn't knocked some sense into you? If you take all their harvest, what will they do when they turn to descend the mountain? Do we not suffer a loss? Hongjun, ever accommodating, swiftly came to the realization that Mount Buzhou was indeed his family's private estate. This will not do, Father. What shall we do if they take away half of our treasures? Do not worry, I have my own methods. As Meng Hong spoke, he gave a kick to the oblivious Qilin, commanding, You, guard the southern side. Do not fret about anything else. They won't be able to take away the remaining half. Upon hearing this, Qilin promptly bounded to the south, exclaiming, All right, Daddy. Once the task was assigned, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Task assigned. Guard the summit of Mount Buzhou. Reward. Clue to the remains of the Chaos Green Lotus 3. Workers. Hongjun, Yuan Feng, Qilin. As the three stood guard at the summit of Mount Buzhou, Meng Hong turned his gaze towards Yi Hongyan. Before he could utter a word, she pointed to herself. Her cheeks flushed and asked, I may not be able to guard the northern side. It's all right. I will accompany you, Meng Hong replied, gently taking her small hand as they headed north towards the peak of Mount Buzhou. Upon reaching a mountain path due north, Meng Hong turned to face Yi Hongyan. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere resembled that of young lovers sneaking out during study hall. The girl blushed, while the boy held back his words, neither knowing how to break the silence. Yet, this simple exchange of glances was sufficient to etch itself into the annals of their youth as a cherished memory. Not long after, Meng Hong inquired, I was just about to ask, when did you traverse here? 2020, came the reply. How fortuitous, Meng Hong exclaimed, his voice resonating with the bluntness characteristic of a typical man. I was born in 2020. Yi Hongyun, taken aback, responded with a shocked expression. Chapter 21. The naive white of the primordial era ahem. Yi Hongyun coughed twice, lowering her head as she clarified, Actually, I was also born in 2020. I misspoke earlier. Not a problem at all. Such trivial matters are inconsequential. Meng Hong, accustomed to a carefree demeanor, paid no heed to these minor details and simply chuckled. Since we have already crossed into the primordial era, why dwell on past events? We should focus on the present. Indeed, let's concentrate on the present. Yi Hongyun hastily shifted the topic. By the way, you mentioned this place is called the primordial era? Is that the name of this world? Meng Hong was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, unsure of how to elucidate the matter to her. Could it truly be that someone was unaware of the significance of the primordial era? While it may not constitute actual history, it had certainly evolved into a widely celebrated myth. Was Yi Hongyun, perhaps, akin to a model student from a previous life, one who never indulged in novels? Yi Hongyun noticed Meng Hong in a daze, and my cheeks involuntarily flushed again. Did I say something wrong? No, not at all. Meng Hong, returning to his senses, felt it inappropriate to elaborate too much to Yi Hongyun, so he merely responded evasively. Hongyun, are you familiar with the legend of Pangu creating the heavens? Yes, I know that, she replied. And what about Gongong's furious collision with Buzhou Mountain? I learned that in textbooks too, Yi Hongyun said with a smile. That's wonderful. It makes things easier to explain. Meng Hong smiled as well. The so-called primordial chaos is divided into 3 parts. The first part is known as the Chaos Period, which refers to the time before Pangu created the heavens. The second part is called the Hongmeng Period, which encompasses our current time frame, specifically from Pangu's creation of the heavens until the collapse of Buzhou Mountain. Renowned figures such as the 3 Pure Ones, Nuwa, Xian, Hui, and Quafu all existed during this era. What? Yi Hongyun's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing these names. In certain respects, these were far more renowned than figures like Hongjun, Luohou, Mingyi, and Yangmei. If I wish to impart knowledge about the primordial world to her, I can only approach it from these aspects. Are you serious? Yi Hongyun asked, slightly agitated, as she grasped Meng Hong's arm. So, the 3 Pure Ones that just challenged you are? Yes. Meng Hong nodded slowly. These figures are the 3 purities of history: Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, Shanqing Tongtian Daoist, and Taishang Laojun. The child who just referred to me as father will eventually become their revered master, Hongjun. Yi Hongyun was utterly stunned, her worldview collapsing in an instant. As she gathered her thoughts and glanced back at Meng Hong, he too was poised to speak. In the normal course of events in the primordial chaos, Hongyun is the one who, in front of the Zixiao Palace, offered his seat, thus acquiring the 7th strand of Hongmeng purple qi. You see, he not only relinquished his position, but insisted on dragging the river of the underworld along with him. Furthermore, that unfortunate creature Yuanfeng, having been expelled by the duo of Zhuanti and Jian, harbored resentment and schemed to seize the 7th strand of Hongmeng purple qi, leading to the tragic demise of Hongyun alongside the river of the underworld. Isn't that an injustice? A splendid opportunity to attain sanctification was thus transformed into a path to death. Meng Hong, having finally encountered a fellow townsman, naturally wished to avert such calamity. Yet, the question loomed, would intervening disrupt the celestial order and precipitate the collapse of the world? The dilemma. Before either could voice their thoughts, a figure emerged from the northern mountains. Meng Hong focused his gaze, recognizing the first descendant, Taishang Laojun. What an exquisite title, Taishang murmured, seemingly having overheard Meng Hong's last words. He leaped forward and knelt before Meng Hong on one knee, proclaiming, "Thank you, grandfather, for bestowing upon me a name. From henceforth, I shall be known as Taishang Laojun." Hongjun turned her gaze towards Meng Hong. Though she did not utter a word, her eyes conveyed her unspoken thoughts. So this is how the supreme old lord came to be? Meng Hong, éclairé perplexed, shook his head and conveyed telepathically to Hongjun, "Don't look at me. I'm just as perplexed." Grand Fater. Taishang rose anew, peeking over to the two behind him, seemingly in search of the lotus seeds. "What brings you here? Was it for those 4 lotus seeds? Did you not say that the seeds are meant for those fated to receive them?" You fail to grasp this, do you? Meng Hong replied with a smirk. The me of the previous moment and the me of the next moment are not the same entity. Thus, just because the me of the previous moment had no connection to the lotus seeds does not imply that the me of the next moment will also lack such a connection. To Meng Hong, this reasoning felt akin to sophistry. Yet, even if it were mere prevarication, who would dare to step forward and accuse him of shamelessness? Should anyone have the audacity to do so, Meng Hong would certainly demonstrate to them what true shamelessness entailed, perhaps by personally peeling their face away. The notion of previous and next moments left Taishang in a daze. His eyes glazed over as he muttered Meng Hong's recent words, standing utterly still. Hongjun, startled by his demeanor, instinctively retreated behind Meng Hong. What has happened to him? Meng Hong, equally baffled, waved his hand to summon an experienced elder. Xiao Yuan. "Come here for a moment." "Coming, master." Ding. The system's notification sound echoed once more, yet Meng Hong couldn't be bothered to glance at it, merely waving his hand dismissively. What could possibly be more paramount than the health of his own grandson? If Taishang were to become obsessed due to his words, he would be the architect of the world's destruction. Yuan Feng arrived just in time, and upon seeing Taishang's condition, he was momentarily taken aback. Enlightenment. Enlightenment? Meng Hong raised an eyebrow, eager to inquire further about the situation. However, before he could utter another word, Taishang's cultivation surged dramatically. He transcended the 9th heavenly immortal realm, officially stepping into the pinnacle, now but a hair's breadth away from the golden immortal. With a deep exhale, Taishang felt rejuvenated, bowing once more to Meng Hong. "Grandfather, I am Taishang, and I thank you for your guidance." Yuan Feng quickly grasped the situation. It must have been Meng Hong's profound words that triggered Taishang's enlightenment. "I am now on the verge of becoming a Luo golden immortal. A single moment of enlightenment could render me the first being in this primal realm to achieve such a status. Even if I must throw a tantrum, I must hear the profound words once." "Master." Yuan Feng promptly lay on the ground, wrapping his wings around himself and rolling about in excitement. "Stop!" Meng Hong exclaimed, placing a foot on Yuan Feng's wings, gazing at him in confusion. "Have you lost your mind? What are you rolling around for?" Before Yuan Feng could respond, Hongjun interjected, Isn't the ailment of birds more accurately described as avian influenza?" "Yes, avian influenza." Meng Hong, with a shift in tone, remarked, "Speak your mind. Do not allow your feathers to tarnish my Mount Buzhou." Yuan Feng, rising once more, gazed up with tear-filled eyes and implored, "Master, just now, did Taishang attain enlightenment upon hearing your words?" Meng Hong inquired, "Indeed, what troubles you?" Yuan Feng continued, "Could you kindly repeat it for me?" Understanding Yuan Feng's thoughts, Meng Hong suppressed a smile and teased, "Do you wish to hear it? Shouldn't you express something in return?" Chapter 22. Rental Services. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng was utterly bewildered. How could one possibly express gratitude in this situation? "I have already offered my life essence to you, sworn an oath before you, and repeatedly called you master. Yet you ask me to show my appreciation?" Although that essence does not truly dictate my life or death, it undeniably represents a life. In your eyes, is my existence so insignificant? Observing Yuan Feng's stunned demeanor, Meng Hong placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him. Little Yuan, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. However, I recalled something. The Phoenix clan possesses the ability to be reborn from fire, correct? If you were to provide me with your life essence, allowing me to govern your fate, would that not be jesting with me? A thunderous realization struck Yuan Feng. How could he possibly know this? In his previous life, before his demise, no creature in the vast wilderness was privy to the Phoenix clan's unique capability. Even before he experienced his first death, he was unaware. The master, Yuan Feng, lay prostrate on the ground, at a loss for words. I did not intend to deceive you. I know, you were merely teasing me, weren't you? Meng Hong's face bore a benign smile. Well, now that I've seen through your ruse, you must offer some sincerity, right? Although the system had already provided hints, confirming Yuan Feng's submission, the feeling of being deceived by a bird was still quite disheartening. At the very least, he expected several millennia of unpaid labor to mend the wounds in his heart. Or could you perhaps guide me on a clear path? Yuan Feng, having resigned to his fate, figured that resistance was futile. You might as well lie down and enjoy it. Excellent. I appreciate your candidness. Meng Hong gestured towards the foot of Mount Buzhou. I plan to construct a cave residence atop this mountain. And surely we cannot have these celestial beings carry the materials up the slope. Can we? Once you ascend to the status of the Luo Jian, you shall be free to traverse Mount Buzhou. And at that time, I will entrust you with the task of transporting the materials. What do you say? Meng Hong was already aware that Yuan Feng had once tricked him during his oath, but he had merely noted it down, waiting for the opportune moment to bring it up and extract some compensation. Now seemed the perfect time. After all, the calamity of dragons and phoenixes had yet to arrive. Getting Yuan Feng here to assist with the labor was indeed a splendid idea. Yuan Feng stood frozen in place, utterly unable to fathom that the condition set by Meng Hong for his ascension to the Grand Luo Golden Immortal was this: to transport building materials. Yuan Feng, the future Grand Luo Golden Immortal, the foremost avian in the realms, must stoop to the task of carrying bricks for someone, even if the employer is a sage. It is simply unacceptable. What? You refuse? Meng Hong queried, his brow arching in evident disdain for Yuan Feng's reaction. I can. Taishang interjected from his side, his voice steady. As long as you grant me the ascension to Grand Luo, I would gladly assist you in transporting materials. Meng Hong pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing the proposition. Alarm surged through Yuan Feng. How could there be someone attempting to usurp his opportunity? This was the coveted position of the first Grand Luo in the world. Merely transporting some building materials could not be so burdensome. With determination, Yuan Feng raised his claws and kicked Taishang aside, retracting his wings as he bowed his head before Meng Hong. Yuan Feng is at your service, master. Ding. A task was issued. Transport building materials. Salary reward. Diagram of the Primordial Gathering Spirit Array 1. Worker. Yuan Feng. The system notification rang out, affirming Yuan Feng's genuine acceptance of the task. Oh, Yuan Feng, Taishang remarked, rubbing his backside as he slowly rose. If you are unhappy, why not let me take that position? Yuan Feng shone glare. What concern is it of yours? Bang! Meng Hong smacked Yuan Feng's head. How dare you speak like that? That is your little master. Apologize to him. He is the master of Yuan Feng, and Taishang is his grandson. By this reasoning, is it not true that Taishang is merely Yuan Feng's little master? Yuan Feng clutched his head. Though unwilling, he bowed and offered his apologies to Taishang. After all, he was no match for Meng Hong. Little master, it was my fault. Fool! Meng Hong wrapped his bird-like head again. You added an extra little. Say it again. Little master, I was wrong. Hearing Yuanfeng's apology, Taishang could not help but smile, his hands clasped behind his back as he nodded slowly. Ha! To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue of the highest order. Father, come quickly. Something has happened. Hongjun's voice suddenly rang out, prompting Meng Hong to turn towards his direction. Among the 4 lotus seeds, 3 had already sprouted tender shoots, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. In but a breath, the spiritual energy over Mount Buzhou had been completely replenished 3 times. If Meng Hong recalled correctly, these 3 lotus seeds were destined to bloom into the 12-petal merit golden lotus, the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus, and the 12-petal world destruction black lotus. As for the last lotus seed, it should be the last to mature, the pure world green lotus. As a unique lineage of the chaos green lotus, it was entirely reasonable for it to take a bit longer to mature. After all, the chaotic azure lotus had always been rather immature, and it was I who manually hastened its ripening. As Meng Hong pondered, 3 12th grade lotus flowers would suffice for fishing. Thus, he decided to stow away the still unripe lotus seed into his pouch. At that moment, Hongjun approached from a distance, his eyes glistening with envy upon gazing at the lotus flowers. Standing beside Meng Hong, he fixated on the 3 undeveloped blooms and exclaimed, "Father, these are treasures. Are you truly willing to part with them?" Meng Hong was momentarily taken aback. How had this once sweet child transformed so drastically in less than a day? No, it must not be his own doing. It was the influence of Yuan Feng. Yes, that had to be it. Instinctively, Meng Hong shifted the blame onto Yuan Feng, then affectionately tousled Hongjun's hair. "Little Hong, today father will teach you a new term. Leasing." "Leasing? What does that mean?" Hongjun tilted his head, puzzled by the unfamiliar word. Could it be that Yi Hongyun, after a brief contemplation, interjected, "Do you mean to lease these 3 lotus flowers to others in exchange for their labor?" "Exactly. Meng Gong replié, revealing à conscience usmaid." Moreover, is not only these 3 lotus flowers, the remaining half of the spiritual treasures that have yet to be surrendered are also to be leased to them. If they wish to utilize my treasures, they must work for me. At this moment, Yuan Feng approached, raising his wings and pointing at one of the lotus seeds, inquiring, "Am I also eligible for rental?" "Duong." Meng Hong promptly tapped his head again, chiding, "You, my friend, may possess a rather unappealing appearance, yet your aspirations are quite lofty. First, settle your debts with me before entertaining such notions." Chapter 23. A task without compensation. What about me? What about me? Taishang, brimming with enthusiasm, stepped forward, exclaiming, "Grandfather, please allow me to rent all 3 of these lotus flowers. I am willing to do anything for you, my dear grandson." Meng Hong furrowed his brow in response. These 3 lotus flowers not only belonged to someone, but also played a crucial role in the operation of the heavenly Tao, and could not be bestowed lightly. Failing to deliver them to their rightful guardians would undoubtedly incite chaos. As the upholder of the heavenly Tao, Meng Hong could not afford to make such a grave error. At most, he could transfer ownership of these lotus flowers to himself and subsequently rent them to the appropriate beings. As for renting them to unrelated entities, that could wait until the flowers had fulfilled their designated tasks. Thus, faced with Taishang's eagerness, Meng Hong resorted to crafting an enticing proposition. He retrieved the 4th lotus seed, which he had previously set aside, and asked, "Do you know what this is?" "Lotus seed?" Taishang responded. "Incorrect." Meng Hong solemnly stated the facts. "This is the unique seed of the chaotic azure lotus. Have you not noticed that the colors of the 3 lotus flowers are not azure? Only this one is the true azure lotus. If you desire to rent those 3 lotus flowers, then you shall have to forego this lotus seed. Do you consent to this?" Upon hearing this, the 3 lotus flowers felt an urge to retaliate. After all, we are merely premature, not illegitimate. Of course, we do not consent. Taishang harbored no doubts regarding Meng Hong's words and immediately approached. "Then, grandfather, why has this lotus flower yet to bloom?" "Wait." Meng Hong uttered a single word, retracting the lotus seed. "When the time is ripe, this lotus seed will be yours, all 3 of you." "3 of us?" Taishang found himself puzzled by his meaning. How could one lotus flower be shared among 3 individuals? Would one use it in the morning, another at noon, and the last in the evening? However, since Meng Hong had declared it so, as a grandson, he could only acquiesce and quietly step aside. Throughout the entirety of Mount Buzhou, aside from the still naive primordial Qilin, only Yi Hongyun refrained from inquiring about the lotus flower. "And what of me?" Hongjun spoke slowly, directing his gaze towards one of the lotus flowers that had already revealed its golden leaves. He looked at Meng Hong and said, "Father, I feel that this particular lotus flower is connected to me." Meng Hong focused his gaze and realized that Hongjun was indeed referring to the 12th grade merit golden lotus. According to the chronicles of the Primordial era, this lotus flower originally belonged to Hongjun. However, after Hongjun's third sermon, he had given this golden lotus to Jian and Zhuanti at the cliff of distribution. "Then it shall be yours. Once it fully blooms, you may take it away." As Meng Hong's thoughts took shape, he effortlessly allocated the merit-laden golden lotus to Hongjun, saying, however, in exchange for the golden lotus, "You must assist me in my endeavors." "Indeed," Hongjun replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. "Whatever my father requires, I shall undertake without hesitation." "Excellent. I now request your solemn promise regarding a matter." Meng Hong turned his gaze toward Yi Hongyun for a fleeting moment before fixing his eyes on Hongjun once more. "When you commence your teachings, I desire 7 seats in the front row." With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning suddenly reverberated through the air, seemingly as a reminder to Meng Hong that such a request was counter to the heavenly order. "What is the commotion about?" Meng Hong exclaimed, tilting his head toward the sky. "Is it merely an additional seat that disturbs you? Do you have the audacity to make such a ruckus? I dare you to try again, and I shall have Xiao Pan strike you twice more." This was, in truth, an experiment. To safeguard a certain bashful maiden, Meng Hong sought to test if it were possible to alter certain events while preserving the celestial order. For instance, the demise of Hongyun. Who would wish to witness the untimely end of a delightful young lady in the future they were aware of? If an additional seat were granted, then Hongyun would not need to relinquish her place. At present, the heavenly order had yet to restore itself, and Meng Hong's outburst rendered it silent once more. Meanwhile, Hongjun responded to Meng Hong, "Very well. I shall comply with your request." Ding. Job announcement. 7 seats compensation. None worker. Hongjun indeed. This is the first time Meng Hong has encountered a situation where the salary reward is none. Could it be that the job I posted defies the natural order? Regardless, even if it does defy fate, as long as I can preserve Hongyun's life, the salary can be offered to the dogs of destiny. The master, Yuan Feng, cast a glance at Yi Hongyun and quietly conveyed to Meng Hong, "Have you taken a liking to Hongyun?" Meng Hong retorted through thought transmission, "Mind your own business and fulfill your role as my steed. Stop prying into your master's affairs. Your duty is to plan the recent flight route, ensuring we reach our destination in the most comfortable and expedient manner." "Yes, I have spoken out of turn," Yuan Feng acknowledged, lowering his head in repentance. Yet a seed of ambition took root in his heart. Once he ascends to the great Luo, even if he cannot defeat Meng Hong, can he not still harass Hongyun? Meng Hong had not obtained the right to listen to Yuan Feng's heartfelt thoughts. Thus he remained oblivious to his musings. He turned his gaze towards Yi Hongyun, who was intently observing the 3 blooming lotus flowers, her eyes filled with admiration, yet devoid of any hint of greed. She simply reveled in the breathtaking spectacle of the lotus blossoms. Presently, atop the majestic Mount Buzhou, there were only 3 individuals and 2 beasts. Apart from the naive initial Qilin, who understood nothing but the desire for nourishment, Yi Hongyun was the only one who had not inquired about the lotuses. Had these flowers not been claimed, Meng Hong would have long since fashioned them into a bouquet and presented them to Yi Hongyun. However, he pondered whether the girl would feel embarrassed upon receiving such a gift. With measured steps, Meng Hong approached and stood beside Yi Hongyun, softly asking, "Are they beautiful?" "Indeed," Yi Hongyun instinctively replied, then chuckled and shook her head, "Yet they seem destined to be beyond my reach. I can sense that these lotuses do not belong to me." "They merely do not belong to you at this moment." Meng Hong smiled gently. "Once they fulfill their purpose, we shall plant them in the back garden. That garden is yours as well. It has no connection to me." Yi Hongyun had indeed comprehended the implications of Meng Hong's words, yet, out of a sense of girlish modesty, she felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. As for Meng Hong, the moment he laid eyes on Yi Hongyun, he was utterly enraptured. It was as if fate had conspired to alleviate his mundane existence in this primordial world by presenting him with a companion. Apart from Yuan, he could scarcely envision anyone else with whom he could traverse this vast expanse of wilderness. He had no desire to endure the awkwardness of unreciprocated sentiments again. However, the timing was not yet right. He decided to postpone his confession. To diffuse the tension, Meng Hong chuckled lightly. "Look at what you're saying. Why not come to my home as a housekeeper? Then all these lotus flowers would be under your care, wouldn't they?" Yuan responded with a bewildered expression. "Is that even a reasonable thing to say?" Chapter 24. Ascending the River of the Underworld. As soon as Meng Hong spoke, he regretted his words. What kind of man would invite the object of his affections to become a housekeeper? He mused that having a couple of peanuts while drinking should not lead to such a blunder. Realizing his misstep, he prepared to make an excuse. Actually, what I meant was, before he could articulate the phrase, "Just kidding," Yuan smiled and replied, "If you can move these 3 lotus flowers to your garden, then I shall indeed be your housekeeper." Ding! In truth, the system's sound had not resonated, yet Meng Hong felt as though a prompt had materialized before him. Task announcement: recruitment of a caregiver. Reyart, ye Hongjun birinji. Woker, Mengung. Is this task optional? Meng Hong's face instantly lit up with joy as he extended a hand towards Yuan. Excellent. Let us seal our pact with a handshake. It is settled. Yuan raised her hand and lightly tapped Meng Hong's palm, thus formally establishing their agreement. Just as their accord was being finalized, a shadow, bearing 2 swords upon its back, suddenly darted forth from the eastern side of Mount Buzhou. This individual did not bother with pleasantries. Upon sighting the 3 lotus flowers at the summit, he immediately rushed toward them. With his cultivation as a celestial being, all present, save for Yuan, could clearly perceive his actions. Yet, none made an attempt to thwart him. As the shadow approached the trio of lotus flowers and reached out to seize them, he advanced just an inch before colliding with the barrier set by Meng Hong. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the shadow was sent hurtling backward, landing with a thud before Meng Hong. "Oh, is that not Xiao Mingyi?" Meng Hong recognized him immediately. The mere presence of the 2 swords on his back was sufficient to reveal his identity. Yuan and Abi. These were innate weapons, known only to be wielded under the sword of immortal execution. Such perilous items. How could a child carry them about so freely? Out of a sense of elderly concern, Meng Hong promptly unsheathed the 2 swords from Mingyi's back. Buzz! The moment the swords were freed from their master, they emitted a resonant hum. It seemed as though he was protesting against someone's thievery. Mingyi immediately sprang up and extended his hand towards Meng Hong, demanding, "Return it to me." "Return it to you?" "Certainly," Meng Hong retorted. Yet he continued to toy with the 2 innate weapons, showing no intention of relinquishing them. "However, before I return your belongings, you must first restore mine. Wouldn't you agree?" Mingyi, usually sparse in words, inquired with only 4. "What belongings? Do you recall the labor contract you signed?" Meng Hong replied, a congenial smile gracing his face. "Since you intend to work for me for 400 years, all the treasures you have acquired since ascending the mountain should rightfully include my share. Let us consider that share to be 50%. Upon hearing this, Mingyi furrowed his brow but ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, I shall give it to you." Although he had been focused solely on his journey, he had amassed quite a collection of rare treasures, no fewer than 12, each a remarkable specimen. Now, parting with half of them might be seen as a means to avert misfortune. Mingyi retrieved the 6 precious items and presented them before Meng Hong, who did not reach for them, but instead turned to look behind him. When it comes to gathering resources, one must never take action personally. This may diminish one's prestige. It is advisable to find someone to manage these matters more prudently. This individual is not entirely trustworthy, and the methods employed by Yuan Feng and Qilin differ significantly, one using claws and the other hooves, which is hardly suitable. The candidates naturally narrowed down to Hongjun and Yuan. Hongjun is destined to align with the heavenly Tao eventually, and after his 3rd lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, he generously bestowed numerous treasures upon the students in attendance. If entrusted with the guardianship of my possessions, there's a possibility that my treasures might also be distributed among others. It would be wiser to choose Hongyun. Meng Hong turned to Yi Hongyun and gently inquired, "Would you be so kind as to safeguard these items for me?" "Me?" Yi Hongyun responded, "Somehat individuos." "Yes," Meng Hong affirmed, offering a rationale. "Consider it a reward for accompanying me to the mountain. Just keep these items safe for me and return them when I require them." "Very well," she agreed. Ding. Task assigned. Safeguarding treasures. Reward. Space Warehouse 1. Thurkev. Yi Hongyun. As Yi Hongyun approached the River of Oblivion, preparing to accept the 6 treasures from his hand, he suddenly withdrew it. "Hongyun?" he asked, furrowing his brow. As an awakened one, possessing all the memories of his past life, he recalled how he and Yuanfeng had once treated Hongyun. However, the Hongyun of his previous life was not as she appears now. Had it not been for Meng Hong calling her name, he might not have recognized her at all. "Yes, it is I. What is it?" Yi Hongyun took a step back, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from the man before her, compelling her to instinctively distance herself. Were it not for Meng Hong's presence, she would have certainly hesitated to approach Meng He. "Do you remember who I am?" Meng He fixed his gaze intently on Yi Hongyun's eyes, as if seeking to penetrate her very soul. Bang! Observing Meng He's demeanor, Meng Hong swiftly delivered a slap to his forehead, exclaiming, "I instructed you to hand over the items, not to engage in idle chatter. Surrender the items and stand aside." The once arrogant Meng He, taken aback by the slap, instantly lost his bravado. He hastily presented the 6 treasures and stepped aside. What a jest! This man is a sage. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, who would dare to confront a sage? If anyone did, they might as well be the old man of longevity, tired of living. Standing to the side, Meng He gazed longingly at the flaming red lotus within the barrier. "Saint, I have presented the treasures as you requested. Now, regarding my red lotus." Meng Hong raised an eyebrow. "Your red lotus? Call it, and see if it responds." Yes, it is your red lotus now." Meng He quickly conceded, though he tentatively added, "What about the 2 swords in your hand?" "Oh, you mean these?" Meng Hong held 2 swords in his hands, displaying no intention of returning them. "These weapons are too perilous for children to handle. Thus, I shall temporarily safeguard them. Once I have dispelled the lingering scent of blood, I shall return them to you." Meng He was taken aback. "Perilous? Dispel the scent of blood? These are swords, not kitchen knives. Is it not inherent for a sword to claim lives? Given that they do, is it not rather natural for them to bear the mark of mortality? Moreover, regarding the scent of blood, these weapons, Yuan Tu and Abai, were birthed from the sea of blood, steeped in its essence. If you were to cleanse them of that scent, I might as well play with a glass orb instead." Meng He could not help but mentally scoff, yet he maintained a polite facade, forcing a smile as he managed to utter, "Then, esteemed one, I shall thank you in advance." Meng Hong smiled kindly. "It is but a trifling task, no need for gratitude. However, if you truly wish to express your thanks, do consider bestowing upon me the remaining 50% of the treasures." Chapter 25. The demands of Luya in order to ensure the flawless return of his most cherished treasure. Meng He reluctantly smiled as he presented the remaining 6 artifacts to Hongyun. However, the Yuan Tu and the Ubi remained unreleased, still in the possession of Meng Hong. Before long, 4 more innate beings ascended to the summit of the Buzhou mountain. Among them were, of course, the other 2 from the Sanqing, alongside a Daist, and the final arrival, Jian. It is likely that only these 6 beings were capable of reaching the peak through their own efforts. They were akin to diamond chives, radiant with a brilliance that could not be ignored. Meng Hong felt that failing to bestow upon them the full measure of fortune would be a disservice. As per custom, Meng Hong first required them to surrender half of their treasures, after which he instructed them to wait beside the 3 lotus flowers. With the rightful owners of 2 of the lotus flowers present, Meng Hong had yet to release the restrictions. This was not due to any intention of delaying, but rather because the 3 lotus flowers had yet to mature. Nonetheless, this did not impede him from allocating the flowers. Ahem. Meng Hong cleared his throat twice, prompting the 6 beings stationed beside the barrier to turn their gazes toward him. He slowly rose, stepping into the void, and positioned himself directly above the 3 lotus flowers. Since we are now 6, we shall not wait for those yet to ascend the mountain. Upon hearing this, The 6 innate beings were filled with joy, for it seemed that the allocation of the lotus flowers was about to commence. Among these 6 innate beings, for possessed memories of their past lives. Unlike the other 2 who revel in delight, they begin to scrutinize one another. Among them, Mingi and Jian are the rightful owners of the fiery red lotus and the golden lotus of virtue, respectively. Their desires are modest. They merely seek to reclaim the lotus flowers that rightfully belong to them. As for Luya and the 3 pure ones, they are perceived as adversarial targets by Mingi and Jian. Meng Hong cast a discerning glance at the 6 young beings below, fully aware of their thoughts. These 3 lotus flowers are of utmost significance to him. Were it not for the proper functioning of the heavenly Tao, he would never consider relinquishing his cherished treasures. However, what does it matter if you take them? Once you have exhausted their utility, I shall undoubtedly demand their return. Although Meng Hong felt a pang of sorrow, he spoke. These 3 lotus seeds were birthed from the chaotic azure lotus and flourish amidst the cosmos, atop Mount Buzhou. By all accounts, they should rightfully belong to me. Do you concur? Agreed. Taishang, oblivious to the nuances, jumped up and declared, Grandfather is a chaotic saint and the first to discover the lotus seeds. Thus, he is the rightful owner of these flowers. Upon hearing this, Yuqing winced inwardly, thinking, Oh, my foolish brother. You call him grandfather without realizing that he simply traversed time before us. He is not truly our grandfather. Seeing Taiching's agreement, Shanqing also nodded affirmatively. I concur as well. Both Taiching and Shanqing acquiesced, leaving Yuqing with no choice but to sigh. I am in agreement as well. Meng Hong nodded with satisfaction and turned to Ming He. What about you, little Ming? Ming He clasped his hands in salute, responding with a hint of sarcasm. The esteemed power of the Holy One is indeed formidable. I naturally concur. This young lad dared to mock him so brazenly. Truly, the sage does not unleash his might, yet one takes him for a mere statue. Do I sense a hint of reluctance in your tone? Meng Hong remarked, extending his hand to lift Ming He from the ground, gradually elevating him above the summit of Buzhou Mountain. I am quite a benevolent person. If you disagree, just say so. I will not harm you, would I? The moment he released his grip, Ming He would plummet from the towering peak, without the ability to fly. Mind you, not even a golden immortal could withstand such a fall. Ming He's face turned ashen with fright. Was this what he meant by not harming him? It seemed he treated jumping from heights as a mere game. Holy One, spare my life. In a bid to preserve his own existence, Ming He ultimately capitulated. I agree. Is that not sufficient? Well, that is more like it. Meng Hong casually tossed Ming He back to his original position and then turned to Jian and Luya. What about you two? Jian smiled without a word, while Luya furrowed his brow, preparing to speak. Forget it. After all, you are not of much consequence. Meng Hong did not allow Luya to finish his words, abruptly interjecting, Since 4 individuals have consented, this proposal is hereby approved. Let us applaud. Before the applause could resonate, Luya leapt forth, exclaiming, Wait, I dissent. According to the conventional narrative of the primordial era, not only was Luya's father, the Eastern Emperor Tai, yet to be born in the solar star, but it was also perplexing how Luya had fortuitously arrived ahead of schedule in the primordial realm, making his presence felt atop Mount Buzhou. Luya, is it? Meng Hong found himself intrigued by him, prompting an inquiry. You assert your dissent. What objections do you hold? After all, Luya was the 10th son of Tai, a remnant of the world after He shot down the 9 sons. Should he perish, it remained uncertain whether Tai could produce another Luya. However, if Luya were to survive, the smooth succession of Ho Yi's sun-shooting endeavor would be rendered ambiguous, a matter Meng Hong could not ascertain. If feasible, Meng Hong preferred to keep Luya close, as he would provide a measure of control over the unfolding events. Luya sensed the collective gaze of the assembly fixated upon him, inducing a sense of panic. These individuals were all figures of authority from previous generations. Notably, the 3 pure ones and Jian had attained sanctity long before his birth. Moreover, the small boy beside him, if he was not mistaken, was the legendary Daoist ancestor Hongjun. With so many illustrious figures before him, Luya wished fervently to change his name to Jiuya. The pressure, is overwhelming. As Meng Hong observed his hesitation, he furrowed his brow and urged, "Speak your mind. Do not squander our time." Indeed, Luo, his face flushed, lifted his gaze to Meng Hong and declared, "Saint, my expression of dissent signifies my withdrawal from the competition for the 3 lotus flowers. I merely seek an alternative opportunity." Realizing the intent behind Luo's words, Meng Hong couldn't help but smile, his regard for the young man elevated. This lad, fully aware of the futility in contending against them, wisely chose to seek a more attainable goal, a chance. It is worth noting that those who stand atop this unyielding mountain are no weaklings. By proposing even a modest request to any of them, he would forge a benevolent bond. An opportunity? Meng Hong raised an eyebrow. "What kind of opportunity do you desire?" "I wish to become a disciple." Luo uttered those 4 words, then turned his gaze towards the remaining 4, excluding Meng He. "If any of you accept me as a disciple, I shall dedicate my chance at the lotus flower to you." As soon as the words left his lips, Luo turned back, his eyes pleading as he looked at Meng Hong. "Saint, I wonder if you would consent?" "This matter is yours," Meng Hong remarked. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at Meng He. "Luo, might you enlighten me as to why you do not choose Meng He?" "Meng He? Ludeskov Diznanfedi. He is far too incompetent. I refuse him." "Meng He? What outrageous truths are you uttering? Do you believe I could dash to the sun and strangle your father within his very shell?" Chapter 26. The Desires of the River of the Underworld. Cough. Meng Hong stifled a laugh, clearing his throat twice. "I can comprehend your reluctance to choose the River of the Underworld. But why have you selected only these 4 individuals while disregarding me?" Luo, a forthright individual, glanced at Meng Hong. "Then I choose you. Will you accept?" "I shall not." "Well, that settles it." Luo rolled his eyes and turned his back to Meng Hong, striding toward the upper purity. Among the 4 destined to attain sanctity, the one under Jian belonged to the Western teachings, which were known for utilizing birds as steeds, something Luo naturally wished to avoid. As for Taishang and Yuqing, one was the ancestral master of humanity, while the other was reluctant to accept those of a different nature as disciples. Only the Taoist of upper purity adhered to the principle of inclusivity. If he were to become a disciple under his tutelage now, he would be recognized as the foremost disciple of the 3 pure ones. Even if attaining sanctity became impossible, becoming a great Luo golden immortal would still be within reach. Taoist of upper purity, Luo gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. "Would you accept me as your disciple?" Just as the Taoist of upper purity was about to respond, Meng Hong let out a sigh. Alas, the youth of today cannot endure even the slightest setback. I merely tested him, and he immediately surrendered. And he still wishes to take on a master? What a joke. Upon hearing this, Luo instantly comprehended the situation and executed a complete turnaround, kneeling with a resounding thud upon the ground. "Oh, master, I implore you, please accept your disciple." "Shanqing, what on earth is going on? Are you jesting with me?" As Luo knelt down, Meng Hong did not instruct him to rise. Instead, he pondered over his task panel in deep contemplation. Previously, beneath the unyielding mountain, he had triggered a quest to subdue the river of the underworld, Luo, Hongjun, and Luohou, Jade Purity. To date, he had only accomplished the task of subduing the river of the underworld. It was then that Meng Hong entertained the notion of taking Luo as a disciple. By accepting him, not only would he fulfill his task, but he would also have him close at hand for oversight. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he could respond promptly. What could be more advantageous? However, the process of accepting a disciple could not be so straightforward. It must entail a series of trials. Perhaps even the legendary 99 tribulations. To put it in Luo's own words, ultimately, he was simply not formidable enough. Had he possessed the prowess of Luo Hu, Meng Hong would have long since compelled him to become his apprentice. Feigning contemplation for a moment, Meng Hong slowly spoke. "If you wish to become my disciple, it is not impossible, but you must first satisfy one condition." "Master, whatever the condition, I shall comply." His enthusiasm palpable as he immediately knelt and bowed his head. After all, he was in the presence of a being who had already attained sanctity. As long as Meng Hong remained alive, his backing would be the most formidable in the world. Who would dare to fire arrows at him? Hui, what is he but a minor figure? Very well, rise for now. Meng Hong, at a loss for immediate tasks to assign to Luya, continued. You shall first address me as boss. Once you have completed the full 99 tasks I assign, I will formally accept you as my disciple. With a flick of his lips, Luya's face expressed his discontent. You clearly intended to mention the 9 items just now, did you not? Why the sudden change on sight? Meng Hong cast a glance at his expression, instinctively aware of his thoughts. What? Not pleased? Then let someone else seize this opportunity. I am willing. No sooner had the words left his lips than a system notification chimed in Meng Hong's mind. Ding! Successfully Luya. Drawing opportunity 1. Perfect. 2 consecutive draws have already been stored. Once the remaining tasks are completed, I shall immediately execute a 5 draw. Meng Hong felt an exhilarating joy within, though he maintained an outward facade of indifference, casually remarking, Then you may rise. These 3 lotus flowers are no longer your concern. Yes, master. Luya stood up and gracefully stepped away from the lotus flowers, obediently positioning himself beside Hongjun. As for Meng Hong, he cast a glance at Qilin and Jian. Both of them, like Ming He, had signed a work agreement. Ming He had genuinely submitted. Yet the task notifications for these 2 had yet to appear. It seemed there was still something lacking. With Luya's departure, Meng Hong glanced at the 2 once more before steering the conversation back on track. Do any of you 5 have further objections? At this point, no one dared to speak up. Meng Hong paused briefly before waving his hand to lift the restrictions surrounding the 3 lotus flowers. As soon as the restrictions were lifted, the aura of the 3 lotus flowers swept across the entire Buzhou mountain. Some beings who had been unable to ascend to the peak immediately sensed this aura and became agitated. What purpose does urgency serve? They are unable to overcome the oppressive might of Mount Buzhou, and thus shall forever remain incapable of reaching its pinnacle. The 5 beings endowed with the qualification to seize the lotus now stand at the lotus's base, greedily gazing at the 3 buds poised to bloom. Even the River of Oblivion and the Welcomer, who initially intended to claim only their rightful lotus, find themselves tempted by the other 2. Yet, what does it matter if desire stirs within them? These 3 lotuses unequivocally belong to Meng Hong, a fact universally acknowledged. Should anyone dissent, they would be abandoned on Mount Buzhou to serve as sustenance. Everyone stands in a deathly silence, and Meng Hong is thoroughly pleased. This is the ideal employee his heart desires. Meng Hong chuckles. Taishang, you shall ascend the mountain first. Commence. Yes, grandfather, Taishang replies, stepping forward. Yet he finds himself at a loss as to what to do before the 3 lotuses. He looks up at Meng Hong. Grandfather, how should I begin? Simply sense the aura of these 3 lotuses. If you resonate with one, you may take it. How casually spoken. All those awakened with memories of their past lives are taken aback. Since when did the allocation of treasures become so nonchalant? Reflecting on the primordial era of their previous life, they had fought with bloodshed and chaos over various spiritual treasures, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Now, it seems one merely needs to casually sense an aura. This cannot simply be described as casual anymore. Taishang closed his eyes, casually extending his senses, yet found no resonance with any of the lotus blossoms. He shook his head and bowed to Meng Hong, saying, Grandfather, it seems I am destined to have no connection with these 3 lotuses. Meng Hong casually replied, Very well, you may step back for now. In truth, he had already anticipated this outcome. Among the vast expanse of the primordial world, only Pangu and Yangmei possessed the essence of the chaotic azure lotus. Who else could possibly resonate with the energies of these 3 lotus seeds? Even he would not dare to claim a complete affinity with them, let alone anyone else. Mingi, it is your turn now, Meng Hong said nonchalantly. Mingi clasped his hands in salute and then approached the 3 lotus blossoms with measured steps. Upon scanning with his divine consciousness, Mingi promptly declared, Saint Sovereign, I sense a connection with all 3 of these lotus blossoms. Meng Hong raised an eyebrow, bemused. While others toil with iron wires to weave baskets, you seem to be crafting a bird's nest instead. Not only are you skilled, but you're also quite audacious. It is infuriating, yet I must maintain my composure. With a tight-lipped smile, Meng Hong inquired, "Oh, what do you imply?" "I beseech the Saint's sovereign to bestow all 3 lotus blossoms upon me. I am willing to pay any price." Meng Hong's smile broadened. "Ah, you have made your declaration. There shall be no turning back." Chapter 27. Dream? Mingyi, initially filled with confidence, found himself unsettled upon witnessing Meng Hong's smile. The presence capable of deceiving Pangu into considering him a son undoubtedly possessed a mind as intricate as a beehive. His immediate acquiescence raised suspicions. Was there a hidden agenda? Reluctantly, Mingyi inquired, "What conditions does the Holy One impose?" "You may borrow these 3 lotus flowers. However, I must first utilize 2 of them. Do you agree to this?" "Is that all?" Mingyi instinctively thought, bemused. "What does this entail?" "According to our prior agreement, these flowers rightfully belong to you. My request for 3 is merely a loan. Even if you use 2 first, you will eventually have to return them to me." Is this exchange truly meaningful? Though the reasoning eluded him, Mingyi perceived that the terms were entirely favorable to him and promptly nodded in agreement. "I consent." "Excellent." Meng Hong responded with another genial smile and began to tally the costs. "The rental value of 1 lotus flower for a century equates to 10,000 years of labor from you. The second flower's rental rate doubles, and the third flower's rate again doubles. Thus, renting all 3 for a century amounts to 70,000 years. Upon hearing this, Mingyi was rendered speechless. Before he could voice his thoughts, a labor contract was thrust before him, clearly stating, "Mingyi shall serve Meng Hong for 70,000 years without compensation in exchange for the rental of 3 lotus flowers for a century. As long as one spills their own blood and signs with their name and seal, the contract shall be witnessed by heaven and earth. Should one wish to retract, they must face the annihilation of the heavenly path. 70,000 years. For merely a century's worth of rights to the lotus. This is indeed a grievous bargain. This cannot be right." The underworld river hastily reconsidered. "Holy One, although I am renting 3 lotuses, if you were to take away 2, it would be unjust to hold me accountable for that, would it not? Alas, it seems I have been remiss." Meng Hong chuckled as he produced the second contract. "Here, I shall deduct the original value of renting 2 lotuses for a century, which amounts to 200 years. You may sign this for 69,000 years. I shall consider the remaining 800 years as a gesture of goodwill. Do I need to express my gratitude to you for this?" The underworld river struggled to suppress his rising frustration and continued to negotiate with Meng Hong. "Holy One, what if I only desire 1 lotus? If I were to utilize the fiery red lotus for a century, I would only need to toil for 10,000 years. Gritting my teeth, I could endure that. After all, the fiery red lotus is the key treasure for the creation of the Azura clan. Even if I must labor for 10,000 years in exchange, it will be worth it. Given my experiences from the previous life, in this existence, if I can seize the opportunity to create a race before Nuwa, the merit and golden light bestowed upon me would be sufficient for my ascension to sainthood. Once I attain that status, I would no longer need to fear Meng Hong, even with a 10,000-year contract restraining me. I could wait until then to settle accounts with Meng Hong. But 69,000 years, that is far too long. No, dear." Meng Hong smiled and said, "You have 2 choices. Either sign this contract for 69,000 years and take away the fiery red lotus, or I will cast you, an irrelevant person, off the untroubled mountain. My dear, make your selection." Was there even a choice? Ming-He gritted his teeth and, with great reluctance, squeezed out a drop of essence blood to inscribe his name upon the contract, marking it with his seal. For the duration of these 69,000 years, he was bound to comply unconditionally with any command issued by Meng Hong. Meng Hong beamed with satisfaction, casually pushing the tender, unbloomed fiery red lotus into Ming-He's embrace. The next to ascend the mountain was Shang-Qing. He had witnessed the torment Ming-He endured and had thus gained some wisdom. Approaching the remaining 2 lotus flowers, he lowered his head to sense their essence, but found nothing of significance. Shang-Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since there was no connection, there was no need to force it. This way, he would neither be compelled to labor for free nor worry about inciting trouble. "Grandfather," It seems I am destined to be unrelated to these two lotus flowers. Indeed, Meng Hong nodded in satisfaction. You may wait aside. Yes. Next is Yuqing, who furrowed his brow and approached the two lotus flowers with a sense of inner turmoil. Having awakened his memories, he found these two lotus flowers profoundly familiar. The 12 grades of merit gold lotus serve as the foundation of the Western teachings. Since Meng Hong entrusted the fiery red lotus to the underworld river, this one would naturally be handed over to either the guide or Master Hongjun. The 12 grades of annihilation black lotus originally belonged to the demon ancestor, Luo Hu. Now, that Luo Hu is absent. If I were to claim this lotus for myself, I wonder if Meng Hong would consent. Although Yuqing referred to Meng Hong as grandfather, he held a deep-seated discontent towards him. After all, what was a sage? Who hasn't played that role at some point? Yet, for the sake of the greater good, he had kept this thought concealed within his heart. Seeing Yuqing hesitating, Meng Hong spoke up. It is your turn. Take a moment to comprehend. Yes, Yuqing replied, stepping directly in front of the annihilation black lotus. He raised his hand and pointed at it, inquiring of Meng Hong, grandfather. Do you believe I share a connection with it? None, Meng Hong replied curtly, severing Yuqing's aspiration. This black lotus was meant for him to deliver to Luo Hu. If he were to withhold it from that rascal, who knew when the dragon and phoenix calamity would erupt. Upon hearing this, Yuqing could only clasp his hands in resignation. Then I shall have no fate with these two lotus flowers. I implore you to seek another worthy master. After Yuqing finished speaking, he stepped aside, and Taishang immediately slapped his forehead. Oh dear, how did I not think of such a flattering approach? Brother, you are truly remarkable. Grandfather says that fate determines our connections. If there is no destiny, then so be it. All is left to grandfather's discretion. Simply brilliant. Brilliant, you say? Your grandfather's name seems a tad too convenient. Yuqing rolled his eyes, but refrained from voicing his thoughts in front of Meng Hong, choosing instead to silently stew in his frustration. Jian, it is your turn. Meng Hong directed his gaze towards the final individual ascending the mountain. Although Jian was also one of the awakened, he harbored no doubts regarding Meng Hong's identity, even readily signing a millennia-long work contract. This left Meng Hong with a favorable impression of him as a diligent and trustworthy worker. Oh, Jian stepped forward, not sensing the aura like the others before him. Instead, he directly reached out, cradling the golden lotus of virtue. Before anyone could react, Jian exclaimed, "What a palpable sensation! This dream actually renders the golden lotus of virtue in such a form. Is simply exquisite. A dream?" Meng Hong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could it be that this fellow was still unaware of his own transmigration, believing he was merely dreaming? However, since he perceived himself to be in a dream, let us ensure he never awakens. Allow him to relive his past experiences within this dream, thus sparing Meng Hong any further concerns. Wait, what are you doing? Silence, you fool. Meng Hongjun was contemplating how to deceive Jian when he suddenly realized that the foolish fellow was stuffing the merit golden lotus into his mouth. Fortunately, Hongjun was quick-witted and agile. Just as Jian was about to bite down on the lotus, Hongjun swiftly snatched it from his grasp. Instead of savoring the lotus, Jian ended up biting Hongjun's hand instead. Jian, with his eyes closed, relished the flavor, finding it rather palatable, though it bore a slight resemblance to meat. Naturally, with one hand guarding the merit golden lotus, Hongjun used his free hand to tap Jian on the head. You bit my hand? Is it any wonder it tastes meaty? Upon hearing this, Jian slowly opened his eyes, still in a daze, and gazed at Hongjun with a smile. Ah, master, you were so adorable in your childhood. As he spoke, Jian couldn't help but reach out, pinching Hongjun's cheeks and playfully kneading them, all the while murmuring, "So cute. Why isn't such a charming Hongjuna girl? If master were a girl, how beautiful she would be." All those who had awakened their memories could only shake their heads. Jian was not simply daydreaming. He was courting disaster. Fortunately, Hongjun had not yet awakened his memories. Otherwise, he would have long since subdued this unfilial disciple with the creation jade disc. Cough, cough. Meng Hong coughed twice and casually separated Jian and Hongjun Xiaohong. You may keep this golden lotus for now. Upon hearing his name, Jian looked up at Meng Hong and asked, "What is it?" "It's nothing. You can rest over there for a while. I will seek you out later." Meng Hong, feeling indifferent, thought that Jian's role in the impending calamity of the dragon and phoenix was minimal, so he allowed him to continue dreaming on Mount Buzhou. When the time came for him to make an appearance, he would awaken. "Oh," Jian responded, and then found a stone nearby, lying down comfortably. "I wonder what it's like to sleep in a dream. I shall give it a try." With that, he closed his eyes, seemingly ready to drift into slumber. Meng Hong found his demeanor somewhat amusing. But since the 3 lotus flowers had been successfully distributed, the task of guarding Mount Buzhou was presumably complete. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a prompt from the system emerged. Ding! Task: Guard Mount Buzhou completed. Rewards being dispensed. Now that the leaves and seeds of the chaotic blue lotus had been located, only the stalks, roots, and pods remained elusive. The 3 clues provided by the system likely corresponded to these 3 parts, rather than idly awaiting the rewards. Meng Hong turned to the other 3 figures of the Tao. "Yu Qing, take your 2 brothers and depart. Attend to your own matters, but remember, do not overstep. Otherwise, I will come looking for you." "Yes, grandson understands," he replied. Yu Qing comprehended his intentions. However, as the esteemed disciple of Hongjun and a direct protege of the heavenly Tao, he would naturally refrain from undertaking any actions that contravene the celestial order. Mingi, having been in servitude for 69 millennia, exhibited a certain despondency, yet eventually responded, "Such chaotic elements that seek to disrupt the progression of the heavenly Tao shall certainly not be allowed to roam freely by Meng Hong." Nonetheless, what sort of task should be assigned to him? While Meng Hong pondered this, he noticed that Jian had already succumbed to slumber. A thought struck him. "Indeed, Jian." Meng Hong gestured towards the direction of the sleeping figure. "Do you see that fellow? Remain by my side and attend to Jian's needs. If you can ensure his uninterrupted rest, all the better. Should you perform well, I shall return to you Yuan Feng and Abi." "That is quite simple," Mingi exclaimed, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he glanced towards Jian's resting place. "Saint Venerable, you may rest assured in entrusting this to me." "Jian, is it? In my previous life, you so heinously tarnished the reputation of my Bloodsea's Azura clan. Just wait. In this lifetime, I shall certainly seek recompense from you." Meng Hong paid no heed to Mingi's ulterior motives. After all, both were in his proximity, and he doubted they could conjure any mischief under his vigilant gaze. Ding! Job posting. Care reception compensation. Authority to listen to the heart of the reception worker. Ming he is the task prompt resonated. Meng Hong was reminded of Luo Hu and Pangu, who resided far away on Mount Shumi. He opened the reward list and claimed the already generated Luo Hu's weakness and authority to listen to Luo Hu's heart. No sooner had he confirmed this than the system's voice echoed in his ears. Luo Hu's weakness, buzz. Alarm! Alarm! A creature is approaching the heavenly Tao's forbidden zone. Please proceed to the restricted area immediately. The jarring buzz filled his ears, and the glaring red text flashed repeatedly before his eyes. Meng Hong was neither blind nor deaf. He understood precisely what was unfolding. The system, or rather, the heavenly Tao, was in peril. He promptly inquired within his mind, "System, where is the heavenly Tao's forbidden zone?" Buzz. The crisp system prompt had transformed into a harsh drone. Grating and obscure. Insufficient permissions. Unable to query. "Are you foolish?" Meng Hong retorted angrily. "If you don't tell me where the heavenly Tao's forbidden zone is, I could turn over the entire primordial world and still be of no assistance to you." The system paused, then the alarm blared once more. "Alarm! Alarm!" Meng Hong shot back, "You and your nonsense." He then glanced towards the few individuals who had yet to depart below. "Yu Qing, come here." Among those with memories of their past life, only Yu Qing held the highest status. If anyone could possess knowledge of the heavenly Tao's forbidden zone, it would undoubtedly be him. "Indeed," Yu Qing replied, gracefully approaching Meng Hong. "What are your instructions?" Meng Hong casually established a barrier, isolating their conversation. "Do you know the location of the heavenly Tao forbidden zone?" "Of course." Yu Qing confidently uttered the 3 words, then cast a puzzled glance at Meng Hong. You do not know where the heavenly Tao Forbidden Zone is? Nonsense. Meng Hong, plagued by a throbbing headache from the incessant chatter of the system, felt his mood plummet. Speak quickly, or I shall cast you aside. Unfazed by the threat, Yuqing merely smiled serenely. My dear grandfather, the heavenly Tao Forbidden Zone is atop the Unzao Mountain. This information is known to all beings of the Primordial era. Atop Unzao Mountain? Meng Hong was taken aback. He held complete dominion over the Unzao Mountain. How could anyone intrude? Could it be that this heavenly Tao Forbidden Zone was distinct from the one he was familiar with? No, Yuqing declared, raising her hand to point upwards, above the Unzao Mountain. Above? Meng Hong's brows knitted tighter. The Unzao Mountain epitomized the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Who could have imagined that there was something beyond it? Yet, therein lay the conundrum. Only those at the great Luo level could traverse the skies above the Unzao Mountain. Apart from himself, the only other being capable of such feats was Pangu, far away on Mount Shumi. Who else could possibly reach the heavenly Tao Forbidden Zone above Unzao Mountain to cause trouble? Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Hong dispelled the barrier and casually commanded, "Everyone, do not leave your position." As soon as the words were spoken, he soared towards the heavenly Tao Forbidden Zone that Yuqing had mentioned. As for Yuqing, he furrowed his brow, gazing curiously at Meng Hong's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "Who exactly is he? Ever since my master seized the creation jade dish, the entire Hongwang realm has been aware of the location of the heavenly Tao Forbidden Zone. Why is he oblivious? Is it possible that he is not like me? Not someone who has traversed back in time?" Chapter 29. The Heavenly Tao. Yuqing's perplexities went unanswered, while Meng Hong's uncertainties were soon resolved. Upon ascending from the peak of Mount Buzhou, he discovered that the air was imbued with the essence of the chaotic blue lotus. This aura bore a resemblance to that emitted by the 3 blossoming lotuses, yet there was a subtle distinction. They likely originated from the same source, yet exhibited slight variances. In the vast expanse of Hongwang, the only being capable of emanating such a presence, aside from Pangu, was one other individual. Little Pangu, located far away on Mount Shumi, could not possibly have arrived here. Thus, the target became abundantly clear. Yangmei Daoist. He was the sole possessor of such an aura and had once ascended to the level of quasi-saint. If fortune favored him, a swift elevation to the status of the Luo was not out of the question. However, there remained a question that perplexed Meng Hong. If Yangmei Daoist had already attained the status of the Luo Golden Immortal, why did he not first retrieve the 3 lotuses from the peak of Mount Buzhou? Instead of causing a stir in the heavenly Tao Forbidden Zone, could it be that within the Forbidden Zone lay something more precious and significant than the 3 lotuses? Bang! As Meng Hong pondered over the matter, a muffled sound echoed from above, as if he had inadvertently collided with something. He reached out and touched the space above him. It resembled some sort of barrier, albeit not particularly formidable. It could at best deter a great Luo Golden Immortal, while a sage could easily shatter it with a mere exertion of force. Warning! Another life form detected approaching the edge of the heavenly Tao's restricted zone, requesting assistance. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the absurdity of the artificial intelligence. That life form is none other than myself. However, upon hearing the system's announcement, Meng Hong was certain that the barrier concealed the heavenly Tao's restricted zone. He struck the barrier above him, causing it to shatter silently, revealing the so-called restricted zone of the heavenly Tao. An expanse of golden light, boundless colorful clouds, and ethereal music accompanied by a delightful fragrance filled the air, reminiscent of the legendary Celestial Palace. Meng Hong felt an urge to establish a cave dwelling in this enchanting place. But before he could contemplate further, the sharp alert of the system pierced through his thoughts once more. Warning! 2 life forms have intruded into the heavenly Tao's restricted zone. Master, immediate assistance required. He found himself utterly speechless at the folly of this entity, too apathetic even to retort. It was best to first extract the other intruder. With a mere thought, Meng Hong closed his eyes and extended his consciousness outward. As soon as he detected any living being, he would instantly pinpoint their location. Daring to pilfer before me, you must not wish to linger in the primordial chaos. Yet, Before he could locate Yang Mei Daoist, a familiar voice resonated. Are you searching for me? Meng Hong immediately opened his eyes, gazing at the figure of the Yang Mei Daoist standing not far from him. Indeed, it was he. However, why could he not sense his presence? Are you looking for me? The Yang Mei Daoist repeated, his expression vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Something felt amiss to Meng Hong, who chose not to respond. Instead, he prepared to suppress him with his sage-level prowess. Yet, as he raised his hand, Yang Mei vanished like a wraith. Where had he gone? Such a substantial figure had simply disappeared. Even with his sage-level abilities, Meng Hong could not catch a glimpse of Yang Mei's whereabouts, sending a tremor through his heart. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated behind him. Something had landed upon his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw a pale hand resting on his right shoulder, a warm yet unsettling breath brushing against his earlobe. Instinctively, Meng Hong attempted to evade, but the hand on his shoulder held him firmly in place. The voice continued to echo, reiterating the initial question. Are you looking for me? Unable to contain himself, Meng Hong pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch toward Yang Mei's face. With a resounding thud, his fist connected with the bridge of Yang Mei's nose, causing him to instinctively cover his face and cry out, "Ow! Can you not be so reckless? Why resort to violence?" Surprisingly, it seemed that Yang Mei had sustained no injury from such a forceful strike. How could that be possible? A punch of sage-level strength should have left him incapacitated. There was certainly some deceit at play. Meng Hong swiftly retreated several steps, creating distance between himself and Yang Mei. "Who exactly are you?" he demanded. "Me?" Yang Mei's tone was evidently off, unlike her demeanor when facing Meng Hong before. "You don't even know who I am?" Meng Hong rolled his eyes. "Can you refrain from speaking in such a blatant sales pitch? You dare to call me a shameless salesperson?" Yang Mei's tone suddenly turned lamentable, resembling a neglected wife watching her husband engrossed in cyberpunk. She tugged at her long, slender white brows, playfully pouting at Meng Hong. "Will you heartless man? Do you not love me anymore?" Meng Hong seemed to grasp something and resolutely replied, "Yes." As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned to leave, unwilling to linger any longer. This was certainly not the genuine Yang Mei. Otherwise, she would not speak to him in such a manner. As for who she truly was it even necessary to ask? In the realm of the heavenly path, apart from the heavenly path itself, who else could it be? All right. I won't tease you anymore." Yang Mei promptly grasped Meng Hong's sleeve, adopting a serious tone. "Hello, Meng Hong. This should be considered our first meeting. I am heavenly path." "No." Meng Hong did not look back and continued to walk away. "Do not tarnish the image of the heavenly path in my heart. For the time being, let us delete our contact information. We can meet again once I have completely forgotten everything, shall we?" A voice, sweet enough to induce diabetes, echoed from behind, and Meng Hong felt something tugging at his sleeve, shaking it incessantly. Is it truly so easy to evoke such disdain? Ugh! Unable to contain himself any longer, Meng Hong expelled the acid from his stomach. A rough man, sporting 2 or 3 meter-long white eyebrows, was behaving in a coy manner, using the term one as if he were a child. How could one not retch? Cough, cough. The heavens seemed to realize it had overstepped, altering its tone to a more conventional one. "All right, I shall speak properly now. Turn around quickly. There are important matters to discuss, and I cannot maintain this form for long." "No, if I turn around, it will be unnecessary." Meng Hong was adamant about not tainting his visual senses. "Just speak. I can hear you." "Very well." The heavens appeared to be in a rush, and its words spilled forth like molten lava. "Firstly, Yang Mei has come for the Creation Jade Plate, but this is not of his own volition. There seems to be a force behind him directing his actions. However, I'm not yet fully awakened, so I cannot ascertain the details. You must assist me. Secondly, hurry to find Nuwa and Fushi. Those individuals are also searching for them, seemingly aiming to disrupt the flow of history. Thirdly, take this item for now and seek an opportunity to deliver it to Hongjun." The Tao of Heaven casually spoke while deftly placing a jade object into Meng Hong's hand. As Meng Hong brought it closer to examine, he discovered it was a small jade plate, adorned with intricate engravings. If he was not mistaken, this must be the legendary Creation Jade dish. "Shopta Tiati, Bait Donkey. Do you still recognize me?" Old son? With such a treasure in his possession, Meng Hong felt an unexpected joy. However, he maintained a calm demeanor. After all, he had already attained the status of a sage, rendering the significance of the creation jade dish somewhat trivial. It was akin to the choice between using wooden or bamboo chopsticks during a meal. In truth, he was more intrigued by the words of the Tao of Heaven, a clandestine force, capable of enticing the Luo level Yang Mei into the Tao of Heaven's forbidden zone. Not only sought to provoke Nuwa and Fuxi, but also aimed to disrupt the course of history. If there were less than a ton of absurdity in his mind, Meng Hong would have promptly instructed Yuan Feng to devour the brains of that group. Atop Mount Buzhou, Yuan Feng sneezed. Achoo! I understand everything you said. Meng Hong resumed his seriousness, intending to turn and engage in earnest dialogue with the Tao of Heaven. Yet upon turning, he was met with the terrified visage of Taoist Yang Mei. What are you doing here? It appeared the time for transformation had arrived, and Taoist Yang Mei had reverted to his normal state. However, if the possession had been so brief, why squander precious moments on idle chatter? Was it truly such an amusement to frighten and disgust others? Meng Hong murmured to himself, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Casting a look of disdain at Yang Mei, I suppose this is a question I must pose to you? As Yang Mei began to speak, she swiftly shifted her tone, casting a flirtatious glance at Meng Hong and drawing closer with an air of delicate shyness. Of course, I am here awaiting your indulgence. Alas, this girl has set a trap for me, deliberately leading me astray. Meng Hong opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by Tiandao's hand covering his lips. Meng Gong. Tiandao's tone returned to its usual pitch, his eyes brimming with imploring intent. I simply wish for you to confront me, to speak with me face to face. Meng Hong furrowed his brow, still resistant, clearly skeptical of Tiandao's words, fearing he might present yet another bizarre spectacle. Hold your tongue for a moment. Listen carefully. It is but a single statement. Tiandao released his grip, stepping back 3 paces, taking a deep breath, and adopting a solemn demeanor. Are you not eager to strike me? Come on, you fool. Meng Hong. Ooh. Barely had the words left Tiandao's mouth, more accurately, that of Yang Mei, when she suddenly lost all support and began to plummet rapidly. An enigmatic aura detached itself from her being, floating amidst the colorful clouds, forming a ghastly visage directed at Meng Hong. Tiandao. Ooh. Useless. Meng Hong was instantly filled with exasperation. This individual was simply insufferable. After Tiandao had stripped him of his cultivation previously, Meng Hong had vowed to deliver a blow upon encountering him again. However, this encounter initially startled him and subsequently disgusted him on several occasions, causing him to completely forget about the matter at hand. By the time he regained his senses, Heavenly Tao had already separated from Yang Mei's body. Even if he wished to confront him, it was far too late. The wretched creature, Meng Hong, could only grit his teeth and utter 3 words before hastily departing from the confines of Heavenly Tao, pursuing Yang Mei below. Forgetting to confront him now, he believed there would be another opportunity for retribution in due time. Meng Hong was confident that day would not arrive too late. Nevertheless, the pressing concern was to capture that fellow, Yang Mei. He needed to ascertain whether he could uncover any clues regarding the mysterious organization. With a thought, Meng Hong began to search the skies below for Yang Mei's presence. Yet, in that brief moment, Yang Mei had vanished without a trace. Meng Hong expanded his consciousness from the summit of the unyielding mountain, covering a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Not a single trace of Yang Mei could be found, nor even a few birds flying hastily. Inadvertently, he even spotted the ancestral dragon and his wife creating little dragons in Long Hai. Why is that task still incomplete? It seems this rascal is slacking off. Since he had failed to locate Yang Mei, Meng Hong took the opportunity to leave a message in front of the ancestral dragon with his consciousness. Azu, you are lacking in strength. Subsequently, he withdrew his consciousness from the dragon's sea, choosing not to concern himself further. After all, the ancestral dragon had been his companion from the very beginning. There was no need to exert excessive pressure, and a warning would suffice. However, should the creature continue to exhibit a lack of ambition, Meng Hong would not hesitate to administer the first-ever castration procedure in history. Thus, he would become not only the first dragon in existence, but also the first eunuch dragon. Fortunately, he had already prepared excellent sperm, ensuring that the dragon lineage would not face extinction. Wait a moment. Could it be that this reward from the system was intended for such a purpose? Was this part of your scheme? Meng Hong returned to the peak of Buzhou Mountain, filled with confusion. As soon as he landed, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Yu Qing held a deck of cards, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I am the landlord. I seize. Tai Qing, without a moment's hesitation, retorted. Shang Qing rolled his eyes. With 4 twos in my hand and 2 jokers held by elder brother, what do you think you are seizing? What? Yu Qing replied defiantly. Am I not allowed to have 4 aces and 4 kings? Meanwhile, Yi Hongyun, seated nearby, skillfully picked a card and slapped it onto the table. 50,000. Pong. Ming He, sitting at her next table, excitedly threw down a card. 8 strips. 8 strips indeed. Hongjun, lost in thought, slightly twitched his nose before lifting his gaze to Meng Hong. Ah, father, you're back? No distractions. Luya nudged Hongjun's elbow. It's your turn to draw a card. I must be dreaming, right? Meng Hong hovered in the air, hesitant to descend upon the peak of Mount Buzhou. How long had he been away? How had this once serene summit transformed into a gaming hall? As soon as he voiced his thoughts, the 3 Qing who were playing Do Diju immediately gathered their cards, while the 4 engaged in mahjong stood up in unison. Remarkably, aside from the slumbering Jian, the 7 beings present perfectly constituted 2 tables. Meng Hong shook his head, affirming that he was not dreaming, and then descended onto the peak of Buzhou. No sooner had he landed than Yuan Feng dragged the initial Qilin to him, complaining, Master, they won't let me join. Of course, with claws like yours, you would only poke holes in the cards. Meng Hong rolled his eyes, then surveyed the summit with his divine sense, instantly furrowing his brow. Seeing his expression shift, Yi Hongyun stepped forward to explain. Meng Hong, I taught them how to play cards. Please do not blame them. Hold on. I have no intention of placing blame on you. Meng Hong reassured her, before turning his gaze towards Meng He. Meng He. Yes. Meng He stepped forward, bowing respectfully. What instructions does the Holy Sovereign have? Where is Jian, whom I entrusted you to watch? He is over there sleeping, Meng He replied, gesturing towards Jian's previous position. However, as he turned, he was left in stunned silence. Jian was nowhere to be found. Much like Yang Mei, even with Meng Hong extending his divine sense, he could not detect their whereabouts. He had to connect Yang Mei with the mysterious organization mentioned by Jian and the Tao of Heaven. It was even conceivable that Jian's half-asleep state was merely a fade. After all, who among the ordinary would be unable to distinguish between dreams and reality? Achoo! Jian could not suppress a sneeze and gradually awaken from his slumber, only to discover himself lying upon a furry back. The sensation felt oddly familiar. Out of curiosity, he could not help but inquire, Benefactor, are you the bald donkey? Do you still recognize your old son? Chapter 31. The confusion of Yuqing Meng Hong once again enveloped the entirety of the Honghuang with his divine sense, preparing to meticulously search for Jian's whereabouts. Yang Mei had emerged from a void. If he had retreated back into that nothingness, it would be normal for Meng Hong to be unable to locate him. However, Jian was born between heaven and earth and had yet to reach the realm of the saints, making it impossible for him to evade Meng Hong's search. In an instant, Meng Hong swiftly discovered Jian's trail. Yet just as he was about to pinpoint Jian's location, an unusual presence cloaked his divine sense. This aura was imbued with a strong scent of monkey. An improbable thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be? Surely that monkey hasn't truly traversed through time and space. According to the usual narrative, that monkey's true form, the colorful stone, hadn't even been used to mend the heavens yet. Where could it have emerged from? Wait a moment. Meng Hong's gaze fell upon a certain 3-legged golden crow. Luya, the 10th son of Tai. Not only were his siblings uncertain of his existence, but even his father was oblivious to whether he had emerged from his shell. Yet, here he was, lively and energetic, already acknowledging a master. Now that he had appeared in the primordial world, the emergence of multiple Sun Wukongs was not entirely implausible. Luya felt a chill under Meng Hong's penetrating stare, sensing that the entire bird was in peril. Master, what is this? Seeing Luya's stammering demeanor, Meng Hong had no choice but to divert his gaze. Silently gesturing, "Do not speak. Allow me some tranquility." Hongjun instinctively blurted out, "Who is Qingqing?" "Your nickname," Meng Hong replied casually. Yet he sank deeper into contemplation, impervious to even the crimson flush of Hongjun's cheeks. If Jian truly had been abducted by that monkey, the situation would become quite amusing. The Tathagata Buddha of the Nine Heavens mystic realm, confronted by the innate golden immortal Sun Wukong, one could only wonder what kind of conflict might ensue. Surely, it wouldn't lead to a fatal encounter, would it? Meng Hong shook his head, dismissing that imagery from his mind. Now is not the time to rescue Jian. Even in death, I could find another being to assume his role, to become another Buddha. However, there was one individual who could never be replaced, no matter the circumstances. To be precise, it was a demon. Nuwa, one of the primordial demon clans birthed at the dawn of the world. Aside from her, there exists no other being in the primordial universe capable of creating humanity. For the sake of his maternal lineage, Meng Hong must prioritize the safety of Nuwa. However, to address external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. Before seeking out the little Nuwa who is still playing in the mud, I must first attend to matters at hand. Yuqing. Meng Hong turned to the side where Yuan Tianzun was covertly observing the secrets of Taishang. "You, Ming-He, Yuan Feng, Luya, come over here. Xiao Hong, you and Xiao Qilin are responsible for watching over the others. Do not leave without my permission." "Very well, father," Hongjun replied, slapping the mahjong tiles onto the table, seemingly prepared to resume his game once matters were settled. The three individuals and one creature, summoned by Meng Hong, encircled him, awaiting his instructions. Meng Hong casually erected a barrier to isolate their surroundings from sound, surveying the assembled group. Aside from Hongjun, all the traversers atop Mount Buzhou were present. It remains unclear whether they are aware of each other's true identities. "I have summoned you here to convey an important message." Meng Hong's tone was grave. That monkey, Sun Wukong, may have also traversed here. The three individuals and one bird tilted their heads in unison, all appearing perplexed by his words. Meng Hong could not help but roll his eyes. "Do not feign ignorance. Are you truly unaware of who Sun Wukong is?" Master Yuan Feng lamented with a pained expression. "I genuinely do not recognize the monkey you speak of. You are indeed unfamiliar with him. By the time he came into existence, you had already departed this world." Meng Hong then glanced at the other three. "However, you should all recognize that fellow, right?" The remaining three exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. To be acquainted with the Monkey King in the present day not only necessitates having survived in the primordial chaos in a previous life, but there exists an even more critical condition. One must be a transmigrator. Could it be that they too are transmigrators? Yuqing, Mingyi, and Luya were all taken aback. Although Luya's emergence had prompted the earlier two to entertain such thoughts, it had never been substantiated. Yet now, upon hearing Meng Hong's words, the reality of all four being transmigrators was firmly established. Meng Hong observed their expressions, aware that these astute individuals had comprehended his implication. "It is not just you. There is also Jiejing, whose identity mirrors yours. He simply remains oblivious to his own transmigration, having been whisked away by that Monkey King. As for what might transpire, I am uncertain at this moment. However, one thing you must be acutely aware of: in future endeavors within the primordial chaos, exercise utmost caution." "Why is that?" Mingyi inquired with a furrowed brow. "Could it be that someone might come to abduct us?" "This, one cannot say for certain." Meng Hong shrugged, acknowledging the possibility that behind the Monkey King, there may lurk an organization. "As for the objectives of this organization, I remain in the dark. However, to locate a traveler within such a brief span and to establish an organization is no trivial feat. It is conceivable that, aside from the Monkey King, many familiar figures from our past may also be involved. Perhaps you should reflect upon which prodigies you have crossed paths with in your former lives. It is possible they have already traversed here, standing alongside you at the starting line." As his words settled, An air of silence enveloped the surroundings. Whether it was Yuqing or Mingyi, both were formidable figures of unparalleled strength in their previous lifetimes. The number of geniuses who perished at their hands is no less than 800, if not 1,000, recorded in units of 10,000. Even Luya, the least impressive among the trio, could navigate the calamity of the gods with his celestial, slaying flying knife and the 7 arrows of the nailhead. Yuan Feng pondered for a moment, seemingly wrestling with her thoughts before finally speaking. Master, my enemies appear to be only the ancestor dragon and Luo Hu. Could they also be travelers? Meng Hong waved his hand dismissively. You died early in your last life, so there's no need to contemplate this matter. Yuan Feng retorted. What do you mean by that? What if I died early? Does that mean I lose the right to ponder such matters? If not for my inability to contend with you, I would have pecked you into a hornet's nest. How infuriating! Yet, I must maintain my smile. Holy Sovereign. Suddenly, Yuqing spoke up. May I ask you a question? Addressing me in such a manner feels distant. Meng Hong replied, a hint of annoyance in his gaze as he fixed his eyes on Yuqing. Given our relationship, you ought to call me grandfather. Yuqing felt a wave of exasperation, her thoughts mirroring those of Yuan Feng from earlier. Yet, compelled by necessity, she acquiesced. Grandfather, may I ask you a question? Meng Hong's irritation transformed into delight. Speak freely. Why act so formally? Yuqing lifted her gaze to meet his, slowly articulating 5 words. Who exactly are you? A sage traversing the primordial chaos. One capable of reclaiming Hongjun and possessing knowledge of their origins. Such an individual could not possibly lack any trace in a previous life. The sage's imposing aura enveloped the entire barrier, and Meng Hong raised an eyebrow, inquiring, do you truly wish to know? Yuqing clasped her hands and knelt on one knee. I beseech you, grandfather, enlighten me. Chapter 32. The most primitive method of finding someone ding. Just as Meng Hong intended to amuse Yuqing with a few words, the system notification chimed in his ear. Warning, warning, a dangerous individual is approaching Nuwa. Warning, warning, a dangerous individual is approaching Fushi. 2 lines of bold crimson text appeared before Meng Hong's eyes, prompting him to furrow his brow. It seems that organization has taken action once more. This matter shall be addressed later. Meng Hong dismissed Yuqing and fixed his gaze upon the 3 individuals before him. You are all traversers, and it is possible that you may encounter beings from that organization at any moment. Remember, if you discover their presence, immediately contact me through the chat system within the workgroup. Yuqing, Mingyi, return to your respective homes, and be sure to follow the paths you traversed in your past lives. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't create another version of you. Meng Hong's voice grew increasingly subdued, his eyes sweeping back and forth between the 2. Trust me, it is quite simple. Yuqing said nothing, merely rising from the ground and nodding slightly. Mingyi, standing alongside, remained silent as well, seemingly in agreement. Only Luya rushed forward, anxious. Master, what about me? You shall remain by my side. Meng Hong had initially intended to leave someone at Mount Buzhou to oversee matters. But given the current circumstances, enemies hidden while they remained exposed, constructing the cave abode would essentially hand a weapon to the adversaries. If any of those individuals bore the surname Zhou, what would become of my family's resources? Upon hearing this, Luya's face lit up like a sunflower, bouncing eagerly to Meng Hong's side. Thank you, Master. MHM. Meng Hong acknowledged, casually dissolving the barrier and turning to the crowd outside. Hongjun, Hong, bring the starting Qilin here to Yuan Feng. Hongjun lingered nearby, casting a reluctant glance at the mahjong on the table before slowly approaching Meng Hong. No more lingering. Hongjun lifted the young Qilin and smiled to Hongjun, saying, if you wish to play in the future, I shall craft another for you. Thank you very much, Hongjun replied, his youthful face flushing, and he bowed in gratitude to Hongjun. Once the trio reached Yuan Feng's side, Meng Hong's thoughts shifted, and he transported them away from the summit of Buzhou Mountain, leaving the group of laborers behind. Observing Meng Hong's departure, Taishang approached Yuqing and inquired, Brother, what did grandfather say to you? Nothing much, Yuqing replied, his anticipation unmet. His spirits dampened. Oh no, don't say that. Taishang's countenance fell instantly, gripping Yuqing's arm with both hands. Grandfather must have bestowed upon you some formidable treasure or technique. Quickly reveal it. Let's study it together. I truly have nothing. Yuqing, slightly vexed, pushed Taishang away and turned to descend the mountain, stating, "We shall first head to Kunlun Mountain. Other matters can wait." Oh, Taishang realized his elder brother was genuinely upset and refrained from further commentary, trailing behind him as they prepared to descend. "Taoist Yuqing, please hold on." Mingyi's eyes narrowed, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the earlier submissiveness displayed before Meng Hong. "In truth, I may possess the answers to your inquiries." Yuqing halted, but did not turn around. "What do you know? This is not the place for discussion. We shall speak further down the mountain." "Very well." As Meng Hong led everyone away from the summit of Mount Buzhou, Yuan Feng assumed her primary duty as a steed. "System, can you pinpoint the exact locations of Nuwa and Fushi?" "Searching, please wait." Remarkably, it seems this inadequate system has undergone an upgrade. Such complex operations can actually be performed. Ding. Search complete. Range, Primordial era. Great. I should have never harbored even a flicker of hope for this fellow. This range is as good as meaningless. Could it be that Nuwa and Fushi were born in the celestial realm? Meng Hong rubbed his temples and turned to Luya. This young man was also of the demon race. Perhaps he might sense something from Nuwa and Fushi. "Xiao Lu, can you locate Nuwa and Fushi?" "Nuwa Empress and Fushi Sovereign," Luya replied, then shook his head. "Master, these two predecessors have never disclosed to me the location of their birth. I have no means to find them." Meng Hong furrowed his brow. "TSK, are all avian creatures so dim-witted?" Yuan Feng interjected. "Do you dare test me? I could easily leave you, my unscrupulous master, behind with a mere flap of my wings. Never mind. Let us resort to the most rudimentary method of searching." Meng Hong stepped on Yuan Feng and commanded, "Xiao Yuan, increase your size." Yuan Feng's eager voice immediately responded, "Certainly, master. No problem at all." "The most rudimentary method?" Yi Hongyun tilted her head and looked at Meng Hong. "Are you suggesting throwing branches or flipping coins?" "Neither." Meng Hong placed a hand upon Hongjun's shoulder, revealing a benevolent smile. "Our method is called throwing Hongjun." No sooner had he uttered these words than a hapless child was tossed into the air by his newly acquainted father. Before Hongjun could comprehend the situation, he found himself spinning in mid-air, performing a full 720-degree rotation before descending, his head directed towards the southwest. "That's the spot." Meng Hong pointed towards the southwest. "Xiao Yuan, charge forth." Reluctantly, Yuan Feng altered course and soared in the direction indicated. "You dare call me Xiao Yuan? Your entire family should bear that name." "Father." At this moment, Hongjun emerged from his stupor, slowly rising from Yuan Feng's back. "May I inquire about the principle behind this?" Before Meng Hong could respond, Yi Hongyun, with a wry smile, speculated it might simply be your good fortune. "Indeed." Meng Hong gave her a thumbs up. "No wonder you're my fellow townsman. Great minds think alike." "Well, it's rather ordinary," she replied modestly. "Master," Yuan Feng's voice suddenly rang out, "I've located them." Meng Hong was initially taken aback, then turned to Hongjun, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "Little Hong, you're impressive." Hongjun, catching a glimpse of Meng Hong's expression, couldn't help but sigh, convinced that opportunities for elevation would not be lacking in the future. "Where are they? Hurry, let us go." "Understood." Yuan Feng responded promptly and immediately dove downward. In the blink of an eye, he brought everyone to the ground. As they touched down, Meng Hong beheld in the distance two elongated figures, each measuring over 1,000 meters, entwined together like serpents, seemingly evading something ominous. Opposite them stood a spectral entity, boasting 3 heads, 6 arms, and 8 legs, each head adorned with 2 horns, resembling a reincarnated centaur of a rather peculiar variety. Could this be the amorous union between Neza and some equine demon? As Meng Hong remained in astonishment, he witnessed the apparition brandishing a blade, charging towards Nuwa with a menacing cry. "Nuwa, prepare to meet your fate." Prioritizing the rescue of others, Meng Hong swiftly transformed, his form expanding exponentially, and he positioned himself before Nuwa and Fushi. The blade clashed against his shoulder with a resounding clang. Remarkably, Not even his skin or garments were marred. Up close, he discerned the assailant's visage and gasped in disbelief. "It's you. You too have traversed dimensions." Chapter 33. The unyielding Qiyu entities capable of manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms are not uncommon. Nearly every being adept in transformation can achieve this. However, the only true embodiment of such an existence, aside from the reincarnated Neza, is this formidable figure. Yet unlike Neza's configuration, this being possessed 8 elongated limbs. Upon locking eyes with him, the system promptly issued a mission, revealing the identity of his adversary. Qiyu, the fool who once battled the Yellow Emperor atop a panda. Ding! Biological interference with the celestial order detected. Target: Qiyu, cultivation level, early celestial immortal. Mission triggered: subdue Qiyu and restore harmony to the celestial order. Task reward: 1 lottery chance. Failure penalty: randomly eliminate 1 worker. This must be the weakest traveler he has ever encountered. With cultivation only at the celestial level, he is nearly at the very bottom of the vast primordial world. The 3 heads of the human Qiyu fixed their gazes on Meng Hong, their mouths eerily synchronizing as they roared in unison. All humans must perish. No sooner had the words left his lips than Qiyu raised his great blade once more, aiming a strike at Meng Hong. This exemplifies the adage that a newborn calf knows not the fear of tiger. For this fledgling celestial dared to swing his weapon at a sage. It seems he not only possesses 8 legs, but also 4 gallbladders. Oh, I meant 4 bile ducts. Meng Hong stood firm, allowing Qiyu to bring the blade down upon his head. Bang! The blade struck the crown of his head, leaving it unscathed, while the weapon bore a sizable dent. Startled, Qiyu attempted to flee. But how could Meng Hong allow such an escape? He reached out, and Qiyu's colossal form was suddenly airborne, akin to a newly hatched chick, only to be swiftly caught in the jaws of a tiger upon landing. With a benevolent smile gracing his lips, Meng Hong remarked, "Little Qiyu, I see you possess quite the talent for chopping. Why not come over and split some firewood for me? After all, Mount Buzhou cannot connect to natural gas, and it is uncertain whether coal has even been derived. It would be more prudent to utilize local resources, assigning Qiyu the esteemed title of Firewood General, working diligently each day to chop wood, thereby making use of his residual energy. With 6 arms and 3 heads, that equates to thrice the work speed. What employer would not appreciate such efficiency?" Qiyu, his 3 heads adorned with question marks, stared intently at Meng Hong and took a deep breath. "Who the hell are you?" Meng Hong smiled, poised to persuade through reason and strength. Qiyu, sensing an ominous presence, promptly reacted with a resolute tone. "Do not presume that your unparalleled cultivation, unmatched intelligence, and handsome visage will compel me to chop wood. It is not a task I relish. Should you prevent me from chopping, I shall demonstrate my resolve by taking my own life on the spot." Ding! Task assigned. Chop wood reward. Blood-transforming divine blade worker. Qiyu, is this not the most audacious proclamation accompanied by the most cowardly sentiment? Truly, it is you, Qiyu. Seeing Qiyu accept the task, Meng Hong casually set him aside and beckoned to Luya. "Xiao Lu, come here." Coming. Jade Plate. Instantly ascending to a height of 1,000 meters to stand beside Meng Hong. "This is your first assignment," Meng Hong said, gesturing toward the incapacitated Qiyu on the ground. "Ensure he remains secured. Do not allow him to escape." "Understood, Master," Luya responded, and the system chimed with another notification. Task assigned. Monitor Qiyu reward. Heartfelt listening rights worker. Luya once more, it is the listening rights to Heart's voice. It seems that any supervisory task invariably offers this reward. This arrangement is advantageous, sparing Meng Hong the need to interrogate Qiyu directly. As long as Xiao Lu completes the task, he will be able to listen to Qiyu's innermost thoughts, thereby tracing the clues to locate that mysterious organization. Of course, this is contingent on Qiyu being a member of that organization. Luya strolled towards Qiyu, scarcely regarding him. After all, he was merely a celestial being, entirely incomparable to Luya, who had already attained the status of a 9 heavens profound immortal. "What are you staring at?" Qiyu retorted as Luya approached. "Don't think that just because you have a great master, you can look down on me. I will also be working for your master in the future." So, you shall be my little lord from now on. If you need to be strict with me, feel free to do so. No need to hold back. Do you understand? Luohu was taken aback by his audacity. Who exactly is the little lord here? Enough. Everyone return to your normal size. Meng Hong instructed the two, then turned to the half-snake, half-human figure huddled behind them. Could you two please reduce your size a little for our conversation? Nuwa and Fushi exchanged glances and nodded in unison, swiftly shrinking their forms alongside Meng Hong. Once Meng Hong returned to his original height, Nuwa and Fushi appeared to be a head shorter than him. Before Meng Hong could speak, Hongjun darted out from behind Yuan Feng, standing before the more feminine-looking serpent demon with adoring eyes. Are you, Nuwa? Yes, Nuwa replied softly, smiling at her. Senior, what brings you to me? Senior? Me? Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. Nuwa and Fushi had only just come into existence, possessing cultivation levels akin to Qi, yet merely at the realm of heavenly immortals. In contrast, although Hongjun lacked knowledge of cultivation, simply by breathing in the primordial air, she had already ascended to the realm of 9 heaven's mystical immortals. Thus, it was only natural for Nuwa to address her as a senior. Indeed, Nuwa nodded, gazing at Meng Hong, who was approaching them with a look of reverence. You are associated with that esteemed senior, are you not? You are truly formidable. Could you perhaps impart some wisdom to my brother and me? We have only just been born and are uncertain of how to cultivate. Sister, Fushi furrowed his brow, tugging at Nuwa's arm to pull her back. Do not be so presumptuous. That esteemed senior possesses profound cultivation. How could they possibly take us as disciples? After all, it costs nothing to try. Just then, Meng Hong arrived and stood before them, having overheard Fushi's words. I offer you an opportunity. As long as you voice your desires, I shall unconditionally fulfill one wish for you. Anything at all. As a human, he felt an instinctive closeness to Nuwa. One wish, it seemed, paled in comparison to the monumental achievement of Nuwa, creating humanity. This may not be appropriate. Fushi continued to frown, bowing respectfully to Meng Hong. Esteemed senior, you have just rescued us, and we are at a loss as to how to repay you. How could we dare to further indulge in such desires? Alas, when it comes to gratitude, Meng Hong smiled, and a clever idea suddenly emerged in his mind. In truth, I can offer you an opportunity to repay me. Opportunity? Fushi inquired, taking a step back while pulling Nuwa along. What opportunity? Quite simple, become my disciple. Meng Hong nearly echoed the words he had just spoken to Yuan Feng, but fortunately, he deftly shifted the conversation. As long as you achieve success in your studies, that will be the greatest reward for me. Fushi remained skeptical, yet it was Nuwa who first freed herself from her brother's grasp and bowed to Meng Hong. Master, I bow to you. Chapter 34. Let us shape figures together good. Meng Hong's face beamed with joy as he glanced at his treasure trove, presenting a red orb, the origin of which remained a mystery to Nuwa. Master bestows upon you a precious artifact. Take good care of it. Although she was unaware of its nature, it certainly belonged to the treasures of Mount Buzhou, and, at the very least, it was a congenital spiritual treasure. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Nuwa responded, cradling the red orb in her arms. Hold on. Luohu finally managed to approach with Qi in tow. He stared at Nuwa and Meng Hong, momentarily taken aback. Have you taken on disciples already? Master, did you not say that one must endure 81 trials to become your apprentice? Meng Hong slowly turned his head, revealing a gentle smile to Luohu. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Please repeat it. The Luohu bird retracted its head and took a step back, murmuring, No, nothing. That's more like it. Meng Hong raised his hand and gently ruffled the not-so-large head of the young Luohu. Little Lu, though all beings are born of their respective mothers, you and Nuwa are not of the same lineage. It is only natural that your treatment differs. Therefore, do not harbor any emotions. The right path is to diligently complete the 81 tasks I have entrusted to you. How could Luohu dare to voice any dissent? He could only obediently respond, Yes, Master. Good. Meng Hong placed his hand on Luohu's shoulder and gently urged him forward. Now call out to the second senior sister. Second senior sister, Luohu obediently exclaimed. Nuwa was taken aback. She had just taken on a disciple, and now had an additional junior brother. Wasn't this master a bit too unconventional? Second senior sister? Yi Hongyun tilted her little head. Meng Hong, do you already have a disciple? Indeed, master. Who is our senior brother? Luya inquired curiously. Given his master's strength and background, it was likely that fewer than 5 individuals in the entire primordial realm could qualify as his disciples. Now that there was already a senior brother, one would presume he must be someone not inferior to Nuwa. Meng Hong glanced at Luya and Nuwa, then spoke slowly. Your senior brother is cultivating on Mount Shumi. In the realm of Mount Suru, Luya pondered for a moment, struggling to comprehend who Meng Hong was referring to. While behind him, Qiyu began to tremble uncontrollably, muttering incessantly. Mount Sumeru, a realm of demonic paths, a fall from grace, an end to immortality. Luo Hu. It was only then that Luya recalled that name, sending shivers down his spine. Ah, indeed, that scoundrel. Meng Hong responded briefly, oblivious to the profound psychological impact his words had on Yuan Feng and Luya, particularly Yuan Feng. He was the first to encounter the time traveler Meng Hong, knowing the true depths of his origins. Pangu and Hongjun as progenitors, Luo Hu and Nuwa as disciples, the 3 pure ones and the ancestor dragon as descendants, while Yuan Feng served as a mere servant. This was not merely defiance against the heavens. It was a desire for the very Tao to prostrate before him. Silence enveloped the surroundings as Fushi mustered his courage and stepped forward to stand beside Nuwa. Master, does this mean I rank 3rd? That remains uncertain, Meng Hong replied, casting a glance at Fushi. Little she, although you and Nuwa share the same mother, you must understand that the chasm between beings of different natures is far greater than that between man and pig. Therefore, whether you or little Lu ranks 3rd will depend on who completes those 81 tasks first. To be honest, Meng Hong desired only to accept Nuwa as his disciple. Had he not feared being mistaken for an eccentric uncle if he were to woo her alone, he would not have included Fushi in the equation. After all, he was neither a time traveler nor had he attained sanctity, and he certainly did not possess the qualifications to take a disciple of his own. However, words once spoken are akin to water poured out. Granting him an opportunity would not be amiss. It so happens that he requires someone to keep a watchful eye on the ancestral dragon. Should he neglect that fellow any longer, Meng Hong fears he might inadvertently breed a plethora of dragon descendants before the innate beings are vanquished. Thus, allow me to pay my respects to my master. Fushi imitated Nuwa's previous gesture and bowed deeply to Meng Hong. Master, I beseech you to accept my homage. Rise, please. Since this fellow has yet to formally commence his studies, Meng Hong naturally had no intention of bestowing upon him any treasures. Thank you, master. Fushi gradually stood up. Since you all call me master, it would be remiss of me not to impart some knowledge to you. Meng Hong waved his hand, inscribing a series of numbers onto the ground with his spiritual energy, then turned to Fushi. Little she, once you comprehend this, I shall teach you further. 1 + 1 = 1. 1 + 2 = 2. Yi Hongyun recited the numbers etched on the ground, looking up at Meng Hong beside her. Are you serious? You jest not? Of course not. Meng Hong replied with conviction, giving Fushi a light pat on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. Little she, I understand that this multiplication table may be rather obscure and difficult to grasp, yet I have faith in your aptitude. You shall surely discern the truth within. Fushi is an adept in divination. What need is there for teaching a multiplication table? Perhaps linear algebra and calculus? Alas, I am not well versed in those either. Nevertheless, Meng Hong firmly believed in Fushi's intelligence. Even without the multiplication table, he could calculate without error. Now, bestowing upon him such profound knowledge, would he not attain enlightenment on the spot? Thank you, master, for your lofty expectations. Fushi cast a glance and decisively severed the entire piece of land, cradling it like a treasured gem in his palm, and began to contemplate in silence. Ding. Task released. Comprehend the multiplication table of 9. Reward: the river diagram and the Luo book. Worker: Fushi. Goodness. Trading the multiplication table of 9 for the river diagram and the Luo book. This is quite a lucrative exchange, isn't it? Meng Hong's face lit up with delight as he turned to Nuwa. Little Nuwa, I see you have little interest in numerology. How about I teach you something entertaining instead? My disciple follows the master's instructions. Meng Hong then retrieved a lump of yellow clay from the ground and conjured a mist of water from the air. Little Nuwa, watch closely. Master will teach you to mold. No, to sculpt figures from clay. Smack! Hongjun raised a hand to shield her face. I anticipated this. Sculpting figures? Nuwa tilted her head, observing Meng Hong's hands as they deftly danced. Soon a figure emerged, with limbs of varying thickness and a face that appeared as if it had just escaped from a horror film, embodying a primordial deformity. Look, Meng Hong presented the clay figure to Nuwa. What a splendid example of a counterproductive model. It can still be reshaped. Truly, I am remarkable. Now, let me teach little Nuwa. Hongjun took the clay figure from Meng Hong and, summoning more water vapor from the air, began to reshape it. I have previously studied pottery. Sculpting figures is still within my capabilities. Before her words had faded, the clay figure was reshaped into a normal human by her. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to Meng Hong. Here, take it, Hongjun said, handing the clay figure back to Meng Hong. He gazed at the figure in his hands and looked up at her. Does this mean we have jointly created a person? Chapter 35. 3 clues. What are you saying? Hongjun exclaimed, her face flushing crimson once more as she turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Meng Hong shook, placing the clay figure into the system-equipped backpack. He then turned to Nuwa. Little Wa, let me see you create one. Of course, Master, Nuwa replied, and the system immediately provided a prompt. Task issued. Mold a clay figure reward. Purple Jade Black Lotus Worker. Nuwa, the purple Jade Black Lotus was a rare treasure among innate spiritual items. The mere act of molding a clay figure could yield such a remarkable artifact. If Nuwa were to truly create an entire human race, wouldn't that be tantamount to achieving divine merit? Ah, indeed, in her previous life, she had attained sainthood in precisely that manner. All right. Just as Meng Hong finished reviewing the system rewards, a pair of delicate, fair hands appeared before him, cradling a fully formed clay figure. If his creation was flawed, and Hongjun's was normal, then the figure crafted by Little Wa was nothing short of a masterpiece. Her figure was well-proportioned, with elongated limbs and a delicate visage. Her bone structure flawless. It seemed that with just a touch of ethereal essence, this clay figure would spring to life from her hands. As the task was completed and rewards were being distributed, she hesitantly addressed her master. Master, I fear my creation is lacking. I humbly seek your guidance. Nuwa felt a twinge of anxiety, for this clay figure differed somewhat from the one crafted by Hongjun and was worlds apart from that sculpted by Meng Hong. What if her master desired a different type of figure? If it is indeed unsatisfactory, I shall promptly sever Yuan Feng's claws to accompany your drink. Yuan Feng interjected, bewildered. What do my phoenix claws have to do with this? No, that won't be necessary. Lowering her head, Nuwa shyly replied, as long as you are pleased, master. I am certainly satisfied. Meng Hong jested, then affectionately ruffled Nuwa's hair, adding, you have done splendidly. I have a reward for you. He retrieved a purple jade black lotus from the list of rewards and presented it to Nuwa. As the purple jade black lotus materialized, a dark mist emanated from the flower, gradually infiltrating the clay figure. Upon the mist's entry, the figure appeared to come alive, commencing its own breathing. It has truly come to life. Witnessing this, Nuwa promptly placed the clay figure upon the ground. Meng Hong crouched down, meticulously observing the transformation of the clay figure. He even brought the purple jade black lotus closer, allowing the figure to inhale the essence it emitted. However, after a few moments, the clay figure remained motionless on the ground, failing to spring to life and call for its mother. This left Meng Hong perplexed as he gazed at the black lotus. Could it be that inhaling the essence of the lotus would render the figure catatonic? No, it must be due to the absence of the 5 elemental creation materials. Luya also crouched down and whispered into Meng Hong's ear, Master. During the last incarnation of Second Senior Sister's creation, she utilized 5 types of creation materials, one of which was the purple jade black lotus. The other 4 were the golden lotus of merit, the rootless water, the nirvana fire, and the 9 heaven soil. It seems that the clay figure must absorb the essence of these 5 creation materials to truly become human, does it not? Meng Hong had not encountered such knowledge in his previous life, yet Liu Ye's explanation appeared quite reasonable. After all, humanity is inherently connected to the 5 elements. Some individuals may lack wealth, others may lack wisdom, and still, others may be deficient in the elements themselves. Indeed, do you not know? Liu Ye inquired curiously. Of course. I am aware. I was merely testing you. Meng Hong replied as he rose from the ground, turning to the side where Hongjun was playfully entertaining the Qilin. Little Hong, come here for a moment. I currently possess the Golden Lotus of Merit. It is a perfect opportunity for an experiment. Coming, father. Hongjun responded with a respectful acknowledgement and promptly approached Meng Hong, bowing with cupped hands. Father, what is your command? Utilize the Golden Lotus of Merit, Meng Hong instructed. Understood. Hongjun swiftly retrieved the Golden Lotus of Merit from his bosom, presenting it delicately before Meng Hong. Before Meng Hong could grasp the lotus, a surge of energy penetrated the figure made of clay, which had previously only possessed the breath of life, now awakening a heartbeat within. It appeared that Liu Ye's words were indeed not unfounded. The pressing challenge now lay in gathering the remaining 3 primordial treasures. The Nirvana fire was associated with the Phoenix clan, while the 9 heaven soil was the very earth clinging to the roots of the chaotic blue lotus. As for the rootless water, Meng Hong had yet to glean any insight. Nonetheless, this was not the crux of the matter. With Nuwa already by his side, creating humanity was merely a matter of time. Fortuitously, he possessed clues regarding the other parts of the chaotic blue lotus, and the 9 heaven soil would soon be within reach. With a focused thought, Meng Hong claimed the clues pertaining to the 3 remnants of the chaotic blue lotus. Ding! Chaotic blue lotus stem, Mount Sumeru. Chaotic blue lotus root, summit of Kunlun. Chaotic blue lotus pod, blood sea of the underworld. It seemed a visit to Mount Sumeru was in order. Little Hua, Meng Hong regained his focus, turning to Nuwa. Are you willing to accompany your master on a journey to the primordial chaos? I am willing. Nuwa responded without hesitation. Grateful for your acceptance. Little Hua wishes to follow her master in cultivation. Upon witnessing this, Fushi immediately called out from Nuwa's side. So do I. You're merely a nuisance. I have yet to officially accept you as my disciple. Let us first see you complete a task. Meng Hong vaguely recalled that in his previous life, Fushi was a close companion of the Ancestor Dragon. He intended to send him over to supervise the Ancestor Dragon's work. So how could he allow him to accompany himself idly? Master, what would you have me do? Fushi looked at Meng Hong with a look of grievance. It's simple. Assist me in overseeing a certain individual. Meng Hong turned to Yuan Feng beside him, Xiao Yuan. Take him to Longhai and have him supervise the progress of the ancestors' work. It has been quite some time, and the tasks in the sea remain unfinished. If he fails to achieve results, I shall personally grant him a motivation buff. Yes, master, Yuan Feng replied with her head bowed, suppressing a chuckle. Although she was unaware of the meaning of buff, she could discern from Meng Hong's tone that he intended to take drastic measures against the Ancestor Dragon. Before the system could announce the task, Meng Hong turned back to Fushi. Little Shi, are you willing? I am willing. Ding. Task assigned. Supervise the Ancestor Dragon's work. Reward. Listening rights to the Ancestor Dragon's heart. Worker. Fushi. Again with this. Could you not offer something more substantial, dear system? Meng Hong frowned slightly, but waved his hand dismissively. Go now, and remember to come find me at Shumi Mountain once you have delivered him. As you command. Yuan Feng responded with her head bowed, but a glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes. You think I would be foolish enough to come find you at Shumi Mountain? Even if I were to flee to the farthest reaches of the heavens, I shall never return to your side, you insignificant wretch. Chapter 36. The Sword Chi of Slaying Immortals. Meng Hong, lacking the privilege to eavesdrop on Yuan Feng's thoughts, remained oblivious to his musings. Ding! Task issued. Deliver a gift to a friend across 1,000 miles, a token of affection. Though modest reward. Random innate spiritual treasure, X1 worker. Yuan Feng. Meng Hong merely glanced at the reward before turning his attention to the others. Originally setting out alone in search of Hongjun, he found his company unexpectedly swelling as he journeyed. Fortunately, as a sage, he harbored no concerns about transporting 5 individuals and a beast in a single instant to Mount Shumi. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about the fate of Xiaopan. He hoped those fools had not thought to trouble him. Suddenly, a peculiar sword qi erupted from the western wilderness. Meng Hong snapped back to reality and commanded the group behind him, "Take cover behind me, quickly." The others, not daring to hesitate, especially Luya, who, clutching Qi Yu, was the first to leap behind Meng Hong, followed suit. Next came Hongjun, Nuwa, Hongjun, along with his brother cradled in Hongjun's embrace. The sword qi spread with astonishing speed, nearly enveloping the entire primordial continent. When the lethal energy came within mere hundreds of meters, Meng Hong sensed a familiar essence. This was the sword of slaying immortals. He had felt this aura when Xiaopan first forged the heavens, and with just a glance, he recognized it instantly. After Pangu separated heaven and earth, the legendary axe shattered into 4 fragments, one of which is the infamous Zhuxian sword. Now, the aura of the Zhuxian sword has erupted in the west, signifying its presence there. With a hum, the sword's energy surged into Meng Hong's body, causing a sudden ringing in his ears, accompanied by a profound sense of dizziness. It felt as though a voice echoed deep within his mind. "Kill, kill, kill." The low, menacing tone incessantly repeated these words. Unable to restrain himself, Meng Hong shouted, "Were we killing? Are you out of your mind?" This outburst made the voice in his head vanish, only to be replaced by the peculiar gazes of those behind him. Even with his thick skin, Meng Hong couldn't withstand their stares, so he cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Ahem. Such a reckless wielder of sword energy. Isn't that just foolish? Wouldn't you agree? "Master," Luya said, glancing nervously at Meng Hong. "Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Meng Hong retorted casually, then turned to Luya. "By your tone, it seems you know what this is." "It's the aura of the Zhuxian sword," Luya replied without hesitation. "It is said that the chaos of the dragon and phoenix calamity was triggered by the rampant aura of the Zhuxian sword, which led to a surge of murderous intent." "No wonder," Meng Hong murmured, realizing the source of the voice that had plagued him moments earlier. He hadn't expected that this aura could even affect saints. But something feels amiss. According to the standard procedure, it should have been Luo Hu who refined the Excalibur array, subsequently invoking the Excalibur Qi, which would then trigger the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. However, Luo Hu remains on Mount Shumi, with the vigilant Xiaopan by his side. How could he possibly find the time to refine the Excalibur array? Moreover, the direction is amiss. While Mount Shumi lies to the west, it is not directly west. The sword qi now emanates from the true west, spreading across the vast expanse of the Hongguang continent, clearly indicating it did not originate from Mount Shumi. Could it be the handiwork of that organization once again? Meng Hong furrowed his brow and promptly approached Luya, taking Qi Yu from his hands. "Little Lu, your first task is complete. I shall take custody of Qi Yu from here." Luya scratched his head, perplexed by his master's actions, yet a smile crept upon his face. Progress in apprenticeship. 181. The prospect of clinging to a powerful ally is imminent. The system notification chimed in. Ding. Task completed. Rewards dispensing. Meng Hong immediately opened the rewards list, unlocking the ability to listen to Qi Yu's innermost thoughts. He opted to accept it, and at once, Qi Yu's voice resonated in his ears. "What does this gentleman intend to do? Do you mean to kill me? Ah, having died once, I care not for another demise. It matters not to me. TSK, this fellow seems rather unfazed." After verifying the effect, Meng Hong fixed his gaze intently upon Qi Yu's eyes and inquired, "Listen here. Young man, I have questions for you, and you would do well to answer truthfully. Should I discover any deceit, the consequences will be dire. Speak freely. My fate lies in your hands. What do you say? Am I incapable of responding?" Qi raised his head, casting a disdainful glance at Meng Hong. It is truly a pity to possess such intelligence and looks, yet fail to engage the mind. Meng Hong was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether this fellow spoke with sincerity or was merely jesting. However, such nuances mattered little. The priority was to locate that group of vermin. "First, did you come here under someone else's instruction?" Indeed, Qi nodded. Yet I know not who he is, having only glimpsed a shadow. A shadow? Meng Hong furrowed his brow. What else did he say? He stated that the optimal way to ensure the prosperity of the witch clan is to fundamentally resolve the conflicts between the human and demon races for the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans will inevitably meet their demise. If I eliminate the human and demon races, I shall establish the first witch clan's heavenly court. The witch clan's heavenly court? Meng Hong pondered these four characters. It seems that fellow is also a traveler from another realm, at the very least. A being who survived after Emperor Jun established the heavenly court. And then, Meng Hong turned his gaze back to Qiyu. What else did he convey? Did he reveal anything regarding his identity? Of course not. However, he did mention something about you. About me? Yes. Qiyu grinned widely. He asked me to deliver a message to you. A message? What message? Chiyu's expression changed dramatically as he solemnly regarded him and said, Meng Hong, we shall meet again, sooner or later. This declaration struck Meng Hong's heart like a bolt from the blue. How could he possibly know my name? Although Meng Hong traversed the wilderness using his true name, his previous existence did not unfold within this realm. Thus, neither the naturally born beings of the wilderness nor those who had traversed back should possess any knowledge of his identity, provided they had never encountered him before. As for those who had seen him, only a handful had triggered system quests, and they certainly lacked the time to incite Qiyu to create a disturbance here. Seeing Meng Hong frozen in place, Qiyu smiled again and continued, that individual also mentioned that if you wish to uncover his identity, you must hasten to find the Sword of Eradication. He grants you merely 10 minutes. Meng Hong lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with determination, instantly expanding his spiritual sense. 10 minutes, is it? That shall suffice. 9, 8, damn. Meng Hong cursed under his breath as his spiritual sense precisely enveloped the edge of the wilderness, locating the source of the sword's aura. Even 10 seconds would be ample. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he promptly transported himself and his companions to the edge of an unfathomable abyss. Chapter 37. The harsh truth, we have arrived. Meng Hong could still sense the lingering aura of the Sword of Eradication nearby. He turned to Qiyu and inquired, we have arrived within 10 seconds. Where is that individual you spoke of? I do not see him. Before Qiyu could speak, Yi Hongyun approached Meng Hong, raising her hand to point ahead. Meng Hong, take a look. Perhaps it will elucidate everything. Meng Hong followed her gesture and noticed a piece of paper drifting through the air, landing directly before him. Upon closer inspection, he found it bore a mere 2 lines. Do you wish to know who I am? Flip it over, and you shall find out. Please step back a bit. Meng Hong frowned slightly, choosing not to flip the note immediately. Instead, he instructed Yi Hongyun and the others to maintain a safe distance. Being a sage, he was confident in his own safety, but the group of 9 Heaven Xianxian was another matter entirely. Caution was prudent. Once everyone had retreated 100 meters away, Meng Hong gently turned the note over. For simple characters stared back at him. Clenching his jaw, he read them aloud, word by word. I am your father? Huh, such audacity. With that, the sage's fury erupted, shaking the very foundations of the world. The primordial chaos, which had only just been stirred by the sword intent of the Jian, now faced yet another calamity. The heavens trembled, and all living beings sensed an ominous dread, as if an immense terror was about to descend, yet they remained oblivious to its cause. Only those near Meng Hong understood the source of this turmoil. What should we do? Nuwa anxiously gazed at Meng Hong ahead. What on earth did Master see? Why is he so enraged? How would I know? Luya casually lifted Qiyu, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Speak. Who is that person? I do not know. Even Qiyu, witnessing this scene, felt the remnants of his rationality crumble in an instant. That person merely instructed me to bring this individual here. He mentioned that he is aware of the rest. This cannot continue. Hongjun interjected, furrowing his brow. Father will surely reach a breaking point. Someone must awaken him. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Hongyun and Nuwa spoke simultaneously, declaring, I shall go. I will accompany Senior Hongyun. Hongyun promptly responded, turning to Nuwa. Little Wa, your cultivation is still insufficient. You cannot approach father at this moment. Remain here, and if anything unusual occurs, be ready to flee. Understood. Nuwa acquiesced, watching as Hongjun and Yuan made their way towards Meng Hong. The oppressive aura of the sage realm was exceedingly formidable. Even the slightest approach towards Meng Hong rendered them breathless under the weight of the surrounding pressure. Yet, despite the struggle to breathe, awakening Meng Hong was imperative. The consequences of inaction were too unpredictable. Hongjun, Yuan, they gasped, finding it difficult to advance. Can he hear us from here? Yes, but he will automatically filter out anything deemed unimportant, as long as he can hear us. With this confirmation, Yuan halted, took a deep breath, and shouted towards Meng Hong's direction, Meng Hong. In this world, Ultraman does not exist. As soon as the words left his lips, the oppressive atmosphere around them lightened considerably. Indeed, the most effective way to awaken a man is by revealing the harsh truth. Similarly, to rouse a woman, one simply needs to inform her that the world lacks the existence of magical beings like the Balala little magic fairy. In the distance, Meng Hong shook his head and looked up at Yuan, seemingly not having heard her clearly. Huh? What did you say? With a sigh of relief. Yuan smiled at him, saying, Oh, it's nothing. Oh. Meng Hong rubbed his head, muttering, Nothing is good. I thought someone was spreading rumors that Ultraman doesn't exist. At that moment, Yuan approached with Hongjun and noticed the piece of paper in his hand. Curiously, she inquired, What does it say, Meng Hong? Nothing. Meng Hong replied with a smile, crushing the note in his hand. Just a guy looking for trouble. Dad! A faint voice echoed from the depths of the abyss. Meng Hong found it somewhat familiar, yet could not be certain. Dad, save me. Due to the feeble nature of the voice, Meng Hong turned to Yuan beside him, asking, Did you hear anything? It seems someone is calling for a father, Yuan tentatively suggested. It's coming from beneath the abyss. Hongjun immediately stepped forward, retrieving the Zhutian Qingyun and suspending it above the chasm. Countless golden lotuses and lanterns have descended into the abyss, illuminating the boundless darkness. Father! A feeble voice echoed once more, and Meng Hong finally grasped its clarity. Pangu! Is that you, little Pangu? Without hesitation, Meng Hong approached the edge of the abyss. Leaning over to inquire, Little Pangu, is it truly you? Yes, it is I. The voice of Pangu was frail, yet there was no mistaking its authenticity. Moreover, through a sense of connection, he discerned that a leaf of the chaotic azure lotus lay at the bottom of this abyss. There could be no pretense. Very well, I shall descend at once, Meng Hong replied, immediately teleporting to the depths of the abyss. He would not be foolish enough to leap into the chasm. Not only would it squander time, but the fall would also be painful. There was no need to feign bravado. Upon arriving at the abyss's base, Meng Hong beheld Pangu. The venerable being was slumped against the stone wall, his abdomen stained with blood, exuding an aura of utter fatigue, as if his essence had been utterly drained. Upon seeing Meng Hong, Pangu managed to smile. Father, you have come? Meng Hong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe that this frail figure was indeed Pangu. Pangu, the embodiment of a saintly being. It was inconceivable that anyone beneath the saintly realm could inflict such harm. Even with all his might, Meng Hong doubted he could cause such injury. What on earth had transpired? Regaining his composure, Meng Hong hurried forward, channeling his own spiritual energy into Pangu to stabilize his breath. Who has harmed you? Was it Luo Hu, or someone else? Luo Hu. Meng Hong furrowed his brow. Isn't that fellow merely a golden immortal? How could he possibly injure you? This was merely an accident on my part. Pangu, lowering his head as if to hide something from Meng Hong, replied, An accident? Even a saint, no matter how careless, would not be susceptible to harm from a golden immortal. There must be some trickery at play here. Oh, is that so? With Pangu's injury stabilized, Meng Hong withdrew his spiritual energy and rose to his feet, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon him. Little Pangu, speak the truth to me. What transpired? In a moment of embarrassment, Pangu confessed, The truth is, I made a wager with that fellow. He claimed to possess a method to injure me, which would be quite exhilarating, but only if I relinquished all my defenses. So you let your guard down, allowing him to pierce you with the sword of slaying immortals. Correct? Father, You are remarkably astute. Meng Hong nearly choked on his breath, at a loss for words. Was Pangu truly a masochist, or simply lacking in common sense? Such a clever scheme could only suggest a mind limited to the capacity of 3 Yuan Feng. Father, with his injuries nearly healed, Pangu stood up straight and bowed to Meng Hong, declaring, I acknowledge my mistake. You may punish me as you see fit. I accept my penalty. Meng Hong rolled his eyes. You certainly have quite the imagination. Chapter 38. The supreme auspicious being, it was already known that Pangu had a penchant for masochism. Thus Meng Hong would not resort to conventional methods to administer punishment. However, the means of retribution were a matter for another time. The pressing concern was to locate Luo Hu. This rascal had absconded with the Excalibur of the Abyss, leaving behind a note. This indicated that the organization might have already made contact with Luo Hu. Discovering Luo Hu could potentially unveil clues to that organization. Meng Hong promptly summoned the reward list and activated the Heart's Voice monitoring rights for Luo Hu. He then turned to Pangu, inquiring, Little Pangu, have you seen any other beings in the company of Luo Hu? No. Pangu shook his head, gradually recalling at that time, we had just descended from Mount Shumi, and he claimed to know the location of the Excalibur. I thought to myself, such a precious artifact. Would it not be a waste to not present it to Father for appraisal? Thus, I followed him here, and it was certainly not due to any ulterior motives. Should I commend your honesty, or deem you naive? This fabrication you offer is so transparent that even the foolish bird Yuan Feng would not be deceived. Meng Hong chose not to expose little Pangu's pretense, merely nodding to indicate his understanding, just as he heard Luo Hu's voice echoing in his ears. At last, I have escaped. If they refuse to acknowledge me as their progenitor, then this limb is of no consequence. The Excalibur is now in my grasp. It is time to seek the God-slaying spear. Once I obtain the God-slaying spear, I shall visit your domain. If it truly exists. Suddenly, a jarring notification disrupted the system. Ding. System interference detected. Heart voice listening authority compromised. Huh? Interference with the system? Such manipulation is indeed possible. Meng Hong was momentarily taken aback, yet he managed to glean valuable insights. While the initial phrases held little substance, the latter ones were of utmost significance. One unveiled Luo Hu's impending intentions, and the other employed a pivotal term, you. This single word sufficed to indicate that Luo Hu was in league with that organization. It was even conceivable that members of that organization were in close proximity to Luo Hu. Follow me. Meng Hong decisively asserted, seizing Pangu and teleporting from the abyssal depths to the surface. As soon as he landed, he was greeted by Yi Hongyun. Meng Hong, are you unharmed? Rest assured, I am unscathed. Master. The remaining individuals soon gathered at the edge of the abyss, including Nuwa. She stood just behind Yi Hongyun, craning her neck forward, her nostrils flaring slightly. I detect a scent of blood. You are not injured, are you? It is not I, but this young man. Meng Hong gestured towards Pangu without the intention of introducing him to the others. Li seemed to sense something amiss, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Pangu. Is this? Could he be? You need not concern yourselves with his identity. First, allow me to explain. Meng Hong was pressed for time and had no opportunity to introduce Pangu's identity. I must take you to a perilous location. Remember, do not stray. Stay close to this lad. He then addressed Pangu directly. Upon hearing his name, Pangu immediately stood at attention and saluted. I am here, Father. What are your commands? Ensure their safety. Meng Hong caution. And do not lower your defenses. Yes. Pangu replied eagerly, rubbing his claws and looking up at Meng Hong. Then, Father, should you not first pay me my wages? Wages? It's fortunate I Haven-T put you under house arrest. Meng Hong rolled his eyes and activated his teleportation again. This time, their destination was Mount Shumi. The god-slaying spear, as mentioned by Luo Hu, was none other than the stem of the chaos green lotus. To acquire the spear, he needed to return to Mount Shumi. Let's catch him off guard. He was uncertain of Luo Hu's true form, but judging by his pitiful appearance, he was likely either a turtle or a soft-shelled turtle. This plan to catch him off guard was undoubtedly sound. The group felt a flash of white light, and when they opened their eyes, they found themselves atop Mount Shumi. The mountain now was shrouded in dark mist, reminiscent of a pile of socks in a male dormitory that had not been washed for ages, emitting a lethal stench. Fortunately, the odor was not overwhelming. Otherwise, Meng Hong would have uprooted the mountain on the spot. By that time, the future here would find no place for the weeping of the guiding and the nurturing. Meng Hong initially scanned the vicinity with his divine sense, but found no trace of the lotus stem. It seemed it had yet to take form or mature, obscured by the aura of the chaotic azure lotus, which hindered his perception. Thus, it appeared only a rudimentary approach would suffice, a human search. After all, the world's foremost auspicious beast and the most revered individual were at my disposal. I refuse to believe that I cannot locate even a diminutive lotus stem. This must be the place. Meng Hong conducted another sweep, but still found no trace of the lotus stem, nor any sign of Luo Hu. Xiaopan, you shall lead one team, while I lead another to search for the lotus stem on this Mount Sumeru. Remember, under no circumstances are you allowed to stray more than 3 meters from me or Xiaopan. With Luo Hu having acquired the Excalibur, no one beneath the sage level could contend. The group responded in unison. Yes. Ding. Task issued. Find the lotus stem. Reward. Gold vine incomplete. Workers. Pangu, Nuwa, Hongjun, Hongjun, Luohou, and the Primordial Qilin. A sage, 3 quasi-sages, and 2 innate beings laboring for me. And all I receive is a mere Gorvine, and an incomplete one at that. It seems you're lacking Pangu's stature and have contracted Pangu's affliction. Are you courting a beating? Ding. Perhaps genuinely fearing a reprimand. The system promptly issued a reminder. Due to the absence of one worker, the complete reward could not be fulfilled. One short, Meng Hong turned to look at Qiyu, who was beside Luohou. He crouched down and, squinting his eyes, inquired, "Young man, do you not wish to assist me in locating something?" "Not at all." Qiyu hastily replied, "I am willing." Supplement. Labor. Qiyu. Reward. Inat espirwalrot. Gordvine. Well, willingness is all that matters, Meng Hong said contentedly, then turned his gaze to the group behind him. Hongjun, Nuwa, and Shaoqi, you shall accompany me as we commence our search from the northern front. I leave the remaining individuals to you. Begin from the southern approach. We shall set forth. With that, Meng Hong strode towards the mountain path to the north, employing his divine sense to meticulously probe the mountainside ahead. Any suspicious detail would prompt his closer inspection. Meanwhile, Hongjun and Nuwa stood on either side behind him, engaging in similar scrutiny. As for the beginning Qilin, he behaved like an unbridled hound, sniffing here and there, almost as if he were about to relieve himself against a tree. As they traversed the mountains for some time, Hongjun suddenly called out from behind, "Meng Hong, look above." Above? Meng Hong raised his head and spotted 2 figures soaring from a distance. One was Luo Hu, and the other was presumably a member of that mysterious organization. Excellent. Just as Meng Hong was poised to ascend into the air to apprehend these 2 rascals and teach them a lesson, his system interface unexpectedly popped up, revealing that someone from the 007 task force had finally sent the first message. Hongjun found it. Is this the foremost auspicious being in the world? I'm utterly enamored. Chapter 39. I hear your name is Jian. Before Meng Hong could respond, a flurry of new messages erupted within the working group. Ancestral dragon. What have you discovered? Is it a mother dragon or a female dinosaur? Yuan Feng, you up there? Your interests are becoming increasingly peculiar. Didn't the master instruct you to focus on your tasks? How do you still find time to chat? Yu Qing. Oh dear, all these esteemed figures, this novice feels quite intimidated. Luohou. Esteemed ones, please do not jest. I am a true novice here. Qiyu, do you all refer to the primordial beings as novices? Then what am I? Chaff. Taishang, who is up there? Could you refrain from speaking if you're merely a secondary account? Enough with the nonsense. Meng Hong was anxious and had no time to indulge in their banter. Xiao Hong, where are you? Hongjun promptly replied, to the south of Mount Shumi. Father, you shall see it as you approach. Very well, I shall head over immediately. With that, Meng Hong imposed a 24-hour silence on Ancestral Dragon. You shall remain muted until you fulfill your task. Yuan Feng, Well done, master. I shall promptly deliver Fushi. Soon someone will be able to oversee him. Indeed. Meng Hong responded with a sound, and then, accompanied by the two companions and a beast behind him, he instantaneously transported to the southern side of Mount Shumi. As he gazed outward, he spotted a resplendent golden cloud floating in the sky, directly above which stood Hongjun and his entourage. Meng Hong swiftly teleported to stand before Hongjun. Before he could even utter a question, a rich and familiar aroma surged into his nostrils. The last time he encountered such a scent was atop the peak of Buzhou Mountain, when he beheld those 4 lotus seeds. Now experiencing this refreshing fragrance once more, it was simply delightful. Father, this must be the lotus stem, he thought. As Hongjun spoke, he casually produced a half-meter-long light green stem. Indeed, Meng Hong took the stem in hand, freeing the other to gently rub Hongjun's head a couple of times. Well done. Thank you for the compliment, Father. Ding. Task completed. Rewards being dispensed. With the system's confirmation, Meng Hong could assert with absolute certainty that this was indeed the lotus stem of the Chaos Green Lotus. However, how did this seemingly unremarkable object transform into the god-slaying spear wielded by Luo Hu? Could it be that this fellow previously used this green stick to poke at people? That image was rather unappealing, wasn't it? No. Pangu immediately grew displeased and approached Hongjun's side. Father, what about my reward? This item was not found by you. How could you even think of claiming a reward? Meng Hong spoke in such a manner, yet he did not forget to offer Pangu an opportunity. How about this? Luo Hu and his companions are about to arrive. You cooperate with him in performing a little act, and I shall grant you double the reward. What say you? Excellent. Pangu agreed with a resounding affirmation, then inquired, Wait a moment. Father, you mentioned he is Luo Hu? Meng Hong naturally responded with 3 words, while the messages from Luo Hu floated before him in the chat interface. Luo Hu, master, regardless of whether you acknowledge me, I remain your most beloved disciple. The incident involving Brother Pangu was not without reason. I trust you will understand. There is another individual who has also traversed time, backed by various organizations, seemingly intent on achieving sanctity. I have managed to lure him outside of Mount Shumi. When the time comes, you can instruct Brother Pangu to perform a little act with me, and we shall extract all the information he possesses. Upon reading this, Meng Hong could not help but smirk slightly. I did not expect this fellow to possess such potential as a double agent. I have indeed stumbled upon a true talent. Not far from Mount Shumi, a figure cloaked in black, concealing their hands and body, revealing only their mouth, soared alongside Luo Hu. Luo Hu, are you certain that the god-slaying spear is located atop this Mount Shumi? Of course. If I were unsure, would you be any more certain? Rahu suddenly halted mid-sentence, as if recollecting something. He turned to face the figure in the black cloak and slowly uttered, Yang, let me confirm this once more. Are you certain that once we find the god-slaying spear, you can assist me in achieving sanctity? Absolutely. The figure in the black cloak nodded affirmatively, a slight smirk gracing his lips. We have already discovered the path to sanctification. We now merely require any fragment of the Chaos Blue Lotus. We have failed to secure the Lotus of Virtue, and now we must rely on your god-slaying spear. Your confirmation is all that is needed. Rahu turned once more, resuming his journey towards Mount Sumeru. If you are lying, I will certainly pluck out your third eye. The figure in the black cloak followed suit, declaring, Yang Jian, never speak falsehoods. As the words left his lips, they both arrived at the summit of Mount Sumeru. Rahu sniffed the air, his brow furrowing as he murmured, Be cautious. Someone has been here. Who? Yang Jian retorted, immediately adopting a defensive stance. Why, it is I. Pangu emerged slowly, his gaze fixed intently ahead as if observing something unseen. In a tone devoid of emotion, he recited, You little rascal, why have you harmed me? I see. You must be intending to kill me, right? Ha ha ha. You didn't expect this, did you? Your grandfather has not erred. I merely misread the lines. Realizing the situation, Pangu looked up at Rahu. You do recite incantations, do you not? Why must I be the only one to chant? Luo Hu, Yang Jian, Meng Hong. I was mistaken. I should never have placed my trust in someone who has never acted before, a complete novice. I instructed him to recite the lines, and he truly did so with earnestness. Did he think he was attending a reading class? Alas, there is no other recourse. I must speak plainly. After all, the barrier is set around us, and I need not fear that cloaked figure making an escape. Ahem! Before Meng Hong could make his appearance, Luo Hu cleared his throat. This is a residual effect from the injury inflicted by the Zhuxian sword. The lighter consequence may lead to insanity, while the graver one could result in bloodshed and demise. I hope you will not take offense. What nonsense! Pangu, feeling anxious, leaped to their side and confronted Luo Hu. Your words are incorrect. They are not even on the script. How can I trust you? Luo Hu's expression was one of exasperation. Had he not been at a disadvantage against Pangu in normal circumstances, he would have long since struck him unconscious with the Zhuxian sword. Meng Hong, observing the awkwardness, felt even more uncomfortable. To claim that Luo Hu's lines were absent from the script is to venture far beyond reason, and yet he accuses others of being unreliable. With such a performance, even Mozart's resurrection would leave him trembling with Parkinson's. What on earth is happening? Jian turned to Luo Hu. What lines? What script? Forget it. I can't continue this. Luo Hu waved his hand and glanced ahead. Master, perhaps it is best if you take the lead. Very well. Meng Hong slowly emerged from behind a stone, his gaze fixed intently upon the figure clad in black robes. I have heard you are called Jian, he declared. Gulme, lift your veil and allow me to behold your third eye. Chapter 40. The vanished Jian and the escaping Luo Hu. Flee. The moment Jian's presence brushed against Meng Hong, a singular thought surged within him. Without hesitation, he grasped the sphere tightly in his palm. Meng Hong furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly, and immediately commanded Luo Hu, capture him. Ha! You wish to seize me? It is too late. As Jian uttered a single word, Luo Hu's hand lunged toward his shoulder. Yet, in the end, he was too late. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Luo Hu fell to the ground, having missed his target. Jian had vanished. Meng Hong, perceiving the undisturbed barrier, knitted his brow in confusion. What is happening? Could it be some form of sorcery? Luo Hu, seated on the ground, mirrored his frown. But I did not sense even a trace of spiritual energy. Has the future unearthed a technique that operates without such energy? I do not know, Meng Hong replied, shaking his head. However, the barrier set outside remains intact, and I cannot detect Jian's presence nearby. I distinctly saw your hand make contact with his shoulder, yet he evaded you as if he were but a wisp of air. The crux of this enigma must lie within the sphere he holds. After Meng Hong finished speaking, he furrowed his brows. Now he had an additional task on his plate, to subdue Jian. He found himself increasingly perplexed by this organization. It was one thing for Luya to have been born early, and he could somewhat understand the Monkey King's abduction of Jian, but now Jian had emerged. What on earth do you intend to achieve? Mengung. He heard his son calling him, snapping him back to reality. He turned to face the little one. What is the matter? Pangu sheepishly approached, his head lowered as he spoke. Did I do something wrong? It's nothing. I was just overthinking things a bit. It's not your fault, Meng Hong replied, forcing a smile as he gently patted Pangu's head. Don't worry. I was just trying to frighten you by saying there would be no rewards. Once I handle matters here, you will receive double the reward. I'll even create a special artifact just for you to enjoy. That will be wonderful. Thank you, father. At that moment, his master, Luo Hu, also approached, looking at Meng Hong with anticipation. What should we do now? Don't they seek the chaos, Qilin? Meng Hong, turning his gaze towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain in the north. I will gather all parts of the chaos, Qilin. Let us see if they dare to come and seize it from me. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification sound from the system echoed. Ding! Detected. Luo Hu. God-slaying spear and extermination sword collected. Would you like to initiate the dragon and phoenix catastrophe? Please select yes or no. Collecting these 3 items can trigger the dragon and phoenix catastrophe, even if I can activate it. What is the meaning of presenting 2 identical options? It appears that the system has sensed Meng Hong's inner thoughts and has made some alterations to the prompt before him. Please choose yes or also yes. Goodness, adding a mere character makes it different, does it? So, If a turtle bears multiple scars on its face, it can masquerade as a ninja turtle, right? However, today's system seems particularly mischievous. Could it be that it has regained its sentience? Meng Hong truly yearns for that adorable entity capable of exploiting loopholes and issuing threats. He then softly inquired, "You have regained your sentience, haven't you? Please choose. Do not feign ignorance." Meng Hong interrupted the system's prompt. "If you haven't regained your sentience, how could you alter the original options?" Upon uttering those 3 words, Meng Hong realized his suspicion was correct. That unscrupulous working system had finally returned to his side. Now he could truly seize the opportunity. The hour was of no consequence. Meng Hong displayed a benevolent smile. "Come now, little one, do tell me. Does choosing yes come with any rewards?" "None. But if you do not activate the Dragon and Phoenix Calamity within the stipulated time, it would constitute a violation of the natural order of the heavenly way." I understand. It simply means that all things return to silence, and everything begins anew. Correct? Meng Hong casually replied, as he had no intention of concerning himself with heavenly matters at present. His sole desire was to unearth the individual who had left the note, and then deliver a well-deserved punishment. Let us see who dares to be arrogant in his presence. Please initiate a countdown, and I shall commence when the time is ripe. Meng Hong casually instructed, then turned to Pangu beside him. "Xiao Pan, summon them forth. Inform them that the Hongwang tour group is preparing to venture to the next destination. They must hasten to join us." "Understood, Father," Pangu replied promptly, pivoting to seek out the massive stone from which Meng Hong had just emerged, where the others were lingering behind. As Pangu departed, Meng Hong noticed a 72-hour countdown materializing before him. He then placed a hand on Luo Hu's shoulder, adopting a rather affectionate demeanor. "Young man, do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts." Luo Hu blinked his large, expressive eyes in confusion. "Master, what do you mean? I do not comprehend." "You do not comprehend." Meng Hong's hand remained on his shoulder, exuding familiarity. "When Xiao Hong sent the message earlier, were you not present in the group?" Luo Hu's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly smiled. "Indeed? What of it? What of it indeed? If it were not for Hongjun's message in the group, would you have any inkling of our presence in Mount Shumi? Had I not been here, would you still have sent such a sycophantic message to pledge your loyalty? I dare say that if your divine weapon, the god-slaying spear, were not in this vicinity, you would have turned tail and fled long ago." These thoughts remained unspoken in Meng Hong's mind, for now was not the time for reckoning. The priority was to locate the remaining fragments of the chaotic green lotus. Meng Hong merely smiled enigmatically. "It's nothing. By the way, the Zhuxian sword is a perilous object not suited for children's play. Allow me to take responsibility for its safekeeping." Master Luo Hu hesitated for a considerable time, gnashing his teeth. Do you have any objections?" "No, none at all," Luo Hu replied, as he retrieved a short sword from his robe, presenting it with both hands before Meng Hong. "You are absolutely correct. Such a dangerous item should indeed be entrusted to you. Now, let us more like it." Meng Hong praised Luo Hu, smiling as he accepted the Zhuxian sword from his hands. The hilt settled into his grasp, and Meng Hong felt the spiritual energy within him involuntarily flow into the sword. With a resonant hum, the sword emitted a sound, and 3 peculiar images abruptly materialized before his eyes. One atop a mist-shrouded mountain peak, another engulfed in searing flames, and the last amidst a crimson sea of blood. These 3 visions revolved before him, seemingly conveying a message. Just as Meng Hong began to grasp the implications, a voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. "Dad!" Startled, Meng Hong nearly dropped the Zhuxian sword. He turned to Pangu, exclaiming, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Pangu, slightly retracting his neck, replied with a hint of grievance, "I was merely inquiring about Luo Hu." Chapter 41. Year-End Bonus, the Jade Plate of Creation. Upon hearing the name Pangu, Meng Hong finally regained his composure. The figure of Luo Hu, who had previously stood beside him, had vanished, and a breach had appeared in the barrier surrounding Mount Shumi. This opening was precisely the size of Luo Hu's form. This fellow actually fled. Why can't these workers simply adhere to their duties? I haven't withheld their rewards, cough cough, and I'm certainly not remiss in paying their wages. Bonuses are, of course, dispersed at the end of the month. Fortunately, these disobedient workers are but a minority. I still have commendable employees by my side. For instance, there's little Pan. Father? Pangu inquired, tilting his head as he approached. What are you pondering? Nothing of consequence, Meng Hong replied, casually patting the large head that had come near his face. I have already secured the Zhujian sword. As long as you refrain from reckless actions, no one can harm you now. Hence, we shall split into 2 teams to search for the remnants of the chaos Qilin. My mother's remains? Pangu instantly adopted a look of horror, stepping back 2 paces. Father, how could you contemplate such a terrifying act? You would not even spare my mother's remains. Upon hearing this, the onlookers nearby immediately perked up their ears, eager to absorb this astonishing gossip, especially Yi Hongyan. Although the girl covered her face, her ears were perked up, nearly rivaling those of a rabbit. Meng Hong clenched his jaw, channeling his spiritual energy to forcibly lift the muscles of his cheeks. Are you seeking death? His anger had reached its zenith, yet his mind incessantly echoed 2 phrases. Do not be angry, do not be angry. If anger arises, it will be to my detriment. Do not act, do not act. Once I act, it will be to my delight. Father, I have spoken out of turn. Pangu lowered his head without hesitation, nearly presenting his neck to Meng Hong. Please, punish me, regardless of how you strike me. I shall not resist. Such naive thoughts. Meng Hong uttered 4 words, then turned to Yi Hongjun and Nuwa. Hongjun, Xiaohua, you shall remain with me. Xiaopan, take them to the summit of Kunlun to find your 3 errant sons. Have them assist you in searching for your mother's whiskers. Pangu was momentarily taken aback, raising his head with a puzzled expression. My mother's whiskers? They are the roots of the chaos green lotus. Meng Hong was nearly exasperated by both him and Luo Hu, then turned to Hongjun. Xiao Hong, you must pay close attention. Should anything arise, do not mention it in the work group. Come to me directly in private. Understood? Rest assured, Father, I will get along well with my elder brother. Very well, off you go. Ding. Task issued. Search for Pangu's mother's whiskers. Reward, water of the rootless. Workers, Pangu, Hongjun, Luohou, Qiyu. Meng Hong gazed at the reward presented by the system, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Look, behold, this is the archetype of an exemplary employee. Not only is the work diligent, but even the rewards triggered by the task are precisely what the boss urgently requires. If I were the Tao of Heaven, I would undoubtedly choose this young man as my spokesperson. Speaking of which, the Tao of Heaven seemed to have entrusted me with the task of delivering the Creation Jade Plate to Hongjun. Before I could utter the word Hong, Pangu had already transported Hongjun and the others to Kunlun Mountain in an instant. Meng Hong felt a wave of awkwardness. Just as he had finally recalled the bonus to be dispatched, the individual had already fled. What had be done about it? Staring at the Creation Jade Plate he had just retrieved, a thought suddenly pierced his mind. Since the bonus couldn't be issued, why not present a year-end reward instead? Meng Hong held the Creation Jade Plate in his hand and addressed the system. Please take a picture and share it with the work group, stating that this is the year-end reward for this year's outstanding employee. Let's see who dares to slip away from me after this. Ding, I am the system, not a camera. You want to take a photo? Then I shall make a trip to Buzhou Mountain to inquire if the Tao of Heaven has another system to assist me. Click. The image has been beautifully enhanced, and you may send it at your convenience. Now, that's more like it. Meng Hong complimented the system, then opened the chat interface of the work group and sent the image of the Creation Jade Plate, along with a message. This is the year-end reward for all members. Recognizing this year's outstanding employee, no sooner had the message been dispatched than the entire group erupted in excitement. Hongjun, this jade plate looks exceedingly familiar. I feel I have seen it in a dream. Luo Hu, master, my dear master, where are you? Just now a gust of demonic wind swept by, and I vanished without a trace. Pangu, this plate is truly exquisite. I long to partake. Yuqing, father, your appetite is remarkable. Shangqing, indeed, father's appetite is impressive. Taishang, the 2 sycophants above. I shall abstain. Taishang retracted a message. Taishang, father, your appetite is truly commendable. Mingi, 3 sycophants above. The group chat swiftly surged past 99, and Meng Hong lacked the inclination to peruse the multitude of messages, nor did he harbor concerns regarding Taiching's safety from his two brothers. Having pacified the crowd, Meng Hong turned his attention to Hongjun and Nuwa. Ladies, it is time for us to embark. No sooner had he spoken than he transported the 2 ladies and 1 beast to the expanse above the endless sea of blood. A potent and acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses, causing Meng Hong to furrow his brow. This was no ordinary stench of blood. It was imbued with resentment. The sea was a tumult of the souls of all beings wronged, and until Hutu established the cycle of reincarnation, these souls would languish in the blood sea day after day. They would incessantly relive the agony of their demise, generating countless grievances. These grievances would intertwine with the sanguine odor, infiltrating the nostrils and throats of every being that ventured here, stirring the latent bloodlust within their souls. The primordial Qilin seemed to sense the call from within, its limbs flailing in the air. A woo. Slap. Meng Hong struck the creature's head with a resounding smack. A woo. You spirit. Do you not know to convert to internal energy? Silly beast. With a soft whimper, the Qilin transitioned into internal breathing, thus becoming impervious to the influence of the sea of blood surrounding it. Of course, had an ordinary primordial being ventured into this sanguine abyss, even the most controlled internal breath would fail to shield them from the stench of blood permeating their very pores. However, were Meng Hong and his companions merely ordinary primordial beings? They could plunge into the depths of the blood sea without a hint of concern, provided they maintained control over their faculties. Master, Nuwa expressed her distaste with a flick of her hand. This blood sea stretches for at least tens of thousands of miles. How are we to find what we seek? Fear not, for I have a local advantage, Meng Hong replied, a sense of mastery enveloping him as he bellowed into the vast expanse of crimson waters. Inha, why do you not emerge to greet us? Silence reigned within the blood sea, an eerie stillness as if no one resided within. Ahem, noting the lack of response. Meng Hong cleared his throat and called out once more, Inha, your work shift has begun. Come forth and attend to your duties. Hongjun felt a twinge of embarrassment and tugged at his sleeve. Is it possible that Inha is not at home? Not necessarily, Nuwa deduced from the sidelines. It could be that he anticipated our arrival and hastily relocated. Chapter 42. The Deceit of Inha Relocated? What of his Yuan Feng and Abyss? Does he wish to forsake them? Meng Hong mused as he accessed his work group chat and initiated a private conversation with Inha. Little In, where are you? I've arrived at your ancestral domain, and yet you remain elusive. Mingi, hometown? Holy Lord, please wait a moment. Just as the news emerged, the blood sea beneath surged with tumultuous waves. Meng Hong furrowed his brow slightly, and with a mere gesture, calmed the entire expanse of the blood sea into tranquility. Holy Lord, a vexatious voice echoed as Mingi transformed into human form, soaring across the surface of the blood sea towards Meng Hong and his companions. Holy Lord, I am here. What brings you to the blood sea? If you have any commands, please let me know directly. There is no need for you to come in person. Do not flatter me, Meng Hong retorted, though a smile of satisfaction crept onto his face. He casually extracted a wisp of blood essence from the sea, conjuring an image of a figure clad in a black cloak. Take a good look. Has this person ever been to the blood sea? Mingi's lips twitched at the corners. Holy Lord, how can I discern that? With no visible eyes or nose, you could claim it is merely a sentient black cloak. Allow me to rephrase my inquiry. Meng Hong stepped forward, emanating a unique aura of sanctity. Have you seen any other beings within the blood sea? None, Mingi replied with utmost certainty. Since my return from the peak of the Buzhou mountain, I have encountered no other beings, save for those inherent to the blood sea itself. He is lying. Meng Hong detected a distinct fluctuation in Mingi's spirit, a clear indication of his deceit. This is quite reasonable, since the organization seeks to attain sanctity through a certain part of the chaotic blue lotus. It would be unthinkable to overlook the lotus pods that have fallen into the sea of blood. The lotus stalk lies right beneath my nose. If they dare to send the three-eyed herdsman to seek opportunities, they certainly have no reason to neglect the lotus pods submerged in the blood sea. Huh. It is fortunate that they haven't. A gentle smile graced Meng Hong's lips as he gazed at the obsequious Ming He before him. Little Ming, do not say that I am not offering you an opportunity. I have come to the blood sea in search of a particular item. If you assist me in locating it, I shall not only return Yuan Tu and Abi to you, but I will also provide you with a salary. Do you agree? Absolutely. Of course I am willing. Ming He replied with utmost decisiveness. As long as the Holy Sovereign speaks, little Ming is prepared to do anything. As for the salary, I shall be working under your command for 60,000 years, so that is merely a trifling matter. Ah, you are quite understanding. Meng Hong smiled with satisfaction, transforming the wisp of blood energy before him into the shape of a lotus pod. Behold, this is the item. Hasten now. Understood. Ding. Task assigned. Locate the lotus pod. Salary reward. Double settlement card X1. Worker. Ming He. Meng Hong's eyes brightened at the sight, and he inwardly chuckled at the system. Oh, a new item. How does one utilize it? Upon task completion, one may choose whether to use this card. If employed, double rewards shall be granted. How delightful. Meng Hong felt a surge of anger upon hearing about the task rewards. Previously, the rewards had been grand, such as the primordial purple chi and innate spiritual treasures. Why had the subsequent offerings grown increasingly meager? Speak. Have you embezzled my rewards? Master, please refrain from such antics. I must report that at that time, my system encountered an issue, resulting in the sealing of certain rewards. Thus, I could only provide you with those beyond the seal. Now that the system has returned to normal, I can offer the standard rewards. Is that so? Meng Hong observed as Ming He began to plunge into the blood sea, allowing his impatience to dissipate. Since you are now restored, should you not compensate me for the rewards owed? Buzz, not within my authority, unable to operate. Stingy. Meng Hong muttered under his breath, but what could he do? It was not as if he could extract the system from his mind and lubricate it with oil. He could always seek retribution later. After all, he still held 3 lottery chances. He was hardly worried about regaining his dignity. Speaking of lottery chances, Meng Hong couldn't help but glance at Yi Hongyun, who was among the 3 individuals deemed by the system as obstructing the operation of the heavenly Tao. It had not yet submitted to him. One was Luo Hu, another was Jian, and the last was this blushing little darling. Hongyun? Huh? Yi Hongyun was taken aback, uncertain of why Meng Hong had suddenly called her. What is it? Never mind, it's nothing. As Meng Hong turned, he beheld the young lady with a flushed face, resembling a girl who had just dashed out from a heated room to witness the snow. In that fleeting moment, he forgot what he intended to say. Surrender? What a preposterous notion. It is suffice to say that he had not fallen at her feet. After all, the task had no deadline. Even if he lost a single opportunity to draw lots, it mattered little, as long as he could keep her by his side. Master, Nuwa suddenly spoke, her eyes curiously fixed on the churning sea of blood below. Shall we not descend to assist in the search? No need, Meng Hong replied tersely, remaining afloat as he observed the turbulent waters beneath. If he cannot find it himself, then he need not seek it any further. This was the final chance he offered to the underworld river. Should it continue its insincerity, Meng Hong would not hesitate to capture a being from the blood sea and cultivate it into another ancestor of the underworld river. After all, both the Yuan Tu and the Abyss were under his command, alongside the infernal fire Red Lotus. The infernal fire Red Lotus. Was it not also a fragment of the chaotic Azure Lotus? That organization could not possibly be unaware of the lotus seeds blooming atop the unyielding mountain. If they were aware, it was inconceivable that they would not dispatch someone there. Yet, the number of travelers heading to the summit of the unyielding mountain was limited. Aside from the one abducted by the monkey and the red cloud accompanying him, only the distant Yuqing and Kunlun and the one who had already acquired the Red Lotus from the Underworld River remained. Could it be that the Underworld River fellow was already affiliated with that organization before ascending the unyielding mountain? Meng Hong's thoughts spiraled into a dreadful realization, prompting him to turn towards Nuwa and entrust her with the sword of extermination. Little Wa, take this. I will make a brief visit. If anyone approaches you, simply use this object to strike them on the head. Yes, master. Ding. Task assigned. Guardian salary reward. Hongjun Li 2 worker. Nuwa. System. You must think those two are rather inept, don't you? Surely. As for why the Zhu sword was given to the celestial Nuwa instead of the already advanced Yin, it appears that every time traveler in the entirety of Honglong might be a member of that organization, including Yin and herself, until concrete evidence is obtained. Meng Hong is more inclined to trust certain innate beings rather than those who have traversed realms. As this thought crossed his mind, the system received a private message from Hongjun. Has the Lotus route been discovered? Yet, I have not received any notification of task completion. Meng Hong felt a twinge of confusion and opened the private chat system, immediately hearing Hongjun's anxious voice. Father, we have been deceived. Chapter 43. The Rift in Kunlun Mountain Deceived? What kind of deception? Meng Hong was taken aback. In this world, with only two saints and the foremost auspicious person together, who could possibly outsmart them? If that organization possesses such formidable power, then Meng Hong might as well abandon his endeavors. Hongjun, we did not find the Lotus route. Upon arrival, we encountered the three pure ones. And then what else? Meng Hong inquirait urgentement. What did this child learn to speak so carelessly? It seems he will need a reprimand sooner or later. The Kunlun Mountains have erupted. The mountains are of little consequence. What truly matters is that the people are unharmed. First, take them to Longhai to find the ancestor dragon. Meng Hong furrowed his brow tightly. First, assist the ancestor dragon in eliminating the excess primordial beings in the sea. And then bring the ancestor dragon, Yuan Feng, and Fushi to the Blood Sea to meet me. Currently, the enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain exposed. We cannot afford to act separately any longer. These individuals dare to incapacitate even the three pure ones, which indicates their unwavering resolve to alter the order of the Honglong. If we leave any key figures from the calamity of dragons and phoenixes exposed, and this organization eliminates even one or two more, we will face dire consequences. Therefore, we must concentrate our forces and locate the headquarters of this organization. The rest can be resolved with the overwhelming strength of the two saints. As for how to find this organization, do we not have the world's foremost auspicious person and the world's foremost auspicious beast at our disposal? Indeed, but Meng Hong noticed that Hongjun had more to say and instinctively inquired. But what? Whose treasure is the golden Jiao scissors? Perhaps we should borrow them to cut this child's tongue in half first. This conversation is far too laborious. Father, if you have the time, it will be best for you to visit Kunlun Mountain. There are some peculiarities here. Peculiarities? In what manner? Just tell me directly. Very well, Father, listen closely. An hour ago, atop Kunlun Mountain, the three purities had just arrived, and within a mere quarter of an hour, Yuqing had gathered all the celestial treasures scattered across the mountain. Subsequently, he accompanied his two foolish brothers to the summit of Kunlun. Standing at the precipice, Yuqing gazed out at the endless expanse of snow-capped peaks, his hands clasped behind his back. Shangqing, Taishang, I have a notion I am uncertain whether to voice. Speak freely. The three of us have always stood united, except when playing cards. Taishang reclined backward, collapsing into the soft snow, relishing its cozy embrace and the refreshing chill filling his nostrils. Indeed, this place is splendid. Let's play cards here from now on. Could you not aspire for something greater? Shangqing admonished, before lying down beside Taishang. Why not find someone to play mahjong instead? True. What are you droning on about? The atmosphere that Yuqing had painstakingly cultivated was utterly ruined by his two dim-witted brothers. I summoned you here not for games of cards or mahjong. From this moment forth, this shall be our mountain gate. I wish to inquire if you are willing to join me in establishing a sect and gathering disciples. In truth, he was rather reluctant to discuss the matter, for in his previous life, the three brothers had become estranged due to their differing philosophies on accepting disciples, resulting in a severe rift. However, it now seemed unlikely that such a discord would arise again over the matter of mentorship. After all, issues that could not be resolved through a game of dodiju could certainly be addressed with a round of mahjong. Accepting a disciple? Taishang pondered for a moment before sitting up and clapping his hands. Indeed, my elder brother is quite astute. Having a disciple to join me in mahjong will surely deter anyone from daring to claim my winnings. Yuking rolled his eyes, recalling that in the previous life, he had only taken on a single direct disciple, leaving a gap in their ranks. Yet, this was preferable, as it indicated that this fellow had at least acquiesced. He then turned to Shattering. What about you? I'm quite amenable. Shattering shrugged nonchalantly. As long as there are beings to play cards with, it matters not whether they are human or demon. Truly, how fitting for you. This is indeed an embodiment of the principle of inclusivity. Just as Yuking intended to quash the youngest brother's idea in its infancy, the entire Kunlun mountain suddenly began to tremble. Shattering and Taishang immediately took to the air, unwilling to remain grounded, while Yuking furrowed his brow, his hands moving in tandem as if calculating something. Goodness gracious, can this mountain truly be having a fit? Taishang stared at the trembling Kunlun mountain below, which seemed to convulse as if electrified, sending stones and snow cascading down, and there were even hints of an impending collapse. No, that cannot be right. Yuqing halted his actions, furrowing his brow as he shook his head. It is not a mere fit. It is fear. What is it afraid of? In the primordial world, all things can attain spirit, let alone Kunlun Mountain, situated in the heart of the northern region where spiritual energy converges. Fear? Taishang turned to look at Shattering. Could it be that it was brought to tears by you? Get lost. Shattering retorted. No jesting. Someone is approaching. Just as Yuqing finished speaking, a figure in a black cloak soared into the air, arriving before the three pure ones. In his hand, he clutched a soil-colored root, which fortuitously split into 3 segments. The moment the black cloak appeared, the 3 pure ones experienced a peculiar sensation, not directed at him, but rather at the root he held. This sensation had been felt atop the Buzhou mountain, indicating that what he possessed was related to the chaos green lotus. It must be acquired. Before the 3 pure ones could utter a word, the figure in the black cloak spoke first. It has truly been a long time since we last met. The voice was faint, rendering it indiscernible whether it belonged to a male or female. Yet, the tone alone was enough to signal that the visitor bore ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Yuqing immediately frowned, recognizing the familiarity. Who are you? Since we have met before, why not reveal yourself openly? Reveal openly? The figure in the black cloak let out a cold laugh, and then his form began to gradually fade. Do not worry. We shall meet again, sooner or later. As soon as the words left his lips, the 3 pure ones saw a shadow flit past their vision, and when they regained their focus, the black cloak had already vanished without a trace. Yuqing furrowed his brow, seemingly having arrived at an answer, yet hesitant to confirm it. Just as he was about to speak, the Kunlun Mountains suddenly split apart. A wave of crimson energy surged forth from the mountain, rushing towards the trio. Quick, take cover. Yuqing urgently pushed his 2 brothers aside, narrowly evading the onslaught of crimson. Before them emerged a colossal beast, bearing a human head, a canine head, and a lion's head, with 3 necks extending down to a body clad in obsidian metallic scales. Yuqing had never encountered such a creature, though he recalled his master mentioning it in a past life. A demon god. The 3,000 demon gods each possess the strength of quasi-saints. With our current capabilities, we stand no chance against this entity. Thus, only one solution remained. Taishang. Yuqing solemnly turned to his erratic brother. Quickly call for help. Shout loudly. The king responded, Why aren't you shouting? Do I not care for my dignity? With a ferocious roar, the demon god unleashed a foul, raging wind, quasi-saint. Upon realizing its power, Taishang immediately activated the workgroup chat. Help! We are being hunted by a quasi-saint level monster, who is near Kunlun Mountain. Please come quickly. It's urgent. Before the message could be dispatched, a figure suddenly descended upon the demon god's canine head, delivering a single, thunderous punch. Boom! The demon god crashed to the ground. Chapter 44. The Magnificent Uncle. The entire Kunlun Mountain lay enveloped in silence, as all present sensed the gradual dissipation of the demon god's aura. This unfortunate creature had scarcely entered this world, uttering 2 syllables, before it was cruelly slain. Pangu rose to his feet, brushed off his hands, and with a smirk remarked, This being appears somewhat decent, Yet in terms of resilience, it is rather ordinary. It pales in comparison to little Luo. In an unknown location, Rahu suddenly felt a chill. Elder brother, could it be that I am mistaken? Taishang nudged Yuqing beside him with his elbow, his gaze fixed in a stupor before him. Shangqing stood beside him, equally bewildered, and inquired, "Third brother, what do you perceive?" "Hush!" Yuqing suddenly placed a finger to his lips. "Do not speak. Allow me to fully absorb this sensation." No sooner had he uttered these words than a figure darted past Taishang and Shangqing, hurtling at sublight speed toward Pangu's side. The figure was none other than Yuqing, who had just requested a moment of silence. "Ujirungli," Yuqing exclaimed, as he joyfully embraced Pangu's calf, his face nuzzling against his leg. "At long last, I have met you, my dear uncle. Hey, let go, let go." Pangu attempted to withdraw his leg, only to be surprised by two more figures soaring towards him. Shangqing seized his left leg, exclaiming, "Father, it is I, Shangqing, your second son. We have finally found you." With Yuqing and Shangqing each clinging to a leg, only Taishang remained standing, facing Pangu, their gazes locked. Pangu tilted his head in curiosity. "Surely, you cannot be my son as well?" Taishang nodded slightly, yet felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Suddenly it struck him. Both of his elder brothers had embraced their father. If he refrained, it would seem rather improper. But with both arms occupied, where could he possibly embrace? The waist? Or perhaps the neck? Regardless, he resolved to embrace the neck, as it would convey a greater warmth. "Father." With this thought, Taishang sprang forth, leaping onto Pangu, wrapping his arms around his neck, while his feet found a perch upon the shoulders of his two brothers. "I am your third son. At long last, I have the honor of meeting you." Hongjun and the others silently approached, observing this scene of paternal affection. "Get lost," Pangu bellowed, and in an instant, the trio was sent tumbling away by the protective energy radiating from him, especially Taishang, who nearly met his end on the spot. "Who among you is my father?" Pangu demanded, hands on hips, directing his inquiry at the three. "How could I possibly have spawned such beings at my age?" "Ahem." Hongjun cleared his throat a couple of times and leaned closer to Pangu. "Elder brother, our father has recognized all three of them as grandchildren, claiming them as your sons." "Huh? Is that true? Why would I deceive you? I am merely their second uncle." Pangu's expression shifted immediately as he moved forward to help the Sanqing to their feet. "Well then, my dear sons, your father was merely jesting with you understand? Do not let your grandfather know about this." "No, of course not." Yuqing was the most excited among the Sanqing, nearly brought to tears. "As long as you acknowledge us. Father, that is all that matters. Everything else is inconsequential." Indeed, Hongjun recalled the pressing matter at hand. "Do you know where Qilin Mountain is? We must go there to seek something. My father mentioned that you are aware of it." "Qilin Mountain, huh?" Yuqing, feeling somewhat awkward, pointed downwards. "Isn't it right beneath us?" "Hongjun, you dare to refer to this split structure as a mountain? Within the boundless sea of blood." "What?" Meng Hong stood frozen in the blood sea after listening to Hongjun's account. Initially, he believed that only the root of the chaotic blue lotus had been taken, unaware that even the demon gods had been summoned. If Hongjun had not brought it up, he might have completely overlooked this matter. Pangu, after all, was roused ahead of schedule by him. This implies that, according to the normal flow of time, the 3,000 demon gods should not have been born yet. Does this mean that from this moment forth, those demon gods will gradually manifest in the world? Yet this does not align either. Even if the 3,000 demon gods were to begin their births from now, they certainly should not emerge from Qilin Mountain. That place, if reckoned as a part of Pangu's body, could be likened to the bridge of a small nose. These demon gods are not mere snot. How could they possibly emerge from the bridge of a nose? Unless, perchance, someone is meddling. Perhaps these demon gods are the creations of that dark-cloaked figure. However, how could young Jian, a mere soldier, possess the prowess of summoner? Thus, it can be inferred that the dark cloak appearing at Qilin Mountain is likely another member of that organization. The Monkey King, with his third eye, has now gained the ability to summon. What exactly does that organization intend to accomplish? Hey, it has been quite some time, yet no progress has been made. Is what you said truly credible? Suddenly, A voice that did not belong to the river of the underworld interrupted Meng Hong's thoughts amidst the sea of blood. Could it be that the river of the underworld has indeed established contact with that organization? Just as Meng Hong was deep in contemplation, the voice from the river of the underworld gradually resounded. Do not rush. This is what that individual personally stated. Could it possibly be false? Once we locate that object, my fire lotus will no longer be needed for experimentation. Well then, the case is cracked. These two dare to meet under my very nose. They must be quite reckless. Meng Hong hastily concealed his aura, disguising himself as a wisp of blood within the sea, and slowly drifted towards the direction of the voice. Before long, he had caught up with the two figures. One was the river of the underworld, while the other was clad in a black cloak. These two were so engrossed in searching for the lotus seed in the sea of blood that they failed to notice Meng Hong had vanished above them. However, even if they had noticed someone's disappearance, they would never have detected Meng Hong trailing closely behind. After all, Meng Hong was a genuine sage, his cultivation far surpassing theirs, requiring no further explanation. Having learned from previous experiences, Meng Hong refrained from striking directly. Instead, he attached a wisp of his aura to the two individuals. Even if they attempted to flee, he could follow the trail of their energy. With a stroke of good fortune, he might even uncover the lair of this group. The figure cloaked in black suddenly halted amidst the crimson sea, swiftly turning to gaze behind. Ming He, have you noticed something amiss? Something amiss? Ming He retorted. What could possibly be wrong? Are you frightened? Fear not. I have complete dominion over this blood sea. Even if a single drop of blood were to vanish, I would be aware of it. Before he could finish his sentence, Ming He's expression shifted abruptly. As he spoke, he had scanned the blood sea with his divine sense, and suddenly discerned an anomaly. There was a new drop of blood in the sea. Saint Lord. Before he could articulate his thoughts further, Meng Hong instantly transformed back into human form, the overwhelming aura of a sage enveloping the blood sea. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, much like Yang Jian, inexplicably produced a small orb from thin air and promptly crushed it in his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Ming He reached out toward the cloaked figure. Take me with you. The word with it scarcely left his lips when the figure vanished, leaving only Meng Hong and Ming He in the blood sea, exchanging bewildered glances. Crack! Meng Hong cracked his neck, flexed his knuckles, and approached Ming He with measured steps. I've heard it said that you aspire to be a traitor? Chapter 45. The Red Rain with a Splash. Ming He felt his knees in the blood sea, repeatedly bowing his head before Meng Hong. Bang! Saint Lord, I was mistaken. This was merely a moment of folly. Will you forgive me this once? I swear, I promise such an occurrence shall never take place again. Bang bang. Let's not dwell on that. Meng Hong slowly approached and crouched before the River of Oblivion. Can you enlighten me on how you managed to knock your head against the flowing water? The River of Oblivion responded with a bewildered expression. I have already bowed an apology. Is this your sole concern? Meng Hong sank a little lower, leveling his gaze with the River of Oblivion. Come now, knock your head once more for me to observe. Respectfully, as the saint commanded, I shall comply. The River of Oblivion hastily bowed again. Bang! This time, Meng Hong observed clearly, realizing that the old fellow had deliberately produced the sound effect of a head knock with his mouth. Who would have thought that a man with such pronounced features could also perform beatboxing? Ahem, rise. After uncovering the truth, Meng Hong found the matter rather uninteresting and floated back to a position overlooking the River of Oblivion. Now speak. Who is that individual? Dijang. Dijang? Meng Hong echoed, and immediately information about him surfaced in his mind. Dijang, one of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, could be considered a cousin of the 3 pure ones. He was formed from the 12 streams of turbid qi within Pangu, wielding the power of space. It seemed that at the height of his cultivation, he had reached the status of a quasi-saint. To think it would be him. Meng Hong furrowed his brow. The fact that one of the 12 ancestor witches had joined that organization indicated that it was not merely recruiting beings from outside the Hongjun realm, but also those who were originally born within it. This was far from reassuring. Heaven knows how many creatures in the entire Hongjun possess memories of their past lives. If they were all ensnared by such machinations, Would there be any hope left for the work he was undertaking? Now that the Lotus roots had also been seized by that group, if they were to create a saint, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meng He, you shall ascend first. Meng He was taken aback. Saint, are you not allowing me to assist you in locating the Lotus pods? Meng Hong slowly turned around, offering him a benevolent smile. Do you not comprehend my words? At this, Meng He fell silent, darting up to hover above the blood sea. Meng Hong gazed at Meng He soaring above the blood sea and could not help but curse. Blast it! I failed to trigger the labor. What a loss. But never mind that. The larger situation was paramount. After locating the Lotus pods, he would rendezvous with Xiao Pan and the others. No sooner had he finished speaking than Meng Hong closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to envelop the entire blood sea, gradually raising his hands. Arise! Boom! The blood sea trembled violently, and the countless beings within it quaked in unison, as if sensing an incredibly terrifying event about to unfold. Yet aside from a quaking, they were powerless to act. Only the three individuals who soared above the blood sea discerned the true nature of what was occurring. The sea of blood ascends. The entire expanse of crimson waters rises into the air, slowly detaching from the seabed, soaring at least 100 meters. The river of Hades has fallen silent. Although he has nearly deduced Meng Hong's intentions, his mind struggles to accept it. You have drained the sea to catch a needle, haven't you? Red Cloud, Nuwa. Bring that fool down. Meng Hong's voice echoed from below, and before Hongjun and Luohou could act, the river of Hades dove down himself. The two women promptly followed, swiftly descending to the seabed of the blood sea. The seabed is not entirely flat, yet it lacks any deep chasms or ravines. Standing at the center of the blood sea, Meng Hong scanned the area with his divine sense, but found no trace of the Lotus pod. However, out of caution, he wished to have the others assist him in thoroughly sifting through this vast seabed to avoid missing anything. As the three approached, Meng Hong gestured behind him. You all see that, right? Let's first search this seabed to confirm there are no traces of the Lotus pod, and then we will sift through the sea of blood. Hades, you will team up with me. Hongjun, you shall pair with Nuwa. As always, if you spot anyone in a black cloak, call for me immediately, and try not to kill them. Understood. Hongjun took Nuwa's hand. I have yet to see the seabed. I shall go ahead. As the two women headed north, Meng Hong naturally turned to face the south. He glanced at the river of Hades. Let us proceed. Now is your time to atone for your sins. All right then. Mingi acknowledged with a nod and turned southward. A notification chimed. Task assigned. Search for Lotus pods, 2. Reward. Chaotic blue lotus seeds, 3. Incomplete. Workers. Enhua, Yihongyu, and Mingi. Meng Hong gazed at the enticing reward, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Is this for real? The tasks in version 2.0 are on an entirely different level compared to those in version 1.0, he exclaimed. Even if they are incomplete, they are still seeds of the chaotic blue lotus. While I may not be able to cultivate a lotus flower, they would make for an exquisite porridge. His face beamed with joy, but this elation was short-lived. Together with Mingi, he scoured the entirety of the southern area of the Blood Sea, yet they failed to uncover even a trace of the lotus pods. Sans Meng Hong es détériorating mood, Mang, for the sake of his own well-being, quickly attempted to console him. It seems we have found nothing in the south. Might the lotus pods be located in the north? I shall send a message to inquire. Meng Hong casually replied, promptly opening the private chat interface and messaging Yi Hongyun. Hongyun, it's Meng Hong. Have you received any news from your end? Yi Hongyun responded, in your era, do you all use chat tools like walkie-talkies? Cough, cough. Let's not dwell on such trivialities. Meng Hong felt a tinge of embarrassment from his earlier comment. Have you found the lotus pods? Not yet, but we are nearing the edge of our search. Then I shall join you in the search. After Meng Hong finished speaking, he instantaneously transported himself and Ming he to the front of the two women. The four of them conducted a thorough search, significantly more efficient than the efforts of just two. Every last inch of the seabed was meticulously examined, yet there was still no trace of the lotus pod. Meng Hong could not help but raise his gaze towards the expansive sea of blood hovering above him, seemingly deep in contemplation. Upon noticing his gesture, Yi Hongyun also lifted her head. Saint Venerable, Ming, he remarked, as if sensing something you wouldn't be thinking. Meng Hong did not respond to his inquiry, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he turned to Yi Hongyun. Hongyun, would you like to witness a crimson rain? Ye Hongyun exclaimed, absolutely. Then let us proceed to the shore and watch it unfold, Meng Hong suggested, and with that, he instantaneously transported the three of them to the edge of the sea of blood. With a casual snap of his fingers, the blood sea, suspended 100 meters above, began to gradually release droplets. I refuse to believe that we cannot find that wretched lotus pod this way. Chapter 46. The night cry of the intransigent man, the boundless sea of blood was transformed from the lower dantian of the Pangu saint, stretching for countless miles. Its depths unfathomable. In the first month of the first year of the Hongmeng era, an indescribable and nameless being infiltrated the blood sea, using their saintly power to overturn it in one fell swoop. From this, it became known that the blood sea extends down 98,000 miles, containing a staggering 3,678,000,000,000 blood droplets. Fortunately, not many sentient beings had yet emerged from the blood sea. Otherwise, Meng Hong's actions would undoubtedly be classified as a forced eviction. As the crimson rain reached its zenith, Meng Hong finally beheld the chaotic azure lotus pod he had long yearned for. The moment he grasped the pod, a notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Task. Locate lotus pod 1, 2 completed. Reward distribution in progress. Please hold on. Detected that you possess a double settlement card. Would you like to double the reward for locating lotus pod 2? Was this even a question? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Hong confirmed. After all, in the tasks currently available to him, aside from this chaotic azure lotus seed, the only other noteworthy ones were the primordial demonic aura and a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. Yet, how could the latter two possibly compare to the chaotic azure lotus seed? Perhaps with diligent cultivation, he could even produce several 12th grade lotus flowers. Even if he could not achieve 12th grade, 9th grade would still be acceptable, wouldn't it? Ding. Confirmation received. Reward distribution in progress. Please hold on. Once he had securely stowed the lotus pod, Meng Hong returned to the blood-soaked shore. The Crimson Sea was only halfway through its deluge, and Yi Hongyun and Nuwa had fallen asleep, leaning against each other. Who could blame them? Watching the rain, pondering mathematics, and studying English were renowned for their soporific effects. It was already remarkable that these two young ladies had managed to stay awake until now. Snap! With a casual flick of his fingers, Meng Hong unleashed the remainder of the blood sea, then turned to the river of the underworld beside him. Ming He, do not say I have not afforded you an opportunity. Reveal everything you know to me, and I shall allow you to continue as my subordinate. Otherwise, bang. The river of Hades knelt and bowed before him, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Holy One, for your compassion. I had just returned from the summit of Mount Buzhou to the Blood Sea when I encountered Emperor Jian. Although we had no prior connection in our past lives, we were aware of each other's existence. After exchanging a few words, I discovered that he was also a traveler from another realm. He tempted me with the opportunity to attain sanctity, urging me to join them with the flame of karma and red lotus, promising that they would assist me in achieving holiness. Upon my inquiry, he revealed that the so-called opportunity for sanctity lay within the chaos azure lotus. I was momentarily swayed and hadn't yet had the chance to respond when you arrived. You're likely aware of what transpired thereafter. Is it truly that simple? Meng Hong, expanding his consciousness, sensed no unusual spiritual fluctuations from the river of Hades, indicating that he was not lying this time. Did they mention the name of their organization? Who is the leader? How many individuals have they gathered? What is the specific method for attaining sanctity? No, he hadn't the time to disclose any of that. The river of Hades replied, raising his gaze and forcing a faint smile. Had it not been for your mention of the lotus pods within this blood sea, that fellow would have slipped away long ago. Holy One, you must believe me. I would never betray you again. Meng Hong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that so? The river of Hades immediately raised his finger in solemn oath. From this day forth, if you command me to head east, I shall not even glance westward. I will adhere to my word. Very well. Meng Hong crouched down, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Now, Give me a demonstration of your beatboxing. The River of Hades responded with a bewildered expression. What is that look you have? I cannot, but the infernal fire Lotus must be confiscated. Upon hearing this, Mingi immediately protested. I can't. No, you cannot. Meng Hong replied with a smile, adding do not argue. Even if you do, the infernal fire Lotus will still be confiscated. Mingi was utterly speechless. If you wish to seize the Lotus, simply take it away. Why engage me in this discourse, as though I could resist your authority? For the sake of safety, the flame Lotus returned to the hands of Meng Hong. He turned his head and noticed that the two women were still soundly asleep, so he refrained from waking them. With a thought, he brought the two women and the underworld river to the surface of the Dragon Sea. The stone pillar that had once stood above the Dragon Sea had vanished, and the entire expanse of water was tinged with a delicate pink hue, likely a consequence of the ancestor dragon's massacre of the primordial beings that ought to have perished. As Meng Hong arrived at this place, he heard the sound indicating the completion of his task. The second strand of primordial purple energy was beginning to materialize. Concurrently, Fushi's supervisory duties were also being fulfilled, and the ancestor dragon's heart's voice monitoring rights were in the process of being generated. However, upon his arrival, an unexpected scene unfolded above the Dragon Sea. Fushi was seen clutching the base of the Yuan Feng's wings, tears and snot mingling as he wiped them on her feathers, seemingly expressing some grievance. Yuan Feng, on the other hand, was intent on taking flight, but hindered by Fushi-esque grasp on her wing base. She found herself in a stalemate. Meng Hong approached, eager to discern their conversation. No, you absolutely cannot leave. Fushi's voice was filled with deep sorrow. If you go, I will be left alone with that fellow. Oh dear! Yuan Feng exclaimed in exasperation, yet she flapped her wings in an attempt to take off with one wing. Little she, you are a male spirit. A male spirit. Mind you, although Ancestor has his vices, he would not lay a hand on you. Will you not let me go? No. Fushi vehemently refused, exclaiming, Master commanded you to protect me. How would you just leave like this? Did you not see the lecherous dragons gaze upon me? It sends chills down my spine just thinking about it. You cannot abandon a mere demon like me here. What is it? Do you wish for me to provide you with additional firepower? Yuan Feng continued to struggle. You're only fixated on his gaze towards you. Do you fail to notice how he looks at me? It's as if he wishes to devour me. My fragile form can scarcely endure his torment. Meng Hong, listening from the side, was taken aback. Had the ancestor become so desperate? It was one thing to pursue Fushi, who possessed a somewhat effeminate appearance. But why would he not spare Yuan Feng as well? That was a robust man, brimming with body hair. Understanding the situation, Meng Hong realized he must intervene, otherwise these two would surely abscond together. Clearing his throat, Meng Hong coughed a couple of times and revealed himself before the demon and the phoenix. Were you two referring to the foolish dragon belonging to the ancestor? Master, my lord. Upon seeing Meng Hong, the two immediately rushed towards him, smearing their tears and snot down his pant leg. Fortunately, Meng Hong was quick to evade, shoving the nearby Mingi aside. Hey, let's discuss this civilly. Anyone who is weeping and wailing, I shall bind and present before the ancestor. The voices of the demon and the phoenix abruptly ceased, returning to a state of normalcy. Upon witnessing this, Meng Hong could not help but be taken aback. Could it be that the formidable reputation of Azu was potent enough to silence a raucous male? To what extent had this dragon indulged himself? Chapter 47. I am still young. Just as Meng Hong pondered this, a resounding roar erupted from the depths of the sea. A colossal dragon surged forth, spiraling into the air with an enraged bellow. I scent the presence of a female. Meng Hong rolled his eyes, already aware of who the dragon was referring to. Have you not caught the scent of impending punishment? No sooner had he spoken than the ancestral dragon lowered its massive head, its gaze fixated below, seemingly in disbelief. Grandfather, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, I fear you might have developed some peculiar interests. Meng Hong twisted his neck. What? Do you still wish for your grandfather to look up while conversing with you? No, not at all. The ancestral dragon immediately plunged back into the ocean, surfacing only with its head, which it positioned before Meng Hong. Grandfather, what brings you here? Have you come to inspect your grandson's work? Rest assured, I have completed my tasks. Yes, but was it truly finished? Meng Hong raised his hand and tapped the dragon's head. You old lecher, while others complete their tasks in a matter of moments. You have managed to drag it out for nearly half a month, and now you have the audacity to come here, seeking praise? Do you possess no sense of shame? Grandfather, how can you say such things? Suddenly, the ancestral dragon lifted its head, as if it had been pricked at a sensitive spot, ready to retort. Just as Meng Hong was preparing to reason with the dragon, the creature exclaimed, How can you call me a lecher? I am quite youthful. Meng Hong responded. Is my emphasis on the first word? Forget it. Meng Hong found himself at a loss with this being, for after all, it was merely its nature. One could hardly resort to extreme measures. He simply pointed to the two girls sleeping nearby and said, Remember, no matter how reckless you may be, you are forbidden to touch these two. All right. The ancestral dragon agreed with great enthusiasm, then turned to the side where Fushi and Yuan Feng were situated, asking, So, Grandpa, there is no problem with these two, right? Oh, there's indeed a significant problem. Meng Hong nearly let that slip, only to receive a sharp rap on his head. What on earth is going on in your mind? Can you not think of anything else? Of course. The ancestral dragon extended its two claws and patted its belly beneath the water surface, saying, There is also food. After all, one must be well fed to have the energy for other activities. Just as Meng Hong was about to correct the ancestral dragon's worldview, Pangu and his companions arrived above the dragon sea. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Meng Hong reprimanding his grandson. Pangu couldn't help but approach. Father, what on earth is going on with Azu? Don't even start, Meng Hong replied, rubbing his temples. This fellow is beyond saving. I am contemplating castrating him, which would be a service to all living beings in the primordial world. The ancestral dragon was oblivious to the meaning of castration, yet he understood it was not a trivial matter, prompting him to plead for mercy. Please, grandfather, I have fulfilled all the tasks you assigned me. You cannot abandon me now. If he wished to avoid castration, he had to comply. Meng Hong casually employed the system's 9 outstanding sperm against the ancestral dragon. Once your wife bears 9 children, I shall no longer concern myself with you. A man remains a child throughout his life, yet the arrival of his own offspring inevitably fosters some degree of maturity. He did not expect the ancestral dragon to evolve significantly, but surely, after fathering 9 offspring, that inexplicable curiosity of his could be extinguished in its cradle. Very well. The ancestral dragon acquiesced with surprising eagerness. Isn't it merely about procreation? I shall only be responsible for sowing the seeds. The rest is not my concern. Remember, Meng Hong grasped the dragon's horn, deliberately reiterating, Until your wife has given birth to all 9, you are forbidden from engaging with any other beings. Listen carefully. This includes, but is not limited to, females, males, hermaphrodites, and asexual entities. At this proclamation, Luya widened his eyes in astonishment, fixating on the ancestral dragon. He had long heard of the dragon's inherently libertine nature, yet he was unaware it extended to such extremes. Indeed, even asexual beings were not exempt. The ancestral dragon, now deflated, responded weakly, Oh, understood. So you actually intended to seek out asexual beings, didn't you? Meng Hong felt somewhat speechless. To prevent a myocardial infarction, he forcibly diverted his gaze to the Sanqing, who trailed behind Pangu. It was said that these 3 little beings faced the formidable sage demon god directly, and with their cultivation, they had emerged unscathed, which was no small feat. Father Hongjun suddenly stepped forward, bypassing Pangu, and positioned himself in front of Meng Hong. I have something to discuss with you. Speak freely, we are all of the same kin. Hongjun furrowed his brow slightly, but adhered to Meng Hong's wishes. Luohou has contacted me privately. Meng Hong raised his nasal tone inquisitively. What did that fellow say? He wishes to ascertain our location, claiming he intends to find us. I have yet to disclose it to him. Hongjun activated his system, revealing the interface of his private conversation with Luohou. From the nuances of the dialogue, Meng Hong vaguely sensed the urgency in Luohou's words, as if he genuinely longed to return to his warm embrace. Yet, why did he not reach out to him directly, but instead chose to inquire through Hongjun? It struck him as peculiar. Ding! Just as Meng Hong pondered this, a sudden notification from the system jolted him. Only 30 minutes remain until the designated commencement of the Dragon and Phoenix Cataclysm. Please ensure you manage your time wisely and prepare promptly. Blast. He nearly overlooked this matter. The essential trifecta required to initiate the Dragon and Phoenix Cataclysm comprises Luo Hu, the Zhuxian sword, and the god-slaying spear. While he possessed the latter two, the former was absent. How could one possibly commence anything without it? Without hesitation, Meng Hong immediately turned to Hongjun. Inform him that we are in Long Hai. Summon him swiftly. If he arrives promptly, I may still contemplate the selection for the annual best worker. He is well aware of what Luo Hu desires. As the demon ancestor, his assistance to that organization is merely a means to attain sanctity, is it not? Now that the transformative jade disc, capable of elevating Hongjun to sainthood, lies within his grasp, does he truly fear he cannot ensnare Luo Hu? Very well. Hongjun acknowledged, and the system promptly generated a work task. Meng Hong merely glanced at it, noting the lack of significant rewards, before dismissing the notification and immediately accessing the system to locate Luo Hu. Searching. Ding. Luo Hu has been locked onto. Would you like to initiate point-to-point teleportation? No. Please mark his location for me, and also denote our position. Meng Hong was curious to observe how Luo Hu would react upon receiving the message sent by Hongjun. Would he rally the members of that organization for a murderous treasure hunt, or would he obediently return to my side? No sooner had he spoken than a transparent screen materialized before him, displaying a cluster of red dots alongside a solitary black dot. As the message from Hongjun was dispatched, Meng Hong witnessed the black dots split into two. One darted toward the red dots, while the other veered off in a different direction. Attempting to play tricks with doppelgangers, is he? Meng Hong scoffed softly and then instructed the system. Check if there are any other beings near the two Luo house. Ding. Yes, would you like to activate video mode? Activate. Chapter 48. The Dawn of the Dragon and Phoenix Catastrophe. With a decisive command from Meng Hong, two semi-transparent screens materialized before him. One displayed the solitary figure of Luo Hu, while the other introduced a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Regrettably, Luo Hu was positioned behind the shadowy figure, obscured from view except for a glimpse of a stick slung across the cloaked individual's back, leaving their visage concealed. System, could you possibly alter the perspective? Beep. The perspective can be switched freely in a 360 range. Meng Hong nodded in affirmation, focusing his thoughts to pivot the view of the second screen to face directly forward. However, the cloak continued to shroud the figure's identity, revealing only the lower half of their face. Yet, from this mere fragment, Meng Hong discerned the individual's identity with remarkable clarity. In the annals of the Primordial era, the only beings with such a profusion of facial hair were none other than the Monkey King himself or the six-eared macaque. Coupled with the stick this figure carried, their identity became glaringly apparent. Luo Hu, it seemed, had unwittingly delivered an unexpected boon, just as Meng Hong had been troubled by the challenge of capturing that organization. Luo Hu had conveniently positioned a spy beside the Monkey King. Could there be a more considerate informant? System, maintain surveillance on them. Should a gathering of more than 3 individuals occur, notify me immediately. Understood. Turning his attention back to the first screen, Meng Hong observed that the figure had come to a halt above the dragon's sea, seemingly engaged in some enigmatic activity. He magnified the first screen for a closer inspection. The scene rapidly expanded, offering a close-up of Luo. Meng Hong, upon witnessing this, found himself caught between laughter and tears. Who did this fellow learn such antics from? Surely, he must think me a fool, resorting to salting his tears to smear at the corners of his eyes. If you intend to tarnish my illustrious name, do not blame me for being ruthless. Once both corners of Luo Hu's eyes were marked with tear stains, he immediately raised his voice, wailing into the air. Master. His mournful cry echoed across the expanse of Long Hai. Had there been any onlookers unaware of the truth, they would undoubtedly have assumed he was lamenting a death. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward, and Luo Hu fell to his knees before Meng Hong, repeatedly bowing his head. Master, your disciple is unfilial, having been swept away by a malevolent wind. After such difficulty in finding you, I beg for your protection. A malevolent wind, you say? Meng Hong narrowed his eyes, leaning down to regard Luo Hu with a benevolent smile. What sort of malevolent wind could possibly carry away a golden immortal like yourself? I would very much like to witness this. Luo Hu was momentarily at a loss for words. Master, this malevolent wind appears and vanishes without a trace. I cannot even tell what sort it is. What a farce. It seems you are the one who has lost your senses. Meng Hong, letting out a cold laugh before retrieving the Zhuxian sword and the sure gun spear, one in each hand. Upon seeing this, Luo Hu's eyes widened, his tone shifting to one imbued with excitement. Master, are you returning these treasures to me? Fear not. From this moment forth, should you command me eastward, I shall not glance westward even once. This sentiment strikes a familiar chord. Meng Hong turned to the River of Oblivion, remarking, so, your expressions of loyalty are merely rehearsed lines? This is rather excessive. It's merely a coincidence, just a coincidence. The River of Oblivion responded with an awkward chuckle. Humph. Meng Hong scoffed and chose to disregard this fickle character. As for the two treasures, he would not relinquish these lethal weapons to this individual until the system confirmed the submission of Luo Hu. Presenting them now was solely to initiate the impending calamity of the dragon and phoenix. Xiao Pan, come here. Pangu hesitated briefly before standing before Meng Hong. Father, are you about to grant me my wages? We shall discuss wages later. Meng Hong drew a protective circle, encasing the remaining individuals within a barrier, and instructed them. Regardless of what transpires shortly, do not leave this barrier. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. The individuals within the barrier nodded hastily, while Fu Shi and Yuan Feng distanced themselves from the ancestor dragon, anxious to avoid any potential conflict. Meng Hong, oblivious to these movements, turned his attention back to Pangu. Xiao Pan, remain outside. If anyone in a black cloak approaches, deal with them decisively. Understood. Pangu seemed to sense the gravity of the situation and refrained from requesting his wages, instead soaring into the sky, his divine consciousness encompassing the entirety of the Dragon Sea. Luo Hu, unaware of Meng Hong's intentions, grew increasingly restless. Master, what are you planning to do? Engage in an activity you once undertook. Presently, all preparations are complete. Meng Hong glanced at the countdown in the upper left corner, realizing that less than 3 minutes remained. He decided not to wait any longer and resolutely declared in his mind, System, initiate the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. Ding! Detection of the Excalibur and the God-slaying spear, along with Luo Hu, allows for the initiation of the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. Please confirm once more. Confirmation to initiate. Initiating the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. Step 1. Collect a strand of the source of slaughter from the Excalibur, a strand of chaotic essence from the God-slaying spear, and the heart of annihilation from Luo Hu. Step 1. Does this imply there is a step 2? Meng Hong felt somewhat exasperated. Yet what could he do? After all, the heavenly Tao is akin to his second son, so he indulges it. He grasped the Excalibur and the God-slaying spear with both hands, his eyes gently closed, attuning himself to the essence of both. Luo Hu, upon witnessing this, was instantly taken aback. He realized that Meng Hong had previously mentioned the undertaking he had engaged in, the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe, the first catastrophe of the primordial world, which he had personally initiated. So it turns out, this stout-browed and wide-eyed fellow belongs to the chaotic and malevolent faction. Luo Hu, akin to a primordial dragon encountering a nine-tailed fox, immediately rose to his feet, his gaze towards Meng Hong brimming with reverence. In his past life, he had succumbed to the might of the saintly realm, failing under the might of Hongjun. In this life, he had discovered the opportunity to attain sainthood, yet it lay firmly in the grasp of another. As the tide of fate shifted, he discovered that the other shared his aspirations. Annihilation. He even recognized Hongjun as his son, compelling the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans to follow him faithfully. Is this the ultimate essence of the malevolent faction? How delightful, in my lifetime, if I can acquire even a fraction of his prowess. I shall consider my time spent with this master to be worthwhile. Just as Meng Hong was attuning himself to the essence of both parties, The system promptly delivered 2 notifications. Detection of Luo Hu's submission. 1 lottery opportunity. Heart of Annihilation collected. Progress of the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. 13. Meng Hong. What does this mean? I have not moved an inch. How could this be accomplished? Is this a ruse? Suddenly, a resonant vibration echoed as Meng Hong sensed a tremor emanating from the god-slaying spear in his right hand. He quickly focused his mind, capturing a fleeting sensation of familiarity coursing through his hand. Ding! The source of chaos has been collected. Progress of the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. 23. Just 1 more to go. Meng Hong casually set the god-slaying spear aside, gripping the hilt of the Excalibur, infusing it with his spiritual energy. Master, allow me. Luo Hu exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, raising 2 fingers to his palm, making a small incision, and letting his blood cascade onto the Excalibur. Chapter 49. The Nightmare of the Primordial Era returns. As the blood fell upon the Excalibur, it splashed like a droplet of water into a pot of boiling oil. A chilling aura surged forth. Even Meng Hong, firmly grasping the Excalibur, was taken aback, his heart trembling as he felt a fierce sting in his palm. This weapon could indeed harm a sage. No wonder. It is no surprise that after Hongjun attained sagehood, he chose to fragment this weapon into 4 parts. If this sword were to remain intact in the world, every sage would surely fear for their own safety. Ding! The source of slaughter has been collected, and the progress of the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe stands at 33%. Should the second phase be initiated? Meng Hong withdrew his gaze from the Excalibur, his mind regaining clarity. Yes. Initiate the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. Step 2. Integrate the chaotic source with the slaughter source and with the heart of annihilation. Disseminate the amalgamated essence throughout the vast wilderness. Nurture the 3 clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, assisting them in unifying the tribes of the world. This sequence appears somewhat flawed. Meng Hong had previously acquired knowledge regarding the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. It is said that during that time, the 3 clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin were flourishing, jointly governing the realm, but were incited by Rahu, leading to the ensuing calamity. Yet now, the system proposes a procedure that first involves spreading the essence throughout the wilderness, followed by the 3 clans jointly ruling the world. Could it be that the abundance of transmigrators has compelled the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin to revert to their original sequence, rendering the unification of the tribes impossible? Indeed, that must be the case. If the essence were to first permeate the wilderness, inciting chaos, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, in their regal forms, could then dominate the wilderness, achieving remarkable results with minimal effort. Even if those transmigrators sought to cause trouble, it would be impossible for them to stir any waves in such tumultuous times. Of course, barring that inexplicable organization. After coming to this realization, Meng Hong began to merge the 2 sources in his possession. Having previously absorbed the chaotic source, the integration proceeded smoothly. After 3 breaths, a crimson energy sphere materialized in his palm. Upon seeing this object, Rahu lunged forward, akin to a famished dog encountering a certain excrement. Give it to me. Rahu howled madly, yet he was held at bay by Meng Hong's fingertip pressed against his forehead, unable to advance even a fraction. What on earth? Are you afflicted with rabies or epilepsy? Meng Hong remarked, pulling the source further away. You were just fine moments ago. How did it come to this? Rahu had seemingly lost his sanity, reduced to uttering but 2 words. Give me. Meng Hong was perplexed by the inexplicable turn of events. But one thing was certain. He could not possibly relinquish the source to this creature. He promptly inquired of the system, what about the heart of annihilation? Bring it forth. Master, you are pointing at it, the system replied. Following his own finger, Meng Hong beheld a dog poised to bite. Are you referring to Rahu? Correct. The system confirmed. Meng Hong blinked in disbelief. You mean to tell me that this massive being is the heart of annihilation? How am I supposed to disseminate this essence across the entirety of the primordial world? Shall I reduce Rahu to ashes and scatter them evenly across the land? This is absurd. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he turned to the system's prompt regarding Step 2, with the heart of annihilation. distribute the mixed essence throughout the primordial world. If Rahu indeed represented the heart of annihilation, then it implied that he must surrender the essence to him. No wonder this creature was acting as if I had snatched his bone. Meng Hong thought to himself, then extended the source in his left hand towards Rahu. In an instant, the creature lunged forward, opening its cavernous maw wide and swallowing the crimson essence in one gulp. Meng Hong was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at his empty left hand, then at the insatiable Luo Hu before him, and fell into contemplation. Can this system be consumed raw? He inquired. Replying to the master, it is not permissible even when cooked. Came the response. Then what purpose do you serve? No sooner had he spoken than Luo Hu's aura began to surge uncontrollably, ascending from the initial stage of the golden immortal realm to its peak. And showed no signs of halting. Meng Hong observed silently beside him and asked the system, did you not state that it cannot be consumed raw? Why then has this fellow's cultivation skyrocketed after ingestion? The system's warning echoed in his mind. After forcibly devouring the source, the consequences include muddled consciousness, chaotic primary awareness, and the draining of potential to enhance cultivation, leading to stagnation henceforth. Just as Meng Hong finished reading the system's prompt, he was startled by Luo Hu's furious roar. Upon focusing his gaze, he perceived an extremely profound aura emanating from Luo Hu, transforming him into something unrecognizable, as if he had undergone a sublime metamorphosis. The first great Luo golden immortal emerged within the vast expanse of the primordial world. Little Luo, Meng Hong raised his hand and waved before him. Are you all right? Luo Hu remained stationary, his aura continuing to rise, seemingly oblivious to Meng Hong's voice. His scara had turned entirely black, surrounded by an enveloping aura of dark demonic energy. As his cultivation officially reached the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, just one final step remained before he could attain the quasi-saint realm. At that moment, however, Luo Hu turned away from Meng Hong, facing the entire primordial continent. The nightmare of the primordial world has returned. Boom! Meng Hong heard his voice and promptly delivered a sharp knock to his head. What are you babbling about? Did you not hear my inquiry? Rohu, clutching his head, managed to force a smile and turned to Meng Hong. I heard you. Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm fine. Fine? You should be working. Meng Hong detested three things above all, one of which was when others pretended to be impressive in his presence. This rascal, Rohu, had just regained his powers and dared to put on airs before him. Not twisting his head off was already showing him considerable leniency. Work? Rohu was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. Now that he had gathered the primordial essence of chaos and the essence of slaughter, what more could he possibly do? It was undoubtedly apocalyptic. Rohu grinned widely, pounding his chest with his hand. Rest assured, Master, I shall ensure this task is completed. Ding. Task issued. Initiate the Dragon and Phoenix Catastrophe Salary Reward. Juxian Sword, Replica. 1 worker. Rohu Replica? Meng Hong paused, initially disregarding the peculiarities generated by the system, and simply regarded Rohu. Then let us commence. Understood. Rohu replied, immediately soaring into the sky, ascending to the lofty heights above, surveying the entire primordial continent below. He spread his palm, and a swirling mass of black and red mist gradually coalesced, beginning as a mere glass bead and expanding wildly until it obscured the blazing sun above. Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, every creature endowed with a neck and a head gazed up at the heavens, gripped by a profound fear of the ominous black-red orb. The primordial chaos, Luo Hu bellowed, casually casting down the swirling mists of black and red. Embrace your fate. Yet, before the mist could descend, a figure soared from below, catching the orb with a single hand. Wait, I have a question to ask. Chapter 50. The definition of annihilation. Luo Hu was taken aback, bewildered by the actions of his idol, and descended to stand beside Meng Hong. Master, what are you doing? It's none of your concern. Just mind your own business. Meng Hong cradled the black-red mist in one hand while navigating the system interface with the other. System, connect me to the heavenly Tao. I have an inquiry to make. Ding. Master, what question do you have? You may ask me anything. I can provide answers to all. Very well, everything you say. Meng Hong, voicing the doubts that plagued his mind. Then allow me to inquire. What would transpire if this object were to strike the primordial realm? A calamity of dragon and phoenix. A devastation of life. 90% of the innate beings in the primordial world would perish, leaving but 10%. Meng Hong scolded, "Ah? You certainly do not conceal the truth from me. This is the will of the heavenly Tao. You and your rainbow serpent candy." Meng Hong raised a finger, pointing towards the primordial continent below, roaring at the system. "Are those innate beings down there? That is all my property, my labors. Without them, how am I to mend my dwelling? Losing them would mean a devastating blow. Did you consult me before contemplating their demise?" The system emitted a humming sound, refraining from addressing Meng Hong's inquiries. "I am asking you. Speak." Ding. The heavenly Tao requests a communication. "Shall I connect?" "Yes." In a fit of anger, Meng Hong saw no reason to decline the request from the principal himself. "To think you would guide me towards such a self-destructive act. I am eager to hear your justification." The air around him suddenly thickened, and the entire expanse of the primordial world came to a standstill as a translucent screen unfolded before him, revealing the heavenly realm Meng Hong had previously encountered. A head abruptly protruded, but it was merely a head, lacking even a neck. It could easily be mistaken for a lump of flesh. "I have heard you are unwilling." The heavenly Tao wasted no time, diving straight into the matter without pleasantries. This was precisely in line with Meng Hong's sentiments. He regarded the large fleshly entity with utmost seriousness and inquired, "To be frank, do you share a bloodline with that child who was born after 3 years of gestation?" Heavenly Tao, a lump of flesh. Seeing that the heavenly Tao did not grasp his meaning, Meng Hong gestured with his hand. The large lump of flesh. The one named Neza. Was he not also a lump of flesh when he was born? "If you were before me, I would have slapped you across the face." The heavenly Tao, suppressing its fury, forcibly redirected the conversation. "Let us discuss the matter at hand. Why are you reluctant to initiate the dragon and phoenix catastrophe?" "Isn't that self-evident?" Meng Hong rolled his eyes, resembling a parent reluctant to explain why 1 + 1 = 2 to a child. "Are you foolish? If 90% of all beings in the Hongwang were to be annihilated, what benefit would that bring me? Not to mention that my cave abode has yet to be constructed. Consider yourself. If 90% of all beings perish, who will you govern? You are the foolish one." The heavenly Tao retorted sharply. "Have you forgotten those primordial beings born from Pangu's blood that you previously wished to annihilate? The fate of these 90% of beings is destined to vanish in this calamity. Should you forcibly preserve their lives, it would irrevocably alter the entire trajectory. Can you bear the responsibility?" "Who said I want to preserve them?" A faint smile graced Meng Hong's lips, the familiar expression returning to his face. "Pray tell, what is the definition of annihilation?" The heavenly Tao paused, its entire form wrinkling in thought, seemingly a manifestation of its frown. "The definition of annihilation? The loss of life? That is merely one aspect." Meng Hong raised 3 fingers, bending one of them. To erase them means death for them. The concept of death encompasses 3 definitions, one of which you mentioned is the loss of life. The other 2 refer to the cessation of all social interactions and being forgotten by everyone. So, you imply that for an individual, the second and third forms of death are evidently more challenging than the first. Meng Hong switched to the other hand, continuing to support his head amidst the mist. "However, if you intend to annihilate 90% of the innate beings, I have a superior method." "What method?" "Segregate the environment. I trust you possess the list of these 90% of beings, correct? Provide me with the list, and I shall partition them into a new, isolated environment, severing their ties with the Hongwang continent. For the entire Hongwang, these beings will be as good as dead. Thus, your objective will be achieved, and so will mine." This strategy was one he had only recently conceived. Otherwise, following the system's announcement of the annihilation mission, he would have employed this theory long ago. Regrettably, the 2 strands of Hongmeng purple qi were simply too enticing. At that moment, it had slipped his mind. Meng Hong, I now comprehend your intentions." The heavenly Tao sneered twice, the entire flesh sphere quivering. Meng Hong's mouth watered at the thought. If such a large meatball were crafted into braised lion's head, how delightful it would be! He swallowed his saliva, diverting his gaze from the celestial being before him. Stop laughing. Just tell me whether you agree or not. I agree, he replied, though a slight furrow formed on his brow. But what do you mean by but? You must first inform me where you intend to place them. After a moment of contemplation, he mused. The term place seems rather imprecise. More accurately, it should be arranged, the arrangement of their duties. Call it whatever you wish, he retorted, rolling his eyes. But why do you have to qualify everything with but? Just express yourself clearly without any hesitations. All right, the celestial being responded with remarkable straightforwardness. Like a hot potato bursting with words, I do not possess the kind of list you mentioned, so I cannot identify who is to be blamed. I can only provide you with specific values. Moreover, the primordial mist you are holding will not dissipate. What? Montong barely managed to utter before the celestial being continued unabated, disregarding his interruption. Thus, you will have only two options. Either you discard it and let it explode, or you allow it to detonate in your hands. Rest assured, even if it explodes in your grip, you shall not perish. So farewell. As the words fell, the translucent screen before him vanished, and the flow of time around resumed its normal pace. Forget the list, but for heaven's sake, resolve this predicament first. Meng Hong, Sumyadazid, hastily shouted at the system. Contact Tian Dao at once. I refuse to believe he cannot remedy this situation. Ding. Your friend Tian Dao is currently offline. Please try again later. Chapter 51. Rejecting trolls is a shared responsibility. Donotiest. Lives are at stake. Before Meng Hong could finish his sentence, the system presented a bold, red notification before him. Countdown to the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. 5, 4. Damn it. Meng Hong bellowed, hurling the swirling mist towards the Hongwang continent. As the saying goes, a stubborn monk does not perish easily. Once I survive, I shall ponder ways to save you misguided souls. After all, the fall will not lead to immediate death. It merely entices the hidden desires of beings within their hearts. At worst, once they are employed, I shall provide them with psychological training. As these thoughts traversed Meng Hong's mind, the swirling mist had already descended upon the Hongwang continent. The entire realm was suffused with a dark crimson hue. The beings of Hongwang resembled sponges, while the black-red mist surged like water, fervently infiltrating the bodies of those around, regardless of whether they breathed or not. Anyone who came into contact with this black-red mist would undergo a transformation in their state of mind. Even a newly transformed blade of grass, upon encountering this mist, immediately turned to chase after a rabbit spirit to bite. As for the rabbit spirit, it paid no heed to the grass, but hurriedly leaped in front of a lion spirit, delivering a swift left hook that landed squarely on the lion's face. The lion, opening its mouth wide, devoured the rabbit in one gulp, taking along with it the grass that had followed closely behind. Ding! The first step of the second phase has been completed. Task, trajectory followed. Rewards are being distributed. Please wait. Upon hearing the system notification, Meng Hong couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Alas, this was not out of pity, but rather due to the fact that the construction of the cave on Mount Buzhou had yet to commence. Master Luo, who also witnessed the events unfolding in the primordial chaos, and hurriedly approached Meng Hong. Look at you, sighing as if you've lost a parent. Meng Hong? He turned to Luo Hu, unable to believe his ears. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Luo Hu retorted, casting a disdainful glance at him. Well, it's no wonder. With your looks, even a reflection on water would take ages to admire. Fine, I shall let you gaze upon me a bit longer. Consider it an act of kindness on my part. I see you lack the physique of Pangu, yet suffer from his ailments. Meng Hong rolled up his sleeves, raised his hand, and captured the world's first Deluo Jinxian before him. Seeking a beating, are we? Since my mood is foul, I shall indulge your unreasonable request. Do not, master. Just as I, Rahu, began to plead for mercy, the words morphed upon my lips. Am I not formidable enough for you? Strike harder. Spare me not, lest I think you have not dined. The audacity! In a fit of rage, Meng Hong raised his hand and brought it down forcefully. What a delightful sensation. A scream erupted, and Meng Hong sensed something amiss. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Pangu was sprawled atop Luohou. That last strike must have landed upon the young one's posterior. How could such a sound be so irksome? With a furrowed brow, Meng Hong lifted Pangu. Little Pangu, cease your mischief. If I do not vanquish this scoundrel today, I shall recite my name in reverse. No, father, Pangu protested, a visage of grievance. How can you disburse wages without first compensating me? What is this nonsense of paying others? I shall give you your due shortly. But should you persist in your antics, you may forfeit your salary henceforth. Meng Hong casually tossed Pangu aside and raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Luohou. To prevent a fatal outcome, he tempered his strength, controlling the force to that of a quasi-saint. This strike served to educate Luohou while sparing his life, truly a masterpiece. Luohou howled in despair, urgently exclaiming, Master, please do not strike again. Everything I uttered was from the depths of my heart, sincere and genuine. If you possess the courage, then strike me down. Meng. With a sense of indignation, Meng Hong felt provoked. He raised his hand, ready to strike, but then recalled a crucial detail. What was it that the system had mentioned regarding the aftereffects of consuming the source? Dinging. The alert sounded at an opportune moment. The aftereffects of forcefully devouring the source include muddled consciousness, chaotic primary awareness, and the consumption of potential to enhance one's cultivation, resulting in a permanent stagnation of progress. Yes, that was it. Muddled consciousness and chaotic primary awareness. This must be the principal reason behind Luo Hu's nonsensical ramblings. Meng Hong released Luo Hu, casting a compassionate glance his way. It appears you have fallen victim to the aftereffects of consuming the source. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. There are more pressing matters at hand. Do exercise some restraint. Luo Hu crossed his arms and turned away with a scoff. Is that all? Meng Hong paused momentarily before slowly drawing the sword of extermination, revealing a benevolent smile. Behave, and remember, in your next life, do not indiscriminately consume anything. No sooner had he uttered these words than he raised his sword to strike, when the system once again interjected with a prompt. Dinging. Friendly reminder. One cannot traverse the skies beneath the great Luo on the summit of the unmoving mountain. Meng Hong promptly halted, discreetly retracting the sword of extermination. Indeed, this fellow is currently the sole great Luo golden immortal in the primordial realm. Killing him would be unwise. Who would then procure materials for me to ascend the unmoving mountain? Seeing Meng Hong retract his sword, Luo Hu opened his mouth again. However, before he could utter a word, Meng Hong instantaneously teleported before him, placing one hand atop his head and the other beneath his chin, turning to Pangu. Little Pangu, come here. Suddenly, Pangu arrived in response, standing before the two. Father, are you about to grant me my wages? Do not rush. They're all saved for you. Meng Hong shot him a glance. Do you see that fellow? Whenever he wishes to speak, you must hold him down like this. Is this considered work? Pangu inquired hesitantly. Indeed, Meng Hong replied decisively. For each instance you prevent him from speaking, you shall receive a slap just like the previous one. Deal. Ding. Task issued. Deny the detractors. A collective responsibility, repeatable. Reward. Ginseng fruit 1 worker. Pangu. Upon seeing this, Meng Hong's eyes gleamed with excitement. The ginseng fruit is also one of the innate spiritual roots. Though it may not rival the extraordinary yellow central pear, it is still a rare treasure. At the very least, it is quite delightful to consume when one craves it. Satisfied, Meng Hong released his grip and lowered his gaze upon the crimson expanse of the primordial continent. At this juncture, it was evidently impossible to resolve the matter in the ideal manner. A shift in strategy was required. The thoughts of one are limited, but the thoughts of many are expansive. First, let us summon this group of principal characters to assess the situation. Meng Hong raised his hand and instantaneously teleported the ancestor dragon and his companions to their presence. As soon as the barrier was removed, Yuan Feng lunged at him, stuffing his mouth with feathers. You rascal, what have you done? Chapter 52. Locking the position fortunately. Meng Hong's quick reflexes allowed him to seize Yuan Feng by the base of his wings, preventing any further advancement. with a disdainful, spitting sound. He expelled the feathers from his mouth and held Yuan Feng before him, exclaiming, "Have you contracted avian flu? What madness possesses you? You are a demon. A demon." Yuan Feng shrieked in fury. Even as Meng Hong clutched his wings, he continued to struggle against his grasp. "You have the power to stop Luo Hu. Why do you permit him to unleash his demonic energy upon the primal continent? Do you comprehend the implications? 90% of all living beings on the primal continent will perish, and the remaining 10% will merely survive in a state of agony. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans are on the brink of extinction, particularly your own phoenix clan." Meng Hong took up Yuan Feng's words, articulating the grim fate he foresaw. "So, what do you propose? Any additional insights?" Yuan Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with a rage that seemed capable of piercing through Meng Hong's very skull. Meanwhile, the others were preoccupied with their own tasks. Pangu stood to the side, arms crossed, intently observing Luo Hu. Hongjun furrowed his brow, cradling the primordial Qilin in his arms, lost in thought. Hongjun and Nuwa huddled together, engaged in devising a method to restrain the clay figure. Fushi silently recited the multiplication table nearby. Ming He quietly approached Nuwa, seemingly intent on gleaning knowledge from her. The three pure ones clustered together, appearing to be engrossed in a game of cards. Luya stood at the back of the crowd, hesitant to speak while quietly observing the figure of Qiyu ahead. Only the ancestor dragon approached, slowly gliding to Yuan Feng's side. He extended his dragon claw and gently patted Yuan Feng's back, saying, "Little Yuan, why must you argue with your grandfather? Such behavior is unwise. Do you understand? You foolish child." Yuan Feng turned and retorted to the ancestor dragon. "Did you not hear what he just said? The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans have suffered devastating losses, although your clan emerged victorious in the end. The blood debts and divine retribution you shall bear will demand repayment for countless millennia. Countless millennia. Do you grasp the magnitude of that, you foolish child?" "No," the ancestor dragon replied succinctly before turning his gaze to Meng Hong. "But I trust my grandfather. He bestowed upon me this body and granted me a wife. Our entire dragon clan shall serve him. Therefore, whatever he chooses to do, I shall place my trust in him." Hearing these words, Meng Hong nearly shed tears. "Good child, you are worth the 9 sons I have given you. Although not all of them are particularly handsome, they're all renowned and exceptional beings." He freed one hand to affectionately rub the dragon's head. "Since you believe in your grandfather, rest assured, he shall never allow you to tread the same path again." "Indeed," Luo Hu chimed in, responding quickly, "This time, the dragon clan shall not merely survive. Let us extinguish them entirely." Shaopan. As soon as the critic spoke, the emotions that Meng Hong had carefully cultivated shattered in an instant. "If you cannot manage him properly, do not expect your salary." Before Luo Hu could utter another word, Pangu's hands firmly restrained him. No, please, father, grant me one more chance," Pangu said with a sheepish grin. "Ding. Task. Reject the critic, count 1. Meng Hong rolled his eyes, casually releasing Yuan Feng, and said to him and Azu with a smile, "Little Yuan, whether you believe me or not, I shall offer you an opportunity. Now, you and Azu shall take your second master and venture into the Hongwang continent to reclaim your ancestral tribe from your previous life. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek help in the workgroup chat." Yuan Feng frowned. "What exactly are you attempting to accomplish? A sage who desires to annihilate the world need not engage in such laborious and thankless endeavors. If he wishes, he could simply obliterate all sentient beings here and patiently await the mutual destruction of all life on the Hongwang continent, unless he genuinely seeks to save the world." Just as Meng Hong was about to explain, the system interjected with a prompt, "Ding. Detection of a gathering of 3 or more individuals. Would you like to activate surveillance? What I wish to do, you shall understand in due course." Meng Hong, unable to elaborate further, turned to Yuan Feng once more and asked, "I shall inquire one last time, will you go or not?" "Yes." Acknowledging the command, Yuan Feng turned and departed with Azu and the nascent Qilin cradled in Hongjun's arms. Ding! Announcement. Minions, your sovereign has returned. Remuneration, Phoenix Perch Grove 1. Dragon's Abode Pool 1, Qilin Tread Abyss 1 Labors. Yuan Feng, Zulong. First Qilin Meng Hong glanced at the rewards, utterly ignorant of their nature. Judging by their nomenclature, they were likely a form of infrastructure. Disregarding them, he shifted the monitoring screen into view. The translucent screen materialized, and Meng Hong was immediately taken aback. 18. A full 18 figures cloaked in darkness stood before him. This was no mere assembly. It was a blatant conspiracy to incite rebellion. Alas, from Rahu's perspective, only the backs of these figures were visible, obscuring their identities. System, rotate the visual 180 degrees. Affirmative, the system responded, and the image began to shift. Yet, as the rotation reached its midpoint, a voice echoed from afar. Does the esteemed demon ancestor deign to send only a mere avatar, as if to slight us? It is not that I hold you in contempt, Rahu retorted with a sneer, but rather that all of you assembled here are but dregs. As the words left his lips, the system's view had only pivoted 90 degrees when a dozen or more auras of varying potency descended upon Rahu. Each emanated from at least a golden immortal. He was but an avatar of less than a fortnight's existence. How could he withstand such power? Before the system's display could fully transition the remaining 90 degrees, a burst of crimson petals erupted on the screen. Meng Hong's lips twitched, recognizing that not only had his primary form been tainted by spiritual pollution, but his avatars were suffering as well. Nonetheless, there were gains to be had. Observing their grand mobilization, it was evident they intended to fabricate a saint using the root of the Chaos Green Lotus. Such a monumental undertaking would undoubtedly take place within their own stronghold. This implies that as long as the position of Luo Hu before his demise could be pinpointed, the base of these inept beings would be located. TSK, they are courting their own destruction. System, lock onto the last known position of Luo Hu's avatar. The system successfully locked the coordinates, marking them with a red dot on the screen. A blinking red point suddenly appeared in the lower left corner, approximately 90,000 miles away. Once the location was secured, the subsequent tasks would be considerably simpler. If there exists an adversary that a single saint cannot handle, then 2 saints will suffice. Little Pan, follow me. I shall lead you into battle. Pangu instantly grew exhilarated. Battle? Excellent. Chapter 53. Release that Lotus root. Not so fast. Meng Hong glanced at the throng behind Pangu, raising a hand to scratch his head. While he and Little Pan could freely venture into other strongholds, most of those present were not afforded the same liberty. The only Luo among them was rather dim-witted. Should a commotion arise there, it's possible this individual could inadvertently restrain one of our own saints. Dalu. As Meng Hong's thoughts stirred, he instantaneously transported everyone to the summit of Mount Buzhou. Given that only a great Luo golden immortal could traverse the skies to reach this peak, one could assert that, from a certain perspective, this location is the safest place in all of Hongjun. Moreover, the abode of the heavenly Tao rests above, and should an invasion occur, this colossal entity would undoubtedly take action. At the summit of Mount Buzhou, Hongjun immediately recognized the place. Father, what have you brought us here for? To fulfill your destined duties, Meng Hong replied, scanning the group before issuing commands. Xiao Hong, you shall begin your cultivation in the eastern position. Upon your return, I will assess your progress. Hong Yun, Xiao Hua, you two should first create 3,000 clay figures. Ensure a balance of genders. Xiao Shi, take your time to comprehend your path, and assist Xiao Lu in supervising Qiyu. As Meng Hong observed the 3 purities lost in contemplation, he noted that while others were engaged in tasks, these 3 were idly playing cards. It would be unreasonable to assign them work while they indulged in such leisure. Surely, the system would reward him with a deck of cards designed for a gambling deity. If only there were Huang Zhongli present, one could elevate one of them to the great Luo golden immortal realm, thus suppressing Luo Hu and preventing any chaos from unfolding here. Ding! The reward distribution has been completed. Please check. The system notification chimed at the opportune moment. Meng Hong opened the reward list and discovered that 2 Huang Zhongli lay quietly therein. They were from the previous Guardian task. Meng Hong immediately retrieved the two celestial apricots. Grandfather. Upon seeing Huang Zhongli, Yuqing's eyes sparkled, and she dashed towards Meng Hong, raising her hands above her head. Thank you for your generous gift, grandfather. Little Yu will certainly live up to your expectations. This is Huang Zhongli, a divine fruit that takes 90,000 years to blossom and bear fruit. Earlier, grandfather mentioned us and presented this fruit. It must surely be for us. It is a pity that such divine artifacts are scarce, and even grandfather could only produce two. Only those with sweet tongues and quick hands will be fortunate enough to partake. Dear brothers, I must apologize for being the elder. Meng Hong thought. Does this lad truly believe I intend to give him Huang Zhongli? However, considering the context, it seems prone to misunderstanding. Just as Meng Hong was about to clarify, he noticed two figures approaching. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as Shangqing and Taishang simultaneously knelt before him, exclaiming in unison, Grandfather, my brother possesses profound cultivation. He requires no such external items. The suffering brought by such artifacts should be borne by us, his younger siblings. Enough of this, Meng Hong retorted, tossing two apricots aside. Then turning to the side where Hongjun and Luohou were searching for soil. Hongjun, Luohou, this is your advance payment. Huh? Hongjun was taken aback. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, saying, I am merely assisting Luohou. I do not need any payment. As Yuqing was about to add, just give it to me, she noticed Meng Hong's gaze fixed intently upon her, prompting her to swallow her words. Nuwa, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Indeed, master. I enjoy molding clay figurines. There is no need to pay me. It was nothing of great value, merely a couple of apricots. With a casual wave, Meng Hong presented two celestial apricots before the two women, stating, I want to see you enjoy them, lest others covet them. Thank you, master. Nuwa, bowing her head to consume her apricot. As for Hongjun, she glanced at the apricot in her hand and then at the envious Sanqing in the distance. Unable to resist, she extended the apricot outward, saying, Why not share? Absolutely not. Meng Hong instantly teleported beside Hongjun, pushing her hand back, and then cast a warning glance at the others. Remember, why give is yours. If I do not give it, who among you dares to take it without permission? There will be only one consequence. Sanqing promptly retracted their greedy gazes and resumed their game of do di zhu, refraining from uttering another word. Menggong, this seems rather unfair, Hongjun remarked, still clutching the apricot without eating it. Meng Hong sighed softly. Hongjun truly had the nature of a good-hearted person. She was willing to share even the apricot she had just received, which explained why, in her previous life, she had ascended to a position of power only to yield it to others. However, in this life, I shall not permit anyone to bully my fellow townsfolk. Meng Hong turned his head and took the fairy apricot from Hongjun's hand, saying, Open your mouth. Just as Hongjun attempted to respond, Meng Hong fed the fairy apricot into her mouth, gently cradling her chin. The apricot melted instantly, transforming into a sublime elixir that flowed down her throat. At this point, even if she wished to resist, it was impossible to do so. That's enough, Meng Hong said with a satisfied smile, turning to Sanqing. You may continue your card game. And as for Luo, remain on the mountain. Refrain from venturing elsewhere. Otherwise, I fear you might face a brutal beating. Sanqing could only share a resigned smile and persist in their game. Not far away, Luo Hu nodded, preparing to speak, but upon noticing Pangu's watchful gaze upon him, he instinctively closed his mouth. Very well then, have you all understood? The crowd nodded in unison, and a series of system prompts flashed before them. Mission issued. Purple Chi from the east, mold 3,000 times. You shall not escape my watchful eyes. Gambling God training plan, remain diligent. Reward, a wisp of Hongmeng Purple Chi, a labor contract 1, 1,000 Mile I 1, Gambling God S Wondrous Playing Cards 1. Binding Immortal Rope 1. Durkers, Hongjun, Ye Hongjun, Nuya, Luya, Fuki, Xiu, Sanjing, Luohou. Indeed, it was a deck of cards. Compared to your master, Sanqing seemed remarkably inferior, while others could effortlessly obtain Hongmeng Purple Chi through a mere enlightenment task. Look at you all, 3 individuals engaged in a card game and only managing to acquire a single deck of cards. What a disgrace. Meng Hong could hardly express his dissatisfaction with the meager wages in front of him, so he could only smile and say, "All right, this is all part of the job. I'll pay you when I return. Xiao Pan, let us depart." No sooner had he spoken than Meng Hong, along with Pangu, instantaneously teleported to the location previously designated by the system. The southwestern expanse of the primordial world lay barren and desolate, a wasteland devoid of even a single blade of grass. Yet, amidst this arid expanse, 19 figures cloaked in black congregated, encircling a 9-petal lotus root while engaging in unspeakable acts. Meng Hong immediately approached this group and bellowed, "Beasts, release that lotus root. If you have the capability, come at me." Chapter 54. Jiang. As soon as the words left his lips, the entire desert fell into an eerie silence. The 19 figures in black simultaneously raised their heads to gaze at Meng Hong and Pangu above, seemingly astonished by this extraordinary occurrence. Meng Hong hovered in the air, casting a scrutinizing glance at the cloaked figures below, and recognized several familiar faces among them. There was the mischievous monkey carrying a stick, the 3-eyed waste disposal officer, and among the remaining 17, 3 exuded an aura akin to Xiao Pan's. If he were not mistaken, they must belong to the 12 ancestors of sorcery, Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Zhu Meng. Before Meng Hong could discern the identities of the other 14 peculiar beings, a thunderous roar erupted from below. "Flee!" The 19 cloaked figures immediately scattered like frightened birds, but all they earned in return was a smile from Meng Hong. Flee? Could they truly escape? Meng Hong retorted, casually erecting a barrier that enveloped the 19 black-robed figures, simultaneously locking onto their positions with his energy. Even if they managed to escape the barrier, they would be unable to elude his grasp, as the 19 black-robed individuals simultaneously produced a spherical object just as they were about to crush it. Meng Hong descended from the heavens. He traversed the barrier, deftly seizing the spheres from 2 of the black-robed figures and casting them into the air. Upon witnessing their spheres slip from their grasp, the 2 black-robed figures furrowed their brows, realizing that even if they retrieved new spheres, it would be too late to flee. They might as well buy some time. With a glance exchanged between them, they clung onto Meng Hong's legs, rendering him immobile. Golden Immortal! A shiver coursed through Meng Hong. He had not anticipated that merely seizing 2 would lead him to confront Golden Immortals. Although their realm could not hinder his actions, their cultivation still caused him to momentarily falter. In that fleeting instant, the leader of the black-robed figures surprisingly paused, opting not to crush the sphere immediately, but instead reached for the lotus root before him. Such audacity transcended mere boldness. It was akin to drinking the gall of a leopard, as if it were water. Meng Hong swiftly grasped the lotus root, seizing it for himself, causing the leader of the black-robed figures to falter. By the time he attempted to crush the sphere once more, it was already too late, for Xiao Pan had appeared behind him, one hand gripping his neck, while the other snatched the sphere from his possession. Just as Meng Hong prepared to capture another, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred, and the remaining 16 individuals vanished from sight. Regrettably, he had only managed to seize 3. How unfortunate, he muttered, silently depositing the lotus roots into the system storage. Ding. Task. Locate lotus roots completed. Rewards being distributed. Please wait. Who are you, truly? The leader of the cloaked figures bellowed, his voice laced with confusion. Who am I? Meng Hong retorted, effortlessly knocking out the 2 black-robed figures beside him and slowly advancing towards the leader. As the victor, shouldn't I be the one to pose that question first? As he spoke, he lifted the man's cloak, revealing a strikingly handsome face. A human? Meng Hong was momentarily taken aback. How could a mere human command 3 of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, along with that monkey and Yang Jian? The young man chuckled and looked up at Meng Hong. Aren't you also a human? Why the shock? Meng Hong furrowed his brow. Who exactly are you? Why not take a guess? If you guess correctly, I shall reveal my identity. Meng Hong nearly struck the man dead in frustration. There were many renowned humans throughout history, from Xian Yuan to Zhang Daoling, all of whom were paragons among their kind. Yet, He had never encountered any of them, and from their brief exchange, he could not discern who this individual truly was. Surely, he could not recite the names from the historical records one by one, could he? Oomph. I shall make you speak eventually. Meng Hong scoffed coldly, turning his gaze towards the two unconscious figures draped in black cloaks. In his haste upon descending, he had not deliberately sought a target, merely capturing whoever caught his eye. The most favorable outcome would be to apprehend Zhu Jian and Di Jian, two among the 12 ancestral witches. If he was not mistaken, the demon that severed Kunlun Mountain was likely the work of the time-controlling Zhu Jian, while that peculiar small sphere must have been conjured by the space-manipulating Di Jian. Capturing these two and their leader would effectively cripple their entire organization. Meng Hong crouched down and lifted the cloaks of the two individuals on the ground. The moment he unveiled them, he was taken aback. To his left was a young woman, her profile embodying every term that could describe beauty, particularly the word enchanting, as if it were custom-tailored for her. Meng Hong inhaled sharply, nearly faltering in his resolve. He hastily closed his eyes, conjuring the smile of Yi Hongyun in his mind, which helped him regain some composure. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was astonished to see 9 fluffy tails emerging from behind her, swaying rhythmically. The fragile steadiness he had just regained shattered in an instant. Without hesitation, Meng Hong lunged forward, fervently rubbing those 9 tails. So soft, so wonderfully fluffy. This was simply exquisite. Observing his father's sudden frenzy, Pangu cast a restraining spell on the young man and approached him slowly, asking, "Father, are you all right?" Meng Hong lifted his head from the soft embrace of 9 fluffy tails, exclaiming, "Is everything all right? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when he buried his head once more, relishing the gentle, velvety texture. This sensation was 100 times more pleasurable than petting a cat. Having cared for 3 cats in his previous life, he had long been deprived of such delightful tactile experiences. Now, having stumbled upon a furry creature, how could he resist indulging himself? Only after Meng Hong had alleviated his symptoms of the litter box attendant syndrome did he reluctantly withdraw from the 9-tailed creature and turn his gaze toward another figure cloaked in black. If fortune smiled upon him, he hoped this one would also possess a furry quality. With a heart full of excitement, Meng Hong lifted the cloak as if revealing a prize. This character appeared familiar, his furry visage unmistakable. Sun Wukong. Ah, indeed, he was fluffy. Since he had captured him, it would be opportune to inquire about the whereabouts of the guide. Although the role of the guide in the calamity of dragons and phoenixes was limited, he was an indispensable presence in the Zixiao Palace during the teachings. Meng Hong casually touched the monkey's head, noting that the texture was rather firm, lacking the delightful softness of the fox's tail. He shook his head in discontent and turned to face the young man. As for the identity of this fellow, Meng Hong had a fair understanding. Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, Di Jiang, Zhu Jian, Zhu Meng, the 9-tailed fox. Though he was unaware of the remaining 12, it was evident that commanding such figures with a mere word indicated that in his previous life, he was at least a great Luo golden immortal. Few among the human race achieve such a status. Yet only you possess the ability to orchestrate matters and have these beings willingly heed your command. It was rather easy to deduce. Wouldn't you agree, Jiang Shang, Jiang Taigong? Chapter 55, The Cycle of Sun and Moon. Ha. I thought you would never guess. Jiang Shang chuckled lightly, akin to a teacher commending a student, casting a look of admiration towards Meng Hong. You guessed correctly. I am indeed Jiang Shang. Then let's proceed to bury it. Meng Hong waved his hand, casually lifting the 2 furry beings beside him, preparing to return to Mount Buzhou. Jiang Shang, winky face? Which tribe of barbarians did you emerge from? You recognize me and are already ready to bury me. Why not mention roasting me instead? Save some food, you rascal. All right, father. Pangu responded from behind, seemingly already starting to dig. Jiang Shang was suddenly alarmed and hurriedly called out to Meng Hong. Wait. Don't you want to ask me anything? Ask. Meng Hong posed momentarily, turning to Jiang Shang. I've already perused the entirety of your life post the age of 80 in the investiture of the gods. What more is there to inquire? Just as Jiang Shang was about to utter a word, he found himself unceremoniously thrust into a pit. Hey, must we engage in conversation while I am being buried? Can we not delay this a tad? Pangu paused, glancing at his father. Let us wait a moment. Meng Hong gestured dismissively, gradually approaching Jian. Come now. I shall grant you an opportunity to speak. What is it that you know which eludes my understanding? Perhaps the events preceding your 80th year? Meng Hong rolled his eyes, as if anyone is unaware of your ascetic practices upon the mountain prior to that age. Wait. Jian, noticing his expression, quickly amended his words. Do you not wish to learn the method of achieving sanctity? Meng Hong crouched down, scrutinizing Jian, standing in the pit. Then, would you care to guess what my level of cultivation is? Enough. Do not speak further. Meng Hong, I seek but one piece of information. Should you divulge it, I shall refrain from burying you. However, if you exhibit even the slightest hesitation, I would not hesitate to request Nuwa to fashion a new Jian for me. Trust me, I possess the capability to do so. Yes. Jian nodded vigorously. Meng Hong fixed his gaze upon Jian's eyes, attuning himself to the fluctuations of his spirit. What precisely do you aspire to accomplish? The creation of saints is merely your initial step, is it not? From a certain perspective, all the black cloaks whose identities are known at present are, in fact, failures, whether it be the 12 ancestors of witchcraft or Yang Jian, the brother-in-law of the Jade Emperor. Each individual is accompanied by a tale of tragic conclusion. If Meng Hong's conjectures are accurate, this assembly of individuals likely seeks to attain sanctity amidst the current circumstances of the primordial chaos, with the aim of reversing their tragic fates. But why would Jian assist them? Jian's expression was troubled as he turned to glance at Pangu behind him, then edged closer. Come a bit closer, and I shall whisper a secret. Speak plainly. Meng Hong shot back, casting a sidelong glance at him. There is no one here from whom you need to conceal your words. Well, if that is the case, Jian lowered his head, resembling a youth visiting a urology clinic for the first time. In truth, I possess a secret I have yet to disclose to you. That is, I am your father. As the final word fell, Meng Hong's pupils constricted, and he readied himself to extract this fellow and deliver a thorough beating. However, before he could extend his hand, Jian abruptly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a solitary note fluttering in the pit. Incensed, Meng Hong unleashed his full spiritual awareness, sensing every entity resonating with his aura. Excluding the nine-tailed fox and the monkey king, there should be 16 such presences. Yet now, only 15 remained. The one that was missing could only be Jian. No other possibility came to mind. This fellow must possess a means of escape, emboldening him to act with such audacity. Meng Hong could not help but frown as he retrieved a note from the pit, discovering a line of text inscribed upon it. In the first round. Consider it a victory for you. We shall meet again in the next round. The handwriting was strikingly familiar, identical to that which he had encountered prior to descending into the abyss. Jian. Anger surged within Meng Hong as he crumpled the note in his hand. How dare this individual provoke him so? He would ensure that this person understood who truly held dominion in this primordial realm. Just as Meng Hong prepared to capture the 16 little rodents, a message from the system unexpectedly popped up. It indicated that the tribes of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin had been successfully assimilated, and the second step had been completed. Would he like to initiate the third step? Task. My dear subordinates, your emperor has returned. Completion status. Rewards are being distributed. Please hold on. What? So soon? Meng Hong glanced upwards, noticing that the sun remained steadfast in the sky, unmoved. Remarkably, these three entities had already completed the assimilation of their tribes with such astonishing efficiency. Wait a moment. Hadn't the sun remained stationary since the dawn of the primordial world? It dawned on Meng Hong to check the clock-in interface within the system, revealing that the 314 employees had only clocked in once, accumulating merely 31,400 years of cultivation. Yet time continued to flow. By Meng Hong's estimation, at least 7 days had elapsed since his emergence. According to the system, however, it had only been 1 day. A significant loss indeed. Fortunately, The resilience of the beings in this primordial realm was commendable. Otherwise, who could fathom how many lives would have perished under the scorching sun over those 7 days? System, you would do well to provide me with a reasonable explanation. Ding. It has been detected that the realms are currently devoid of the celestial cycles, thus rendering the clock-in system incapable of updating. Celestial cycles, indeed? Meng Hong, with a casual flick of his hand, summoned Pangu, gesturing towards the sun in the sky. Little Pangu, do you see the sun above? Pangu replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Father, is it not peculiar that you're asking me if I see something that is literally in one of my eyes? Perhaps just a tad. Yet it is of no consequence. Meng Hong hastily shifted the topic. What about your other eye? It is right here, Pangu replied, as he pulled out the moon from his pocket. From your pocket? I knew it. No wonder the sun remains stationary. You've been treating the moon like a mere glass bead to play with. Meng Hong, with a furrowed brow, restrained himself from delivering a sound thrashing, harboring thoughts of not letting the submissive one off easy. Little Pangu, I would like to discuss a matter with you. If you can fulfill my request, we can certainly negotiate your remuneration. Father, why should we even mention wages between us? Pangu chuckled shyly. I would gladly work for free, should you simply ask. Based on your words, I shall ensure your wages are withheld later. Meng Hong d'Arcady muteur da phrase, then raised his hand to point towards the sky. Cast your other eye into the heavens, and let it alternate its watch with the solar star. Henceforth, each day shall consist of 84,600 breaths, with 7,200 breaths marking an hour and 900 breaths defining a moment. The celestial bodies rotate differently each day. 365 days constitute a minor cycle, known as a year, while 60 years comprise a major cycle, referred to as a jiazi. Do you comprehend? Chapter 56. The plea to the heavenly way in a nameless cavern. A clear spring flowed gently, cleansing the body of a young man. Slowly opening his eyes, the youth exhaled a breath of murky air. Fortunately, it was merely a projection this time. Otherwise, I would have truly been buried. Jian spoke as he rose from the spring, donned a pristine azure robe, and gradually exited the cave. Gazing at the scarlet expanse of the wilderness, he could not help but furrow his brow, murmuring incomprehensible words. Once again, I was too late. The calamity of dragons and phoenixes has commenced, and that individual has arrived as well. Alas, I wonder where the misstep occurred this time. The avatar of Rahu. Should it be slain or spared? A roar erupted, and a pure white deer, adorned with countless golden glimmers, emerged from the cave, extending its head towards Jiangshang's hand, gently nuzzling it. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Jiangshang relaxed his brow, a smile gracing his lips as he tenderly stroked the creature's head. After all, this is not our first encounter. Let us continue our endeavors. The creature known as the Four Unlikes let out another call, causing Jiangshang to feel somewhat embarrassed. His hand, which had been hovering above its head, came to a halt. I mean, you've existed for quite some time now. Surely you ought to have learned to speak by now. Can we dispense with the cuteness? The Four Unlikes rolled its eyes in a rather human-like manner, then turned and retreated into its cave, grumbling in a deep voice. What's the deal? Just because I prefer not to speak a foreign tongue doesn't mean I can't. You humans are so wrapped up in your own convenience. It's downright selfish. You clearly understand my language, so why not converse in it, you rascal? All right. I'm in the wrong, all right? Jiangshang raised his hands in surrender, preferring not to engage further with this creature that spoke with such a rough edge. Oomph. The endearing voice of the Four Unlikes echoed once more from within the cave. Cheap. Hey, why are you still cursing? Jiangshang sighed, choosing not to dwell on the antics of his pet. He turned, squatting at the edge of the cliff, his hands bracing against the precipice, gazing at the sun beginning its descent in the horizon. Cheap. Is that it? That's rather simple. I assent it? Pangu responded affirmatively, casually tossing the moon star into the sky, initiating the first cycle of the sun and moon. Ding. Job release. Establishing time wage reward. Time origin 1 worker. Pangu task. Complete the time establishment. Rewards are being distributed. Please wait. Meng Hong gazed at the sun gradually shifting its angle in the sky, a slight smile gracing his lips. The time regulations have been firmly set, and merely the daily attendance rewards for those labors amounted to over 30,000 years of cultivation. It remained uncertain whether this cultivation could be bestowed upon a single individual. Ding. Returning to the master, this feature will be activated once the Heavenly Tao Authority reaches 3. Heavenly Tao Authority? Meng Hong abruptly recalled the existence of such a concept. He opened the system interface and discovered a line of purple text at the top. Heavenly Tao Authority. 3 previously, he had aided the ancestor dragon in rectifying appearance discrepancies and had vanquished several innate beings born from Pangu's blood, thus accumulating a Heavenly Tao Authority of 3. Meng Hong raised his hand and tapped the 4 characters. Ding. Insufficient Heavenly Tao Authority, less than 5. Unable to view specific content. Are you trying to provoke me? Meng Hong threatened the system. Bring it out swiftly, or I shall have you remade. Do you believe me? Buzz. The system emitted a low hum, and the entire interface before Meng Hong morphed into shades of gray, lines of purple text materializing in front of him. Heavenly Tao Authority 5. Grants access to Level 4 permissions, including but not limited to supervising staff within the workgroup, activating meme battle mode, etc. Heavenly Tao Authority 10. Grants access to Level 3 permissions, including but not limited to distributing cultivation red packets, activating video chat mode, etc. The Will of Heaven Authority 15. Ding. The Will of Heaven requests a call. Will you accept? This fellow has finally decided to come online, hasn't he? Meng Hong recalled the prior time he had been played by this character, an unbidden displeasure welling up within him. He barely finished reading the remaining messages and spat out a single word. Accept. As the connection was being established, a gray page was replaced by a translucent screen, revealing that insufferable meatball. Oh, is this not the esteemed Lord of Heaven? Meng Hong remarked with a sardonic tone. What is this? Has the village finally gotten internet? Or have you finally remembered me? Cough, cough. Meng Hong, it was merely an accident, just an accident. The Will of Heaven coughed twice, forcefully redirecting the conversation. Are you preparing to commence the 3rd phase of the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe? This is all thanks to you. Meng Hong gritted his teeth. You're not deliberately mocking me, are you? Should I pay you a visit for a friendly exchange right now? Oh, how could that be? I came to ask if you could assist me with a favor. Meng Hong raised an eyebrow. Well, even you have your day. This is what is meant by the wheel of fortune turning. This is retribution. Ah, a favor, you say? Meng Hong casually drew the Su Xian sword, transforming it into a small file, and began to file his nails, feigning indifference. That is a different story. If it were an official matter, the system would certainly issue a task directly. So you wish to enlist my help for a personal matter, correct? Regardless, you will inevitably call me father sooner or later. As long as your requests are not excessively unreasonable, I shall fulfill them. Speak, what assistance do you seek? Father. Tiandao immediately seized the opportunity. You promised no backing out. Another eager child yearning for a father? In truth, this matter is quite simple. Just wait a moment. Meng Hong interrupted Tiandao. Such an important issue deserves to be discussed face to face. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he promptly disconnected the screen. Turning to Pangu. Little Pangu, you should return to Mount Buzhou for now. I have business to attend to in the realm of Tiandao. Very well. Little Pangu responded obediently, accompanied by 2 fluffy companions, and with a display of saintly prowess, he swiftly transported himself to the summit of Mount Buzhou. Meng Hong followed suit, instantaneously arriving within the confines of the Tiandao realm. Although he had been here before, the experience still filled him with a profound sense of awe. You're here? Tiandao's voice resonated as a plump orb floated amidst the clouds, gradually drifting toward him. I have arrived. Meng Hong clasped his hands behind his back, offering a brief acknowledgement before falling silent, patiently awaiting Tiandao's approach. Yet, the orb halted 10 meters away, hesitating to advance any closer. In truth, this matter, wait. Meng Hong interjected, beckoning with a finger. Come closer to speak. I'm hard of hearing and cannot catch your words. Hard of hearing, you say? Oh, you sage-like being, whether it be 10 meters or 10 light years away, do you truly believe you can hear something different? Engaging in this discourse now, are you not merely seeking to deliver a beating upon me? In Chapter 57, the Celestial Actor and the Celestial Meatball, after a moment of deep contemplation, a painful decision was ultimately reached. One cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Without sacrificing the corporeal form, no assistance can be rendered. In order to accomplish that particular task, this time, I shall endure. Very well, the celestial path acknowledged with a response, guiding the floating clouds beneath to gradually approach Meng Hong. It drew to within less than half a meter of him. Should Meng Hong desire, he could effortlessly transform this meatball into a braised lion's head at any moment. Let the tempest rage with greater ferocity. With a roar, the celestial path felt a sense of noble sacrifice. You merely wish to vent your frustrations upon me, do you not? Come forth, then. Though such words were spoken, from the moment he began to close in on Meng Hong, he had already severed all of his own sensory perceptions. Even if Meng Hong were to strike, he would not feel an ounce of pain. As for injury, unless he were to bite, nothing else would pose a threat. Meng Hong did not respond to him. Instead, he took a couple of steps forward, frowning at the peculiar sphere before him. Strangely enough, from a distance, this being resembled a mere chunk of meat. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared more akin to a mass of water. The liquid bore a slightly yellowish hue and occasionally rippled, which explained why it was perceived as a meatball in the video. Meng Hong extended his hand and poked the surface of the entity, only to find his finger sinking into the watery orb. A refreshing chill surged from his fingertips to his heart, akin to plunging into an ice cellar on a sweltering summer day. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the entity. It hurts. It hurts so much. Please stop, Father. Don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Meng Hong raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Did I inadvertently poke some peculiar part of you? Is it really necessary to wail as if I had thrust a celestial blade into your rear? Before Meng Hong could voice his thoughts further, the being cried out again. Ah, please, no more. If this continues, I shall surely collapse. Silence. Meng Hong bellowed, still keeping his finger embedded. Open your eyes and see what I am doing to you. The entity paused, reawakening its senses, and finally realized that Meng Hong was not attacking him. He had merely extended his finger. Wait a moment. A finger? The being leaped back, creating a distance of at least 100 meters from Meng Hong. You beast! What did you just do to me? Good heavens! Just moments ago, you were affectionately calling me father, and now you refer to me as a beast. Meng Hong let out a cold laugh and turned as if to leave. If you have no regard for me, then I shall take my leave. Wait! Tiandao hastily interjected, teleporting before him to obstruct his path. Dearest father, what are you doing? I was merely jesting with you. Surely it is not that serious. Is it truly necessary for you to react so dramatically to a jest? Meng Hong rolled his eyes. Stop wasting time. Just get to the point. What is it you desire? As long as it poses no danger, I shall assist you, considering you have called me father a few times. Very well, Tiandao responded, taking a couple of steps back. You should be aware that once Hongjun attains sainthood, he will merge with me, correct? Yes, I am aware. What of it? Tiandao slowly separated a fist-sized vapor from his body, allowing it to drift towards Meng Hong. I wish to request your assistance in crafting a new form for me, a form that I can wholly control. Meng Hong? What do you mean? Are you suggesting I transition from being a godfather to a biological father? Time is of the essence. Tiandao's voice grew somber. Thanks to your guidance, Hongjun's progress is considerably swifter than in the previous life. He is on the brink of attaining the great Tao. Once the calamity of the dragon and phoenix concludes, if you were to present the creation jade plate to him, he may very well achieve sainthood instantly, and it would then be too late. The third step of this great calamity of dragons and phoenixes has yet to commence, and you are already in such a rush. Meng Hong did not retrieve the water orb. Instead, he inquired with great scrutiny. Speaking of which, you are the heavenly Tao. Cannot you conjure one yourself? Why must you seek me out? Ha! The heavenly Tao, the water orb scoffed derisively. Ultimately, the heavenly Tao is merely the manifestation of certain principles. If the primordial world were to develop normally, prior to the emergence of the first heavenly Tao saint, I should not possess self-awareness. It was you who forcibly pried open the chaos Qinglian. resulting in the premature birth of my consciousness. In essence, I owe my existence to you. Calling you father would not be unfitting. However, once Hongjun attains sainthood, my self-awareness will converge with his, and I shall merely become a tool thereafter. Look at me now. What is wrong with this form? Meng Hong retorted, yearning to experience that sensation once more. Round and plump, is it not rather endearing? The tone of the heavenly Tao grew increasingly despondent, tinged with a hint of sorrow. This is the only entity I can mold. Can you fathom the feeling of possessing limbs, yet being unable to perceive them? It is akin to having one's entire soul imprisoned in an infinite void. Sensing everything yet unable to touch it, a profound agony. Enough, enough. Am I not here to assist you? Meng Hong dreaded the sight of anyone weeping before him. As he cradled the orb in his palm, he felt its coolness and pondered its purpose. How was he to utilize this peculiar object? Would it suffice to have Nuwa fashion a small clay figurine and then fill it with this substance? Certainly not. The celestial path responded with unwavering clarity. Be patient. I shall transmit the data you require. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Meng Hong heard the system emit an alert. Ding! A data package from your friend, the celestial path, has been detected. Would you like to accept it? How pretentious to request a mere figure, and yet necessitate a data package? Surely, it could not be that I am to create a transformer for you. Despite his grumbling, he recognized the necessity of fulfilling his son's request. Very well. Meng Hong was curious to see what form this entity, which had reduced itself to a sphere, could possibly manifest. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Warning, file size too large. Please upgrade your system to proceed with reception. What on earth? Meng Hong glared at the audacious orb. What in the world are you intending to create? My system is sounding an alarm. Oh, it's nothing, the celestial path replied. A slight blush evident, perhaps an indication of embarrassment. Just a minor request. A minor request, indeed. Meng Hong sighed in exasperation. Let me be clear. My system cannot accept your file at present. I am unable to shape a figure for you. We shall revisit this matter once my system has been upgraded. Rest assured, that will be soon. Heavens will seem to possess a prescient awareness of the unfolding events. Once you complete all stages of the Dragon and Phoenix Calamity, your authority will be directly elevated by 5, enabling you to receive documents. It appears you were indeed well prepared. Meng Hong muttered this in jest before turning to the system. System, initiate the 3rd stage. Ding. Chapter 58. The Schizophrenia of Yi Hongyun. Ding. The 3rd stage has commenced. Step 1. The Contest of Dragon and Phoenix. Step 2. The Qilin Mediates. Step 3. The Break. Step 4. Please review the preceding steps after completion. Is it about to begin? Meng Hong carefully secured the water sphere close to him and turned to Heaven's will. I have consented to your request. However, you shall not obstruct my affairs. Very well. Heaven's will was aware of what he was referring to and agreed without hesitation. Oh, Meng Hong regarded him with a hint of amusement. You acquiesce so readily this time. Why is it that you are not feigning disconnection? That was not an act. I genuinely lost connection last time. Umph. Meng Hong rolled his eyes. Say what you will. Regardless, you owe me a beating. I shall deal with you once I extract your essence. Farewell. Goodbye, father. Take care. Meng Hong waved his hand and descended directly from Heaven's will's restricted zone to the summit of Mount Buzhou. Had he not feared damaging this fellow's true form during their confrontation, he would have acted long ago. Upon returning to the summit of Mount Buzhou, he was greeted by a rather unfriendly sight. Apart from the trio engrossed in their game of Dodiju, nearly everyone else was gathered around 2 furry creatures, surveying them with keen interest. To put it more civilly, they were welcoming the newcomers. However, in simpler terms, it resembled a visit to a zoo. Particularly bold was Mingy, who had already begun to tug at the monkey's fur. Ahem! Meng Hong cleared his throat a couple of times, prompting Mingy to swiftly retract his hand behind his back, obediently standing still as if nothing had occurred. Menggong! Yi Hongyun hurried over, tugging at his sleeve as she navigated through the crowd to stand before the monkey. This is truly, indeed, aside from the Dragon and Phoenix, this monkey was undoubtedly the most impactful creature for the people of the Great Celestial Empire. Now, with this monkey right before them, It was impossible not to feel a surge of excitement. Yes, it is indeed. Meng Hong crouched down, taking Yi Hongyun's hand to stroke the monkey's head. You can touch it. It won't bite. Although the creature had yet to don the golden headband, it had somehow procured a stick, which was quite remarkable. Master, Fushi's voice suddenly resonated through the crowd. I believe I know where he found that stick. Fushi? Meng Hong stood up, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot the science enthusiast. Where are you? Master, I am right here. Fushi raised his hand, waiting for Mingyi and Luyap to clear a path before revealing his position. It is no wonder, given his current cultivation level, but he could only stand among the crowd as a mere onlooker. Come over here. Meng Hong deftly seized the staff from son Wukong's grasp and beckoned to Fushi. Do you know where this staff originated? The moment he laid his hands on it, he recognized it as an authentic artifact. The legendary sea-calming needle weighs an astonishing 13,500 pounds, and this staff is no different. Indeed, Fushi squeezed into the inner circle, pointing at the staff in Meng Hong's hand as he spoke. This is the very stone pillar from Longhai. When Senior Yuan Feng took me there, we happened upon a figure in a black cloak seizing the pillar. I witnessed with my own eyes as the pillar transformed into a staff, and the appearance of this monkey strikingly resembles that cloaked figure. Therefore, I deduced that this staff is the stone pillar from Longhai. So, this is how the sea-calming needle came to be. Excellent reasoning. Meng Hong patted him on the shoulder. You've completed your second task. Keep up the good work, laborer. Thank you, boss. Fushi instinctively exclaimed. Wait, why did I refer to you as boss instead of master? Meng Hong was unconcerned with the title, turning his gaze to Yi Hongyun, who was playfully ruffling the monkey's head. Hongyun, come here. This one has an even better feel. No. A piercing scream echoed through the air, and another figure, cloaked in black, transformed into its true form, curling into a ball, revealing only two eyes aglow with an eerie blue light, fixated upon Meng Hong. Oh, revered saint, please spare me further torment. You possess such magnanimity. Grant this humble girl her freedom. Upon uttering these words, the gazes of all present subtly shifted toward Meng Hong. The term torment, in certain contexts, is easily misconstrued. Hey, while one may indulge in gluttony, one should not speak carelessly. Meng Hong hastily clarified. Your words suggest I have wronged you in some manner. Have you not? The nine-tailed fox retorted, her tone laced with sorrow. I feel a persistent ache in my back. Surely, you must have done something to me? At your back. Yi Hongyun seemed to recall something, her delicate face flushing crimson as she promptly rose and distanced herself from Meng Hong. What ache? I merely gave your tail a light rub. It was just a tail. Meng Hong rushed to explain. Hongyun, please listen. I truly only caressed her tail a couple times. Little Pan can attest to this. Pangu scratched his head nearby, yes. Father merely rubbed her tail a few times. See, I am innocent. Yet, the implication remained solely about the tail. The mournful voice of the nine-tailed fox echoed once more. She bent her 9 tails before her, delicately licking her claws, and began to groom the fur on her tails. Oh, Sacred One, your treatment of my tails seems rather harsh, does it not? They're already starting to shed. Please refrain from uttering such misleading words. Montong's forehead veins bulged with indignation. You, a dignified golden immortal, shed fur for merely a few gentle strokes? Indeed, the 9-tailed fox replied, playfully lifting her tail and shaking it, causing several white strands to fall. Look, so much has come off. However, Sacred One, although it hurts, your touch is rather delightful. How about, before she could finish her sentence, the 9-tailed fox transformed into her human form, clad only in a black cloak. Under the gaze of the onlookers, she approached Montong. She extended her hands, placing her 2 tails into the palm of his hand, leaning close to his ear, and exhaled a warm breath. Let us find a secluded spot, and perhaps you can massage me once more? An alluring fragrance enveloped him, causing his blood to simmer with warmth. Montong shuddered but ultimately discarded the fox tails from his grasp. Stop it. I am not causing any disturbance. Daji lowered her head, tugging at his garment with both hands. I was born too soon. With this meager, golden, immortal cultivation, I cannot stir any significant waves in this primeval realm. Were it not for your rescue, I would still be trapped by that malevolent Jiangshan. Sacred One, why not accept me? The fairy, a being devoid of any additives. Even the sanctified Meng Hong found his resolve wavering. It seems the last emperor of humanity perished without grievance. What are you collecting for? Yi Hongyun's voice suddenly resonated. In an instant, a figure darted forward, and Daji was sent flying. How dare you touch a man my younger sister has taken a liking to? You must be willing to forsake all 9 of your tails. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as everyone gazed at Yi Hongyun with a look of bewilderment, as though encountering her for the very first time. What are you staring at? Yi Hongyun placed her hands on her hips and unleashed her fury upon the crowd. Have you never witnessed someone with schizophrenia before? Chapter 59, Settled Scores. To be fair, aside from the nurses and doctors at the Inding Hospital, which sane individual would have encountered a patient with schizophrenia? Meng Hong swallowed hard, cautiously approaching the irate version of Yi Hongyun. Hongyun, please calm down a bit. How can I not be calm? Yi Hongyun instinctively retorted, turning to place her hand on his shoulder. Brother, just because my younger sister fancies you, don't think you can speak to me in such a manner. If I object, I could easily accuse you of assault. Do you believe that? Yes, yes, yes. Meng Hong nodded fervently in that fleeting moment. He recalled the sensation of being dominated by a female superior at his workplace. Wait a minute. I can confidently declare myself the chairman of the Primordial era now. Why should I fear her at all? Meng Hong straightened his back. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Yi bowed out, Hongyun nodding in satisfaction. Well, you are quite obedient. Hence, I shall grant you a reward. As soon as the words left her lips, Yi Hongyun leaned in slowly, pressing her crimson lips against his cheek. The sensation was fiery and intense, a feeling Meng Hong had never encountered before, starkly contrasting with the earlier encounter with Daji. All right, be good and refrain from causing any trouble. Yi Hongyun nodded approvingly, then turned her gaze toward the fallen Daji. And you, be cautious. I am watching you. Daji dared not utter a word. She merely knelt on the ground, clutching her 9 tails, casting a pitiful glance at Meng Hong. Such a gaze could ignite a fierce protective instinct in any male creature. Unfortunately, Meng Hong could perceive nothing but the incessant barrage of red warning boxes erupting before him. Alarm. Detection of wavering resolve. Please stabilize immediately. Alarm. Blood pressure and heart rate at maximum levels. Initiate hibernation protocol. Alarm. Hibernation protocol will automatically activate in 10 seconds. Please confirm cancellation. Cancel. Meng Hong uttered 3 words, closed his eyes, and took 3 deep breaths, cleansing the ethereal energy surrounding the entirety of Mount Buzhou before finally stabilizing his mind. When he lifted his eyelids, the first sight that met his gaze was the blushing face of Yi Hongyun. Meng Hong. Yi Hongyun lowered her head, her hands nervously tugging at the hem of her skirt. I'm sorry, it was my sister just now. I apologize. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Meng Hong retorted, stepping forward. Yi Hongyun slowly raised her head. Then what do you want? Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Hong approached her directly, savoring the jade-like warmth of her touch. The onlookers discreetly turned away, instinctively avoiding the scene unfolding before them. After a brief moment, having fulfilled his desire for retribution, Meng Hong lowered his gaze to the ruby-like gem before him. One for each of us. We are now even. Yi Hongyun stared at the ground, mumbling, clearly that kiss just now was not here. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. What are you all gathered around for? Where is the master? Has the task he assigned us been completed? And what shall we do next? Coughing lightly, Meng Hong cleared his throat twice, holding onto Yi Hongyun's hand resolutely. Let them in. We must discuss our next steps. By the way, little fox, you should come over too. Upon hearing this, Daji immediately perked up her ears, yet she remained sprawled on the ground, her gaze directed at a 45-degree angle downwards, one hand gently stroking her own tail. Have you finally remembered your humble servant? Alas, I am but a withered flower, unable to withstand the capriciousness of your holiness. Perhaps it would be better to grant me a swift release, allowing me to enter the next cycle of reincarnation and cleanse myself of the memories you have bestowed upon me. Enough nonsense. Meng Hong retorted with an eye roll. This earth spirit is still in her youth. Where do you expect me to find you a reincarnation? However, I do have a Bloodsea administrator at hand. Would you prefer to settle for being a skeletal wraith or something of the sort? That is best avoided, Daji quickly replied, yet she did not rise. Instead, she cast a flirtatious glance at Meng Hong. But I am injured and require the gentle kiss of your holiness to rise. While a kiss from the Holy One is out of the question, I do have a kiss from Qiyu at my disposal. Meng Hong said as he seized Qiyu and gave him a shake, causing drool to cascade from his lips like a long string. Would you care for this? After all, in a certain sense, Qiyu serves as the face of this group. Toss him out, and he could terrify one. Surely he would frighten a second. Ahem. Truly, if your holiness would merely converse with me for a moment, my injuries would be mended. Daji hastily rose, taking dainty steps toward Meng Hong, bending her knees slightly in a respectful bow. Your holiness, what commands do you have? Transform into your true form. Daist gaze hesitated momentarily. But she complied and transformed into a nine-tailed white fox. She lifted her head to look at the holy master, mimicking Yi Hongyun's demeanor, and lowered her head shyly, saying, Holy master, please be gentle. You should not address me in such a manner. Meng Hong replied as he bent down to pick up the nine-tailed white fox and turned to present it to Yi Hongyun. Hongyun, I have nothing of significance to offer you, so I shall gift you this little fox. Daji thought to herself, winky face, how can I, in my exquisite human form, be reduced to my original state only to be given to another woman? Are you even a man? Yet she remained silent. Do not fret. I understand your concerns, Meng Hong assured as he placed the nine-tailed white fox into Yi Hongyun's hands. I have placed a restriction upon it. Unless a sage intervenes, she shall remain in her original form for a millennium. What? The nine-tailed white fox exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Meng Hong. Is this truly humane? Oh, I almost forgot to impose silence. Meng Hong casually waved his hand, altering the fox's vocal abilities to only allow sounds of her kind. Wait, holy! The nine-tailed white fox began, but her voice suddenly shifted. Ing-ing-ing? Ing-ing. Perfect, Meng Hong exclaimed, stroking the fox's head affectionately. Let her be a pet. It will be delightful to pet her occasionally, as her fur feels quite pleasant. Yi Hongyun gently stroked the fur of the nine-tailed fox, discovering the texture to be extraordinarily pleasing. She nodded in satisfaction. The nine-tailed fox seemed resigned to its fate, allowing its head to droop in her hand, emitting soft whimpers. Meng Hong smiled contentedly, then turned to the trembling miniaturized Yuan Feng and other non-human entities standing nearby. It's not cold at all. Why are you shivering? Master. Nuwa cautiously presented a collection of small clay figures, inquiring if I mold these figures for you. Will you refrain from transforming me into my true form as a pet? This dreadful line makes me feel like a villainous overlord, she pondered. Chapter 60. The Dilemma of the Three Ancestor Beasts. In an effort to restore his esteemed reputation among his subordinates, Meng Hong forced a benevolent smile. Of course not. As long as you all work diligently, I will never turn you into pets. With Meng Hong's assurance, the myriad of demon beasts finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! The rewards have been dispersed. Please check. Meng Hong instinctively glanced at the rewards issued by the system, noting that Fengui Lin, Long Chi Chi, and Chiba Yuan had been credited. Since he was atop the Buzhou mountain, he decided to place the rewards there first, receive the rewards, and arrange them in the most aesthetically pleasing manner around the summit of Buzhou mountain. Confirmation of receipt is in progress. Please hold on. As the system notification concluded, the entire summit of Buzhou mountain trembled with a sudden vibrancy. Everyone gazed around, bewildered by the unfolding events. Do not be anxious. I merely acquired a few minor additions, Meng Hong explained, then turned his attention to the three small beings before him. Let us discuss the matter at hand. I require you to summon the clans. Wait, Yuan Feng interjected, rising to fix a determined gaze upon Meng Hong. Master, this is the final time I shall address you as such. Should you fail to provide us with a reasonable explanation, I fear our collaboration may come to an abrupt end. What could possibly compel Yuan Feng to utter such words? Are you aware of the gravity of your statement? Of course I am. Yuan Feng spread his wings, revealing her chest, from which a swirling mass of golden-red flames emerged. This is my innate heart fire, once extinguished. I shall never be reborn. If you wish to take my life, it would be a mere trifle for you. Yet, I still have a question for you. Grandfather, Ancestor Dragon interjected. Is this the question you two wish to pose? Meng Hong turned his gaze to Ancestor Dragon. Yes. With newfound courage, Ancestor Dragon uttered a single word, then mimicked Yuan Feng's actions, producing his own innate dragon pearl. I beseech you, Grandfather, to grant me this. A golden red flame and a purple golden dragon pearl appeared. This little one seemed to have matured in an instant, displaying a sense of responsibility, aligning himself alongside Yuan Feng. And what of you? Meng Hong gazed at Qilin, pondering that if his assumptions were correct, these three individuals had likely conspired to arrive together. Me? Qilin was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at the nearby Yuan Feng and Zulong. The two were also fixated on him, exchanging subtle glances. Do not focus on those two. Meng Hong interjected. Follow your heart. After a brief internal struggle, Qilin eventually lifted his head and declared, I too wish to know. Very well, Meng Hong shrugged. His curiosity regarding Yuan Feng's impending inquiry piqued further. Do share, especially considering your candidness with me. Yuan Feng responded. While my actions are indeed truthful, you need not resort to such brazen words. Clearing his throat twice, Yuan Feng continued, Holy Master, based on your previous remarks, it is evident that you harbor no desire for annihilation. It is precisely for this reason that I have brought Zulong and Qilin to reclaim our former tribes. Regrettably, your departure was too hasty for me to pose my final question. I only wish for you to articulate it directly to me. How do you intend to deal with those beleaguered beings? Is that all? Meng Hong was taken aback, not expecting Yuan Feng to possess such a worldly concern. Indeed, that is the matter at hand. Yuan Feng solemnly uttered 3 words, extending her delicate claws to grasp her inner fire. If you seek to annihilate the world, I shall not allow your success, even at the cost of my life. A deep rumble echoed atop Mount Buzhou, soon followed by a system notification. Ding! Feng Gue Lin, Long Chi Chi, and Chiba Yuan have been successfully established. Please check them. Perfect. Meng Hong snapped his fingers, and in an instant, everyone was transported to the summit of Mount Buzhou, gazing down at the 3 newly erected structures. A vast expanse of phoenix trees, spanning thousands of miles, blanketed the southeastern part of Mount Buzhou, interspersed with 9 large springs, while bamboo groves surrounded the area, with piles of fruit scattered about. Yuan Feng's eyes widened. Such an idyllic environment seemed to exist only within dreams. Everyone admired the graceful form of the phoenix. Yet who could imagine the trials faced by such a creature, which subsisted solely on sweet springs and fruit? If it weren't for her cultivation sustaining her, she would likely find herself hungry again shortly after discovering something edible. However, living here would completely eliminate such concerns. To the north of Feng Gue Lin lay an unfathomable abyss, into which gentle breezes continuously flowed. The abyss stretched 100 miles wide, with countless celestial fruits and divine herbs adorning its walls as one descended further into its depths. If Feng Gue Lin was the realm of the Phoenix clan, then Chibu Yuan was undoubtedly a paradise for the Qilin. As for Long Chi Chia, the ancestral dragon let out a piercing cry and dove directly into the dragon's pool to the east. Originally, this was one of the few plains atop the Unzao mountain. Following systematic transformation, the pool now extends directly to the base of Unzao mountain, with a depth sufficient to accommodate 10 ancestral dragons, and a surface area nearly equivalent to 2 Fengue forests, covering close to 10,000 miles and encompassing nearly 1/3 of the eastern expanse of Unzao mountain. This pool contains almost every aquatic creature from the primordial wilderness, refreshingly replenished at intervals, capable of sustaining countless dragons. Fortunately, the vastness of Unzao mountain mitigates any potential concerns that such a pool might pose for Meng Hong. I am utterly enamored with this ocean. The ancestral dragon frolics within the Longqi pool, unconsciously referring to it as the sea. As long as there is affection, all is well. Meng Hong turned to Yuan Feng. Did you not wish to inquire about how I would deal with those beings affected by calamity? Are you satisfied with this answer? During the great tribulation of dragons and phoenixes, it is primarily the beast clans that suffer. With the emergence of these three structures, whether they soar through the skies, swim in the oceans, or roam the land, Meng Hong can fully accommodate them. Although this place is not as spacious as the primordial continent, a little crowding will still allow for survival. Indeed, Yuan Feng gazed at Meng Hong, her eyes filled with trepidation. So you do wish to keep us as your pets? Meng Hong replied, perplexed. Why did I never realize your mind worked so uniquely? This jest has lingered for quite some time, yet you still mention it. Nevertheless, I comprehend now. Yuan Feng smiled faintly, retracting her innate flame to her chest. Master, I am willing to do anything for you. As long as you can save our Phoenix clan, I am willing to be a bird in a cage for you. Meng Hong rolled his eyes, pressing down on Yuan Feng's avian head, and bellowed at the Phoenix return force below. Open your minuscule eyes and take a good look. I have delineated such a vast expanse of land for you, and you dare claim this is a cage? Do you believe I would not transform this area into a lumberyard on the spot? Chapter 61. The Great Movie of the Primordial Era. The Tribulation of Dragon and Phoenix. Yuan Feng immediately wilted, retracting his heart's fire before taking a leisurely tour of the Phoenix return forest. Subsequently, he obediently flew to Meng Hong's side. With a master who comprehends the heart of the Phoenix, what does it matter if I am treated as a pet? I relish it. All right, you little dragon playing in the water, come here. Observing the three beasts returning to their allegiance, Meng Hong returned to the very center of Mount Buzhou, kicking over the Jade Qing who was holding the small and large cards. You all get up. We will resume our game later. Oh. Jade Qing silently tucked the cards into his bosom, while Tai Qing and Shang Qing exchanged glances, discarding the cards they held onto the ground, mixing them together. Hey, you can't cheat like this. Jade Qing's expression darkened. Cheat? Tai Qing retorted. What cheating? If grandfather requires us to work, we must surely listen attentively. Playing cards should only occur after the proper business is concluded. Shang Qing nodded. Third brother is correct. You all. Just as Jade Qing was about to speak, he heard Meng Hong's voice resonating from a short distance away. Stop your banter. Gather over here. Wait for me, Yu Qing declared fiercely, discarding the cards in her hand as she made her way toward Meng Hong. Everyone had gathered, and apart from the unconscious son Wukong lying on the ground, all eyes were fixed on Meng Hong, anticipating his plan. Clearing his throat, Meng Hong began. There are a few matters I must address up front. My primary objectives are twofold. First, to ensure the smooth progression of the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. Second, to rescue a portion of the unfortunate souls who would otherwise perish in this calamity, and recruit them to aid in the construction of my cave dwelling. Of course, the remuneration for their labor will be their very lives. Once they reach a certain age after a designated period of service, they may descend the mountain to seek their own paths in life. If anyone among you opposes my intentions, now is the time to voice your dissent. We can engage in a democratic discussion. After a few seconds, the atmosphere remained silent. Meng Hong surveyed the room, noting that apart from Luo Hu, whose mouth was covered by Pangu, almost no one seemed inclined to speak. Excellent, he thought. It appears our goals align. With that, a stack of blank paper materialized in Meng Hong's hands, a rough outline of the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe organized by the system. The first page bore the bold, dark characters spelling out the beginning of the catastrophe, followed by intricate details, even meticulously documenting each conversation and action between the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix. With additional environmental descriptions, it could easily be mistaken for a script. Regardless, Meng Hong has already regarded this matter as a script, and adhering to it will undoubtedly lead to success. He distributed the script to everyone present, save for the monkey and the nine-tailed fox, declaring, I hereby announce that the first grand film produced by Hongjun Film Industry, The Dragon and Phoenix Catastrophe, is now officially in production. What you hold in your hand is the script for this film. Be sure to read it thoroughly and memorize it. Strive hard, my diligent workers, so that I may reside in the finest cave in the world. The venue remained enveloped in silence, as everyone busied themselves with the script, leaving Meng Hong to wallow in awkwardness alone. What is all this noise about? A voice of impatience echoed from the ground as a certain monkey raised his hand, scratching his cheek. Sun Wukong, am trying to sleep. If you disturb me again, Zhu Beiji, beware that I will scrape your lard to light a lantern. Zhu Beiji? Light a lantern? Little one, it seems you have yet to awaken fully. Meng Hong approached the monkey, raising his hand to deliver a swift slap to his head. Who are you? Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, instinctively reaching for his staff, only to find nothing but emptiness behind him. When he finally regained his senses and beheld Meng Hong's visage, it was as if he had encountered a specter. Saint, this sensation I have only felt from two individuals before, my master, the patriarch Bodhi, and the Buddha whom I once insulted. No, the authority emanating from this person surpasses even those two. Who are you, you fiend? State your name at once. Have you truly gone foolish in your quest for enlightenment? Meng Hong retorted, haven't you attained Buddhahood yet? Why haven't you shed this verbal habit? Attained Buddhahood? Sun Wukong responded, his eyes filled with confusion. Do you truly believe I, old Sun, could become a Buddha? Who would wish to embody such a repugnant and filthy existence? You wouldn't? Meng Hong furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Yet, such matters were of little consequence now. What truly mattered was resolving the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. The journey to the west was an event that occurred only during the Tang dynasty. It was not something he needed to concern himself with at present. Never mind whether you desire it or not. The fact remains that you cannot become a Buddha now, so why not indulge in a little more slumber? Before he could finish his thought, the monkey had already gloriously succumbed to sleep atop the Mount of No Return. In his previous life, he had been trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain for 5 centuries. At last, he could reclaim his freedom, although it was not the same mountain. The Mount of No Return was the progenitor of all mountains, and in a sense, it was quite similar. This could be seen as a form of retribution, could it not? Therefore, once the cave dwelling was completed and a caretaker for the steeds was needed, he would surely not mind taking on the role of stable master. Meng Hong mused. He then turned to the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix, who were still engrossed in their script. How are you two faring? Have you memorized your lines? In this first act, you both are the protagonists. There's no need for memorization. The primordial phoenix exclaimed with grandeur, a confident smile gracing her lips. I am well acquainted with these lines. They are nearly identical to what I recited back then. Little Yuan is fine, but what about you? Ancestor? Meng Hong turned to look at Zulong, only to find that the latter had not noticed his words and was engrossed in flipping through the script. Azu? It was not until Meng Hong called him for the second time that Zulong finally reacted, raising his head to meet Meng Hong's gaze, his dragon eyes brimming with tears. What troubles you? It's nothing, really. Zulong flipped to the first page of the script, exuding an air of something unsaid. Speak your mind. Meng Hong approached him and gently patted his shoulder. If you have any concerns, your grandfather will do his utmost to assist you. Really? Zulong looked up in surprise. Anything is possible. Indeed, anything. Then I want a female phoenix, a female Qilin, and also a golden crow, as mentioned in the script. As for the fox, since you like it so much, I shall forego it. Also, I desire 3,000 of those little clay figures made by Nuwa, the ones that are said to move in the future. Is that too much to ask? Meng Hong gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his anger as he inquired, what do you intend to do with so many beings? What else could I do? Of course, Bang. Before Zulong could finish his sentence, Meng Hong swiftly struck his forehead. Is this why you are shedding tears? I thought you had a pang of conscience, feeling for your dragon offspring. It turns out you are merely thinking of your younger brother. Did you not say that I could have whatever I wished for? The ancestor dragon rubbed his head in confusion, utterly unaware of what he had done wrong. Damn it! Meng Hong shouted at him again. Do you think this is an all-you-can-eat buffet? You order and I serve. Why not order the way of heaven? So I can transform him into a girl? Chapter 62. The frantic Monkey King. As soon as Meng Hong uttered these words, inspiration surged within him. The way of heaven merely stated to create a being, then sent an overwhelming amount of data whose significance was yet unknown to him. Once the permissions were unlocked and he accepted the data, He could easily use the excuse of data corruption to change the being's gender to female. Ideally, a little girl. So he could freely mold her, no, her face. Wouldn't that be a delightful way to exact revenge while indulging in pleasure? The ancestor dragon bowed his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He muttered to himself, resembling a petulant child who did not understand the situation. You were the one who said it. How can you go back on your word? He sighed in resignation. Meng Hong regained his composure, reflecting on the nature of dragons, and could only helplessly say, you should focus on performing well. When the time comes, I will arrange a blind date for you, regardless of a race. If the other party agrees, I will consent. But if they refuse, you cannot force any other being. Do you understand? Really? The ancestor dragon jumped up in excitement, his face devoid of any expression other than joy. Meng Hong shook his head and turned to Yuan Feng beside him. Little Yuan, was this how Azu was in his previous life? Yuan Feng, with a lingering melancholy, closed the script and mused. Do you think the last battle between the dragon and Phoenix unfolded for no reason? Meng Hong, with a puzzled expression, pondered, is it true that this calamity, which led to the disappearance of 9/10 of the living beings in the vast wilderness, initially sparked merely because this creature, guided by its baser instincts, transcended the boundaries of its race? After the passage of half an hour, once the fervor of the ancestral dragon had subsided and he had fully memorized the script, Meng Hong, the director, officially declared that the first scene of the Dragon Phoenix calamity would commence at dawn tomorrow, coinciding with the first rise of the moon. As for the remainder of the evening, it was naturally imperative for the three beasts to gather their respective tribes. Otherwise, what purpose would the performance serve if it were to be presented to an empty audience? Upon the conclusion of the first scene, Meng Hong also intended to commence the construction of his cave dwelling. With the laborers' younger brothers already present, it would be splendid to assemble another batch to help transport bricks. The three beasts departed from the pinnacle of Mount Buzhou, each accompanied by one of the Sanqing to assist them. To prevent games of poker and mahjong from delaying these three who were on the verge of breaking through to the Great Luo, Meng Hong exerted considerable effort. Otherwise, relying solely on the labor of a solitary Great Luo golden immortal like Luo Hu, flitting back and forth with materials, would likely lead to a swift demise. As for the others, they were all preoccupied with unfinished tasks, leaving only Meng Hong, cradling the essence of the nine-tailed fox, to gaze pensively at the monkey sprawled on the ground. Daji, Meng Hong inquired, stroking the fur of the nine-tailed fox. I did not strike too harshly earlier, did I? Why is this fellow yet to awaken? The nine-tailed fox remained silent, merely adjusting to a more comfortable position as she savored the massage provided by Meng Hong. Hey, speak up. Meng Hong poked the fox's head out of boredom. You little shrimp. If you want me to talk, why don't you return my voice package? The nine-tailed fox rolled her eyes, daring only to curse inwardly, not even daring to utter a word in fox language. Heaven knows whether this pervert would install the Fox Clan's voice package for himself. Never mind, asking would be futile. Meng Hong turned to the group of people at work. Hey, who knows how to chant the tightening spell? Just toss me a voice package. No sooner had he posed the question than he realized it was a fruitless inquiry. Currently, only Luo Hu, Qiyu Luya, and Ming he were the ones who had traversed realms. Setting aside the last one for the moment, the other four had no connection to Buddhism. How could they possibly know the tightening spell? Yi Hongyun, after shaping the 2,897th clay figure, turned towards Meng Hong. If you want to wake him up, why not let Sister Hua give it a try? I remember that the great sage sprang forth from the colorful stones. Sister Hua? Meng Hong was taken aback, finally recalling the identity of the Monkey King. The monkey that burst forth from the colorful stones used by Nuwa to mend the heavens. Although he was without parents, if one were to be precise, he could be considered half a son of Nuwa. This individual, in his previous life, engaged in pursuits of such a trivial nature that he could never hope to encounter beings of the exalted stature of Enwa. How else could he have been so thoroughly chastised by that fool with the absurd head, unable to find a reliable ally? It seems an opportune moment to test whether I might trigger a work task. Even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance. Acquiring an additional ginseng fruit would only serve to enrich my future treasury. Nuwa, come here for a moment. Certainly, master. I shall join you once I finish this. With deft fingers, Nuwa meticulously shaped the clay figure before slowly approaching Meng Hong. Master, is there something you require? See if you can awaken this fellow, he instructed. Awaken him? Nuwa gazed down at the Monkey King, her expression tinged with curiosity. I shall give a try. Ding. Task issued. Ryukong. It is time to rise and dine. Reward. 1 golden fillet, 1 tightening spell. Wolker. Nuwa. Goodness. Even the tightening spell can be obtained. Is it possible that this system operates on voice commands? Must one shout their desired rewards for them to materialize? As it costs nothing. I shall give it a go next time. Nuwa crouched down and gently nudged the Monkey King's head. Hey, wake up. In response, the Monkey King merely turned over, grumbling, Beiji, stop disturbing me. Beiji again? Could it be that this Monkey King has developed an affection for Tianpeng? What nonsense is this, Beiji? Nuwa, unfamiliar with the significance of those words, felt no anger. Otherwise, she might have flung a handful of yellow clay at his face. Get up. My master is calling for you. Master. The mere utterance of these 2 syllables seemed to trigger something within the Monkey King, causing him to leap up abruptly. Master. Where are you, master? The Monkey King scanned his surroundings, yet he did not spot a single bald head. Memories gradually surfaced in his mind, and he extricated himself from the realm of dreams, turning to gaze at Meng Hong. The Monkey King bellowed in anger, reaching behind him for his golden staff. Yet his hand met only air. Ultimately, he brought his hands together, pointing at Meng Hong. What sort of demon are you? Where have you concealed my master? And my golden staff? Return them at once, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, ding. Task complete. Rewards being distributed. Please wait. What is going on? Meng Hong slapped his forehead, utterly unconcerned by the Monkey King's threats, but rather perplexed by his current state. If he had indeed traversed from the journey for scriptures, then the true scriptures from that dimension would undoubtedly be irretrievable, and the timeline would consequently alter. Yet, if he arrived after having obtained the scriptures, why did he awaken as the Monkey King in the midst of the journey rather than as the already enlightened, victorious fighting Buddha? Could it be, suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Meng Hong as he recalled an event that transpired during the journey for scriptures, leading to an epiphany. Chapter 63. Ryukong is not the great sage. The 46th trial among the 81 trials. The indistinguishable monkey. At that time, the Monkey King encountered the counterfeit 6-eared macaque, and neither Tangxing nor Yama could discern who the true son Ryukong was. However, the steed of Dezong, known as Di Ting, recognized the impostor, yet dared not speak. Thus, the 2 monkeys caused a commotion at the Great Thunder Monastery, seeking the now Buddha, Jing, to determine the genuine son Ryukong. This very confrontation led to the demise of the 6-eared macaque within the confines of the Golden Drum. Yet, what if it had been son Ryukong who perished instead? After all, if neither could be identified, what difference would it make who assumed the role of son Ryukong? And what of the silent Di Ting? Who knows if he had uncovered some nefarious scheme, thereby choosing to withhold the truth? This conjecture was something Meng Hong had heard in a previous life, but now, given son Ryukong's current state after his journey, such a hypothesis does not seem implausible. After all, the Monkey King, post the 46 trials, was no longer the same. Yet, this remains mere speculation, requiring verification from son Ryukong himself. Meng Hong raised his hand, exerting the authority of a sage to command son Ryukong's attention. Leaning closer to inquire, Son Ryukong, I pose to you a question, and you must answer truthfully. Before arriving here, were you not just at the Great Thunder Monastery, seeking Jian to validate your identity? Son Ryukong was momentarily taken aback, as if recollecting something, and suddenly exclaimed, Indeed, what about that impostor? Did the Buddha recognize him? No. Where am I? Buddha? Jian? He is not yet a Buddha. It is Jian indeed. I am. Suddenly, the Monkey King began to babble incoherently, and in an instant, he covered his head and let out a piercing scream. A group of onlookers, who had been idly watching, rushed over as if eager to witness the spectacle. What are you staring at? Meng Hong turned to the group of workers neglecting their duties. Get back to work. You should take a cue from Xiao Hong. Just moments ago, when the ground trembled, he was still diligently practicing. And look at you all. Do you still wish to receive your year-end bonuses? Reluctantly, the onlookers turned away and returned to their tasks, resuming their work. What is happening? What on earth is going on? The Monkey King muttered to himself, his fiery eyes devoid of their usual sparkle, fixated blankly on the ground. Hold on. Meng Hong refocused on the Monkey King. First, clear your mind. I will handle the rest. To be honest, if the Monkey King were not causing a ruckus, Meng Hong would genuinely want to assist him in rediscovering himself, as he had been a cherished idol throughout his childhood. Clear my mind? The Monkey King paused for a moment, then nodded. I understand. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly removed his own head. A scene reminiscent of a horror film unfolded, startling Yi Hongyun, who immediately darted behind Meng Hong. Meng Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he asked, What are you doing? I am clearing my mind, the Monkey King replied. As the Monkey King spoke, he shook his head vigorously, dislodging several small pebbles in the process. Meng Hong was utterly speechless. Just because one possesses the ability to transform 72 times does not mean one can intimidate others at will. While others empty their minds through meditation, he resorts to manual methods. Suffering from cerebral stones, a mere shake, and he is cured. Quite impressive, isn't it? In order to maintain his composed demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. He merely observed this peculiar individual as he attempted to clear his mind. Once the Monkey King had reassembled his thoughts, Meng Hong slowly inquired, How do you feel now? Not at all better, the Monkey King replied candidly, pointing to his head. It's still a mess up here. Then it seems there is but one solution. Yi Hongyun peered curiously from behind him, asking, What solution? Meng Hong turned to regard her charming face, contemplating deeply. This solution is not yet fully developed. Allow me to ponder it further. All right. Observing Yi Hongyun's admiring gaze, Meng Hong silently accessed the system interface, contemplating system. Please provide me with solutions to the Monkey King's predicament. What other options are there? Should I inform Hongyun that the monkey head mushroom can cure his ailment? But alas, such fungi do not exist in this realm. Clearly, seeking assistance from the system is the most convenient and efficient approach. Ding. Master, this is cheating. What now? Unconvinced? Do you dare me to head upstairs and uninstall you right now? 3 solutions have been identified. Please take note. Now that's more like it. Meng Hong present. And then 3 notification boxes appeared before him. The first solution, locate the guide. According to Sun Wukong's description, the guide should be the last being he encountered. As the guide is a traveler between realms, finding him would provide a general understanding of the issue and potentially lead to its resolution. The second solution, seek the Rainbow Stone. My dear, have you ever heard of the concept of rebirth? Nuwa Rainbow Stone Sun Wukong, a brand new Sun Wukong. The third solution, when in doubt, consult the Tao of Heaven. The Tao of Heaven contains the essence of all beings, yet it is currently facing unknown disturbances, resulting in data corruption. The third solution, search for the monkey head mushroom. What nonsense about the monkey head mushroom? Meng Hong Ned. It seemed the Tao of Heaven was concealing matters from him. He decided to set this issue aside for now and focus on resolving Sun Wukong's predicament first. As for which solution to choose, it was naturally the first one. After all, Meng Hong intended to seek the guide, thus addressing 2 matters at once. He refocused his attention on the recently cleared-minded Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, do you recall where you last left the guide? The guide? Sun Wukong retorted. Are you referring to that fool who resembles the Buddha but lacks a crown and spends his days napping and mumbling in his sleep? Meng Hong began to doubt whether this fellow was merely pretending. All the conditions matched. So where could he be? I have concealed it. Nonsense. I am inquiring about where you have hidden it. Beneath a mountain. Well, that is not too difficult to envision. Meng Hong continued to ask. Do you remember which mountain it is? Take me to find it. Which mountain? Sun Wukong paused for a moment, silently inserting a finger into his mouth. It seems I have forgotten. If you have forgotten, then so be it. Why must you add sound effects? Are you afraid I might not notice your concealed glee? Meng Hong found himself utterly at a loss when it came to the mentally ill. However, now that he knew it was buried beneath a mountain, The search area had already been significantly narrowed. Meng Hong expanded his consciousness, instantly enveloping the entire primordial continent, focusing on the base of every mountain. As soon as he detected the aura of the guiding entity, that location would undoubtedly be the one. He found it. Only 5 breaths had passed when Meng Hong pinpointed the location of the guide. Chapter 64. Ever since that day when he stumbled upon me in the Bodhisattva Guanyin, it was inconsequential not to look, but upon seeing, one would be taken aback. It turned out that the guide was trapped beneath Mount Sumeru. At that time, Meng Hong had merely conducted a cursory sweep in search of the lotus stem and had completely overlooked the guide buried beneath the mountain. However, it was fortunate to have found it now. Meng Hong turned to Yi Hongyun behind him. Hongyun, shall we take another trip to Mount Sumeru? Certainly, Yi Hongyun readily agreed, but then lowered her head and said, perhaps it's best to reconsider. The clay figurines were still unfinished. It wouldn't be fair to leave Sister Nuwa alone to complete them, would it? By the way, Meng Hong turned to Nuwa. How many more clay figurines do we need? About 100, she replied. Then allow me to assist you, Meng Hong declared, eager to lend a hand. After all, he had already experimented with this task. Even if he contributed, the system would still credit the laborers for the work completed. No, please don't. Upon hearing this, both Yi Hongyun and Nuwa simultaneously halted him, their expressions more fearful than when they first encountered son Wukong washing his hair. Master, Nuwa hurriedly stepped forward, taking Yi Hongyun's hand and placing it into Meng Hong's palm. You and Hongyun may leave. I will take care of those 100 clay figurines. It's no trouble at all. It's what a disciple should do. Huh? Meng Hong tilted his head, sensing that something was amiss. It seemed as though they were dismissing him. Are you dissatisfied with my skills? Not at all. Yi Hongyun blushed again, hastily replying, that is not what we meant. It's just. She hesitated for a long while, ultimately unable to articulate her thoughts, and finally conceded. All right, the truth is, your clay figurines are indeed rather unappealing. Yi Hongyun lowered her head, unable to meet Meng Hong's gaze. For the sake of humanity's future average beauty, perhaps you should refrain from disturbing our ancestors? All right, Meng Hong replied. Yi Hongyun raised her head, looking at him in confusion. Aren't you angry? Of course not. Meng Hong chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. It would only anger me if you were deceitful. But since you speak the truth, how could I possibly be upset? As long as you're not angry, that's good. Yi Hongyun said with a faint smile. Though she spoke lightly, Meng Hong had already resolved within himself. No matter what, he must master the art of clay figurine making before gathering all the treasures of creation. At the very least, he should participate in some capacity. Then let us set off at once, striving to return before dawn to commence the first act. After Meng Hong spoke, he instantaneously transported Yi Hongyun and son Wukong to the foot of Mount Shumi. Following the trace of the guiding aura, he led the two directly to the southwestern side of the mountain. Here, one could observe an array of unknown dark purple fruits, alongside a myriad of nameless flora exuding a potent magical essence. During his previous visit in search of the lotus stem, such strange plants had not been present. However, upon this visit, it was evident that these botanical wonders had proliferated, likely due to the influence of dark magic. As soon as they arrived, a soft snoring sound wafted into their ears. Meng Hong followed the sound through the thicket and discovered a certain bald Buddha lying prostrate at the base of the mountain. The guide, upon sighting this figure with a radiant bald head, son Wukong was instantly incensed and lunged forward, intent on biting him. Fortunately, Meng Hong's quick reflexes allowed him to restrain the monkey in time. Do not act rashly. If you kill him now, your affliction shall remain incurable. Kill him. Kill. Son Wukong had barely uttered the fourth word when Meng Hong swiftly placed the newly formed golden circlet upon his head. What does it mean to be tailored to fit? This is what it means. Once the circlet settled onto the monkey's head, he became utterly still, akin to a cat grasped by the nape of its neck. Motionless and subdued. How do you feel? Meng Hong inquirait de Candeli, ligne cruiser. Upon hearing Meng Hong's voice, son Wukong turned suddenly, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, and burst into tears. Master, disciple has met a most tragic fate. Oh, how lamentable! Meng Hong, with a look of disdain, stepped back, unwilling to acknowledge this disciple. Who is that bald-headed master of yours? Look closely, I have hair. I'm not a bald man, am I? Master, master, master. The Monkey King, in a frenzy, leapt toward him, utterly disregarding his words. Seeing that this tactic proved ineffective, Meng Hong had no choice but to employ his sage powers once more, confining him to his original spot. Only when the Monkey King finally settled down did Meng Hong breathe a sigh of relief. As for the accompanying tightening spell of the golden hoop, he dared not utter such incantation. The monkey was already quite mad. What would happen if he unleashed a tightening spell? Phew! Meng Hong exhaled, turning his gaze to the still, slumbering Jian. This old fellow can still sleep soundly. Could he possibly have some kinship with that Tianpeng, to be able to sleep so deeply? As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, forcibly rousing Jian from his slumber. Jian, stretching his hand that was outside in a lazy manner, sleepily regarded Meng Hong. Hey, why are you in my dream again? Are you seeking something? Wealth? Love? Since you have a connection with the Buddha, I shall grant you a small favor. Well, yet another one who is utterly bewildered. Meng Hong casually lifted him from Mount Suru, shaking him slightly to rid him of the dust. Tell me, do you know where this place is? Ah, the Summer Mountain. The moment of instinctive response from the guide was soon overshadowed by a sense of unease. Wait, why do these demonic herbs and flowers still exist? Haven tea, they've been extinct since the Primordial era? Quite a feat indeed. Now, ruminate with your clever little mind and ponder why these demonic flora from the Primordial age have manifested here. Gradually, the guide's brow furrowed, and he began to mutter incantations, as if reciting sacred verses. Upon completing the chant, he turned his gaze back to Meng Hong. This time, his eyes reflected nothing of the previous disdain, but rather an overwhelming astonishment. Who are you? A pertinent inquiry. However, my identity is of little consequence. What truly matters now is, Meng Hong spoke while spinning him around, bringing him face to face with the Monkey King. Do you recognize him? The guide furrowed his brow, instinctively inhaling deeply, muttering, why is he still alive? The moment those words escaped his lips, Meng Hong sensed there was something amiss. Perhaps those imaginative netizens from a past life had indeed unraveled the truth. The thrill of gradually unveiling historical enigmas was exhilarating. Yet regrettably, there were no chips and cola to accompany this revelation. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly indulge while watching. So, let's speak of it. Meng Hong casually tossed the guide before the Monkey King, imposing a constraint upon him, while simultaneously lifting the gag from the Monkey King's mouth. Guide, why do you believe son Wukong should not be alive? This tale begins with the day he stumbled upon me and Bodhisattva Guanyin engaged in a rather delicate discussion. Meng Hong exclaimed, what on earth have I just encountered? A monumental revelation. Chapter 65, The Land of Freedom. What exactly is that something? Ye Hongjun and Luohou. This matter might be somewhat inappropriate for children, Meng Hong cautioned, concerned that the girl's mind might be overwhelmed. Perhaps you should excuse yourself, Hongjun. Inappropriate for children? Jian, tilting his head in curiosity, asked. What about discussing Buddhist scriptures is unsuitable for the young? Discussing Buddhist scriptures? Meng Hong turned to him, incredulous. So you intend to harm the monkey for merely overhearing your discourse on the sutras? Have you lost your mind? Not at all, Jian shrugged, bringing his hands together in reverence, bowing his head with closed eyes. My conversation with Guanyin pertains to matters of the people's welfare, even the Western paradise, where demons roam freely. How can the Tang dynasty dare to revel in peace and prosperity? I conferred with Guanyin on the essence of freedom, to inscribe it as true scripture, enabling Jian Chanzi to retrieve it for the Tang, so that the Li family scion may truly comprehend it, thus granting the Tang populace a realm of liberty. When son Wukong encountered misfortune and sought assistance, he fortuitously overheard my discussion with Guanyin. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he even contemplated withdrawing from the pilgrimage. Such behavior, how could one expect to attain Buddhahood? Meng Hong listened, utterly bewildered. Is it not the case that such matters are shrouded in utmost secrecy? Why did this guy, Jian, reveal everything so effortlessly? Is it true that monks do not speak falsehoods? If there is something to be said, then say it. If not, should one merely await their journey to the afterlife after listening? Such straightforwardness is quite astonishing. To ensure that Jian was not jesting, Meng Hong deliberately sought confirmation. Is it truly for this reason? Isn't that insufficient? Jian looked at him with curiosity. This monkey, despite being a being of innate origins, insists on seeking justice for those born of later generations. Isn't this a case of lacking the cultivation of innate beings while still meddling in the affairs of others? Is this directed at me? It must be. Meng Hong furrowed his brow, but before he could respond, Jian continued. Esteemed and unknown sage, I did not imply that you are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. What I meant is that all beings of innate origins tend to interfere, and that certainly includes you. Meng Hong rolled his eyes. I think I understand why you have so many bumps on your head from your past life. If it was caused by Xiao Hong, it must have been due to your 3 senior brothers beating you up. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly cast a silent spell on Jian. If this fellow continued, Meng Hong feared he might be unable to restrain himself from delivering a sound thrashing. Whether he would leave him with any breath left afterward was uncertain. Little Sunday Meng Hong then lifted the ban on the Monkey King and approached him, asking, "Did you hear everything he said clearly?" "I heard it all." With gritted teeth, the Monkey King squeezed out 4 words from his monkey jaws. He turned to look at the not-so-distant Jian, his fists tightly clenched and his body bristling with tension, as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. "I say, little son." Meng Hong refrained from employing any restraints and stepped forward, placing a hand on the Monkey King's shoulder. As a monkey, one must not be overly impulsive. Such recklessness can lead to the loss of many invaluable things. Just like when you initially stole the peaches of immortality. You managed to capture the 7 fairies, yet turned your back to pilfer the peaches. Reflecting upon it now, do you not realize what you overlooked? Master, you are indeed correct. The Monkey King relaxed his fists, his fur gradually settling back. I should have bound that old Jade Emperor's 7 daughters and compelled him to trade the throne for their freedom. Meng Hong? Such a brazenly straightforward statement reveals that you have indeed achieved the pinnacle of the monkey staff's unity. However, considering he still mistakes me for his master, it seems his mind has yet to fully recover. Never mind, for I already have a companion with a split personality and another with extreme obsessive tendencies. An additional intermittently forgetful monkey with a penchant for mischief is hardly a concern. After all, he doesn't tea-bite. Well then, the sun is soon to rise. Let's return. Upon finishing his words, Meng Hong transported the trio back to the summit of Mount Buzhou in an instant. As they landed, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Work. The auspicious aura rises from the east, and I have molded 3,000 figures. Do not think you can escape my gaze. The plan to cultivate the gambling god has been completed, and rewards are currently being distributed. Before Meng Hong could react, the presence of a newly ascended Luo Jian enveloped the entire peak of Buzhou Mountain. Hongjun has officially ascended to the Luo Jian. Unlike those who rely on elixirs, he has achieved this realm solely through his own merits. If a battle were to ensue, aside from Luo Hu, it is likely that no other Luo could withstand 10 moves under his hand. Father, after his breakthrough, Hongjun's first act was to soar into the air and respectfully bow before Meng Hong. Thank you, Father, for your cultivation. Your son has successfully broken through to the Luo. Well done. Meng Hong praised him and gently ruffled his hair. You are the first among my children to achieve the Luo on your own. I ought to reward you, but what should I give? The primordial purple chi? This substance Hongjun will eventually be able to condense himself. It would be better to take this opportunity to bestow upon him the Creation Jade Plate. However, I cannot give it all. I shall portion out a small part and offer it to him, while reserving some as a year-end bonus. As Meng Hong contemplated, he casually retrieved the Creation Jade Plate from the system's repository. At that moment, the first ray of morning sunlight broke through the eastern horizon, illuminating the Jade Plate and casting countless indistinct patterns in the sky. All beings residing on the Honghuang continent looked up, gazing at the nebulous designs overhead. As if they had grasped some opportunity, yet remained unable to fully comprehend the meaning behind these patterns. Beside Yuan Feng, Qilin abruptly halted his flight through the air, lifting his gaze toward the celestial patterns above. It's here. At last it has arrived. He murmured incantations under his breath, continuously scanning the intricate designs in the sky, regardless of their meaning, fervently absorbing them into his mind. Yuan Feng remained silent, quietly engaging in the same endeavor as Qilin. In the distance, as the ancestor dragon made its way toward the summit of Mount Buzhou, it paused, turning to Taishang beside it. Brother Taishang, what are those phenomena in the sky? After a moment of contemplation, Taishang replied, I am uncertain, but they appear profoundly enigmatic. Perhaps we should sit and ponder their significance for a while. Agreed. Concealed within the void, the Taoist Yang Mei emerged purposefully, observing the celestial patterns overhead. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. The true patterns of the great Tao. In this lifetime, I shall not allow you to elude me again. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang, who was grooming a small, peculiar creature, shivered in anticipation. Glancing skyward before the first rays of sunlight broke through, he gently patted the creature's head. Rise now, for the true patterns are about to manifest. Every detail you remember will contribute to your destiny. If you manage to retain even a fraction, you may surpass your grandfather, the first Qilin, in future accomplishments. Chirp! The creature, growing impatient, lifted its head just in time to witness the fleeting emergence of the true patterns of the great Tao. Chapter 66. The infant and the ginseng fruit, all beings in the primordial world, were engulfed in a frenzy over the emergence of the true patterns of the great Tao, including those toiling atop the unyielding mountain. Yet, amidst the chaos, only Pangu remained unfazed. He opened his weary eyes, cast a cursory glance at the celestial patterns overhead, yawned, and succumbed back to slumber. Were these not the very patterns he had dreamt of in times past? What was so remarkable about them? The great Tao existed prior to the heavenly Tao, a supreme law that predated the genesis of chaos itself. The true patterns of the great Tao were manifestations of these laws, totaling 3,000, perfectly mirroring the 3,000 demonic deities of the chaotic epic. Each true pattern represented a path to sanctification. Should any innate being grasp even one of these principles, attaining sanctity would be a trivial pursuit. As all beings gazed greedily upon the 3,000 laws of the great Tao, a soft crack echoed from the peak of the unyielding mountain. With a decisive motion, Meng Hong forcefully split the creation jade disc in two. A tremor coursed through the hearts of those who were contemplating the true patterns of the great Tao, as if a piece of their essence had suddenly been hollowed out, leaving them unaware of what exactly was amiss. The patterns in the sky grew increasingly indistinct, with some even colliding and intertwining chaotically. The once enlightened Hongjun was jolted awake, staring in disbelief at Meng Hong. What are you doing? The overwhelming force of the event rendered him oblivious to Meng Hong's identity, compelling him to voice his inquiry directly. Meng Hong allowed a light scoff, nonchalantly raising the two creation jade discs in his hands to compare their sizes. He then handed the smaller disc to Hongjun, explaining matter-of-factly, Am I not rewarding you? Here, take the creation jade disc. Hongjun, flabbergasted, exclaimed, If you intend to reward me, why break a disc in half? Are you trying to deprive me of sustenance? Or perhaps encourage me to take drastic measures? If it's meant for such purposes, at least grant me the larger portion. Dividing it this way is hardly fair. Even a 5-nut mooncake would be distributed more generously. Though he inwardly grumbled, Hongjun still bowed respectfully, accepting the smaller creation jade disc with both hands. Thank you, Father, for your generous gift. I am deeply appreciative. Ah, it is good to be grateful, Meng Hong replied, patting his shoulder in encouragement. Keep up the effort. You are the one I have high hopes for. You shall undoubtedly become the first saint of the heavenly Tao among my children. The saint of the heavenly Tao? Hongjun paused, glancing at Pangu, who lay sleeping atop the mountain. But that little brother Pangu is a saint of the great Tao. We are not even in the same league, Meng Hong casually remarked as he led Yuan and the monkey, still immersed in the true patterns of the great Tao. to the summit of Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, Jian, having been placed under a restriction, had succumbed to slumber, undisturbed even by the commotion of the true patterns of the great Tao. Master. Upon landing, the young Nuwa approached with eyes full of admiration, addressing Meng Hong. Master, I have crafted 3,000 little clay figures. Please take a look at my reward. Meng Hong, under Nuwa's eager gaze, retrieved a large piece of creation jade plate and then took out a ginseng fruit from the treasure vault. Here, take this and enjoy. How adorable, Nuwa exclaimed, hurriedly accepting the ginseng fruit. She examined the fruit resembling an infant, her fingers caressing it lovingly. Isn't this simply too cute? Master, what kind of fruit is this? Why is it so delightful? This is a ginseng fruit, Meng Hong replied, and suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Although Nuwa had shaped the figures into a perfect balance of male and female, none of them resembled infants. If humanity were to reproduce on its own, they must first possess their initial state, that is, the infant state. If he did not mention it, Nuwa would eventually discover this fact herself. Seeing her fondness for the ginseng fruit, he pondered whether, when it came time to establish the infant form, she would model it after the ginseng fruit. Thus, future infants would be born resembling it. In other words, it was not that the ginseng fruit resembled human infants, but rather that the appearance of human infants was inspired by the ginseng fruit. This elucidated why the fruit, formed from the roots of the chaos Qilin, bore the likeness of newborn beings. At this moment, Meng Hong suddenly shivered, a wave of goosebumps enveloping him. It felt as if an unseen hand was quietly orchestrating events behind the scenes. His master, Nuwa, spoke up, her gaze filled with concern. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, Meng Hong replied, retrieving 4 of the ginseng fruits he had earned from his labor and presenting them to Nuwa once more. If you like them, I can give you more. Nuwa accepted the fruits with both hands, her head lowered in modesty. Thank you, master. You can express your gratitude by molding a few more clay figurines, Meng Hong casually suggested, only to hear the system emit a notification once again. Ding! All employees have completed their clock-in for the second day, achieving a 100 attendance rate. The continuous clock-in reward has been activated. Options for the continuous clock-in reward: cultivation, treasures, technique. Please choose one as the continuous clock-in reward. The system will distribute rewards based on the number of consecutive clock-ins. Techniques. Meng Hong decided after a brief contemplation. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, treasures were abundant, yet techniques were in dire need. Many beings relied solely on their innate abilities to fight, lacking any concept of techniques. Only those who had traversed from other realms possessed a mature and comprehensive set of techniques. Yet that was still insufficient. Ding! Techniques have been confirmed. The next round of continuous clock-in rewards is set for tomorrow. Should this be announced to all subsystem holders? Announce it. This situation presents an opportunity, and to remain silent would be sheer folly. After Meng Hong successfully established the continuous clock-in system, he turned to see the 3 small beasts hurrying towards him. It seemed they had also completed the task of gathering their kin, patiently awaiting the director's cue to commence filming. Xiaowong, Meng Hong called to the recently ascended Luo Jian, please go and greet them. Yes, father, Hongjun replied, momentarily diverting his gaze from the creation jade plate in his hands before soaring down from Mount Buzhou. Before long, he returned with the 3 pure ones and the 3 beasts to the summit of Mount Buzhou. Father, I have returned. Meng Hong acknowledged succinctly, indicating his awareness. Then turned to the trio of beasts. How did your task fare? The beginning Qilin and the ancestral dragon remained silent, but Yuan Feng stepped forward. Master, we have encountered some issues here. Chapter 67. The power acquired through theft is ultimately not one's own. Issues that could be subdued by force are hardly problematic. Meng Hong remarked casually, yet a frown creased his brow. Given the strength of the 6 of you, there should be no challenges throughout the entirety of Hongjun. Have you encountered the black cloak once more? Do they dare to emerge again? Indeed, they do dare. Yuan Feng offered an awkward smile, unfurling her wings to reveal a scene from her memory before Meng Hong. Master, perhaps it would be best if you witnessed it for yourself. A thin veil of clouds ascended before my eyes, and within the scene, alongside Yuqing, stood an exceedingly familiar figure, Yang Jian. He truly dared to appear. Young Jian? Yuqing's voice emerged from the misty clouds. Possessing the memories of his past life, he naturally recognized this young man. Throughout the tumultuous tribulations of the Fengshen, apart from Jiang Zia, only he and Neza had managed to shine brightly, making them unforgettable. Yang Jian knelt on one knee, bowing his head and clasping his fists. Disciple Yang Jian pays respects to the Grandmaster. Ah, rise, Yuqing responded casually. Since Jiang Zia was his disciple, it followed that Yang Jian was indeed his grand disciple. Now that you are here, accompany me to meet the Holy One. If you apply yourself diligently, perhaps you may advance further still. Forgive me, Grandmaster, but I did not come for that reason. Yang Jian raised his head, his 3 piercing eyes fixed intently on Yuqing. Grandmaster, I have come to stop you. As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling both Yuqing and Yuan Feng away. Meng Hong's pupils dilated in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. This man and Phoenix were both nearly at the threshold of the Luo realm. Equipped with the battle experience of their previous life and their innate techniques, yet they found themselves unable to retaliate against Yang Jian. Could it be? Indeed, Yuqing sighed ruefully from the side. My grand disciple has already approached the quasi-saint realm. Quasi-saint? Upon hearing Yuqing's confirmation, Meng Hong could not help but furrow his brow. Although there remains a significant gap between the quasi-saint and the true saint realms, such a level of power is effortlessly capable of dealing with a great Luo golden immortal, akin to slaughtering a chicken or a dog. In the primordial era, when all the saints were still great Luo, the ability to transcend to quasi-saint was no ordinary talent. Master, you should continue to observe, Yuan Feng remarked with a faint smile. This is not the crux of the matter. Meng Hong began to weigh the implications in his mind. If he were to eliminate Yang Jian, could Nuwa be persuaded to create a 3-eyed being to nurture? This posed an intriguing dilemma. After all, if the current trend persists, Yang Jian could potentially replace Hongjun as the first heavenly Dao saint. Should that come to pass, the day Yang Jian attains sainthood would herald the obliteration of the heavens and the earth. Master Ancestor, Yang Jian's voice echoed once more from the thin clouds. Yet his figure was no longer visible. Senior Yuan Feng, I have come merely to request that you convey a message to that fellow. The power that is pilfered ultimately does not belong to oneself. As soon as the words left his lips, the wispy clouds dissipated before Meng Hong's eyes, leaving his expression exceedingly grim. Pilfered. The mere fact that he could utter such a term indicated that this individual was privy to significant knowledge. Master, Yuan Feng leaned forward. Curiosity piqued. What does he mean by pilfered? What you should not know, do not inquire, Meng Hong replied dismissively before questioning. What happened next? Did he prevent you from uniting the tribe? No, he did not. Yuqing replied from the side. After uttering this phrase, he left. Hence we did not seek assistance in the chat group. Now, the tribe has been fully gathered, the main force has arrived, and the last contingent is already on its way. There is no need to wait. Meng Hong raised his hand, pointing towards the dawn. Azu Xiao Yuan, it is your turn to perform now. Upon hearing this, Zulong's face fell, and with a hint of lament, he drifted over to Meng Hong. Grandfather, since it is merely a performance, why not find someone else to transform into my likeness for the act? I truly cannot memorize the lines. Memorizing the lines is quite manageable. Meng Hong opened the system, placing Taishang and Zulong into a new chat group. Taishang, if Azu forgets his lines, you shall remind him in this group, understood? Certainly, grandfather. Ding. Task published. Sanqing brand teleprompter. Wage reward. A complete set of professional filming tools. Viku. Daiking. What I need this for? Do you truly wish for me to change careers and become a director? Meng Hong scratched his head and then turned to Zulong. Azu, if there are any other concerns, voice them all at once. Grandfather shall resolve them for you. No, there are none. If there are none, then let us proceed, Meng Hong declared, casually pulling out 2 ginseng fruits. Once this task is completed, Grandfather will reward you with bonuses. The ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix responded in unison, subsequently soaring towards the sun that was gradually ascending in the eastern sky. Ding! A task has been issued. The prologue of the Dragon and Phoenix Cataclysm. Reward: 9 Chaos Spirit Jades. Workers: Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix. Chaos Spirit Jade? Yet another unfamiliar entity. Meng Hong merely cast a glance before raising his gaze to the 2 diminutive black dots in front of the sun, faintly hearing some indistinct sounds. Surely, these two do not intend to resolve their discord with such a minuscule form and a voice barely louder than a mosquito. This is utterly unacceptable. You two. Meng Hong opened a private chat interface with the Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix and bellowed, "Are you quarreling or dividing spoils? Even the flies passing by cannot discern your words. Transform back to your original forms at once. Crank your voices up to the maximum. If a single utterance cannot shatter 2 mountains, then shout until it does." The Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix trembled in response. They exchanged glances, sighed in unison, and reluctantly complied with Meng Hong's command, returning to their true forms. Instantly, an apocalyptic aura enveloped the scene. The tribes of the 3 beasts, gathered at the foot of Mount Buzhou, all gazed skyward at the dragon and phoenix. Perhaps their convictions were not deeply rooted, or perhaps they were simply too feeble. Among these tribes, there was not a single time traveler. They understood only that the strong reigned supreme. The Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and the first Qilin were the mightiest among them, revered as kings, earning their respect through sheer willingness. In the present moment, 2 sovereigns confront each other in the sky, with the dragon and bird clans immediately drawing their lines, seemingly on the verge of a fierce conflict at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, the beast clan finds itself awkwardly positioned in between, observing the 2 factions with a sense of discomfort. The voice of the Ancestral Dragon, tinged with an undercurrent of anger, resonates through the air. "Why have you done this?" The Ancestral Dragon tilts his head, his tone imbued with a hint of foolishness. "Huh? What have I done?" Chapter 68. 30,000 quails and 30,000 earthworms. Yuan Feng is taken aback. "My dear brother, your lines are quite off." Yet, the voices of the 2 beasts have already echoed throughout the vast wilderness. In the interest of narrative continuity, he presses on with his inquiry. "You know very well what you have done." Oh. The Ancestral Dragon suddenly understands, swiping his claw forward. In front of all beings possessing subsystems, he brazenly opens the chat interface, reading aloud the messages in the chat group, word for word. "Yuan Feng, this question should be posed to you instead." Goodness. Meng Hong feels a surge of pent-up frustration, a phrase of exasperation teetering on the edge of his lips, unsure whether to voice it. This is not merely a case of forgetting lines. It resembles a deep-seated vendetta, an irreconcilable grudge. Despite being high in the sky, Yuanfeng's face visibly twitches. "Ancestral Dragon, you have slain my kin and consumed the essence of my clan to enhance your own cultivation. Do you truly believe this matter can be easily dismissed?" Upon the utterance of these words, the avian kin surrounding Mount Buzhou were momentarily taken aback. The audacity of the dragon tribe to covet the title of supreme ruler of the wilderness was simply astonishing. How could this be tolerated? "Huh!" The ancestor dragon let out a dry chuckle, as all those possessing subsystems gazed at him anxiously, watching as his dragon claw glided across the screen. Fearful of misreading the lines, "What then shall we say about your consumption of my clan's dragon tendons?" "What?" The Scaled clan was equally stunned. It appeared that these 2 were quarreling over this very matter. Clearly, a confrontation was inevitable. The subordinate factions of the Dragon and Phoenix tribes became increasingly tense, leaving the Beast clan, affiliated with the Qilin, caught in the middle, unsure of how to proceed. With both leaders in a furious dispute, one couldn't help but wonder where our own leader was. At that moment, the Prime Qilin stood beside Meng Hong, gazing up at the 9-tailed white fox nestled in his embrace, wearing a somewhat reluctant expression. Meng Hong, however, was oblivious to the Qilin's demeanor, preoccupied with a troubling thought. This script contains a flaw. The Dragon and Phoenix tribes evidently possess no direct descendants. From whence do they acquire the dragon's liver and Phoenix's gall to consume one another? He had merely glanced over the script previously, not paying much heed to such intricacies. Yet now, it seemed this oversight was rather significant. System, ought you not to provide me with an explanation? Buzz. The script was extracted from the previous cycle, containing some inaccuracies, yet still within the realm of expectation. Within the realm of expectation? Meng Hong frowned. Is this what you deem to be within the realm of expectation? In contemporary times, both the Dragon and Phoenix clans find themselves devoid of offspring. However, the Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix have engaged in a fierce dispute over this matter. How shall the subsequent narrative unfold? According to the principle of quantum entanglement, if the majority of beings in the primordial realm believe that something, which ought to exist from a previous life, should also manifest in this life, then, with the aid of the celestial path, such a phenomenon will indeed materialize from thin air. For instance, with a resounding roar, a dragon's cry reverberates, and under the dawn's early light, a multitude of creatures adorned in scales and crowned with twin horns gracefully ascend. The resplendent golden sunlight, akin to a regal diadem, adorns the horns of each dragon, soaring towards Mount Chao Buzhou. Dragons. Hongjun instantly recognized the emblem of the great heavenly dynasty and pointed toward the east. Meng Hong. Look swiftly. I see it. I see it. Meng Hong murmured, his heart soaring with elation as he gazed at the interface of his system regarding the laborers. The numerical tally of dragon laborers surged from 2 to 30,002, an astonishing increase of 30,000 dragons. Even if these dragons were to refrain from labor, their mere daily check-in within the subsystem would yield an additional 3 million years of cultivation. What sheer terror that entails! Before Meng Hong could fully relish his joy, a sudden cry of a phoenix resonated from the south. He turned his gaze southward, where a brilliant crimson hue soared towards him, with the dragons having emerged. It was inevitable that the Phoenix clan would follow suit. The unexpected occurrence caused both the Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix, suspended in the air, to momentarily pause, turning in unison to behold the approaching clans of dragons and phoenixes. Yuan Feng was well. At least he instantly recognized that these adorable little phoenixes were once his own kin. However, the Ancestral Dragon was taken aback. He abruptly turned around, one of his dragon claws grasping Yuan Feng's wing. Little Yuan, what on earth are those creatures behind me? Why do they resemble me so closely? In his panic, the Ancestral Dragon's voice escalated rather than diminished, echoing throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang and causing the entire realm to hear his dramatic exclamation. The once prepared Lianjia clan was momentarily stunned. Hadn't their leader just been quarreling with Yuan Feng? How had he suddenly become so intimate? Yuan Feng, bewildered by the unfolding events, decided to maintain the narrative flow. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely slapped the Ancestral Dragon across the face. Smack! Before the Ancestral Dragon could comprehend the situation, Yuan Feng hastily proclaimed to the entirety of Honghuang, "From this moment forth, my Phoenix clan shall sever ties with the Dragon clan. Where the Dragon clan exists, there shall be no Phoenix clan. Where the Phoenix clan exists, there shall be no Dragon clan. Let heaven and earth bear witness." Boom! The heavenly Tao unleashed a purple lightning bolt, signifying its acknowledgement of Yuan Feng's vow. The Ancestral Dragon, bewildered by the unexpected slap, was about to articulate his thoughts when he saw Yuan Feng hastily flee towards the group of phoenixes, leaving him alone in the midst of confusion. Not far off, a multitude of creatures that bore an uncanny resemblance to him, yet were entirely unfamiliar, were approaching. What should he do now? At that moment, Meng Hong's voice resonated. "You must seek your kin now. Afterward, I shall have Xiao Pan escort you up." Grandfather! Upon hearing Meng Hong's voice, Azu immediately began to complain. "Xiao Yuan hit me. All right, let us return to the summit of Buzhou Mountain first," Meng Hong replied. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yuan and the 30,000 members of the Phoenix clan appeared before him. Unlike the Yuan Feng, these phoenixes possessed cultivation levels that barely reached the pinnacle of Xianxian. They were utterly unprepared for the oppressive aura emanating from the summit of Buzhou Mountain. As soon as they arrived, the entire flock collapsed onto the ground, resembling a group of quails waiting to be roasted. "Father," Pangu approached, smiling as he leaned closer. The child has fulfilled his duty. The reward may wait. Please bring the dragon clan from the east as well. Meng Hong patted Pangu's head, and, after the Yuanfeng had completed their oath, he assigned Xiao Pan the task of gathering the entire Phoenix clan. All right, Xiao Pan exclaimed before vanishing once more. When he returned, over 30,000 dragons had also appeared on Buzhou Mountain. Much like the phoenixes, these dragons lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise. Meng Hong tossed the Zhuxian sword to Hongjun, saying, "Little Hong, take the Zhuxian sword and have some fun with your brother." Me? Hongjun was taken aback. "Father, I cannot possibly defeat my brother." "Ah, do not worry. I shall suppress my strength by 30%. You only need to poke me with the sword." "Well, if that is the case." Clang. Job posting. Trial compensation. Map of the exalted immortal array worker. Hongjun in the realm of labor. Meng Hong had become increasingly adept at delegating the distribution of rewards to others, thereby triggering another task. Once the two brothers departed, Meng Hong cast his gaze upon the 30,000 quails and 30,000 earthworms sprawled before him. "Do you remember how you came into existence?" Chapter 69. The demands of the Phoenix clan, though the cultivation levels of these dragons and phoenixes were not particularly high. The sheer act of manifesting 60,000 sentient beings in one go was nothing short of astonishing. Meng Hong could scarcely believe that a Tao of heaven, which could not even mold its own corporeal form, could achieve such a feat, unless there were hidden truths that the Tao was concealing from him. Master Yuan Feng approached, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. They are currently unable to articulate their thoughts. "I had forgotten that," Meng Hong replied, identifying the most powerful individual among the dragons and phoenixes, and offered a ginseng fruit. Upon ingesting its essence, the dragon and phoenix immediately ascended to the ninth heaven mystical immortal realm. Though merely at the initial stage, they were now qualified to roam freely upon the summit of Mount Buzhou. As soon as the dragon rose, it promptly bowed before the ancestral dragon, curling its body into a compact form, only its head emerging, lowered in respect. "Ancestral forebear, I am your descendant, Ao Jia, and I pay my respects to you, Ao Jia." Meng Hong paused momentarily, and before the ancestor could respond, he eagerly inquired, "What is your relationship with Ao Bing?" "Albing?" Ao Jia paused momentarily before turning to the enigmatic figure before him. "Respectful elder, Albing is my third brother. Are you acquainted with him?" "I have merely heard of him," Meng Hong replied, a frown creasing his brow. The name Albing may not be widely recognized, yet the unfortunate dragon, stripped of its sinews by Neza, would surely evoke recognition among many. Referring to him as the third brother, and considering the implications of his name, it dawned upon Meng Hong with clarity. Ao Jia must be the eldest son of the Dragon King of the East Sea, a mere supporting character in the grand narrative of the investiture of the gods. Meng Hong's gaze shifted towards the Phoenix clan. Unlike the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix approached a rising phoenix with urgency, lending her wings for support as it steadied itself. "Little Huang, come here." The primordial phoenix beckoned as she guided the phoenix to stand before Meng Hong, her countenance brimming with delight. "This is sacred Lord Meng Hong, who shall henceforth be our master." "Master?" the phoenix retorted, her eyes alight with scorn. "Ah Yuan, what are you saying? How could you deign to recognize such a lowly creature as your master? You are the first phoenix in the world." Before the phoenix could finish her sentence, Meng Hong rolled his eyes and exerted a mere fraction of his saintly pressure upon her. The phoenix, who had only just risen, felt her knees buckle, collapsing to the ground with such force that her beak struck the rocky surface of Mount Buzhou before she had the chance to turn her face away. This is indeed the principal material of the heaven-subduing seal. A phoenix from the realm of the nine heavens has pierced its beak into it, leading to but one inevitable outcome. The beak has cracked. With a resounding clang, the phoenix, referred to as the little phoenix, emitted a cry of anguish. Yuan Feng felt a tremor in her heart and was about to kneel in supplication, but was restrained by a binding set by Meng Hong, which incapacitated all her movements. Meng Hong crouched down, releasing his oppressive aura, and fixed his gaze upon the little phoenix, inquiring, "Now, would you be so kind as to repeat what you just said?" "Say it indeed." The little phoenix, displaying remarkable tenacity, rose and kicked Xiao Yuan, exclaiming, "How could such a lowly creature as you dare to recognize this one as your master? What sheer stroke of fortune has led you here? If you were fortunate enough, why have you not introduced me to this master? Do you intend to keep this honor to yourself?" Yuanfeng. Meng Hong. This phoenix must hail from Sichuan, given its swift change of demeanor. However, acknowledging one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is the hallmark of a good comrade. Meng Hong certainly had no intention of sacrificing this phoenix to the heavens, as such an act would contradict his original intentions. I say, master." Before Meng Hong could utter a word, the little phoenix knelt before him, lifting her head and gazing at him with her big, watery eyes. "Master, surely you wouldn't want such a disgraceful creature as a pet, would you? Just look at me. My feathers are splendid and sleek, far more beautiful than this fellow. Why not take me instead? Such a humiliating creature would only tarnish your reputation if taken out in public." Well, Meng Hong let out a cold snort, instantly perceiving the intentions of the young phoenix. She was resolute in her desire to prevent her husband, the leader of the Phoenix clan, from recognizing anyone else as his master. This was not merely a matter of personal pride for Yuan Feng, but a matter of dignity for the entire Phoenix clan. Yet, if she were to acknowledge Yuan Feng's master, liberating him in the process, it would become a personal issue. Even if it pertained to the Phoenix clan, it would not carry the same degrading weight as Yuan Feng recognizing a master. What a clever strategy of retreating to advance, a substitution of one for another. Perhaps it was best to acquiesce to her wishes. After all, it was merely a title. Whether master or boss mattered little to Meng Hong. However, she despised being manipulated. Very well, Meng Hong agreed with a nod, her eyes narrowing slightly. Henceforth, he need not address her as master, nor did she require him to be her pet. Yet before Meng Hong could finish her sentence, the young phoenix hastily bowed 3 times on the ground. "Thank you, Holy Sovereign, for your understanding. I shall take my husband and depart now. Please take your time to converse, and do come by for a meal when you have the chance." Are you truly a phoenix, or merely a caterpillar, so adept at climbing the ladder of opportunity? Wait a moment. Meng Hong swiftly placed a restriction on this caterpillar-like young phoenix. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave when I have yet to finish speaking?" "Oh dear." The young phoenix slapped her forehead. "Forgive my forgetfulness. What is it that you wish to convey? You may refrain from calling me master, but you must address me as boss." Meng Hong presented the second group work agreement rewarded by the system, laying it before Xiao Yuan and Xiao Huang. "By signing this, our relationship will no longer be that of master and servant. Instead, we shall be akin to employer and employee. From now on, your Feng clan will work for me just as the Long clan does. What say you?" Xiao Huang furrowed her brows and turned to look at Yuan Feng. Such matters were not hers to decide alone. Yuan Feng scrutinized the entire agreement, hesitating for a moment before finally meeting Meng Hong's gaze. "Master, I believe we should refrain from signing this agreement. If I acknowledge you as my master for a day, I shall remain your servant for life. However, the other phoenixes, this is non-negotiable. Meng Hong could take the life of any being, yet he would not overlook the labor of any soul, not to mention the necessity of compelling the Phoenix clan to participate deeply in the impending calamity between dragons and phoenixes. The sheer scale of their kin in the future would not allow Meng Hong to relent. Sign it," Xiao Huang suddenly declared, her voice resolute as she fixed her gaze on Meng Hong. "Boss, we shall sign it. However, I have a condition." "Speak," Meng Hong replied with a benevolent smile. "As long as you articulate it, there is nothing I cannot accomplish." Once more, he asserted, in the vast primordial realm, any problem that can be resolved through force is not truly a problem. In this entire primordial expanse, what issue remains that cannot be settled through strength? So listen closely. Xiao Huang let out a cold snort and, brimming with confidence, declared, "I demand a majestic phoenix tree spanning 10,000 miles. The exquisite fruit tree stretching 1,000 miles, and the 100-eyed sweet spring. Furthermore, I require these items to be gathered within a distance of no more than 100 miles. This is not an attempt to pose a challenge. These are essential for the sustenance of our clan. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to support us, the choosy beings we are. Meng Hong stared at Xiao Huang, somewhat taken aback. You must be an undercover agent sent by the Heavenly Path sect, mustn't you? To ensure the accuracy of the matter, Meng Hong solemnly inquired once more. Are you certain you truly require these? Just these? Xiao Huang embraced her wings before her chest, addressing the Holy One. It is not that I hold you in disdain. Admittedly, your cultivation as a sage is undeniable. However, you must understand. Before she could complete her thought, Meng Hong had already transported Yuan Feng and Xiao Huang to hover above the Phoenix Return Forest. The vast expanse of 9,000 miles of phoenix trees and bamboo groves lay before them. Though the area measured less than 10,000 miles, it was hardly lacking in splendor. Moreover, the magnificent nine-eyed spring was truly comparable to a smaller spring with 900 eyes. For the Phoenix clan, this realm was akin to paradise. Meng Hong playfully tapped the astonished Xiao Huang. What were you about to say? Xiao Huang remained silent, still entranced by the awe-inspiring sight of the Phoenix Return Forest. Ahem, Xiao Yuan cleared his throat, nudging Xiao Huang, my dear. Don't you think it is time for us to fulfill our promise? For Yuan Feng, the transition from mount to labor was nothing short of a promotion. Not only had the title shifted from master to boss, but he could also rightfully oversee his own clan, a situation that promised nothing but benefits. Huh? Xiao Huang finally came to her senses, turning her gaze to the expectant Yuan Feng and Meng Hong. What were you just saying? Meng Hong waved the clan agreement in his hand, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Should we not proceed to sign the agreement? Absolutely. Anyone who refrains from signing is merely a little sparrow. Once the agreement was finalized, Meng Hong est laboré officiellement surpassé 62 ans. Just the daily attendance alone would yield him 6 million years of cultivation. Although the enhancement of his current abilities may seem negligible, once his authority is further elevated, he will be able to allocate these skills to other employees, thereby nurturing a formidable cohort of the Luo Jingxian. When that time comes, the efficiency of their labor will undoubtedly be exceptional. After the agreement took effect, Meng Hong returned to the very peak of Buzhou Mountain with 2 phoenixes. The spectacle of the dragon and phoenix calamity has already unfolded, and it is now time to proceed to the next phase. The discord between the dragon and phoenix clans has emerged, and a conflict must ensue, ideally drawing the primordial Qilin into the fray as well. Initially, Meng Hong had planned for this conflict to occur following the quarrel between the ancestor dragon and the original phoenix. However, now that the Heavenly Tao has dispatched 30,000 dragons and phoenixes, it would be remiss not to utilize them. Yet prior to this, it is essential to ascertain the origins of these employees. Ao Jia, originally a member of the Dragon Clan during the early days of the investiture of the gods, is akin to Luya, having the ability to thrive and produce offspring even before his own birth. Moreover, he possesses memories from a previous life, making him a true time traveler. As for the little phoenix, her designation alongside the original phoenix suggests that she too harbors memories from a past existence, categorizing her as another time traveler. However, what is perplexing is this particular detail. Meng Hong meticulously reviewed all prior system notifications, yet found no indication of any entities that might disrupt the operations of the Heavenly Tao, even in the presence of those 19 figures clad in black cloaks. Such alerts did not manifest. Could it be that these beings do not count as disruptors of the Heavenly Tao? Just as this question surfaced in Meng Hong's mind, the system provided an answer. Ding! Returning to the master, the 19 black cloaks have interfered with the system's judgment, rendering it incapable of generating tasks. As for the 60,000 individuals, the system has determined that none possess the means to disrupt the celestial order. The response was rather swift. Awardli, Meng Hong sarcastically préside. Since you have made a judgment about them, might you also enlighten me regarding his identity? Ding! It has been annotated in the employee interface, which the master may access at any time. Employee interface? Meng Hong muttered, bringing up the employee interface and casually opening the Dragon Clan section. They are densely populated, were 30,002 names, with all but the ancestral dragon beginning with the surname Ao. He randomly selected one, and a line of text immediately appeared before him. Ao Yunai, the 650th generation of the Dragon Clan, to atone for the Dragon Clan's sins. He supervised the 6,931st river in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, diligently fulfilling his duties, later promoted to Earth Immortal, and lived to the age of 36,321. Cause of death, natural causes. Quite an ordinary dragon, indeed. Meng Hong couldn't help but frown. System? How many such dragons are there? All of them. Are you implying that every dragon and phoenix here has met their end through natural causes? And that they are all rather unremarkable? Meng Hong now grasped the situation before him. Although these dragons and phoenixes had traversed realms, they bore no significant obsessions. Unlike the rebellious figures such as Luo Hu and Ming He, who harbored singular ambitions of usurping power and becoming the first sage of the heavenly path. These beings could be manipulated effectively. If handled appropriately, they could serve as mere fodder in the grand calamity of dragons and phoenixes. After all, they were but bystanders. Their roles remained unchanged regardless of the era. This made matters considerably easier. All those with scripts, please gather. Meng Hong began summoning everyone. The circumstances have shifted. We must revise the script. Upon hearing the mention of a script change, Ancestor Dragon immediately released one of the little dragoness's claws and dashed forward. Grandfather, are we altering the script? Can we eliminate all my lines? You seem to be still half asleep, Meng Hong replied with a sidelong glance. Flipping to the second page of the script. Listen carefully. We will start our revisions from the second scene. Originally, it featured Azu and Xiao Yuan in a one-on-one duel, but now will transform into a chaotic melee involving 60,000 dragons and phoenixes, with as many casualties as possible. Shao Qi, you will step in to mediate. When the time comes, trample those you can, and do not evade those you cannot. We shall adhere to one principle, devastation. The more brutal this battle, the better. Yuan Feng furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Master, this seems unwise. You promised me that the Phoenix clan would not suffer excessive harm. Rest assured, this is merely a performance. Do you understand? All of it is feigned death. Meng Hong interrupted Yuan Feng's words and turned to the recently engaged Pangu in Hongjun. Little Pan, you shall transform into a dragon, and Little Hong into a phoenix. You will each join the respective factions of dragon and phoenix. Whenever you witness a dragon or phoenix on the brink of death, bring them back to the summit of Mount Buzhou. After all, those up there are our own, so there is no fear of exposure. Do you understand? Hongjun, rubbing his aching wrist, nodded in acknowledgement. Little Pan, with a sly grin, approached Meng Hong and cheerfully asked, understood. So, old man, will I have the pleasure of your personal instruction this time? Let's discuss that later, Meng Hong replied, dismissively, pondering the absurdity of rewarding someone for such a peculiar inclination. He then turned to Yuan Feng and the Ancestor Dragon. Do you both comprehend? The Ancestor Dragon nodded, sensing that this time he would not need to recite any lines, merely act. Understood. Yuan Feng responded, then glanced back at the Phoenix clan behind her. However, Holy Sovereign, something just occurred to me. Speak. Since Feng Guilin is situated atop Mount Buzhou, those of my lineage who have not reached the 9 heavens Xian immortal realm cannot even walk. Surely my descendants cannot simply lie on the ground, can they? Chapter 71. Ah, the Golden Legend. It was only upon Yuan Feng's remark that Meng Hong realized the gravity of the situation. Not only Feng Guilin, but also Qi Bu Yuan and Long Qi Qi were constructed on the summit of Mount Buzhou. One cannot stand unless one is a 9 heaven Xian immortal. Yet how many dragons and phoenixes actually belong to that realm? Almost none. If they were to be positioned atop the peaks of Mount Buzhou now, it would be akin to rendering them into mere vegetative states. No, it would be more accurate to say they would become botanical dragons and phoenixes. However, the resources at my disposal to enhance my cultivation are rather scarce, leaving me with merely 5 ginseng fruits. This meager supply can only be produced by Luo Hu alone, which is utterly insufficient to satisfy the needs of these 60,000 dragons and phoenixes. Unless, system, how many lottery chances do I have left? Ding. Responding to the master, you currently possess 5 lottery opportunities. Would you like to use them now? Meng Hong had initially intended to save for a 10 draw in hopes of obtaining a golden legend, but it seems he must now pray for a miracle with a single draw. He first glanced at Yuan Feng, then handed the 9-tailed white fox to Hongjun, stating, "Your suggestion is quite constructive, therefore I have decided to convene a small meeting to discuss this matter. The second mirror shall be postponed for the time being. Xiao Qi, Xiao Hong, Xiao Pan, please follow me. Since this is a lottery, it is essential to gather all our fortunes together before drawing. Otherwise, given Meng Hong's luck that lies dormant beneath the African soil, it is entirely plausible that he could draw nothing more than a bottle of mineral water." The three companions exchanged glances, uncertain of Meng Hong's intentions, yet they followed him to a secluded corner atop the mountain. Meng Hong peered around to confirm no one was trailing them, then promptly lifted the little Qilin into his arms, extending his hand toward Hongjun, saying, "Xiao Hong, I require the celestial celebration clouds for a moment." Upon hearing this, Hongjun reverently presented the golden cloud before him and inquired, "Father, what is your intention? You do not comprehend. This is the essence of metaphysics." Meng Hong placed the celestial celebration cloud atop his head, relishing the sensation of countless golden lotuses and lamps cascading upon him. Once the fortune value reached 99, he extended his right hand towards Pangu and commanded, "Come, little Pangu, exhale into my palm." Pangu scratched his head but complied, releasing a breath into Meng Hong's hand. Now is the moment. Meng Hong promptly activated the system interface. Lottery. I wish to draw 5 times. A semi-transparent virtual screen emerged, illuminated by a flash of purple light. Ding. Epic. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the epic blueprint for the Lingxiao Palace. Lingxiao Palace, one of the principal edifices of the human race's celestial court. It serves as the audience hall for the Jade Emperor, summoning the myriad deities, ranking first among the 12 epic structures. Meng Hong tilted his head. When did the system adopt such a tone? One must keep pace with the times. Just as he spoke, another flash of golden light appeared on the screen. Wow, legendary. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the legendary weapon, the Summoning Banner. Summoning Banner. When raised, clouds emerge. When lowered, demons arrive. This banner can summon all manner of demons from across the realm. However, whether they will obey is uncertain. Meng Hong remarked with a frown. Is this truly a legendary item? If I were to have Nuwa reveal her true form and roar atop Mount Buzhou, wouldn't that yield the same effect? The screen illuminated once more, this time with a radiant red glow. Wow, a golden legend. Congratulations, esteemed Master, on acquiring the Golden Legendary Treasure Distribution Cliff. The Distribution Cliff. This legendary site emerged following the sanctification of Hongjun, a place where treasures emanate, bestowing upon them a 100 replica of the original artifact. Daily usage limit, 10 times. Meng Hong exclaimed, "Indeed, this is the epitome of golden legend." The capabilities of the distribution cliff are the very dreams of any ambitious leader. Regardless of how much salary is dispensed to employees, an equivalent amount will be credited to one's own account. It is nothing short of miraculous. However, the limitation of 10 usages per day is a constraint. Otherwise, with this singular artifact, Meng Hong could distribute 6,000 dragon phoenix fruits to 6,000 individuals. Just then, a purple light illuminated the surroundings. An epic. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the epic grade spiritual root peach tree. The peach tree, one of the innate spiritual roots. It bears peaches that mature every 3,000, 6,000, or 9,000 years. A 3,000-year peach can extend life by 3,000 years. A 6,000-year peach can augment life and cultivation by 6,000 years, while a 9,000-year peach grants immortality and enhances cultivation by 10,000 years. Such a remarkable asset. Alas, unless it is a 9,000-year peach, its efficacy pales in comparison to the ginseng fruit. Moreover, cultivating this tree demands considerable effort. It would be far more practical to receive the fruits directly. Now, for the final lottery draw. Should this prize fail to resolve the issues at hand, Meng Hong would have to momentarily inconvenience those delightful little beings, allowing them to reside elsewhere while they gradually honed their skills. Suddenly, a red light flashed again, and Meng Hong, overwhelmed with excitement, clutched the tail of the primordial Qilin. The Qilin silently winced in pain but dared not protest, enduring the discomfort in silence. Ding! Wow! A golden legend! Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the illustrious golden legend-level spiritual root, the Hongjun Li. The Hongjun Li, one of the innate spiritual roots, blossoms once every 30,000 years, bears fruit once every 30,000 years, and matures once every 30,000 years. Each harvest yields 30 fruits, each capable of enhancing one's cultivation by 1 Yuan Hui, with 1 Yuan Hui equating to 129,600 years. The Hongjun Li? It is an old acquaintance. Meng Hong has previously obtained 5 Hongjun Li and is well aware of the profound benefits these spiritual fruits bestow. However, the growth cycle of the Hongjun Li is exceedingly lengthy, requiring a staggering 90,000 years for a single harvest, yielding only 30 fruits each time. Hardly a solution for the current predicament. Ding! All lottery rewards have been credited. Will you claim them? Claim. Meng Hong sighed, realizing that he could only begrudgingly allow those laborers to reside at the base of the Buzhou mountain for the time being. He instinctively opened the system repository to collect his rewards and casually clicked on the innate spiritual root, Hongjun Li. To his astonishment, he discovered that 30 fully matured Hongjun Li were attached to the spiritual root. The system is remarkably generous. In a flurry, Meng Hong clicked on the Pantao tree and found it similarly bore 9,000 years' worth of Pantao. However, unlike the Hongjun Li, there were a total of 108 fruits, although this is still a mere drop in the bucket compared to the 60,000 Yuan Feng. Meng Hong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Noticing his distress, Hongjun spoke up, "Father, what troubles you?" "Nothing of great concern," Meng Hong sighed. "I am merely grappling with a dilemma." "A dilemma?" Pangu interjected. "Father, why not share your quandary? Perhaps my brother and I can assist you in finding a solution." "Resolving?" Meng Hong retorted. "Can you tell me how to evenly distribute 138 fruits among 60,000 individuals?" As soon as he uttered these words, before Pangu and Hongjun could respond, Meng Hong already had the answer in his mind. Goodness, was this merely a riddle suitable for elementary school? Simply juicing the 138 fruits and dividing the juice among the 60,000 dragons and phoenixes would suffice. Chapter 72. I won't eat. Having come to this realization, Meng Hong hadn't yet had the chance to voice his thoughts when he noticed Pangu raising his small hand. Could it be that this individual, whose mind seemed filled solely with muscles and the prospect of being beaten, had also conceived a solution? "Little Pangu, what is it?" With a beaming smile, Pangu proposed a rather horrifying notion. "We have 138 fruits, right? Why don't we simply eliminate those 60,000 beings and keep only 138? You truly are a villain." Meng Hong rolled his eyes and playfully tugged at Pangu's ear. "Remember this. Do not resort to random acts of murder. We must maintain a fundamental respect for life, especially for our employees. They are our assets." Pangu relished the moment, not forgetting to retort. "But didn't you previously send the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix to slay those primordial beings birthed from my blood? Why not have them become our employees as well?" "Because they are unworthy," Meng Hong responded earnestly. "Some lives ought to be preserved in this realm, while others that infringe upon the existence of other beings should not endure. The demarcation of this boundary should ideally be governed by a set of rules known as law. Yet in this primordial chaos, such regulations are absent. Therefore, it falls upon us to make the judgment." Suddenly, Hongjun spoke up, his gaze piercing as he looked at Meng Hong. "Father, I have conceived a plan." Meng Hong released his grip on Pangu's ear and turned to meet his gaze. "What have you thought of?" With Hongjun's remarkable intellect, devising a method to extract juice should pose little challenge. If he could articulate his idea, I would be inclined to reward him with a Hongjun Li as a token of encouragement. After all, it would be unjust to favor one child over the other. Having tugged at Pangu's ear, it was only fair to bestow a reward upon the other child as well. If I am not mistaken, Father must be troubled by the matter of the 60,000 dragon phoenixes. Indeed, Meng Hong nodded with a smile, urging him to continue. Hongjun expounded confidently. The 138 fruits you mentioned must be the spiritual fruits for the enhancement of cultivation. However, relying on external objects to elevate one's cultivation is ultimately insufficient. Instead, if you entrust those 60,000 dragon phoenixes to me, I assure you that within 30 days, I will ensure that they all transcend to the 9 heavens' profound immortal stage. 30 days? Meng Hong posed a rhetorical question, but before he could utter another word, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. There are still 300 years until the dragon and phoenix cataclysm concludes. 300 years. The span seemed rather extensive. However, after a moment of contemplation, Meng Hong shook his head at Hongjun, stating, "It's too late. The relationship between the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix has already been declared throughout the entirety of Honghuang. If we wait another 30 days to initiate the chaos, it is likely that the affiliated tribes of the dragon and phoenix clans will be left with nothing but a few remnants. While the 60,000 dragons and phoenixes may survive, their subordinate tribes will probably be decimated to just 1 or 2 heirs." Hong Yunis I shifted, and he eventually bowed his head. "There is nothing we can do then. Fear not, for I have devised a plan." Meng Hong deftly produced 2 yellow middle pears, placing one into the mouth of the first Qilin and offering the other to Hongjun. "This fruit shall serve as a reward from me to both of you." Upon contemplating the idea of extracting juice from the fruit, he had calculated meticulously, based on an average of 5 ginseng fruits needed for one to transcend to the 9 heavens' profound immortal level. 20 yellow middle pears would suffice for all 60,000 dragons and phoenixes to achieve that elevation. Thus, with 30 yellow middle pears at hand, there was evidently an excess, and naturally, priority would be given to his own kin. Pangu gazed enviously and hastily inquired, "Father, what about mine? Didn't I just give you some?" Meng Hong pointed to his ears and remarked, "Are you suggesting that you no longer desire such rewards, but rather the fruits instead?" Pangu pondered for a moment, then, mustering his courage, replied with a smile, "Can I have them all?" "Get lost." Meng Hong shooted, subsequently leading the 2 and the beast back to the center of Mount Buzhou. During their absence, everyone had collectively tended to the 60,000 immobile dragon phoenixes. The oppressive aura of Mount Buzhou weighed upon these celestial beings as if they were burdened by the entirety of Mount Everest. "Sanqing, come over here." Upon hearing this, Sanqing, who was occupied with providing water to the dragon phoenixes, hurriedly set down his task and approached Meng Hong. Before they could utter a word, Meng Hong produced 3 yellow middle plums and declared, "Take these and consume them. Quickly break through to the Luo stage." The 3 were momentarily stunned, gazing at the celestial plums in his palm with expressions of disbelief. A singular thought resonated within them. Grandfather has finally remembered his grandchildren. What are you dawdling for? Seeing them transfixed by the yellow middle plums, Meng Hong took it upon himself to shove them into their mouths, commanding, "Hurry and cultivate." "All right then. Thank you, grandfather," Sanqing exclaimed in unison. It was only in moments like these that they displayed the camaraderie of true brothers. "Xiao Hong." Meng Hong turned to the figure behind him. "Hongjun, go fetch 60,000 pounds of water from Li Quan." "Yes." "Task assigned. Fetching water." "Compensation. Enough already." Meng Hong waved his hand, unwilling to acknowledge the system's intrusive prompt. "Did you not assign a rating to the treasure? Henceforth, any rewards of epic rank or below need not be brought to my attention. Only those of legendary rank and above should be presented." "Understood. System settings have been amended." Yuan Feng, upon Meng Hong's arrival, hurriedly approached, her excitement causing her to mistakenly address him. "Master, have you found a solution? Please refer to me as boss." Meng Hong corrected her with a smile, before producing 20 yellow zhongli fruits. As the celestial fruits emerged, their rich, aromatic fragrance wafted through the summit of Buzhou Mountain, enticing all who had previously tasted them. Instantly, they flocked to Meng Hong, including a bashful young woman of the Yi family. Everyone gazed longingly at Meng Hong, yearning for another taste of the yellow zhongli, yet hesitating to voice their desires. Even Meng Hong himself felt a stirring of temptation. Were these fruits truly so delectable? To prevent them from fixating on him, He swiftly retracted the 20 yellow, zhongli fruits. Clearing his throat, he addressed Yuan Feng. This is the method I spoke of. Xiaohong has gone to fetch water. Shortly, I shall dissolve these 20 yellow zhongli into the water, providing each of them with a pound. This should enable them to break through to the 9th heaven Xian immortal realm. Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback, her ability to think momentarily suspended. She was acutely aware of the immense value of the yellow zhongli. Meng Hong surprisingly chose to offer 20 of his precious fruits to aid the dragon and phoenix clans in elevating their realms. What a remarkable quality he possesses. However, before he could articulate his request to Yi Hongyun, she, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "I won't eat." Yet, despite her protest, the little glutton's mouth was practically watering. Chapter 73. The Convergence of Spiritual Power. Meng Hong produced a yellow, zhongli fruit, examining its jade-like brilliance. Is it truly as delectable as they say? It is indeed delightful. Yi Hongyun replied, without a second thought, only to lower her gaze and discreetly wipe the corner of her mouth afterward. It was a mere greed. The ethereal sensation experienced after consuming the celestial apricot was irresistible to any living being. In total, there were 30 fruits. Even after setting aside the rewards and the 20 needed for use, 8 remained. If the treasure cliff could replicate the yellow zhongli, the daily yield would reach 10 fruits. Consuming one wouldn't be a significant issue. With a surge of determination, Meng Hong resolved to savor the yellow zhongli, placing it into his mouth. As the celestial apricot touched his palate, it transformed into an exquisite nectar, cascading down his throat and gradually permeating his entire being. This sensation rivaled that of his ascension to sainthood. Meng Hong distinctly felt an unknown restraint within him loosening. Restraint. He had already attained the realm of sainthood. Why did he still bear such shackles? Could it be that beyond sainthood there exists another realm? Meng Hong had no time to ponder. As the exquisite pleasure brought by the Hongjun began to dissipate, the layer of unknown shackles gradually concealed itself within him, eluding his senses completely. What do you think? Yi Hongyun approached Meng Hong like a child eager to showcase a new toy, inquiring, "Isn't it delicious? That flavor is simply unforgettable. Indeed, it is quite remarkable." Meng Hong replied, his mind becoming considerably clearer. Moments ago, he had intended to take Yi Hongyun to a secluded corner to experiment with the functions of the Fenbao Cliff, hoping to produce 10 Hongjun daily. However, he now conceived a more ingenious solution. In the distance, Hongjun approached, bearing a colossal water sphere equivalent to an entire reservoir, bringing with him a bounty of 6,000 pounds of liqueur. "Father," Hongjun exclaimed as he hovered before Meng Hong, suspending the enormous water sphere above the crowd. "The liqueur has arrived." "Ah," Meng Hong casually gestured, extracting 200 milliliters of liqueur from the sphere, shaping it into a small water orb. Subsequently, he retrieved 20 Hongjun Li, enveloping them within the small water orb before shattering them with his spiritual energy. At the moment the Hongjun Li fractured, a surge of spiritual energy flooded the peak of Buzhou Mountain. Almost all of the primordial spiritual energy began to converge at this location, and in such an environment, every breath taken would enhance one's cultivation by at least a year. Buzz. Warning. Warning. Peak spiritual energy concentration detected in the vicinity. Please, Master, dilute it in a timely manner. Otherwise, it will trigger a fusion of spiritual energy. Fusion of spiritual energy? Are you merely rephrasing nuclear fusion? Please do not jest. The fusion of spiritual energy could yield a tornado of at least F6 magnitude. Its velocity would exceed 150 meters per second, capable of lifting over 10 tons of weight. Excluding its sheer might, the tornado could even imbue a recently expelled waste with sentience. The laws of the universe will be distorted beyond 70 degrees, with a probability of reawakening chaos exceeding 75%. The system, akin to an incessant recitation, conveyed all scenarios to Meng Hong, who now comprehended the gravity of the situation. "So, do provide me with a solution,"